April 1987. The village of Shaohe bathed in bright sunshine. Gray-yellow mud walls stood beside towering poplar trees, their wide leaves swaying in the breeze. Greenery flourished everywhere, dotted with blooming wildflowers. A few native chickens pecked at the ground near a mud wall, feathers ruffled by the sudden rush of footsteps. Feng Yisheng darted past the wall like a bolt of lightning, startling the chickens into flapping and scattering in panic. His face was tight with urgency, as if calamity itself were on his heels. He hadn't run for more than a few minutes when he grabbed a man by the arm and blurted out, "Soldier uncle, tell me what year and date is it today?" "What date?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled, studying him carefully. "What's wrong with you, kid? Why are you so worked up?" Feng's eyes burned red with desperation. "Just tell me." The man grew even more suspicious, but replied slowly, "It's April 15th, 1987. "What's going on with you?" April 15th, April 15th. Feng's heart clenched tighter. "And what time is it now?" "Oh, just after lunch, probably almost 1 o'clock. The man scratched his head. "But why?" Before he could finish, Feng had already turned and sprinted off with all his might. Left behind, the middle-aged man scratched his head in confusion, then shrugged and walked away. "Hurry, hurry. I absolutely cannot let them take her again. Absolutely not. Qian, wait for your brother." As he ran, Feng muttered these words over and over, like a madman possessed. Minutes ago, the world before Feng's eyes had been 2030. He had been standing on London's financial street, leading an Eastern capital group that shorted the entire district. Countless European families built over centuries crumbled in an instant, ending an era of economic myth. As he prepared to celebrate with his team, a group of unidentified armed men suddenly appeared, dragging them to the rooftop. Then, forced to his knees, Feng watched helplessly as each of his 4 closest aides was thrown off the building, one by one. Finally, it was his turn. A moment of weightlessness and, instead of pain, he found himself reborn back here in 1987. April 15th, 1987, that was the day carved into his soul. 3 years ago, his parents and older sister had vanished without a trace, leaving only a baby girl barely a few months old, his younger sister, Feng Qian. At just 16 or 17, he became both father and mother to little Qian, raising her alone until she turned 4. That day, like any other, he went to work in the fields. When he returned home at noon, he discovered Qian had been kidnapped. After searching every corner of the 3 nearby villages without success, he left Shaohe village and began his lifelong journey to find her. Eventually, he reached Shenzhen city. Perhaps fate had led him there all along. He caught the early wave of China's stock market boom. Like others, he queued up, bought in, sold out Amping Jingren to Tanfu Ding. In his previous life, though he became a titan of the securities market, capable of shaking the financial world with a single move, his greatest regret remained his missing sister. He searched for decades without ever finding her. At 50 years old, he returned to his hometown and spoke with the remaining elders about the incident. One mentioned a critical clue. Auntie He, on her deathbed, had recalled the only kidnapping case in Shaohe village. She claimed to have seen someone carrying Qian away furtively around noon, but no one had understood why she brought it up at such a moment. Before anyone could ask further, Auntie He had closed her eyes forever. Now, in this moment, the exact point in time when his sister was to kin, he had to race against the clock, reach Auntie He, and finally uncover the truth. Who was the bastard who stole his sister and haunted him for half a century? Auntie He's house lay ahead. There was a shortcut through the thorny bushes, and without hesitation, Feng charged through, tearing his skin and drawing blood. Auntie He was just scattering grain for the chickens when Feng burst out from the thorns, covered in wounds. Startled, she froze. "Xiaosheng, what happened to you?" "Auntie, did you see Qian just now?" "Qian? Isn't she playing around earlier?" "No. Where did you last see her? Please, tell me quickly. Last, let me think." Feng held his breath, his scarred, hardened heart pounding like never before. "Oh, I remember. Where?" "In the fields. Just now. I came back from working, and I saw Li Fengxia holding Qian. She said she was taking her to pick some melons." "Xiaosheng, be careful with Li Fengxia. Don't ignore this. I really saw her poking needles into Qian. If she's running off with her like that, something's definitely wrong." Boom. Feng's mind exploded. He immediately bowed deeply to Auntie He. "This kindness, I will repay it for the rest of my life." "Xiaosheng, why are you acting so strangely? Did something happen to Qian?" Before Auntie He could finish, Feng was already gone. Blind with fury, he raced toward the rice fields. Now that he knew it was her who had stolen his sister in the past, his heart felt ready to shatter. "Li Fengxia, you fucking beast. I never thought it was you who took my sister. You sent your son to Shenzhen, where he lived in luxury thanks to my buying villas, driving luxury cars. You yourself moved to Shenzhen at 60, living in comfort until you died peacefully at 80. What's wrong with this world? Has heaven gone blind? How can someone like you live a full life while destroying mine? Yes, in his previous life, Feng Yisheng had become one of Feng's employees. By then, Feng had already risen to wealth and power. Her son shamelessly approached him, groveling and serving for 5 or 6 years straight. Eventually, Feng, who had grown lonely at the top, took pity and gave the man a future. When Feng Yisheng bought a villa, she followed him to Shenzhen. Knowing how much her son relied on Feng, she dared not show her face in front of him. But during this period, she treated Feng's family cruelly. After Feng's parents passed away, this wicked woman seized their vegetable garden. She took over their fish pond too. Even worse, she built a pig pen right next to Feng's bedroom wall, on the other side of which slept Feng and his sister. Every night, they endured the sound of pigs ramming the wall and the unbearable stench of pig dung. That alone would have been bad enough. Worse still, starting when Qian was 2, Feng noticed tiny bleeding holes on her body, punctures made by Feng Yisheng with sewing needles. He confronted her several times, but the moment he stepped on her doorstep, she and her husband beat him senseless. Such a vicious couple, and yet, in his past life, he had been blind enough to accept her son into his life. Thinking of the hardships he endured in exile and the unknown suffering Qian must have faced, his heart twisted in agony. Never did he expect this evil wretch to cause him endless pain, yet live freely under his nose for 20 years. Unforgivable. Hatred burned in Feng's eyes, turning them blood red. Remembering Qian sleeping peacefully on his shoulder, he summoned every ounce of strength left in his body and dashed toward the fields. In the farmland of Shao, Feng Yisheng pressed a finger to the forehead of a small girl no older than 4. Little brat, if you don't come with me today, they'll kill you. Only 4 years old, how could she understand such cruelty? Born into poverty, the child was pale and thin, barefoot, wearing nothing but patched-up clothes. Yet in those pure, tear-filled eyes lay a heartbreaking innocence. I don't want to go. I need to find my brother. If I leave, brother won't be able to see me anymore. He'll be so worried. Please, let me go home. I just want my brother. Wah. Chapter 2. The overwhelming hatred. Do you want your brother? Can he provide for you? I can find you a good family, where you can feast on meat and white rice daily. Come here. Feng Yisheng seized the little girl's clothing at the chest, her face a mask of cruel malice. Do not speak nonsense. I am doing this for your family's sake. The little girl, now truly frightened, had ventured out in search of her brother during the day. Driven by hunger, she had encountered Feng Yisheng, who had lured her with promises of picking vegetables in the fields. The child, lost in thought, followed her until she recalled her brother's warning to stay away from this woman. Overcome with fear, she insisted on returning home. In this moment, Feng Yisheng's sinister intentions were laid bare. She intended to sell Feng Qian for 20 yuan. How could a child of such tender years resist the strength of an adult? Despite her struggles, Feng Yisheng held her fast. Frustrated by Feng Qian's defiance, she struck her twice across the face. I tell you, you will come with me today? Feng Qian wailed. I don't want white rice. I only want my brother. Oh, brother, where are you? Qian misses you. Finding herself unable to escape Feng Yisheng's grip, the desperate little girl bit down hard on Feng Yisheng's arm, causing her to release her hold. Freed, Feng Qian dashed towards home. Yet, Feng Yisheng had descended into a state of utter desperation. She lunged forward and kicked the frail Feng Qian into the ditch. Then, leaping onto the bank, she stomped down into the muddy waters where Feng Qian lay, treating her like a helpless kitten or puppy abandoned by the roadside. The cruelty of humanity is indeed unfathomable. Why had Feng Yisheng's previous life, despite its high status and the vast wealth expended in searching, failed to locate his sister? The truth was that little Feng Qian, in her attempt to return to her brother, had been killed by Feng Yisheng and buried in a nearby nameless graveyard. Feng Yisheng had returned many times, each journey bringing him past that forsaken burial ground. How could he have fathomed that the sister he had desperately sought for decades, whom he had lovingly raised, had become a nameless, unclaimed skeleton? Each time he returned, that skeletal remains lay merely a few dozen meters from him, forever eluding his grasp. In the ditch, little Feng Qian struggled to rise, perceiving Feng Yisheng as a devil. All she desired was to ascend and find her brother, her throat hoarse from crying. Yet, Feng Yisheng persisted, dragging her hair and pushing her under the water. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of despair, Feng Yisheng finally arrived. From a distance, he beheld Feng Yisheng assaulting his sister in the ditch. He had lost all sense of control. What did it matter if he had once been wealthier than nations? What significance did decades of experience hold? In that moment, he was consumed by a primal urge to kill, to slay the creature that had wrought havoc upon his life. He swiftly grabbed a large stone from the ground and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Li Fengxia, you wretched beast, cease this at once." He drew closer, closer. Feng Yisheng finally beheld the visage of the younger sister he had longed for throughout his previous life. Can a man in his 40s weep? Indeed, he can. Can a man who once stood at the pinnacle of the world shed tears? Few would believe it. Yet, at this moment, Feng Yisheng gazed upon his sister. Clad in tattered garments, burdened by a lifetime of guilt, tears streamed down his face. No one comprehended the torment he endured in yearning for kin in his past existence. This was also the reason behind his heartlessness in the ruthless capital market. His compassion had vanished entirely after losing his sister. She had departed far too young, leaving him afraid to glance at any young girl by the roadside, fearful of succumbing to the pain of nostalgia. Consequently, he had remained single, shunning the idea of children and marriage. Meanwhile, Li Fengxia stood frozen, taken aback by the murderous intent radiating from Feng Yisheng. She instinctively released her grip on Feng Qian's little head submerged in water. Had Feng Yisheng arrived even a minute later, Feng Qian would have been choked by the muddy waters of the ditch. Upon hearing her brother's voice, the frail little Feng Qian struggled for what felt like an eternity to haul herself out of the ditch. As she caught sight of her brother rushing towards her, she burst into tears. "Brother, where have you been? Qian couldn't find you," sob. "Brother, I don't want plain rice or meat. I only wish to be with you." Feng Yisheng's heart shattered. He stumbled and crawled his way to Feng Qian, scooping her up in his arms, his closed eyes brimming with tears. He quickly set her down, frantically wiping the dirt from her face. "Tell me, dear sister, is there anywhere you feel unwell?" sobbed brother. "From now on I will only eat 1 potato a day, and you can take care of Qian. I don't want plain rice." The little girl could hardly fathom that the brother before her had once reached the heights of the world. In this lifetime, Feng Yisheng would ensure she lived a life unparalleled by anyone else. It was far beyond just a piece of meat or a bowl of rice. After thoroughly checking Feng Qian and confirming her safety, Feng Yisheng finally exhaled in relief. Nearby, Li Fengxia sensed the extreme turmoil within him. She attempted to defend herself, saying, "I merely wanted to take her to the fields to pick a vegetable for her. I meant well, With a sudden crash. Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Yisheng hurled a stone at her. Fortunately, Li Fengxia had anticipated his aggression and managed to evade the projectile. Had it struck her, it might have proven fatal. Unfazed, Feng Yisheng continued his assault, seizing her hair and dragging her through the ditch, raining down slaps upon her face, more than a dozen in rapid succession. Yet, his fury was not quelled. He forcefully pressed her head into the water, submerging her into the muddy depths. Her malicious, plump visage was ground against the mire, leaving a long gash from a shattered pesticide bottle discarded in the ditch, blood mingling with the water. At that moment, Feng Yisheng was consumed by a singular desire to end her life. Li Fengxia's limbs thrashed desperately in the water, her mind a blank. Just moments ago, she had been the one submerging Xiao Fengqian beneath the surface, yet in the fleeting span of mere minutes, the roles had reversed. And it was she who found herself trapped. The suffocation, despair, and helplessness that Xiao Fengqian had endured were now mercilessly returned to her by Feng Yisheng. No matter how fiercely she struggled, Feng Yisheng would not relent, holding her down with an iron grip, his eyes reddened as if they might bleed. "You have invaded my family's fish pond. You have encroached upon my family's vegetable garden. You spread malicious rumors, claiming my father stole 3 coins from your family. You even go about insinuating that my mother is involved with someone. You pricked my sister with a needle. I may lack evidence, but I cannot contend with your entire family. Yet you audaciously overstep your bounds, now attempting to abduct and harm my sister, with old grievances and new enmities entwined. How can I quell the fury in my heart without seeing you, a wretched creature lower than swine, brought to justice?" Chapter 3. Seeking a path to survival on the shore, Feng Qian had never seen her brother in such a state. She cried out in desperation, "Brother, if you drown her, the police will take you away." With tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "Please don't let them take you, or I'll be left without a brother." Her cries gradually rekindled the humanity within Feng Yisheng. He turned to glance at his sister, frail and patched like a stray cat. As he looked back at Li Fengxia, a wave of rage surged within him, yet he hesitated, fearing he might truly kill her. His mind began to cool. "Yes, if I kill this monster, I too shall pay with my life. I have died once, I fear not death. But if I perish, What will become of my sister? She is so young. Even if I were to end this monster's life now, would it truly quench the fire of my fury? I shall take my time to ensure that her family suffers, that they endure a life devoid of peace. And as for your son and husband, how could I stop at just one? Noticing a few villagers approaching, drawn by the commotion, escape was no longer an option. Reluctantly, he released Li Fengxia. She scrambled up from the muddy ground, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Upon seeing Feng Yisheng, she felt as if she had encountered a vengeful spirit. Stepping back several paces to regain her composure. Trembling, she asked, "Did you truly intend to kill me just now?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Feng Yisheng scooped up his sister, gazing at her with an icy stare. "If it were not for you, I would have acted without hesitation to end your life. Remember this, from this moment on, your family is doomed to misfortune. Do not rush. In this lifetime, I have ample time to toy with your family." With that, he carried the fragile Feng Qian away along the narrow path. Behind them, Li Fengxia trembled in silence, feeling as though the man before her had transformed into a creature from the depths of hell, instilling a profound fear within her. The villagers, who had hurried to the scene, whispered and pointed at the brother and sister duo. The Feng family was the most impoverished in the village. While wealthier families built red brick houses and ordinary families resided in mud brick homes, the Feng still lived in a thatched dwelling constructed of reeds and mud. This house had stood for over a decade, leaning precariously to one side. Fortunately, an ancient mulberry tree shielded it. Otherwise, it might have long since collapsed. In his memories, their home remained as poor as ever, the jars empty of rice. Upon returning, he and his sister washed up by the pond. They dug up a few remaining potatoes from the field to prepare for dinner. Perhaps the fright from the evening's events had shaken his sister deeply. As they slept, she clung tightly to Feng Yisheng, her fragile form occasionally jolting awake in fear. Upon seeing her brother, she would drift back into a peaceful slumber. As Feng Yisheng gazed at his sister's serene sleeping face, a sense of calm washed over him. He had saved her, and in that moment, he felt it was worth more than all he had possessed in his previous life. Yet, before him loomed a formidable dilemma of survival. He needed to earn money, and he must take Feng Qian away from this village. What if that malevolent woman snatched Feng Qian away in the blink of an eye again? As for this woman, he harbored thoughts of revenge, but since she had not succeeded in her abduction and lacked any evidence, Feng Yisheng found himself at a loss. He would devise a way to gradually torment and settle the score later. For now, his family was impoverished to the core, so destitute that even the question of what to eat in the morning was a pressing concern. The urgency to earn money was paramount. But how should he go about it? In the long term, he knew he would have to return to his former profession in his past life. He had only seized the opportunity in the stock market in 1990. Now, having been reborn a few years earlier, retracing his old path would surely allow him to ascend higher. For instance, once the market for inter-regional government bonds opened next year, he could certainly exploit the price discrepancies across various locations for profit. Earning $1 million would be no problem, with a foundation built from government bonds. There would be ample opportunities ahead, including subscription certificates, the old stocks of Zhonghai, the old stocks in the Shenzhen market, the internet, real estate, and many other avenues for wealth. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, vivid images of his subordinates being cast from towering buildings flooded back, igniting a fierce rage within him. When I find you in this life, I shall return to Europe with you to exact a bloody retribution. However, the pressing issue was the need to accumulate some initial capital. In the desolate straw hut, devoid of any valuable possessions, if memory served him correctly, they were still indebted to the village for a considerable amount of taxes. Borrowing money from anyone was utterly impossible. How should he commence? Young Million began trading government bonds with a starting capital of 20,000, yet he could barely scrape together 2 dimes. Where could he even procure such funds? Perhaps selling a few of the old hens at home and plunging headlong into the business world? Although many policies had been relaxed by 1987, the market economy was still precarious. Caution was imperative. In his previous life, Feng Yisheng had journeyed southward from his hometown for over 1,000 kilometers, often encountering tumultuous challenges. Now, with everything at stake, what if all his possessions were seized? The risks were far too great. How could he mitigate those risks? Unbeknownst to the peacefully slumbering Feng Qian, her brother was meticulously plotting. Outside, the moon shone brightly amidst scattered stars, and occasionally, the sound of fish leaping from the water could be heard. The moonlight illuminated the dilapidated dwelling, and Feng Yisheng felt a throbbing ache in his head from his relentless thoughts. However, as his gaze wandered, he noticed the portrait of his grandfather hanging on the wall. Suddenly, the floodgates of inspiration burst open in his mind. A plan to prosper without any initial investment crystallized in an instant. He smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten his brother? That night was peaceful. The following morning, Feng Yisheng hoisted 3 old hens onto his shoulders and took his sister to the town to sell them, obtaining 8 yuan in exchange. This act of selling hens symbolized his resolve to sever ties with farming. He bought his sister a few fried dough sticks, and her joy was immeasurable. It was her first experience of the delightful taste. Subsequently, the siblings entered the state-owned shoe factory in Heishan town. The factory is modest in size, comprising approximately 50 to 60 individuals. Amid the overarching dual-track economic framework, the supply and marketing cooperative system has been profoundly disrupted. Previously, the factory was solely responsible for production, with the cooperative collecting the goods for sale and settling the payment with the factory thereafter. However, with the current surge in small commodity transactions, the cooperative has lost its market allocation status, resulting in a significant decrease in the frequency of their visits to the factory for goods exchange. Consequently, the factory's products are accumulating in excess, leaving it on the brink of closure. Feng Yisheng's audacious scheme seeks to assume this pivotal role of distribution. Today, he is visiting his childhood companion, Li Jiangguo. The grandfathers of both men fought against the Japanese together, fostering a strong bond between their families. Li Jiangguo subsequently took over his grandfather's position and joined the state-run leather shoe factory. After entering, he courted the factory director's daughter and became the head of sales in this small establishment. Just 2 days prior, he had assisted Feng Yisheng in planting seedlings in a field in Zaihe village. Little did he know his brother had now adopted the persona of a reborn individual. Feng Yisheng wasted no time and, upon entering the office, promptly articulated his plan. Alarmed, Li Jiangguo hurriedly closed the door, his skin prickling with unease. Brother, do you realize this could lead to your own downfall? If I pursue this, the factory director will surely have my head. Do you wish for me to lose this secure position? Feng Yisheng anticipated this reaction, knowing that in these unenlightened times, the mindset of people in small towns is quite rigid. He remained calm and unhurried, replying, "A secure position? Pray tell, when was the last time you received your salary?" This retort rendered Li Jiangguo speechless, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Workers at the state-run leather shoe factory in Heishan town appear to lead prosperous lives. Yet the factory's performance has plummeted in recent years. It has been 6 months since salaries were paid, and behind this facade lies a tale of tears. Li Jiangguo stubbornly insisted, "Do not entertain such thoughts. I cannot grant you this favor. You know well how I attained this position as head of department. My father-in-law is a staunch traditionalist. If I were to act on this, he would surely expose me, jeopardizing my happiness." Feng Yisheng felt a wave of frustration. After a brief silence, he inquired, "What is your current monthly salary?" "Over 50 yuan, Li Jiangguo replied. "Are you unaware of this? What if I could double your income?" Feng Yisheng proposed. "That is out of the question. I was raised on Marxist principles, and we must remain honest and upright." "Then, what if I could increase your income tenfold?" "Brother, you must be mad. How could that be possible? Earning 500 yuan a month would surely land me in prison. Don't lead me into such peril." "Very well. What if I could ensure you earn 5,000 yuan a month? Would you then be willing to collaborate with me?" Li Jiangguo was so taken aback that he spewed his tea everywhere, his breath quickening with rising anxiety. Chapter 4. The Small Scalper Earning 5,000 in a Month. In an era where pork costs merely a few dimes per pound, only someone like Feng Yisheng, who has returned from a second chance at life, would dare to envision such extravagant possibilities in a small town. This echoes Marx's profound assertion that triple profits can drive individuals to take desperate risks. 5,000 a month. In 2 months, he would be a household worth 10,000. Indeed, Li Jiangguo, a steadfast adherent of Marxism-Leninism, found himself overwhelmed by Feng Yisheng's sugary rhetoric. "First, enlighten me on how you intend to execute this plan." Feng Yisheng smiled as he elaborated on his strategy. When the supply and marketing cooperative previously collected leather shoes, there was no concern for styles. They were simply purchased at 3 yuan a pair. Subsequently, they were sold at the cooperative for around 5 yuan each. However, the current scenario has escalated as scalpers have inflated the prices to exorbitant heights, with market retail prices reaching 9 or 10 yuan per pair. The operations between the cooperative and the factories function on a planned distribution, leading to a paralysis in intermediary adjustments. With the absence of intermediaries, the cooperative staff earn the same wages regardless of sales volume, rendering them indifferent to contacting factories. Their laziness and complacency have led to a situation where, despite a significant demand and ample factory stock, no one is motivated to alter the status quo. Feng Yisheng proposed to transport these shoes to the cooperative and the private shoe stores in the county, offering substantial profits as long as they secured 80% of the market share. Is selling 200 pairs a day too ambitious? If I sell to them at 5 yuan a pair, that yields a 2 yuan profit per pair, resulting in a daily gross profit of nearly 100 yuan. And this is merely in one county. We can expand outward. Moreover, we can enhance profits through style improvements and other strategies. After hearing this series of initiatives, Li Jiangguo was left utterly astounded. Once Feng Yisheng concluded, he placed a hand on his head and remarked, "Are you still my brother, Feng Yisheng? Why do I feel as though you have transformed into an entirely different person? Just 2 days ago, we were in the fields dreaming of selling our village's crayfish to Europe, broadening the horizons of the foreigners. Why is it that today you are suddenly interested in leather shoes? What about your dream of an international crayfish trading company? Did you merely boast?" Feng Yisheng genuinely could not recall the many boasts he had made that lacked any tangible action. He gently lifted his sister, Feng Qian, onto his lap and spoke earnestly. "Jiangguo, I have already sold the 3 old hens at home. I have severed all my fallback options and fantasies. You understand what I mean." Li Jiangguo's body trembled slightly as he gazed at him in utter disbelief. After all these years, he knew the significant role those hens played in Feng's family. To sell even the hens was a radical step, a true testament to his determination to cut ties with the past and stake everything on this venture. This stubborn mule, growing increasingly impatient, he paced back and forth before turning back, gritting his teeth. "Are you truly intent on plunging forward without looking back? There is no room for negotiation. The lives of the impoverished are deemed worthless. I have endured enough of poverty. I wish to live with dignity," spoke Feng Yisheng in a calm tone. "All right. We fought side by side on the battlefield against the Japanese, and today, I shall continue to stand by you in this struggle." Li Jiangguo approached his desk, retrieving a small notebook, and with a flurry of strokes, inscribed the title of salesperson. He then affixed the official seal of their sales department. "This serves as your identification. You will venture into the market, and should you secure any orders, I shall arrange the goods for you. However, brother, you cannot take little Feng Qian with you. We must avoid the risk of her being captured as well. For the next few days, keep Qian here. I will send her to Sister Xiaojin later. She has accommodation at the factory, which she seldom occupies, so it shall be suitable for her. Rest assured, she will not go hungry." Upon hearing that she would be left behind, tears flooded Feng Qian's eyes. She clung tightly to Feng Yisheng's neck but did not protest. Feng Yisheng gently patted her frail back. "Qian." With her little nose crinkled, Feng Qian implored, "Brother, I can help you sell shoes. I am quite capable. Please do not leave me here." The young girl, merely a few months old when her parents and sister vanished, had no recollection of them, thus leaving her without any memories of her family. Feng Yisheng, as her elder brother and father figure, was her sole remaining kin. The thought of being separated, even for a few days, weighed heavily on her heart. After decades of separation, Feng Yisheng had finally rescued his sister from the brink of despair. How could he bear to leave her alone? He tenderly brushed away the tears from her cherubic face, his voice imbued with compassion. "Do not worry. Your brother will not abandon you. Yes. Qian will behave and will surely assist brother in selling shoes." Children from impoverished families mature swiftly. The otherwise naive Feng Qian exhibited extraordinary composure at this moment. Had Li Jiangguo been aware of the events concerning Li Fengxia yesterday, he likely would have charged into her home with the same fervor, for he cherished little Feng Qian dearly. Seeing Feng Yisheng's resolve, he nodded. "Very well. Since you are working at the factory, do not return to the village. Sister Xiaojin's room is always vacant. I will consult her about it. However, Shenggu, Sister Xiaojin has inquired about you frequently. Do make time to reach out to her." Wang Xiaojin was also among their circle of friends, introduced through Li Jiangguo. She was among the last group of educated youth to return home in 1985, her parents being local officials, and now she served as the factory's accountant. Initially, there had been mutual feelings between them, but Feng Yisheng, a mere farmer struggling for survival, found himself unable to pursue anything further, especially with Wang Xiaojin already engaged to a county official, a fellow comrade from their time in the countryside. Aware that her family would never accept him, he had continuously evaded the situation. After Feng Qian's abduction, Wang Xiaojin had been more anxious than anyone else, tirelessly seeking information and assistance. Later, Feng Yisheng resolved to venture forth in search of answers. He vividly recalled the day he departed in his previous life, when Wang Xiaojin stood beneath the resplendent kapok tree, weeping silently for an eternity as she gazed at his retreating figure. It was only after Feng Yisheng had vanished that the girl mustered the courage to proclaim loudly into the desolate dirt road, "Feng Yisheng, in truth, I love you." Yet, that belated confession lingered in the air, unanswered and unacknowledged. After leaving his hometown, their connection severed, and decades later, he encountered Li Jiangguo, who at that time was the CEO of a certain company. Their conversation turned to Wang Xiaojin. Li Jiangguo recounted that after Feng Yisheng's departure, Wang Xiaojin, defying familial opposition, resolutely renounced the marriage she had long resisted. This decision led to years of silence between her and her parents. She waited at Heshantown for a full decade for Feng Yisheng, who, consumed with the search for his sister and amidst a flourishing career, never returned during those 10 years. Subsequently, Wang Xiaojin went abroad and never returned to Heshantown, further severing their ties. Upon his return many years later, Feng Yisheng found his hometown drastically altered. Li Jiangguo had also left, and he could glean no news of Wang Xiaojin. At this moment, Feng Yisheng's mind was flooded with memories of Wang Xiaojin bidding him farewell beneath the kapok tree. A profound silence enveloped him. After a long while, he extricated himself from the tumult of thoughts, unwilling to squander any more time. He inquired about the factory's inventory, shouldered 5 pairs of sample leather shoes, and, leading little Feng Qian, boarded a tractor bound for the county town. The 3-hour journey was fraught with bumps and jolts, yet they finally arrived. Without delay, he carried the leather shoes and entered the largest supply and marketing cooperative in the county. Just as Feng Yisheng remembered, the bustling cooperative of years past was now desolate. Inside, the sales clerks lounged beneath the counters, munching seeds, indifferent to the few patrons who wandered in. The shelves stood bare, exuding an aura of desolation. It was little Feng Qian's first visit to the county town, and she observed the throngs of people with trepidation, her tattered clothing making her feel acutely self-conscious. Feng Yisheng gripped her hand tightly, fearful that a mere glance away would cause her to vanish. After much wandering, they finally located the shoe counter, where 5 sales clerks were idly chatting beneath the counter. Noticing Feng Yisheng's approach, one of the women looked up and remarked, "Help yourself. If you see something you like, let me know. The prices are not insignificant. If you find nothing to your liking, exit the cooperative and take a detour. There are many speculators with ample stock over there." With that, she returned to her previous distractions. Feng Yisheng furrowed his brow but remained silent. After surveying the area, he neatly arranged the leather shoes from his bag on the counter. The clerks beneath the counter exchanged puzzled glances. "Are you a speculator, bringing goods to the cooperative?" the earlier woman inquired first. Unhurried, Feng Yisheng withdrew the small certificate that Li Jiangguo had provided him from his pocket. With a broad smile, "I am Feng Yisheng, a salesman from the state-owned leather shoe factory in Heshantown. It has been quite some time since we've encountered a salesman from a state-run enterprise. Are you here to promote your wares to our director? Just take a right turn, and you will find the director's office. When you enter, be discreet. If you find him asleep, do not disturb him, for he tirelessly advocates for our wages daily." A woman, casually cracking sunflower seeds, pointed in a direction and prepared to continue her idle chatter. Feng Yisheng, still smiling, replied, "Sister, I am not here to see your director, but rather to inquire about your operations." "To inquire about us?" Several voices echoed in unison. Feng Yisheng nodded. "I would like to know how many pairs of shoes you sell in a day." The woman, somewhat impatient, retorted, "What do you think? Our supply and marketing cooperative only receives 3 to 5 customers a day. Our sales are minimal." Feng Yisheng, maintaining his composure, proposed, "How about we collaborate? I could place my shoes at your counter for sale. For each pair sold, I would offer you an additional 20 cents as commission. The more you sell, the more you earn, with no upper limit. Isn't that the tail end of capitalism? Young man, how can you hold such speculative thoughts at your age? I suspect your credentials are also forged," she said, her impatience growing as she began to shoo him away. "Quickly leave. If the authorities for such speculation arrive, it is not our responsibility," another echoed. "Why do we always have such salespeople intruding? Do you not realize this is a supply and marketing cooperative? We are on the state payroll, and you want us to conspire with you? That would tarnish the reputation of our country." Several women began to voice their disapproval in unison, with one even angrily tossing shoes from the counter outside. Feng Yisheng had anticipated such a reaction. In this era, the phenomenon of state-run enterprise employees maintaining a facade is commonplace. His intention was to promote, not to argue, silently enduring the humiliation. He picked up the shoes from the ground and exited quietly. The women's criticisms only intensified, drawing in others from different counters. They expected Feng Yisheng to leave. But to their surprise, he stood at the entrance and shouted to the crowd passing by, genuine top-grain leather shoes. Quality goods from a 20-year-old state-owned factory. Originally priced at 10 yuan, now only 8. Come and take a look. Chapter 5. Earning $25 in 5 minutes on the adjacent street. Such a call would be entirely commonplace. Yet, the fact that someone was shouting outside the supply and marketing cooperative seemed quite peculiar. Had the sun risen from the west? Were the sales clerks inside not akin to lords and different to the customers? Thus, many passers-by cast curious glances in that direction. Upon noticing the impeccably polished leather shoes in Feng Yisheng's hands, one individual inquired, "Are they truly made of cowhide?" Feng Yisheng tugged at the shoes with vigor, proclaiming, "I procured these through back channels from a state-owned factory. As for the quality, I invite you to assess it for yourself." The man accepted the shoes, examining them closely. Feng Yisheng, brimming with enthusiasm, distributed the 10 pairs of shoes he held to those who had gathered around. Among the crowd was a cobbler, a discerning buyer, who murmured, "Indeed, they are genuine cowhide. On the speculative street next door, such quality would likely fetch upwards of $10. Though Xiaofeng Qian appeared delicate and fragile, she understood that her brother was toiling to provide for her. Summoning her courage, she earnestly suggested, "Uncle, would you consider purchasing a pair of my brother's shoes? He is working hard to support Qian. If you buy a pair, he could afford many potatoes, and I could save them for several days, thus easing his burden." The surrounding men observed the little girl, her clothes tattered and her shoes with a gaping hole, exposing her small feet. In such times, poverty was rampant, and survival was no easy feat. A few sighed. "Do you need a ticket?" "No, just pay, and you may take them." "Are your shoes sold legally?" "Why would they not be legal? The state-owned factory can barely pay wages. Seeking an alternative means of livelihood is not unreasonable. We aim to lessen the burden on the state." "Well, it's the first time I've seen someone speak so earnestly about speculation." "Very well. Considering your efforts to support your sister, I shall take a pair. I need them for a visit to my in-laws tomorrow." This marked the commencement of Feng Yisheng's business venture. He promptly packaged the shoes for the elderly gentleman. The initial steps in any endeavor are often the most challenging. Feng Yisheng's shoes were already priced $3 below the market rate, and they originated from a reputable state-owned factory. The cooperative was situated at the heart of the county, bustling with foot traffic, and with Xiaofeng Qian, a porcelain doll of a girl, standing nearby, it was difficult for anyone to resist. One by one, they began to produce money, without even negotiating the price. In just 5 minutes, Feng Yisheng had sold 5 pairs of shoes, earning a remarkable $25, equivalent to a month's salary for the sales clerks inside the cooperative. This left everyone within the cooperative utterly speechless. Moreover, upon handling the shoes, they exclaimed, "Indeed, they are substantial and genuine cowhide." Soon, a throng of individuals began inquiring, "Can you procure more of these through back channels?" They waved their money, eager to buy. In high spirits, Feng Yisheng shouted from the entrance, "I will bring 30 pairs on the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Once sold, I shall depart." Several voices echoed their encouragement, urging him to return. After dismissing the individuals, Feng Yisheng crouched down and embraced little Feng Qian, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Today, you aided your brother tremendously. Later, I shall take you to enjoy some pork dishes." "Why, brother? Aren't we buying potatoes? Isn't pork quite expensive?" "I don't want you to waste money." Little Feng Qian gazed at Feng Yisheng, her innocence evident. Feng Yisheng chuckled softly. "In the future, I will ensure you grow plump and healthy. Now, let us proceed inside." With that, he walked towards the counter within the supply and marketing cooperative. "We sold 5 pairs in 5 minutes at the door. According to our previous agreement, one of you can earn a yuan in just 5 minutes today. If you work diligently to sell for an entire day, wouldn't you earn more than your daily wages? Isn't that worth it?" To his dismay, instead of being swayed, Feng Yisheng was met with a barrage of criticism. "What nonsense is this? The state-planned economy has been ruined by individuals like you. Leave now. We are not on the same path." "Exactly, don't ruin our mood. We are state employees, unlike you unscrupulous traders," they retorted. Feng Yisheng sneered, "Fine. Believe what you will. Within half a month, you will find yourselves begging me for goods to sell. Enough, you little traitor, you are relentless. Hurry and leave, or I shall summon the authorities to apprehend you," one of them warned. The sister at the counter resumed her seed spitting after delivering her remarks. The 5 pairs of shoes sold in 5 minutes indeed broke the monotony of the cooperative, yet it quickly reverted to its stagnant state. with no one paying Feng Yisheng any heed. Unperturbed, Feng Yisheng understood this reaction was inevitable. The cooperative members did not regard him seriously. So why was he so insistent on being there? Firstly, if he were to enter the director's office and present his sales certificate, he could certainly have the shoes displayed on the counter. However, these cooperative salespeople were merely biding their time, and even if the shoes were displayed, it was uncertain they would sell. Regardless of the era, Feng Yisheng believed that money could indeed motivate people. It was merely a matter of whether the funds were adequately positioned. He aimed to ignite the desire for profit within these cooperative members. Thus, he needed to demonstrate that selling his shoes earnestly would indeed yield profits. Secondly, the cooperative's strategic location in the heart of the county town provided a legitimate sales channel, ensuring that placing shoes for sale there would not attract unwarranted attention from authorities. Therefore, he chose not to quarrel with them, for the essence lay in earning money. Those who profited because of him would eventually call him master. In just one endeavor, he earned 25 yuan, and his mind remained undisturbed. His ambition was to amass 100,000 yuan within 3 months and establish the first private enterprise in Jianghe County. By next September, he aspired to earn 500,000 yuan to invest in government bonds in Shanghai. Now that would be true fortune. He felt no urgency to return. Over the next 2 days, he took little Feng Qian around the county for various investigations, and he also purchased several outfits for his sister to ensure she looked splendid. With a comprehensive plan forming in his mind, he bought a substantial piece of fresh pork and carried it back to the state-run shoe factory in Heishan town. Behind the factory lies a row of dormitories. A girl is bent over, tidying up the items scattered about her room. Her delicate checkered dress flutters in the bright spring breeze, and amidst the vibrant blossoms, she stands out as a striking complement to the floral tapestry. Upon turning to see Feng Yisheng, her eyes, shaped like crescent moons, crinkle at the corners with a hint of mischief. Her lips, as thin as a cicada's wing and as enchanting as dewdrops on a peach blossom, curl into a smile, surpassing the fragrance of orchids. Xiaosheng, you've come. She is Wang Xiaojin, the most beautiful girl in Heishan town, as remembered. After decades apart, Feng Yisheng feels an unusual weight in his breath. The memory of their farewell beneath the kapok tree resurfaces vividly in his mind. He finally comprehends why, in his past life, despite his immense wealth, he never truly regarded any woman beside him. For beneath the calloused layers of his heart lay a melody, that of the kapok flower girl, which always warmed his soul. In this moment, he truly understands the beauty of rebirth. With a smile, he replies, Xiaojin. Little Feng Qian is also fond of Wang Xiaojin. Upon seeing her, she eagerly wriggles out of her brother's embrace and dashes over, her little braids bobbing. Sister Xiaojin. Wang Xiaojin's large apricot-shaped eyes sparkle with excitement upon seeing Feng Qian. Qian, did your brother buy you new clothes? Yes. Sister Xiaojin, look. I have a big rooster on my belly. Little Feng Qian proudly puffs out her stomach, where a large rooster is drawn. Oh, is that so? Wang Xiaojin tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, her exquisite little face glowing with charm. Is the county town fun? Yes. Brother took me to eat lots of pork. My belly is so round, see. Wang Xiaojin burst into a fit of giggles, her pearly white teeth shining in the soft spring sunlight, painting a picture more beautiful than any in the world, softening Feng Yisheng's heart immeasurably. He raises the plate of meat, grinning widely. Today, we feast on meat. Not long after, the aroma of meat wafts through the dormitory area. Li Jiangguo arrives hurriedly. Clutching his bag, the group gathers around the table. As they chat, Li Jiangguo suddenly exclaims, Brother Sheng, what did you say? You sold 5 pairs of leather shoes in 5 minutes? And you did it right in front of the supply and marketing cooperative? Feng Yisheng places a piece of meat in his sister Feng Qian's bowl. Yes, and you still owe me 30 pairs. Tomorrow, I'll go sell them. This is the payment for those 5 pairs. Li Jiangguo takes the money, visibly concerned. Didn't you say you were out running orders? How did you end up speculating right at the cooperative? This isn't a sustainable plan. What if you get caught? Feng Yisheng knows he must explain himself. So he begins to outline his plans while eating. Wang Xiaojin, seated beside him, listens intently, gazing at Feng Yisheng. She too feels something amiss, like Li Jiangguo. She senses that Feng Yisheng has transformed entirely. As Li Jiangguo was about to ramble on, Wang Xiaojin interjected. Yesterday, the factory director visited the county primarily to discuss the issue of wages. Unfortunately, the information I received indicates that the director was unable to secure even a single penny. The factory must rely on its own resources. Given that our shoes sell so well, why not be bold and seek our own path? I believe we could experiment with the method of small victories. Li Jiangguo fell silent, contemplating for a moment. Since we are committed to this course of action, let us proceed. I shall arrange the goods immediately. With that, Li Jiangguo stood and departed. Wan Xiaojin called after him. Aren't you going to eat? No time for that. Making money is paramount. The steadfast supporter of the proletariat, Li Jiangguo, vanished after uttering this remark. Only Feng Yisheng and Wang Xiaojin remained at the table, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. In their past lives, these two shared mutual affection. Whenever they found themselves alone, a hint of fluster and shyness would grace Wang Xiaojin's face, preventing her from meeting Feng Yisheng's gaze or uttering a word. It was just as it had been in their previous existence. Feng Yisheng gazed at her for a long while before finally asking, "Are you well?" Wang Xiaojin, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, replied somewhat self-consciously, "Yes. Have you been busy these days? Why haven't you come to see me and Zhangguo?" Feng Yisheng sighed deeply. "There are many matters to attend to in the fields." "Oh," Wang Xiaojin replied, unsure how to continue the conversation. Eventually, she shifted the topic. "I tidied up a bit here. Zhangguo mentioned that you and Qianqian will be living here from now on. I only come by to rest at noon, so the house is mostly empty." "All right, thank you." Feng Yisheng looked at Wang Xiaojin, feeling a wealth of unspoken words that he had longed to share for decades, yet they remained trapped within him. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. After lunch, Wang Xiaojin had to return to her duties in the finance department, so she took her leave. As she departed, she failed to notice Feng Yisheng watching her from behind, murmuring, "In this life, I shall not waste your 10 years of waiting." The siblings conversed as they always had, enveloped in a serene tranquility. The following morning, Feng Yisheng hurriedly carried a large cloth bag alongside little Feng Qian to a tractor parked outside the factory. Heading toward the county supply and marketing cooperative remained as desolate as ever. However, by that afternoon, a considerable crowd gathered at the entrance, waiting together. As Feng Yisheng appeared with the large cloth bag, the throng rushed toward him. "Yes, that's him. I bought my shoes from him. He is incredible. My old yellow dog has even broken its teeth on them. The quality is as sturdy as iron. That is genuine cowhide. Not the flimsy paper leather sold by those unscrupulous traders." Chapter 6. The allure of money. Feng Yisheng was taken aback by the commotion his arrival had stirred. Burdened with goods and navigating through a throng of ticket-holding individuals, he finally reached the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative before commencing his business. Several times, Feng Qian nearly got swept away by the crowd, and Feng Yisheng dared not let his guard down, gripping tightly onto her. Indeed, the cacophony outside shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere of the cooperative, leaving everyone inside staring blankly outwards. The sales clerks at the shoe counter recognized him. Wasn't this the young vendor who had come to peddle shoes a few days prior? How could this young man's shoes sell so well? They had previously chased Feng Yisheng away, but this time, they fell silent, some even curiously edging closer to the entrance to point and whisper. Just as the chatter reached a crescendo, Director Lu Minchon emerged from his office, balding and somewhat portly. He had attempted to resist the passage of time by letting the few remaining strands of hair grow long, sweeping them from one side to the other, creating a rather unique comb-over in a futile attempt to project an image of youth. Despite having napped through the morning in his office, Director Lu still appeared quite haggard. Upon noticing the ruckus at the entrance, his brows furrowed in irritation. "What is going on out there? Does it sound like a vegetable market?" he barked. "Xiaoyang, tell me what is happening." The young lady who had confronted Feng Yisheng previously hurriedly exited the counter. "It's the shoe vendor," she reported. "A vendor?" Lu Minchon felt a surge of anger rising within him as he strode toward the entrance. He despised vendors like this. Was it any wonder that business at the cooperative was dismal? It was precisely these street vendors who were to blame. Stepping outside, he witnessed Feng Yisheng busily collecting money and selling goods, which only fueled his ire. "Who permitted you to sell goods at the entrance of the cooperative? Remove your merchandise immediately. You vendors have the audacity to encroach upon our cooperative's doorstep." A brief silence enveloped the crowd. However, it soon dissipated, and no one acknowledged him, continuing their purchases instead. Feng Yisheng had no time to engage with him. Lu Minchon's remaining few strands of hair seemed ready to stand on end in his frustration. Just as he was about to reprimand them, an elderly gentleman stepped in front of him. "What's wrong with us common folks picking up a few bargains and purchasing some good shoes? How does that concern you? You are conducting business at the entrance of our cooperative, which is against the law. Disperse this instant." Lu Minchon fumed, almost smoking with rage. He then pointed at Feng Yisheng. "Are you ignoring me, or what?" Feng Yisheng remained unperturbed, offering a conciliatory smile. Please hold on, Director, just a few more minutes. What are you waiting for? Leave immediately. Lu Minshan commanded, preparing to toss Feng Yisheng's shoes away. But the crowd was not ready to back down. The elderly man who had first spoken now stood firmly in front of Lu Minshan. Why don't you try throwing something? If your cooperative isn't selling anything, does that mean this young man cannot sell his wares? Indeed, observe how you, the venerable officials of the cooperative society, have transformed an institution meant to serve the populace into a mere shadow of the pre-liberation county magistrate's office, who enters without feeling a surge of indignation. This cooperative society belongs to the state and the people. We, the citizens, permit this young man to sell his wares here. In an instant, the crowd commenced a barrage of criticism directed at Lu Minshan. Enraged, Lu's temper flared. Having just awoken, his mind was still clouded. Yet he found himself on the receiving end of a tirade. Just as he prepared to engage in further discourse, he was hastily pulled into the cooperative by a few sales clerks who feared the situation might escalate. The leading elder, after unleashing a few choice expletives, reassured Feng Yisheng, "Fear not, young man. Even if those engaged in speculative trading were to arrive today, we shall protect you. Your shoes are of fine quality and reasonably priced. We shall purchase them." Indeed, the mere thought of these pompous officials incensed the crowd further. A few individuals chimed in agreement. Amidst the throng, Feng Yisheng repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After a mere 10 minutes, all 30 pairs of shoes had been sold. Rising with a buoyant spirit, Feng Yisheng addressed the assembly. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to the esteemed elders of the village. Without your support for my business, I would surely have faced starvation. Moreover, I am grateful for your assistance in rescuing our state-owned factory. I shall return tomorrow. Should any of you have relatives in need of shoes, please send them my way, and I shall offer them a friendly price." With that, Feng Yisheng departed, cradling Xiao Fengqian. However, as he left, he cast a glance back at the interior of the cooperative. Upon being dragged inside, Lu Minshan immediately convened a serious assembly to address the issues at hand. Dozens of sales clerks found themselves chastised, unable to lift their heads in shame. Feng Yisheng's words were a provocation, thoroughly irritating Lu Minshan, yet he dared not unleash his wrath in front of the throng gathered outside. With furrowed brows, he watched as Feng Yisheng made his exit. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu delivered another round of reprimands before retreating to his office. Gradually, his mind began to settle. Had that young vendor just claimed to represent a state-owned factory? Which factory produced shoes that sold so well? He contemplated stepping outside to inquire. Yet his pride restrained him. Outside, the sales clerks of the cooperative were abuzz with excitement. An exuberant elder sister rushed to the counter. Her expression exaggerated as she exclaimed, "I just calculated it. Within half an hour, this young man sold 30 pairs of shoes. At 8 yuan each. That amounts to a staggering 240 yuan in sales. Goodness, have you even sold 30 pairs this year?" It turned out the clerk who had confronted Feng Yisheng was the head of the shoe department. Was this not a slap in her face? The elder sister's demeanor soured. "What are you insinuating? Did your section even surpass 100 yuan in sales this year? What do you mean by that?" The two women, at odds, were on the verge of a hair-pulling contest, a timeless spectacle. The elder sister retorted, "Our situation is dictated by national policy. It is not comparable to yours." Truly, it was humiliating. Last month, she had not sold as much as this young man did in half an hour. "Pray tell, how do you speak?" The two women erupted into a fierce argument. In the past, when two counters quarreled, the entire populace united in solidarity, and the shoe cabinet exhibited unparalleled fighting spirit. However, today, as personnel at the shoe cabinet are markedly different, aside from one woman, the rest sit beneath the counter, refraining from participation, each engrossed in their own calculations. The young entrepreneur proclaimed that for each pair of shoes sold, he would grant them a commission of 20 cents. Today, he sold a total of 30 pairs. "Had I sold them all, that would yield $6 in commission for a single day, amounting to gasp, $180 in a month. That would be half a year's salary for me." The salespeople at the shoe cabinet were profoundly stimulated by this prospect. Yet, they remained unaware that this stimulation was merely the precursor to much greater revelations ahead. After selling the 30 pairs, Feng Yisheng, in a bid to save time, gritted his teeth and approached a public telephone. To economize on the call, he succinctly conveyed, "Jianghua, send a truckload of goods over immediately. I've just sold all 30 pairs. Also, could you please inform Xiao Jin to look after Qianqian? Things are a bit chaotic here, and I'm struggling to manage everything." Chapter 7. Eccentric Genius. Li Jianguo exclaimed on the other end of the line, unable to contain his excitement. My brother has only been in the county town for a short while, and he has already sold it so quickly. I will arrange everything for you right away. The factory is finally saved. Just now, Xiaojin was telling me about this matter. She said it might not be safe for you and Feng Qian to conduct business in the city, and she offered to help look after you. You two truly have a remarkable connection. Feng Yisheng nodded in agreement. All right, let's meet at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative at 3 this afternoon. Also, please bring Qian back with you. We've almost lost her a few times. With that, Feng Yisheng hung up the phone. He had just discussed this with Xiao Feng Qian. Although the little girl was somewhat naive, she understood that being with her brother would only add to his worries, so she refrained from throwing a tantrum. Feeling a bit reluctant to part with him, there was no alternative. The street vendor scene was chaotic and filled with all sorts of people, making it unsafe for Feng Qian to follow him. Just as he was about to leave, a middle-aged man caught his attention as he walked by. After making a call, the man became serious and began to speak with remarkable eloquence. Dad, listen to me now. You need to talk to the cousin of my aunt's son. My salary is too low, and you should have him. Otherwise, I feel like I can't. His words flowed like a stream, rapid and articulate. The onlookers, including the boss behind him, were left in awe. After he hung up with a decisive click, he pointed at the phone, proudly announcing, Boss. Right on the mark, exactly 1 minute, not a second less, not a second more. The boss gave him a thumbs up. You're impressive. You can time your calls to exactly 60 seconds every time. Of course, the gold medal seller on Daoi Street is not just for show, the middle-aged man replied, tossing a coin with a sense of pride before walking away. The people behind him began to express their amazement. Through their chatter, Feng Yisheng learned that this peculiar individual was named Zheng Kaihong, a shoe seller on Daoi Street, renowned for his persuasive sales techniques. What was most astonishing was his uncanny ability to time his calls to the second. If he intended to talk for 60 seconds, it would never exceed or fall short of that time. Even more incredulous was the fact that he appeared to be nearly 50 years old, yet upon inquiry, it turned out he was only 18, younger than Feng Yisheng. Such eccentric characters often possess extraordinary talents. Intrigued, Feng Yisheng, with little Feng Qian in tow, followed this individual to the back of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where Daoi Street was bustling with activity, offering a myriad of wares. After a lengthy search, Feng Yisheng finally spotted Zheng Kaihong, who was embroiled in a heated argument with a woman. The woman, hands on her hips and face flushed, exuded a fierce demeanor, clearly a formidable debater. In most cases, when a man and a woman argue, the capable ones can hold their ground for 3 rounds. However, in this peculiar situation, Zheng Kaihong seemed utterly stumped, as if he were holding back a long-buried sigh. The result of his inability to respond was quite the spectacle. He flipped the table in frustration. In a fit of rage, the woman stormed into the back room and emerged with a quilt, hurling it outside. Get lost. I can't deal with you. Just roll as far away as you can. With that, she turned on her heel and retreated indoors. Zheng Kaihong was seething, nearly choking on his fury. At the door, he shouted, For a month, I've helped you sell over 100 pairs of shoes. According to what your husband promised me, I was to receive a mere dime per pair. I've worked my fingers to the bone, yet you two refuse to acknowledge my efforts. Aren't you afraid your son will be missing something essential? Inside, there was no response, and the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, some even approaching to offer a few words of comfort. Feng Yisheng attentively listened to their discussions, all echoing the sentiment that the couple was short-sighted. They can make you so much money in a month. Why are you so unwilling to part with 10 bucks? Many others approached Zheng Kaihong, attempting to win him over. However, consumed by anger, he ignored them all and stormed off with his cup. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yisheng approached him, saying, May we converse? Zheng Kaihong, irritable, retorted, You capitalists are all the same. You speak hollow words, thinking others are easy to deceive. Don't bother engaging with me. I've seen the harsh realities of life, and am returning home to farm with my father. Feng Yisheng chuckled lightly. I too am in the shoe business and sympathize with your plight. How about this? Let me treat you to a meal and buy you a ticket home. What do you say? Zheng Kaihong then regarded him intently. Brother, what's your angle here? Why the sudden generosity? Feng Yisheng replied, You're so destitute. What could I possibly gain from you? Zheng Kaihong's anger flared, but then he reconsidered. After all, he was merely a farmer. Why not accept a free meal? He swallowed hard. Will there be meat? Feng Yisheng produced a $10 bill from his pocket, flicking it with his fingers. 10 bucks for dinner. Order whatever you like. After months without tasting meat, Zheng Kaihong's stomach lurched at the thought, and his demeanor softened considerably. All right, But let us make one thing clear. Don't have any ulterior motives. Enough of that. You're acting like a woman, Feng Yisheng remarked as he walked ahead, hands clasped behind his back. Zheng Kaihong gritted his teeth and followed. Indeed, Feng Yisheng was exceedingly generous. Upon entering a restaurant, he placed the $10 bill before the owner, instructing him to prepare a meal according to that budget. Fish and meat were served. As Zheng Kaihong beheld the spread, he lost all restraint, indulging heartily. Between bites, he gave Feng Yisheng a thumbs up. Brother, you're a true friend. You've brought a sliver of warmth to this indifferent world. What did you say? You're also in the shoe business? Feng Yisheng smiled. I've only been in the trade for less than 5 days. Zheng Kaihong's eyes widened. Ah, a newcomer? Well, you've come to the right person. Let me share some insights. When selling shoes, you must understand what appeals to different customers. Men tend to value quality, while women are drawn to style. Do not linger there like a vendor boasting about their wares. Such behavior exemplifies the most rudimentary approach to selling shoes. When the topic of shoe sales arose, Zheng Kaihong began to speak with great fervor, leaving Feng Yisheng profoundly astonished. In 1987, how did others sell shoes? No one seemed to care about the customer's thoughts. They merely touted the superiority of their own footwear, employing the same monotonous phrases repeatedly. Yet, this individual possessed the remarkable ability to discern customer needs and encapsulated it in a particularly astute saying, speak to people in a manner befitting their nature. Even more astonishing to Feng Yisheng was Zheng Kaihong's insight in selling both men's and women's shoes together. What delighted Feng Yisheng the most was Zheng's innovative sales strategy. Every customer who purchased shoes from him received a small slip bearing his stamped name. Should they return with this slip for a subsequent purchase, they could enjoy a discount of 50 cents. Was this not a precursor to the vouchers that would later become ubiquitous, yet ever effective? Why did Feng Yisheng invite him to dinner? Because he sought a competent assistant, but did not wish to select one carelessly. Thus, he hoped to gain further insight into Zheng Kaihong during this meal. It was evident that Zheng's forward-thinking sales mentality had profoundly impressed him. Indeed, a remarkable talent. After Zheng Kaihong concluded his eloquent discourse, he suddenly appeared dejected. I sold leather shoes on the street for a month, outshining everyone around me. Yet, there are always moments of misfortune. Recently, I longed to encounter a shoe seller even more skilled than myself. Chapter 8. You are that expert? Feng Yisheng pondered little on this query. He merely inquired, and then placed a piece of meat into Feng Qian's bowl. The young girl, oblivious to their conversation, gazed at them with a naive expression. Zheng Kaihong, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Brother, have you heard of an extraordinary shoe seller during your recent days in the trade? First, this brother boldly sells shoes right outside the supply and marketing cooperative. How invigorating. It truly benefits our trade. Second, he sold 5 pairs in just 5 minutes, breaking records in our industry. Feng Yisheng paused, taken aback as he realized that this so-called expert was none other than himself. He had not even recognized his own burgeoning fame within the industry. An awkward silence ensued. That was merely luck, I believe. Luck? Zheng Kaihong was visibly agitated. You dare to dismiss another's talent as mere luck? A wave of embarrassment washed over Feng Yisheng, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, a group of older gentlemen with red noses entered, greeting the owner and requesting some fried dishes. They then curiously scrutinized Feng Yisheng. Ah, it truly is you, young man. One of them remarked. Feng Yisheng, intrigued, replied, Excuse me, sir, may I know who you are? The elderly man, brimming with vitality, adjusted his leather shoes and smiled enigmatically. You have quality goods from the state-run factory that you procured through the back door. Ah, it's you. Young man, when will you have new stock available? I intend to gift a pair to my village's secretary, another elder interjected. Upon closer inspection, Feng Yisheng recognized them as the very men who had purchased shoes from him. Realization dawned, and he quickly warmed up to them. Initially, Zheng Kaihong had dismissed the situation, but as he listened, he became increasingly astonished, his prematurely aging face reflecting a newfound shock. After the elders departed, he swallowed hard and asked, Brother, the one selling outside the cooperative was you? Feng Yisheng nodded. Just good fortune, that's all. Today, I sold 30 pairs again. Goodness, how long did that take? Half an hour. Wow, I am truly humbled, Zheng Kaihong admitted, feeling overshadowed by Feng Yisheng's success. Seizing the moment, Feng Yisheng pressed on, Are you truly willing to return to farming? How could I? But what choice do I have? It infuriates me to remember, how can one conduct themselves in such a manner, promising wages yet withholding every last penny? Zheng Kaihong recalled the couple's actions, anger surging within him. Feng Yisheng chuckled softly. They fail to recognize talent. Why not join me? I offer food and lodging. Moreover, as a legitimate salesperson for a state-run factory, you need not fear imprisonment. The commission will be the same as theirs, but unlike them, the more you sell, the more I reward you, even paying you on the spot. Among experts in the shoe-selling realm, a camaraderie often flourishes. Zheng Kaihong, having experienced the splendor of the city, could never content himself with returning to a rural life. His words were merely a moment of frustration. Had he known where to procure stock, he would undoubtedly venture out on his own. Feng Yisheng, a legitimate salesman from a state-owned factory, captured his attention. However, he remained somewhat skeptical. How could an employee of a state factory be out here selling goods? Feng Yisheng engaged him in conversation, noticing the man's doubts. As time seemed to be drawing near, Feng Yisheng smiled knowingly and said, "Come, let me show you my operation. If you are truly interested in pursuing this, I can help you prosper." Zheng Kaihong, only partially understanding, followed closely behind him. Feng Yisheng first secured several rooms at a private guest house across from the supply and marketing cooperative. He then waited outside with Zheng Kaihong. Shortly after, a tractor rattled up. Li Jiangguo, clutching a leather bag, appeared youthful, yet his meticulously styled hair gleamed in the setting sun. As the vehicle came to a halt, Li Jiangguo eagerly jumped down, and Xiao Fengxian joyfully ran towards him, exclaiming, "Brother Jiangguo." Li Jiangguo, slightly taken aback, nervously glanced at Feng Yisheng and asked, "Brother Sheng, did you really sell them?" Feng Yisheng handed him some money, stating, "This is the payment for 30 pairs of shoes." Upon receiving the money, Li Jiangguo grasped the reality that the shoes were indeed sold. "Impressive. When can you fulfill my entire tractor load?" "In 2 days." Feng Yisheng replied as he moved to the back of the tractor and pulled off the tarpaulin. The sight of an entire truckload of shoes exhilarated Zheng Kaihong. He rushed to the back to open a box and found it filled with genuine leather. The spirit of shoe selling penetrated his very soul. The moment he held a pair, dozens of methods to sell them flashed through his mind. Swallowing hard, he wondered, "Can we really sell these shoes?" It was then that Li Jiangguo noticed the elderly man beside Feng Yisheng and asked curiously, "Brother Sheng, who is this uncle?" Pa. I'm only 19. Don't call me uncle." Zheng Kaihong had spent a significant portion of his life explaining his age. Li Jiangguo looked at Feng Yisheng with confusion, who simply nodded and replied, "Picked him up on the roadside. He'll help me sell shoes from now on. Now, let us get the goods into the guest house first." The group soon became busy. By the time they moved the goods inside, it was already evening. The three of them bought some food and drinks and gathered to strategize. The approach remained the same. Feng Yisheng's goal was not merely selling shoes on the street, but rather to persuade the individuals at the supply and marketing cooperative to take their goods and actively assist in sales. In a sense, Feng Yisheng was becoming a middleman for the state factory. This was just the beginning. In the next phase, Feng Yisheng intended to adopt a processing model. "I will provide you with designs, you will manufacture according to my specifications, and I will pay you a processing fee. What price I sell them for, and to whom is none of your concern." Zheng Kaihong was a master at selling shoes, but lacked planning skills. As he quietly absorbed Feng Yisheng's unheard of ideas in the modest guest house, he felt as though his worldview was being transformed. Though he had not received much formal education, he possessed a keen business acumen. A subtle intuition suggested that the figure before him, Shang Gu, might one day become unimaginable. Years hence, as a billionaire, he would stand before the media, reflecting on these days, stating, "Back then, I sensed that Shang Gu was extraordinary, and indeed, he became the wealthiest." After a few conversations, the night sky outside was already densely populated with stars. Zheng Taihong, having indulged in drink, lay silent upon the table. Li Jiangguo, recalling something, promptly retrieved a bag and produced a water cup from within. "Here, this is something that Sister Xiaojin insisted I bring for you, saying you don't drink enough water. You ought to carry some with you while you work." "Shingu, I'm not trying to meddle here. But as a modern-day Direnjia, my intuition tells me that Sister Xiaojin's gift of this cup must carry a special significance." It was a thermos, inscribed with the words Peng Cheng Si Jin. A wave of warmth enveloped Feng Yisheng as he took the cup, remarking, "What special significance could a cup possess? See, you're just a big boss who's rather obtuse." Li Jiangguo, slightly inebriated, exclaimed loudly, "A cup signifies a lifetime. Do you understand? Sometimes I think you feign ignorance while fully aware. Is Sister Xiaojin not beautiful? Not gentle? Not virtuous? You ought to relish the fortune of having her around. You simple farmer, always posturing in front of me." Feng Yisheng kicked him lightly, retorting, "She still has her engagement to resolve." "Engagement, my foot. Has Sister Xiao Jin ever treated that man with kindness? So what if he is the son of a cadre family? The nation has reformed and opened up. They are outdated, do you not see? Entrepreneurs like us, who actively respond to national policies and engage in the private economy, are the ones in demand. You, who profess to be a staunch member of the proletariat, how is it that you now take pride in speculation? That is a different matter altogether. Although I am engaged in capitalist endeavors, it is for the sake of the revolution, selflessly penetrating the ranks of the class enemy. Enough, enough. After a few drinks, you no longer recognize yourself. I will manage my affairs with Sister Xiao Jin. The two continued their banter under the starlit sky. The following day, Li Jiangguo set off early with Stao Fengqian. As they departed, Feng Yisheng embraced them tightly, reluctant to part. The sensation was akin to lifting a heavy brick only to set it down again. He cherished the moment, yet knew he must relinquish it. The harsh reality loomed. He needed to earn money to change his circumstances, enduring the discomfort of separation, albeit with the comfort of having Li Jiangguo and Wang Xiaojin to look after him. In the ensuing days, Feng Yisheng's audacious actions created a sensation throughout the county. Why? The entire town became aware that each afternoon, across from the supply and marketing cooperative, there was a shoe vendor. The shoes, made of pure leather, boasted exceptional quality and, crucially, were remarkably inexpensive. Purchase 5 pairs, receive 1 free. Buy 1 pair, get a pair of socks. Referrals earned customers a discount of 1 yuan. Various promotions emerged ceaselessly. Each day, the street across from the cooperative bustled with crowds akin to a market day. Who suffered the most? First, those at the cooperative, who were acutely aware of how many pairs of shoes Feng Yisheng sold each day. Second, the shoe vendors on the street, as they found themselves without any business to conduct. At first, the director did not take Feng Yisheng seriously. However, given the remarkable volume of sales he achieved daily, could he remain indifferent? After discreetly observing for a few days, he summoned the person from the shoe cabinet into his office. That little entrepreneur across the table. How many pairs of shoes did he sell today? Chapter 9. I surrendered 80 pairs. The shoe cabinet manager, Yang Jinhua, hesitated in her response. Just as Feng Yisheng had anticipated, these salespeople had been utterly subdued. Each day, they would gaze across at Feng Yisheng, who was raking in profits. Who among them did not regret rejecting Feng Yisheng's initial proposition? Another 80 sold? Lu Minshan nearly shouted in astonishment. Over the past few days, Feng Yisheng's daily sales had consistently surpassed 80 pairs. Lu Minshan began to calculate. Each pair cost 3 yuan. If I sell them for 5 at my counter, I would earn 2 yuan per pair. 80 pairs would yield a gross profit of 160. With 32 employees in the cooperative, the daily wage bill was 50 yuan. By this reckoning, wouldn't we be self-sufficient and still have a surplus? Why should I continue to run to the county government, begging the mayor for subsidies? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Minshan's mood became increasingly unsettled. Anxiously, he paced the office. At that moment, Yang Jinhua timidly inquired, Director, I would like to ask, what did they say at the county today? You see, we haven't received our wages for half a year now. Is there any way to resolve it? What nonsense! Lu Minshan erupted in anger. The cause of his fury was his recent fruitless visit to the county. The county's stance was unequivocal, there was no money, and they were awaiting directives from above. Furthermore, it was hinted that the cooperative might even face dissolution. This thought only fueled his ire further. Look at you all. How do you conduct yourselves at work? Eating seeds, doing manicures, when the public comes to buy. You put on airs as if you were some grand leaders, and you have the audacity to look down on the vendors across the street. Who gave you such misplaced confidence? The daily sales of those small vendors surpass your 2 years' worth of sales combined. Are you not ashamed? If you had even a modicum of ambition, our cooperative would not have fallen to this state. This group was not unfamiliar with reprimands and had grown accustomed to them. Yang Jinhua, with a slight smirk, murmured, Director, you spend all day sleeping in the office and have never cared for us. Besides, you are the one who despises vendors the most. This is a case of the upper beam not being straight, causing the lower beam to be crooked. How come the tables have turned so smoothly? You dare to argue with me? Lu Minshan's fury was palpable, causing everyone to lower their heads in fear. The office fell into a stifling silence. After chain smoking for a while, Lu Minshan finally extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Resolved, if that young man sets up stall again tomorrow, you must bring him in. I want to have a proper discussion with him. We are going to sell his shoes, right? Suddenly, a spark of joy illuminated the face of one of the salespeople. For Feng Yisheng had promised them that as long as they sold his shoes, they would earn a commission of 20 cents per pair. In recent days, Feng Yisheng had thoroughly motivated them. With such impressive sales figures, surely they would all become prosperous. The group began to buzz with excitement, exchanging eager whispers. Lu Mingshan rose, hands clasped behind his back. You all need to use your brains. Do not think of this place as a guaranteed job without hard work. You will all soon find yourselves unemployed. Return to your posts. I will seek policies from the county. With that, Lu Mingshan picked up his bag from the table and exited the office. 5 days passed, and Feng Yisheng had earned an impressive 2,000 yuan. What does 2,000 yuan signify? With this sum, Feng Yisheng purchased a warehouse of over 500 square meters in the county town. After accounting for all expenses, he still had more than 1,000 yuan left. True to his word, he settled accounts with Zhang Kaihong every day after selling shoes. Zhang Kaihong felt as if he were dreaming. He had made over 100 yuan in just 5 days, a far better situation than before. His enthusiasm grew with each passing day. On this particular day, Li Jiangguo brought over a tractor load of goods. After finishing their labor, the 3 men sat, drenched in sweat, in the warehouse Feng Yisheng had acquired. They bought a bit of liquor and some marinated beef, enjoying a taste of a better life. After a few drinks, Li Jiangguo curiously inquired, Shengge, haven't any officials come to apprehend you while you've been setting up shop these past few days? Feng Yisheng chuckled. That is precisely what I worry about. We need to consider a transformation. Zhang Kaihong, having just begun to savor the fruits of their labor, grew anxious. Shengge, please don't say that. I still wish to save money to build a grand tiled house back home. Over the past few days, he had noticed numerous officials passing by without any intention to apprehend them. Just yesterday, one official had even been persuaded to buy a pair of shoes from him, indicating that the policies from above had become more lenient. Why should they cease their endeavors? Feng Yisheng's boldness in conducting business openly in front of the supply and marketing cooperative stemmed from his daily habit of reading newspapers. In this era, all business opportunities lay within the pages of those newspapers. A few days ago, he had come across an article titled, Adhering to the Economic Path of Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, further opening up the small commodity market. The list of small commodities included shoes and apparel. It seemed the county had also received directives, as recently, officials had ceased their pursuit of those reselling shoes and clothing, turning a blind eye instead. The more open-minded officials even engaged in casual conversation. How's business? Feng Yisheng took a small sip and asked, what is the best location in the county town? Of course, it is the area we firmly occupy, the supply and marketing cooperative. Well then, let me ask you this. Since this location is so prime, why don't the vendors from the street of resellers come here to set up shop? That is obvious. They are afraid of being caught by the officials. They are living in fear. Feng Yisheng continued, if the officials were no longer apprehending people, what would happen? Shengge. That's a pointless question. Given the prime location, if the officials stop apprehending people, all the vendors from the street of resellers would. Zhang Kaihong suddenly awoke to the implications of his words. Are you suggesting that before long, the area opposite the supply and marketing cooperative will undoubtedly be completely taken over by the vendors? Feng Yisheng set down his wine glass, lamenting the harsh realities of the market. If one does not consider the next step, they are destined to be eliminated, to be crushed. As I anticipated, tomorrow will undoubtedly see other opportunists emerge in that vicinity. Our market stall cannot endure for long. Li Jiangguo, who was nearby, grew anxious. What should we do then? Just yesterday, I boasted to my father-in-law that we would resume production within a week and clear our inventory within a month. With what you've just said, I feel rather uncertain, Brother Sheng. Feng Yisheng shot him a disapproving glance. Your temperament is your flaw. You lack composure. Just because there is no profit in setting up a stall does not mean we should cease our efforts. Do you think I stand at the supply and marketing cooperative merely to earn a meager 2,000 yuan? To those two across from us, that sum seems substantial. However, in my previous life, I was a man of wealth managing billions in yuan daily. Money, to me, is merely a figure devoid of impact. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Feng Yisheng elaborated on his thoughts, igniting a fervor within them. His initial strategy was to supply goods to the cooperative and incentivize the sales staff with commissions. Yet, his vision had evolved. He aimed to transform the cooperative into a wholesale market for shoes, attracting merchants from neighboring counties to procure their stock. Only in this way would his earnings accelerate. The following day, as predicted by Feng Yisheng, when they set up their stall, 2 bold opportunists emerged from the street of vendors nearby, setting up their stalls right in front of them. Despite their business still thriving, the presence of these 2 competitors siphoned off a fair share of foot traffic. Just as they were engrossed in their work, Yang Jinhua, the woman who had previously clashed with Feng Yisheng, approached with a conciliatory smile. Young man, it seems your business is quite prosperous. Chapter 10. My terms of cooperation, it was satisfactory. Selling around 180 pairs a day relied heavily on the support of the local community. Sir, how many pairs would you like? 3 pairs, is it? Feng Yisheng was quite busy, glancing at the elderly gentleman. The old man gritted his teeth. Do you still have that promotion from the day before yesterday, buy 5? Get 1 free? Feng Yisheng responded enthusiastically. Yes, indeed. Would you like 5 pairs? Yes, please, 5 pairs. I have a large family and need them as gifts. The old gentleman produced a stack of 10 yuan bills, licked his fingers, and counted them out to Feng Yisheng. Feng Yisheng swiftly began to package the shoes. Yang Jinhua watched with wide eyes and murmured to herself, what on earth will he do with so many shoes? The old man, aware of her affiliation with the supply and marketing cooperative, retorted, what concern is it of yours? Yang Jinhua fell silent. Feng Yisheng cast a sidelong glance at her. Deliberately raising his voice, Xiao Zhang, how many have you sold today? Brother Sheng, 30 pairs. Come on, let us see if we can break 100 pairs today. Absolutely. Annie, would you like 2 pairs? Zheng Kaihong busily attended to his own tasks. Over the past few days, Yang Jinhua and her colleagues had been closely monitoring the business here. However, this was their only opportunity to truly experience the atmosphere up close. At this moment, she felt increasingly anxious, eager for Feng Yisheng to quickly deliver the shoes to their cooperative. This was money that rightfully belonged to them. All her pride set aside. She looked at Feng Yisheng with a conciliatory demeanor. Young man, please don't take what happened the other day to heart. My sister has a bit of a temper and lacks discernment. Oh, is there something you need? Feng Yisheng remained preoccupied, promoting a pair of shoes to an older woman. Annie, how about a few pairs? The woman crouched down to examine the styles laid out on the ground. Feng Yisheng continued to beckon her. Yang Jinhua steeled herself to press on. Why don't you come by our cooperative? Director Liu wishes to meet you. Feng Yisheng was well aware of Yang Jinhua's intentions. He was merely feigning indifference. Casting her a curious glance, he replied, I think not. Your director seemed rather predatory that day. Aren't you proletarians opposed to us capitalist parasites? I fear that if I enter, you'll summon those who engage in speculation to detain me. No. It's truly a misunderstanding. Our director was simply in a foul mood. If you would just that enough, sister, can't you see I'm busy? He dismissed her. Go back and tell your director that I'm just a small-time operator, not worth his attention. I can't afford to climb that high. Good day. With that, Feng Yisheng completely ignored Yang Jinhua. Tears nearly welled up in her eyes, but she felt powerless. Dejected, she returned to the cooperative. Upon entering, she was surrounded by numerous people, all inquiring about the situation, eager to profit alongside this small-time operator. Yang Jinhua recounted Feng Yisheng's final words. Indeed, the sales staff grew discontented, each beginning to complain. It's all the director's fault. Several individuals could no longer contain their frustrations and stormed into Lu Minchan's office, creating quite a commotion. At this moment, Lu Minchan was not in a frantic state. Upon reflection, he realized his demeanor that day had been rather inappropriate. Considering the future of the supply and marketing cooperative and the livelihoods of his colleagues, an apology was undoubtedly warranted. Thus, he stepped out of the cooperative, though he did not allow anyone to accompany him. Consequently, a throng of salespeople gathered at the entrance, eagerly watching Lu Minchan as he crossed the street. Remarkably, the moment Lu appeared, several vendors nearby hastily gathered their belongings and fled, seemingly more terrified than if they had encountered a red armband. At that moment, only a few mismatched pairs of shoes remained at the stalls, resulting in a rather sparse crowd. When Zheng Kaihong noticed Lu Minchan approaching, he instinctively grabbed his things, preparing to escape. However, he was halted by Feng Yisheng's voice. Why are you running? Zhang replied that Lu is a skinflint. His old bald head is no good. How many vendors over at our street have been reported to the authorities by him? Brother Sheng, we shouldn't stumble under his hand. Is he really that ruthless? Feng Yisheng asked, intrigued. Zheng Kaihong explained, what do you think? His father was a speculator. He knows how to deal with people. All right, he isn't here to arrest us. He's here to negotiate. Feng Yisheng restrained Zheng Kaihong. Negotiate? Zhang's words had barely left his lips when Lu Minchan approached with a faint cordiality. A smile that was more skin-deep than genuine. Haha, young man, you've worked hard. As he drew closer, he produced a cigarette case and offered one to Feng Yisheng. Care for a smoke? Zheng Kaihong remained silent, genuinely apprehensive of this bald man. Feng Yisheng, however, maintained his composure and smiled lightly. No, Director Liu, Is there something you need? Lu Minshan continued his charade. Actually, it's nothing too significant. I merely noticed how hard you all are working selling your goods in this sweltering heat. Perhaps you would like to come to my office for a glass of water? Feng Yisheng replied. Director Lu, you must have something to say. It's unusual for you to visit without purpose. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Lu Minshan gritted his teeth and stated, regarding the cooperation you mentioned the other day, we could discuss it. And how do you propose we discuss it? Though Feng Yisheng was not old, his gaze was seasoned as it scrutinized Lu Minshan, causing the latter to feel a prickling unease. Come to my office? Oh, of course. I must first apologize for that day. I was rather impatient. You can't imagine how stressful my trips to the county are, always being berated. I hope you won't take it to heart. After pondering, Feng Yisheng noticed the stalls were relatively empty. He turned to Zheng Kaihong and said, Xiaozeng, keep an eye on the stall. I'll be back shortly. Don't go, Brother Sheng. This is surely a trap once you step in. Feng Yisheng interrupted. I'm aware. Just watch the stall. He then turned to Lu Minshan and said, let us go. Lu Minshan offered an awkward smile, and together, the two entered the supply and marketing cooperative. The vendors at the entrance remained utterly silent. For it had indeed come to pass the words spoken by Feng Yisheng. Within half a month, I shall have you invite me back. Now, it was not merely an invitation, but rather a plea for his return, akin to beseeching an ancestor. Clearly, Lu Minshan was eager to alter the current circumstances. Once the two entered and the door was shut, he displayed an urgent desire to collaborate. In essence, the discussion boiled down to Feng Yisheng's shoes being introduced, which I would assist in selling. Upon sales, we would share the profits. Feng Yisheng remained indifferent to these details, listening quietly. As the conversation reached its conclusion, he interjected, Director Lu, I can agree to the terms of cooperation you proposed. However, there are several points I need to clarify with you. Lu Minshan exhaled in relief. Please, go ahead, Xiao Feng. Feng Yisheng smiled and stated, firstly, the procurement price must be set at 5 yuan. As you can see, we are dealing with genuine leather, and with the rapid increase in material costs, adhering to the previous price of 3 yuan is unfeasible. Of course, should the policies permit, I would consider independently managing your counter, along with the rental fee, thereby allowing you to transfer some of the rental risk onto me. Secondly, all products sold must bear my brand slogan, which is Baoxing leather shoes. Lastly, the daily operations of this supply and marketing cooperative, including sales and employee trainings, must be entrusted entirely to me. These three conditions are indispensable. Chapter 11. Preparing for a grand undertaking. Lu Minshan fell into a contemplative silence, voicing his doubts to Feng Yisheng. The first condition was acceptable. However, the second, a pair of Baoxing brand leather shoes, raised questions. Wasn't that the footwear produced by the state-owned shoe factory in Heshan Town? What on earth was this Baoxing brand? You are taking someone else's shoes and branding them as your own. This hardly seems proper. And the third point, are you proposing to take over our supply and marketing cooperative? Wouldn't that mean my dismissal? Feng Yisheng's stance was resolute, unwilling to concede any ground. After a brief pause, Lu Minshan found himself unable to maintain his composure. Unbeknownst to Feng Yisheng, discussions regarding the contracting system for the supply and marketing cooperative were already underway in the county, with Lu Minshan being one of the designated contractors. He faced two paths. Either he relinquished his role to someone else and subsequently faced unemployment, or he took on the challenge himself. But how many businesses could he realistically manage in a year? With so many people to support, he felt as though his very livelihood was at stake. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce, finally saying, all right, let us hear your plan. You must have a proposal for me. Feng Yisheng had been waiting for this moment. He elaborated on his vision. The current commercial landscape of Jianghe County was chaotic, lacking a specialized comprehensive market, resembling a mere hodgepodge. The supply and marketing cooperative was vast. Yet selling only shoes was impractical, as the state-owned factory did not provide sufficient variety. Therefore, he planned to transform the cooperative into a shoe and clothing market, exclusively selling footwear and apparel, while eliminating all other items such as pots, bowls, and quilts. This would create a focused and concentrated marketplace, enticing consumers with a complete selection of shoe and clothing products, thus drawing them in without the need to traverse various locations. Lu Minshan had served as the director of this cooperative for 7 or 8 years and was well versed in the nuances of commerce. Yet, he listened like a student as Feng Yisheng articulated his myriad strategies, ranging from the grand vision of a unified market to the meticulous arrangement of each display counter. Suddenly, He felt a tingle of apprehension as he observed the youthful exuberance of Feng Yisheng's ideas. Was this really the mindset of a young man? Nevertheless, curiosity compelled him to inquire. Our cooperative spans over 2,000 square meters. How do you propose to integrate other products? Feng Yisheng smiled and replied, That's why I need you to sign a contract. The branding for this cooperative can only be introduced by me, and I will also determine the placement of each brand. Lu Mingshan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Feng Yisheng with a discerning gaze. Young man, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being led into a cage. Feng Yisheng responded, revitalizing the supply and marketing cooperative ensures that everyone has sustenance. By becoming self-sufficient and not burdening the state, if we can achieve this, 1T that suffice? Moreover, should the cooperative thrive, the profits 1T line my pockets. The one at risk of loss is me. In truth, Feng Yisheng aspired to propose the contracting of the cooperative himself, yet he recognized the complexities involved. It was inconceivable that the county would allow a mere novice to take on such a responsibility. Moreover, if he were to undertake the project personally, he would be unable to procure sufficient funds for the preliminary renovations, advertisements, and so forth. If he were to acquire a larger counter, it might be feasible. Otherwise, he could merely seek assistance. Lu Mingshan inhaled deeply. Hearing you say that lightens my heart. All right, let's proceed with signing the contract. I shall draft it now. Soon. A mutually satisfactory contract was established, with the specific execution date set for 3 days hence. As he exited, the sales personnel from the supply and marketing cooperative surrounded him, their hearts racing in anticipation. Once he departed, Lu Mingshan turned to them with a smile. Well, if you so wish, you shall all become capitalists. Wow, Director. Is that true? How wonderful. Director, you look exceptionally handsome today. You are remarkable, Director. May your head be adorned with a full head of hair. And may you one day use shampoo. Undoubtedly, everyone was exceedingly exhilarated. The days of languid existence were finally drawing to a close. Feng Yisheng instructed Xing Kaihong to guard the warehouse and then returned to the county's state-owned factory with a substantial stack of magazines. Upon his return, he summoned Li Jiangguo and the head of the technical department, among others. The group sat fervently discussing matters on the cement floor outside the factory dormitory. Feng Yisheng, holding several magazines, spoke animatedly. Why had he become so enthusiastic about these popular magazines recently? It was because he was captivated by the shoes featured in the photographs of the individuals within. Currently, the shoe styles in domestic factories were exceedingly monotonous, cycling through the same few designs. However, the era of merely prioritizing quality over style had long since passed. Everyone listened with rapt attention. Wan Xiaojin, cradling Feng Qian, gazed at Feng Yisheng with her lively, expressive peach blossom eyes. Sunlight cascaded above, and a gentle spring breeze occasionally brushed against her fair, oval face, teasing the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. While others were engrossed in the content shared by Feng Yisheng, she perceived something different, an emotion that others could not comprehend. Just as the group was completely absorbed, an inconsequential worker ambled over, curiously staring in their direction. Feng Yisheng, it truly is you two siblings. My aunt mentioned you had vanished for a few days. What brings you to our factory? The newcomer wore loose-fitting clothes, his hair tousled, clearly having spent the morning sleeping in the factory. The group, abruptly interrupted, appeared somewhat annoyed and turned to glance at him. The newcomer was startled to see the heads of the technical and sales departments present. His mind was in a state of confusion. Had Feng Yisheng actually started working at their factory? Feng Yisheng squinted at the individual for a prolonged moment before finally recalling him. Li De, the nephew of Li Fengxia. He was a year older and not of reputable character, a quintessential layabout. Just days prior, he had been involved in the theft of a hen belonging to Li Fengxia's son. Li De was one of the accomplices. Noticing Feng Yisheng's silence, Li Jiangguo furrowed his brow and replied, What do you want? If you have nothing of importance, kindly step away and refrain from disturbing our discussion. Oh, my apologies. I truly had no idea you were engaged in a conversation. This fellow harbors a profound fear of Li Jiangguo, prompting him to depart hastily. Nevertheless, an unsettling sensation lingers within him. How did this young man venture into our factory? What credentials does he possess to be here? Moreover, he is audaciously engaging in jovial conversation with my superior? Has he lost his senses? Does this mere peasant merit such adulation from you all? As Li De rubbed his belly, he exited the factory. Upon returning to Zaihe village, he recounted the incident to his aunt, who appeared utterly bewildered. He used Li Jiangguo's connections to gain entry into your factory? Who knows? I suspect I should inquire further tomorrow. However, And how do you intend to explain the matter of his family's house if Feng Yisheng returns? It is not merely a matter of gossip. He has departed for only a few days, and yet you have already begun to dismantle his home. As he spoke, he gestured towards the neighboring thatched cottage that had already collapsed. Chapter 12. The fire. Within a few days ago, the county experienced a torrential downpour. The dilapidated home of Feng Yisheng could not withstand the storm, resulting in one of its walls collapsing. Initially, Li Fengxia lacked the audacity to act. But upon realizing that the siblings had not returned, her courage swelled. She ventured to Feng Yisheng's residence, tidied it up, and purchased a few piglets to place inside. The former kitchen had been transformed into a pig pen, while another bedroom had been converted into a chicken coop. The pots once used by Feng Yisheng's family were repurposed to feed the pigs. Upon hearing her nephew's account, Li Fengxia felt a twinge of embarrassment. With the siblings suddenly missing, isn't it a waste of this land? She pondered. What is the current status of that rascal? Will he return? In the past, Li Fengxia would have dismissed such concerns. However, after an incident where Feng Yisheng had forced her to eat mud in the rice paddies, she could not shake the lingering unease. Li furrowed his brow, recalling, I only saw him today. I'm not entirely sure. What about my cousin? When will he return? As long as he comes back, I have no fear of Feng Yisheng. Li Fengxia's son, Jiang Yuan, was currently apprenticing at a shoe factory in the county town and seldom returned home. Much like Li De, he was a rather unscrupulous individual, one who would bully the weak and cower before the strong. This realization served as a reminder for Li Fengxia. She quickly suggested, how about tomorrow, after you start work? You use your workplace phone to call your cousin and ask him to take leave to come back? I feel uneasy about this situation. That little rascal seems to have changed entirely, and last time, he almost caused me great harm. After all, she felt quite guilty for converting someone else's house into a pig pen. Lita frowned slightly. All right, I will make the call tomorrow. With the direction set, Feng Yisheng was extremely busy. The factory had no other orders at the moment, so under Li Jiangguo's organization, the technical team commenced work with remarkable cooperation. The plan they had finalized the previous day involved creating shoes similar to those worn by Leslie Chung at his concert. In 1986, Leslie Chung donned a striking red suit while passionately performing at the Hong Kong City Sports Stadium, and since December of the previous year, images of him in that red suit and black leather shoes had adorned newspapers and magazines throughout the mainland. During this period, Feng Yisheng had conducted some market research and discovered that any publication associated with Leslie Chung sold exceptionally well. Thus, after much deliberation, he resolved to produce shoes akin to those worn at Leslie Chung's concert. This decision would later face considerable risks, but in this era of ignorance and uncertainty, the higher-ups were navigating uncharted waters, and the nascent market economy was both chaotic and untamed. After the day's work concluded, Feng Yisheng was just about to return to his dormitory when Li Jiangguo hurriedly approached him. Come on, we need to head back to Zaihe village right now. What is going on? Feng Yisheng inquired, puzzled. Li Jiangguo, visibly agitated, replied, Today, I've been closely watching that Li De fellow. Indeed, the young rascal had once again sneaked in to make clandestine use of the office telephone. I caught you red-handed. Upon pressing him, I discovered that your house has been turned into a pigsty by Li Fengxia, who fears your return and potential retaliation. Hence, he was coerced into calling Jiang Yuan back. Fury surged within me. Feng Yisheng's expression darkened instantly. His anger flared, and he stormed towards the factory's entrance. Li Jiangguo hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Brother Sheng, wait for me. The small river was not far from the state-owned shoe factory, with a vast expanse of farmland behind it. Beyond this farmland lay Zaihe village. As he approached the village, Feng Yisheng caught sight of his own house, which had already collapsed. Rushing forward, he was met with the sight of piglets he had been raising in his kitchen. Their droppings scattered everywhere. In the other bedroom, several roosters stood on the beds of the siblings, with chicken waste littering the floor. An overwhelming fury erupted within him as he charged towards the tightly shut door of Li Fengxia's home, kicking it open with force. You wretched woman! How dare you desecrate my property? Yet, the house was empty. Clearly, Li Fengxia had received word from her nephew and had hastily hidden away. Old grievances and new resentments surged in Feng Yisheng's mind. Silently, he returned to fetch a shovel, intent on seeking out villagers for assistance. Li Jiangguo finally caught up, and upon witnessing Feng Yisheng's bloodshot eyes, which seemed ready to devour anyone, he quickly seized him, saying, Brother Sheng, do not act impulsively. We can resolve this. But not in this manner. We still need you at the factory. Feng Yisheng turned and shouted, If your house were being used as a pig pen, could you endure it? This insufferable woman continues to test my limits. I cannot tolerate it any longer. But what now? Feng Yisheng glared intently at Li Jiangguo, causing him to break into a cold sweat, too frightened to respond. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, "All right, from childhood, you have always led the way in our fights. If we are to confront someone, let us do it together. Should trouble arise, we will face it together." With that, he dashed off to grab a wooden stick, and they began to search the village for allies. News of Feng Yisheng's quest for vengeance spread rapidly throughout the village. Many villagers witnessed his bloodshot-eyed pursuit of retribution. Li Fengxiao was, of course, aware of this. She was currently hiding by a road leading into the village. After her nephew was detained and questioned by Li Jiangguo, he hurried back to inform her, revealing that although he had been caught at the scene, he managed to reach Jiang's Yuan, who promised to return soon. Thus, trembling in fear, she awaited the cover of darkness. Finally, she spotted her son returning under the moonlight, his face brimming with a murderous intent as he hurriedly approached, crying out, "Mother, you have returned. If you had delayed any longer, you might never have seen me again. That scoundrel Feng Yisheng truly seeks blood. He is still searching for me throughout the village." Jiang Yuan's face was contorted with ferocity, his brows furrowed in anger. "Mother, why are you hiding here? Indeed, what else can I do? I'm terrified of his bullying demeanor towards women," Li Fengxiao replied, tears streaming down her face. The sight of her distress only fueled Jiang Yuan's rage further. He yanked down his satchel and retrieved a knife from within. "He has become brazen. Tell me where he is now. This wretch has gone too far. I have yet to settle the score for the first time he forced you to eat dirt." In most cases, a parent witnessing their child brandishing a knife would attempt to dissuade them, fearing the escalation of the situation. However, Li Fengxia felt an unexpected surge of confidence. "My son has returned to protect me. What do I have to fear?" Her thoughts were emblematic of a narrow-minded perspective as she puffed out her chest. "I do not know where he is at this moment, but we shall go find him. This little wretch's arrogance must be curtailed. Otherwise, will he not continue to trample upon me?" Chapter 13. Why don't you take action? The news of Feng Yisheng seeking revenge in the village reached the village chief, Zhang Deming. In his 60s, Zhang Deming quickly located Feng Yisheng and brought him to the village committee for a discussion. However, Feng Yisheng was consumed by anger and remained silent. Zhang Deming, losing his patience, looked at Feng Yisheng and remarked, "Why are you acting like a mute? I am speaking to you, at least respond." He then turned to Li Jiangguo, the head of the sales department at the state-owned factory. "You, as a government employee, have a promising future ahead. Do you really intend to throw it all away by following Feng Yisheng into violence?" Li Jiangguo retorted, "Brother Zhang, how would you feel if someone were to take your house away?" The casual address of Brother Zhang caught Zhang Deming off guard, prompting a fit of coughing. He immediately lowered his voice. "You little rascal, don't call me that in public." Li Jiangguo shot back, "It's important to maintain our lineage. I want to be disrespectful." It turned out that Zhang Deming was a relative on Li Jiangguo's mother's side and held a higher status in that familial line, making them peers in this context. Zhang Deming found himself at a loss. The Feng family's old house was bound to collapse anyway. If it falls, it falls. The village will find a way to assist you, but if you resort to fighting, I will have you all sent to the police. Just then, voices from outside the village committee erupted as Jiang Yuan shouted, "Feng Yisheng, come out if you dare. Aren't you the fierce one eager to fight? Hiding in the village committee doesn't make you any less of a man." Li Fengxia's voice was equally brazen. "Your house is already falling apart. You and your sister have left. What's wrong with me using your property to raise pigs? You little brat. I haven't forgotten what happened in the fields the other day. You swaggered around with that shovel. Who were you trying to intimidate? Do you really think my family lacks men?" Li Fengxia had lost several husbands and was now left with only one son. Yet she did not temper her assertiveness in the village due to her widowhood. A few onlookers in the village committee were watching the spectacle unfold, shaking their heads in disapproval. Anyone would be angered if their home was treated this way. Everyone had their own sense of justice. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Deming was incensed. Just as he had managed to calm Feng Yisheng's emotions, here came the mother and son, believing they could act without consequence. As Feng Yisheng prepared to step outside, Zhang Deming quickly intervened. "Stay right there. Remember, fighting is against the law. If you get arrested, what will happen to your sister? She is still so young. I assure you, I will provide you with a reasonable resolution." Feng Yisheng's breathing grew rapid as he struggled to maintain his composure. Seeing him remain seated, Zhang Deming urged, "Wait here for me." With that, he stepped outside. However, the mother and son, emboldened by their audacity, began to hurl insults before Zhang Diming could even speak. What did you say? Apologize to him? Zhang Diming, have you truly lost your senses? Is this how a village head conducts himself? That scoundrel nearly took my life in the fields last time. And now he roams the village with a shovel in search of me, believing he can take advantage of my kindness. Jiang Ziyuan brandished a knife, gesturing menacingly. Come out. You coward. I swear I shall pierce you like the beast you are. His fury escalated as he declared, I am the one who demolished your house. What can you do about it? His rage intensified to the point where he threatened to stab Feng Yisheng. The villagers sensed that matters were spiraling out of control, and several rushed to restrain him. They pleaded earnestly, consider the plight of Feng Yisheng's family. They are already suffering, with a young child caring for her 1-year-old sister. If you kill him, what will become of her? This would mean 2 lives lost. Stay out of this. It is a matter between our families. His mother, Li Fengxia, urged him on fervently, kill that little scoundrel. We cannot let this go unpunished. With the crowd's interference only fueling his rage, Jiang Ziyuan grew more belligerent, demanding bloodshed before he would relent. The scene descended into chaos, and even Zhang Diming, the village secretary, found his authority waning. At that moment, Feng Yisheng emerged, exuding a palpable aura of menace that seemed to lower the temperature around him. Jiang Ziyuan's expression twisted into a more grotesque sneer, his insults growing more vile. Feng Yisheng, recalling how Jiang had once groveled before him like a lapdog, felt a wave of regret wash over him, despite his immense wealth. He had been manipulated by this mother-son duo. A cold determination settled in his heart as he commanded, everyone, stand aside and let him approach. Xiaosheng, don't act rashly. Zhang Diming attempted to mediate, but Feng Yisheng's voice thundered, I said move aside. The sudden volume silenced the crowd, and they instinctively parted, leaving Jiang Ziyuan, who was now furious. He bellowed, I will kill you. Li Fengxia, equally fierce, shouted, I will end you, you wretched scoundrel. But as she charged forward, Li Jiangguo kicked her aside with ease. You have no idea how long I have nurtured the desire to strike you since that fateful slap when I was 7. Today, the opportunity has finally come. He lunged at Li Fengxia, delivering slap after slap. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziyuan, who had been fiercely aggressive moments earlier, now stood before Feng Yisheng. Paralyzed into silence, the knife mere centimeters from Feng Yisheng's chest. He remained steadfast, making no further advance. His expression transformed into one of profound embarrassment, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. If he acted, he would face imprisonment. If he refrained, how could he maintain the facade he had just constructed? Feng Yisheng's gaze was one of contempt as he looked at him. Are you not going to act? Why the hesitation? You dare. What do you dare? I have opened my heart to you. Why not strike? Feng Yisheng, do not push me too far. With a swift motion, Feng Yisheng delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Ziyuan's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. He stumbled back a few steps, and as Feng Yisheng walked forward, he rolled up his sleeves. Feng Yisheng, do not compel me. Without a hint of hesitation, Feng Yisheng's hand struck Jiang Ziyuan's face once more. What am I compelling you to do? I have toiled to raise that old hen, relying on it to provide nourishment for Qianqian. And you dare to steal one of my hens? Are you not the one who constantly brandishes a knife, boasting about your conquests, claiming to have dealt with this or that individual? Why the cowardice now? You wretched creature, I have long desired to teach you a lesson. The blows continued, echoing through the air. Chapter 14. Do you accept it? A flurry of slaps left Jiang Ziyuan's mind in a state of utter confusion. It felt as though someone had taken a board and attached it to an electric motor, then unleashed it upon his face with reckless abandon. As for the knife he had brandished so threateningly, it had long been wrested from his grasp by Feng Yisheng. After being struck down to the trunk of a tree, Jiang Ziyuan could no longer withstand the onslaught. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, You're really serious about this? His words elicited a roar of laughter from the gathered villagers. Who in a fight would not be earnest? This brash young man, known for his arrogance and mischief in the village, had often engaged in petty theft, and now, when confronted, he was the one to be on the receiving end. Previously, his knife had instilled fear, but it appeared he was merely a fade, intimidating in appearance yet lacking the courage to wield it. Feng Yisheng's palm tingled from the impact. Rubbing his hand, he remarked, Aren't you supposed to be fierce? Just as he began to respond, a glint of cold steel flashed before his eyes, and he instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding the knife that Feng Yisheng had hurled over his head, embedding itself into a tree behind him. The placement was uncanny. Had he not dodged, the blade would have surely struck him. The bravado he had intended to muster dissipated as fear took hold. A warm sensation began to spread from his trousers, accompanied by the pungent odor of urine. Feng Yisheng released the knife and seized Jiang Ziyuan by the hair, dragging him away like a lifeless dog. I don't joke around. You two must give me an explanation for demolishing my house. In the moonlight, Feng Yisheng's figure resembled a deathly specter emerging from the depths of hell. Even some villagers nearby felt a twinge of sympathy. Zhang Deming approached as a mediator, saying, Xiaosheng, let us discuss this calmly. Loosen your grip. Must you truly go to such lengths against them? Meanwhile, Li Fengxia was no match for the imposing figure of Li Jiangguo. Having already been reduced to silence by a barrage of slaps, Feng Yisheng, dragging Jiang Ziyuan like a rag doll, brought him to Li Fengxia's side and unceremoniously tossed him down. Turning to the sympathetic villagers, he spoke sharply, I know your hearts are kind, and you cannot bear to witness this. But have you considered what these two have done to my family? When my parents passed, I was only 16, and my sister Qianqian was but a few months old. They say distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. How have they treated their own neighbors? They encroached upon my vegetable garden and claimed my fruit trees, which I could overlook. But do you realize that since she was 2 years old, this wicked woman has been pricking my sister with needles? I have counted every puncture. From the age of 2 to 6, there have been 13 in total. If your own children were subjected to such cruelty, would you allow it to go unpunished? The villagers fell silent, and Zhang Deming found himself at a loss for words. Many in the village had witnessed Li Fengxia's cruel treatment of Feng Qian. The malevolence displayed by a woman towards a young girl, scarcely of age, is indeed appalling. Feng Yisheng continued, when my sister was just 2 years old, she playfully kicked a dog belonging to this vile woman. Can you imagine how she berated us siblings, claiming my sister was inferior to her dog? Now, she has the audacity to treat our home as if it were her pigsty. Is there no law in this world? No sense of justice? If there isn't, then today, I, Feng Yisheng, shall administer my own form of retribution. Even if the King of Heaven were to descend, I would show him no mercy. So, how do you wish to resolve this? With eyes ablaze, Feng Yisheng turned to the mother and son, who were genuinely terrified. Yet they remained at a loss for how to respond. Seeing their silence, Zhang Deming hastily interjected, You two ought to express your stance. You've demolished someone else's house, surely. You must provide an explanation. Trembling, Li Fengxia stammered, that house was bound to collapse anyway. If they weren't there, I wouldn't. What did you say? Sitting nearby, Li Jiangguo rolled up his sleeves and stood up. Li Fengxia was gripped by fear, her body drenched in cold sweat, and quickly exclaimed, I can give them a chicken. At this moment, she still clung to the hope of avoiding financial reparations, absurdly thinking a mere chicken could secure her peace for the day. Feng Yisheng suddenly erupted in laughter, a sound laced with both sorrow and fury. Never mind, I have no need for your chicken. I refuse anything you offer. Really? Li Fengxia stared blankly at Feng Yisheng, who disregarded her completely. He gestured grandly to Li Jiangguo, Jiangguo, let us go. We shall demolish their house. Do not accuse me, Feng Yisheng, of being unreasonable. You have destroyed my home, so I shall reciprocate in kind. It is only fair. He strode purposefully towards the exit. The mother and son stood in stunned silence, hastily scrambling to their feet to plead for mercy from Feng Yisheng. You cannot demolish my house. If you do, where will we live? And did you ever consider where my sister and I would reside? Feng Yisheng flung her aside. Zhang Deming rushed over to intervene. Why must you be so obstinate? I will compensate you. I will organize for our village to rebuild it. Let us not deepen the conflict among the people. Indeed. Let it go, Xiaosheng. We villagers can pool our resources. Let them contribute to the rebuilding, and we will upgrade it to solid bricks. The villagers clung tightly to Feng Yisheng, each offering their words of support. Behind them, Li Fengxia quickly proclaimed, I will pay. I shall cover the expenses for the house. But you cannot demolish mine. Yet, the stubbornness of Feng Yisheng prevailed, and he refused to relent. Just as the stalemate persisted, a gentle yet somewhat urgent voice broke through the clamor. Xiaosheng, please, let it go. Amidst the chaotic din, this voice resonated like a pristine white lotus blooming in the mire, reaching Feng Yisheng with clarity. Turning around, he indeed saw Wang Xiaojin approaching, holding Feng Qian's hand. The figure standing by the lakeside beneath the starry sky resembled a moonlight goddess, instantly calming his mind. In truth, Li Jiangguo was reluctant to demolish someone else's home. Such an action would signify that Feng Yisheng had stirred up considerable trouble. He was reasonably well acquainted with Li Fengxia's family and was aware that her cousin held a position as an official in the county, overseeing enterprises. Should Feng Yisheng proceed with such an act, Li Fengxia, that despicable woman, would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, ensuring that Feng Yisheng would pay a hefty price. Our endeavor had only just begun to take shape. Offending someone of her stature could lead to unforeseen complications. He quickly spoke in hushed tones. Qian is watching from the side. This is not good. Perhaps we should let her compensate instead, Brother Sheng. Feng Yisheng remained silent, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The mother and son looked at him with pleading eyes, as if awaiting the final verdict from the hand of fate. Chapter 15. Enchanting night. In the stillness of the night, the croaking of frogs resonated like thunder in the grassy hollows. A gathering of 20 to 30 villagers stood silently before Feng Yisheng, their gazes fixed upon him. Wan Xiaojin glided gracefully to Feng Yisheng's side, her presence wafting a delicate fragrance that enveloped his senses. Her exquisite, rippling peach blossom eyes possessed a soothing quality, capable of instantly purifying one's mood. Feng Yisheng regarded both Wang Xiaojin and Feng Qian, his mind finally settling into a state of clarity. With a stern expression, he turned and demanded, "You first tell me how you intend to compensate." 50 yuan. Li Fengxia, who initially contemplated offering 10 yuan, was interrupted by Zhang Deming's interjection, which unilaterally raised the amount to 50. The necessity of raising 50 yuan to construct 2 earthen brick houses was undeniable. At such a juncture, her attempt to haggle seemed utterly infuriating. Li Fengxia recognized the inevitability of the situation and, in her distress, nodded in agreement. Feng Yisheng refrained from expressing his anger in front of Wang Xiaojin and his sister. Coldly, he instructed, "You go fetch the money now, and also, remove the pigs and chickens you've been keeping. If I see them there tomorrow morning, I will slaughter them all. Yes, yes. I will return home to get the money immediately." The mother and son hurriedly scurried back, as if pursued by a relentless debt collector, not daring to linger. Seeing that the matter was settled, the villagers dispersed to their respective homes. After more than 10 minutes, Li Fengxiao returned with 50 yuan, which she placed into Feng Yisheng's hands. He chose not to press her further. However, once she departed, he promptly handed the 50 yuan to Zhang Deming. "Thank you for not collecting the public grain from our family these past years. Without your compassion, Uncle Li, my sister and I might not have survived," he expressed sincerely. The village had an annual grain collection quota, but Feng Yisheng's contracted land yielded disappointingly low harvests. His youth rendered him inexperienced in farming, and the inability to afford pesticides and fertilizers resulted in a significant portion of his rice being devoid of grain. Yet, Chen Deming, moved by the plight of the siblings, had consistently sought ways to assist them. Chen Deming, however, was reluctant to accept the money and quickly attempted to return it. "You young lad, this is meant for your house. If you use it to repay the village's debts, where will you and your sister reside? Take it. Tomorrow, I will organize the villagers to come to your home to lend assistance," he insisted. Feng Yisheng, still pushing the money back, smiled and replied, "Uncle Li, good deeds are rewarded. Thank you." With that, he turned and departed. Zhang Deming remained unaware that Feng Yisheng's words today would profoundly alter both his life and that of Xiahe village. Though the village harbored its share of malevolence, the majority possessed kind hearts. Feng Yisheng remembered each person who had wronged him, as well as those who had aided him, keeping a mental ledger of their deeds. Zhang Deming attempted to follow and return the money to Feng Yisheng, but was halted by Li Jiangguo. "Enough, cousin. Our brother Sheng is no longer in need of your few coins. He has purchased a spacious warehouse in the county seat. We are preparing for something grand. With any surplus funds, you may as well purchase a bottle of erguotu to make do. When my brother and I achieve success, we shall take you to the salon in the county." "Hey, you little rascal, do you still sneak into salons? Are your parents aware of this? You are a government official. Do you realize that?" Yes, I understand. I just want to get a haircut. Is that too much to ask? You old relic." "Off I go." Li Jiangguo waved his hand with a carefree demeanor and departed. However, observing the scene ahead, he contemplated for a moment and swiftly approached, lifting Feng Qian into his arms. Qian, Brother Jian will take you home." Feng Qian expressed her urgency, "But I want to go with my brother." "Little child, refrain from speaking. The big bad wolf will come to devour you at night." I don't want the big bad wolf." Little Feng Qian's face tightened with anxiety. "Then hurry and run, Brother Jiang will." "All right." Li Jiangguo, carrying Feng Qian, dashed forward joyfully, occasionally lifting her up, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Feng Yisheng and Wan Xiaojin understood that Li Jiangguo had taken Feng Qian to create a private opportunity for them. The evening breeze gently stirred Wang Xiaojin's dress, while her delicate, lotus-like legs were adorned with a pair of small white shoes. This girl, pure and innocent, made even the lotus flowers blooming in the nearby paddy field seem dull in her presence. After they had walked a considerable distance in silence, Feng Yisheng spoke up. Had you not come today, I would not have sought their compensation. I merely wished for misfortune to befall them. I know, Wang Xiaojin responded, her voice as melodious as wind chimes. But Xiaosheng, please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future, all right? I understand your hatred towards them, but you cannot jeopardize your future because of some malicious individuals. Do you comprehend? Feng Yisheng nodded. I understand. Thank you. I do not require your thanks. Wang Xiaojin, usually gentle, suddenly uttered these words, infused with a hint of displeasure, and quickened her pace ahead. She appeared rather playful and charming. In a previous life, Feng Yisheng might not have grasped Wang Xiaojin's sentiments. However, having been granted a second chance, he understood the significance of the tears she shed beneath the kapok tree, coupled with a decade of waiting, which solidified his place in her heart. How could he not understand? Expressing gratitude in a girl's heart signified that Feng Yisheng was distancing himself from her, a notion she did not wish to entertain. He hurriedly caught up, smiling. What made you suddenly upset? I am not upset, Wang Xiaojin retorted, exhibiting a slight pout. Feng Yisheng awkwardly scratched his head, perhaps the preciousness of the girl before him, given his rebirth, rendered him somewhat flustered. He fell silent, walking beside her. Upon reaching the bicycle shed at the factory, Wang Xiaojin pushed her bicycle out and, looking at Feng Yisheng with discontent, remarked, Xiaosheng, you truly are a fool. What? It's nothing. You should get to bed early. With that, Wang Xiaojin rode her bicycle home, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just then, Li Jiangguo emerged unexpectedly from the side. Brother Shang, if you manage to find a wife like this in the future, I shall drink water while standing on my head. In the vast and desolate night, a man and a woman strolled along an abandoned path through the fields. I painstakingly crafted this opportunity for you, and how did you manage it? Did you not even hold hands? Did you not share a single kiss? Spare me the nonsense. Xiaojin is betrothed. Feng Yisheng carried the already slumbering Feng Qian in his arms as he made his way towards the dormitory. Well, you, stubborn farmer, stand before me pretending to be wise. Take your time to ponder. If things continue this way, my sister Xiaojin may truly be taken away by that official son from the county. Oh, by the way, Hiya has returned. Today, when I sought her out for a kiss, I casually mentioned the endeavors we have been undertaking. She even spoke to my obstinate father-in-law about it. And guess what? That old curmudgeon surprisingly came around and accepted my suggestion. Get ready, tomorrow. I shall boast before my father-in-law, win him over, and then, my brother, we shall truly soar to great heights. Good night, Xinggu. Feng Yisheng waved his hand in acknowledgement and entered the dormitory. Chapter 16. The World of Youth During this period. Zhanghe County was convening meetings to study and implement policies issued from higher authorities. The newly appointed county magistrate, having been transferred from the provincial capital, was expected to adopt a more ambitious approach and exhibit a more genial demeanor. Ultimately, he slammed his hand on the table, fully endorsing the national call for proactive reform. Some state-owned enterprises, which had ceased to be effective and were draining the county's finances, were required to undergo restructuring and be contracted out. The state-owned factory in Heshan Town was included in the list for privatization. In summary, the era of guaranteed state support was over. The county would no longer cover expenses. The factory managers were tasked with shouldering the responsibility of ensuring their workers' livelihoods and finding their own paths to survival. Hiya was the girlfriend of Li Jiangguo, and He Huanxiang was his father-in-law. After a night had passed, He Huanxiang, dressed in cloth shoes and wearing an old liberation hat, strolled into the factory with his hands behind his back. He eagerly rushed to the warehouse to inspect the inventory. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback, for half of the factory stock had already been cleared out. He immediately summoned the financial officer, Wang Xiaojin, to inquire about the financial status, only to discover that the factory had actually accrued several thousand yuan during this period. Without expressing his thoughts, he proceeded to the production area, where he noticed the technicians cheering. Curiously, he approached them and inquired, "Why is there a complete lack of discipline here?" The head of the technical department, Wei Dating, was brimming with excitement, holding a pair of new shoes they had just developed. "Director, look, if we bring these shoes to market, do you think they could sell well?" He Huanxiang examined the shoes closely and found them somewhat familiar. "Where did you source this design?" A technician nearby produced a newspaper, pointing at a photo. "These are the same shoes that Leslie Chung wore during his concert last year. After researching for a couple of nights, we finally came up with this design. You see, Xiaosheng is quite remarkable. How did we not realize this before?" Everyone knows celebrities and their styles are always the trendiest. Our shoes aren't selling due to quality issues. It's the design that has been the problem. Several individuals nodded in agreement. Yuan Xiang's brow furrowed, still not expressing his opinion. He set the shoes aside and continued to walk with his hands behind his back. Wang Xiaojin, perplexed, hurried after him, saying, "Director, the technical team believes we should expedite production. This requires us to allocate funds from the factory's finances for materials. Should I proceed with the approval?" Yuan Xiang paused, his lean face contemplating. After a moment, he replied, "For now, let's hold off. The factory still owes the workers considerable wages. With this limited amount of money, if we plunge into expenses, it will be wasted, and the workers will undoubtedly protest if they find out." "What's your friend's name again?" "Xiao Sheng, right?" Wang Xiaojin eagerly responded. "Yes, Director, Feng Yisheng. I heard from Jiang Wo that he is currently residing in the factory dormitory." "Yes, they're in a meeting now. How about we join them to listen in?" Yuan Xiang nodded. "Let's go. We shall proceed." Feng Yisheng's sale of several hundred pairs of shoes had already reached Yuan Xiang's ears. In the past, he would have rushed to report Feng for his speculative dealings. However, the situation had undergone a significant transformation, and his mindset had shifted amidst this crisis. Yet, this did not imply that he had wholly embraced Feng Yisheng. With a stern expression, he silently made his way to the dormitory. The sun blazed fiercely outside, prompting everyone to convene indoors for a meeting. Even from the doorway, he could hear Feng Yisheng speaking eloquently within. The future market for footwear and apparel will undoubtedly see a massive influx of inventory. Where does this inventory come from? It stems from the extensive excess stock accumulated in state-owned factories due to corporate reforms. When such a large volume of goods floods the market, what changes can we anticipate? It will lead to a price war, with no profit to be gleaned. Li Jiangguo inquired. Then, Brother Sheng, how do we respond? Feng Yisheng replied with confidence, "Styles. Only unique designs can stand out amidst the chaos." Wang Xiaojin had initially intended to open the door, but Yuan Xiang stopped her. "Xiaojin, bring me a stool. I wish to hear the insights of this talented individual." "Oh, all right, Director, just a moment." Wang Xiaojin hurried off to fetch a stool. Yuan Xiang patiently settled outside to listen. Initially experiencing a sense of instinctive aversion, he gradually became engrossed. Why? Because every word Feng Yisheng spoke resonated with their factory's existing challenges. Should they address these issues, the prospect of revitalizing the factory was not out of reach. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour elapsed. An hour later, a smile emerged on Yuan Xiang's face, and he mused, perhaps this truly is the world of the youth. "Xiaojin, proceed with the approvals. Go forth and execute your plans. The factory is in your hands." After uttering these words, the old man, known for his stubbornness, unexpectedly walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Wang Xiaojin called out a few times, but received no response. Upon hearing Wang Xiaojin's calls, the room fell silent. Li Jiangguo and the others peered cautiously through the door, like mice spotting a cat. After confirming the absence of any threats, they exhaled in relief. "Xiaojin, must you play such a chilling game in broad daylight? We are in a meeting. Your shouts nearly startled me into a mishap." Wang Xiaojin's lips curled into a smile, her dimples enchanting. "The director was just here. He listened outside for over an hour." "Really? You can't be serious." Li Jiangguo exclaimed, visibly taken aback. Wang Xiaojin quickly reassured him, "Stay calm. The director seems to have recognized you. He just instructed me to approve the sample designs. He consents to the production of Zhang Guorong's shoes." "Is that truly the case?" "It cannot be false. I must go to the finance office to write a note. You all continue with your tasks." With that, Wang Xiaojin departed. Li Jiangguo was exhilarated. "Brother Sheng, it's happening. This is genuinely happening. We can embark on a grand endeavor." Unexpectedly for Feng Yisheng, a call from the relevant department reached the factory in the afternoon. A piece of news that sent ripples throughout the entire factory emerged. Yuan Xiang had resigned and had recommended Li Jiangguo as the new factory director. The reason was simple. "I am getting old, my health is failing. It is time to pass the baton to the younger generation." Upon receiving this news, Li Jiangguo hurriedly reported to the relevant department to complete the necessary formalities. With no issues left at the factory, Feng Yisheng felt relieved. He tidied up his belongings and swiftly made his way to the county town. In the office of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Lu Minchon held a pair of gleaming leather shoes, exclaiming with admiration, "Your shoe factory truly possesses some skill. You've managed to develop a new style so quickly. When can we expect to have them available for sale?" Chapter 17. Aboard your ship of thieves, Feng Yisheng chuckled, let us not rush into selling our goods just yet. The initial priority should be team training, followed by transforming this supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Mingshan, filled with curiosity, responded, but aren't the counters already set up? I've arranged everything as per your instructions. What more needs to be done? In truth, Lu Mingshan was rather frugal and was reluctant to spend additional funds. In the 2 days since Feng Yisheng returned, he had already signed the contract for the cooperative. This meant that any alterations would require investment. And there was no possibility of obtaining further funding from above. They would have to rely solely on their own resources. He was eager to commence operations and achieve profitability. Feng Yisheng understood that altering Lu Mingshan's mindset would be a formidable challenge, yet it was imperative. After considerable discussion, spanning over 3 hours, Lu Mingshan initially resisted but gradually began to embrace Feng Yisheng's perspective. They approached the transformation from several angles. First, to have Zheng Kaihong train the sales personnel in sales techniques, as he was an exceptional salesman with invaluable experience to impart. Second, to establish a detailed arrangement for the counters, distinguishing between areas for selling shoes and clothing, thus enhancing the customer's shopping experience. Naturally, Feng Yisheng's Baoxing leather shoes would occupy a prime spot near the entrance, for which he requested nearly 100 square meters. He also proposed taking over the counter for a rental fee, to which Lu Mingshan acquiesced. Third, they decided to remove the steps at the entrance with a bulldozer. A sales venue should not resemble the office of a county magistrate. Fourth, since they had already secured the contract, the cooperative would be renamed. And Feng Yisheng suggested Wayman Marketplace, which Lu Mingshan agreed to. Fifth, they planned to consolidate all tricycles in the county and cover them with tarpaulins bearing the words, Wayman Footwear and Apparel Wholesale Market Grand Opening. Along with the address of the former cooperative, Feng Yisheng elaborated on each point meticulously. Finally, he shared his ambition to establish Baoxing Sales Company. However, at that time, Jianghe County had yet to genuinely open registration for private enterprises, necessitating affiliation with state-owned units. The supply and marketing cooperative was an excellent place for such affiliation, a point on which Lu Mingshan had no objections. Yet, upon hearing the final details, he swallowed hard. Xiaosheng, I wholeheartedly agree with your framework, but what about the finances? How much will this cost? Feng Yisheng scribbled calculations on a notepad and looked up. I have already assessed this during our journey. It is estimated to require over 10,000 yuan. 10,000. Lu Mingshan felt a rush of warmth to his forehead, pacing nervously. That's a substantial sum. Where am I supposed to procure such money? Feng Yisheng smiled. I've heard that Director Lu owns 3 properties in the city. Selling one would easily suffice. How could that be? Those are for my 2 sons. That constitutes my entire fortune. Suddenly, he felt as if he had boarded Feng Yisheng's ship of thieves. Realizing how astutely this young man had probed into his family's assets, Feng Yisheng sighed. Director Lu, do you have any idea how much I earned from selling shoes in front of the supply and marketing cooperative for 5 days? 2,000 yuan. Don't stand there boasting. This is something Xiao Yang informed me about. You have the audacity, but just look at the current situation. If you were to set up a stall now, would you still be able to earn that much? Director Lu, feeling somewhat anxious, gestured outside and instinctively rubbed his head. However, this gesture brought him great distress as he realized he had broken one of the few remaining strands of hair. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Indeed, the outside world had become a domain for those resellers. Feng Yisheng's tale of earning 2,000 yuan had become a myth on Reseller Street, attracting swarms of resellers selling shoes and clothing, creating quite a bustling scene. Feng Yisheng shook his head. There is some cleverness in it. But have you ever considered that if you followed my approach, our Baoxing Mall could become the premier shoe and clothing specialty complex in the county, or even the entire city? At that time, we would be conducting business citywide. You, Director Lu, would be raking in riches daily, and you wouldn't be lamenting the sale of a house today. Believe me, it's possible that you could earn enough in a month to buy a house. Lu Mingshan's breathing grew increasingly rapid. At this juncture, it seemed he had no way out. He lit a cigarette, resting his head in deep contemplation. The office was enveloped in silence, but suddenly, a sizzling sound broke the stillness, followed by the acrid smell of something burning wafting into Feng Yisheng's nostrils. He sniffed and quickly warned, Director, it seems your hair is on fire. What? Director Lu hastily discarded the cigarette and rushed to the mirror as if his life depended on it. Indeed, several strands of hair had been singed. He was on the verge of tears upon seeing his reflection. Feng Yisheng leaned in. It appears neither of us has an exit strategy. Don't you dare say that. It's I, Lu Mingshan, who has no way out. I finally understand. You are playing a game of empty-handed tactics. You use my money for promotion while monopolizing the best counter at the front of the cooperative. And your products aren't even produced by you. You are merely a middleman. Clearly, Lu Mingshan was engulfed in the tragic loss of 3 strands of hair, unable to extricate himself from this predicament. Thus, his words carried a hint of anger. Seeing Lu's mounting fury, Feng Yisheng fell silent. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. It seems I have chosen the wrong person. Never mind. I shall pursue my own path. With that, he turned towards the door. Behind him, Lu Mingshan found himself teetering on the edge of despair. Restless and engaged in a fierce internal struggle, he finally spoke up. Are you really planning to walk away like this? I've already signed the county's contract. Is it appropriate for you to just abandon it? Feng Yisheng turned back. What else can be done? The director is reluctant to invest. Lu Mingshan raised his voice. Who said that? You expect me to fork out so much money at once while you stand there as the instigator, unwilling to contribute a single cent? Am I not allowed to vent my frustrations? He urged. Come back in. Let us have a serious discussion about the next steps. Feng Yisheng turned back, exclaiming, not deceiving anyone? Who has misled whom? It is you who has been deceiving me. Come here, you fool. Thus, the two resumed their planning. What Feng Yisheng did not anticipate was the considerable wealth that Director Lu possessed, which truly left him in awe. Director Lu resolutely refrained from selling his house, and even extracted 10,000 yuan from his resources. Subsequently, it was Feng Yisheng's time to shine. After a fortnight, the original sign of the supply and marketing cooperative was dismantled, replaced by the words Wayman Footwear and Apparel Wholesale Market. Not far across the street, a large warehouse also displayed a sign bearing the name Baosheng Sales Company. On May 6th, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Over 100 tricycles in the county mysteriously vanished overnight, all congregating at the entrance of the Baosheng Sales Company. Chapter 18. An unexpected visit. Once, these hundreds of tricycles bore tattered roofs that their owners were reluctant to replace. However, with the promise of new canopies provided by the proprietor and the incentive of receiving a monetary reward, who could resist? Thus, today, they gathered here, eager and expectant. Their sole requirement was a roof to shield them from the elements. The specifics of the canopy's design mattered little to them. One by one, the vehicles donned a vibrant hue of huaxiao red, adorned with simplistic advertisements proclaiming the grand opening of the Wayman Shoe and Apparel Wholesale Market, featuring a generous discount of 40% on Baosheng brand leather shoes. Accompanied by a mere address, the message was clear. Feng Yisheng stood at the forefront, bowing to the assembly of over 100 tricycle drivers. Thank you all. I hope you will cherish your new canopies. Should any of them sustain damage, please come to Baosheng Company for a complimentary replacement. The tricycle drivers, upon hearing this, were elated, each one giving Feng a thumbs up and declaring him a good man. Subsequently, the vibrant fleet of huaxiao red tricycles began to traverse the streets and alleys of Jianghe County. In 1987, the concept of advertising was still in its infancy. Aside from television and newspaper ads, few recognized the significance of alternative advertising methods. The hundreds of tricycles had merely traversed the county for a single morning when inquiries about the opening date of the Wayman Square began to flood in. The following day, Feng Yisheng devised an even bolder strategy. He rented a box truck, emblazoning it with advertisements and affixing a loudspeaker, compensating the driver a modest sum of 10 yuan per day. The driver was instructed not to transport goods, but to merely circulate the vehicle around the county for a fortnight. With Director Lu's considerable resources backing him, finances were no concern. So, regardless of which corner of the county one resided in, after a day of the truck's repetitive journey, the townsfolk, men, women, and children alike, found themselves haunted by a catchy refrain echoing in their minds. Wayman Shoe and Apparel Wholesale Market, Baosheng brand leather shoes, wholesale prices even for single pairs, starting at 40 off. The voice, unmistakably that of Zheng Kai-hong, with its peculiar croaky timbre and imperfect Mandarin, was oddly memorable. Following the implementation of this advertising strategy, attention shifted to the brand of goods available at the market. Lu Mingshan, well connected in the realm of factory resources, was diligently liaising with various suppliers. On May 8th, Li Jiangguo transported 2 large truckloads of merchandise from the factory, over 3,000 pairs of shoes, representing the entire stock produced during this period and the collective assets of the state-owned shoe factory. A successful sale would enable workers to receive a portion of their wages promptly, allowing production to continue. Failure to sell would spell the factory's demise. Having recently taken over from his father-in-law, Li Jiangguo unloaded all the goods into the warehouse. He then ventured out to procure a bottle of erguo too, along with some pig's head meat, to celebrate with Feng Yisheng. However, scarcely 10 minutes had passed after their toast when a man burst in, his countenance dark. "So you are here, Feng. Where is Feng Qian?" Upon seeing this man, Li Jiangguo instinctively rose and called out uncle. The man did not respond. Feng Yisheng glanced up, his brow furrowing in concern. Indeed, the various specters of the past have come knocking at the door, one after another. The man entered and took a seat. "I have heard about your situation. Your father owes me money. What do you intend to do about that? In the past, you and your sibling lived poorly, and as your uncle, I was reluctant to press you too hard. However, it is evident that your circumstances have improved. Shouldn't this debt be repaid now?" This man, Liu Xiangwen, was the uncle of Feng Yisheng, serving as the office director at a garment factory in a neighboring town. Enjoying a significantly better standard of living, Feng Yisheng had a general understanding of his parents' past. His grandfather was the factory manager, well off, while his father, Feng Xinli, was merely a common farmer. Their initial romance had been disrupted several times by his grandfather, yet ultimately, his parents remained together, resulting in a complete estrangement between their families. As for the debts his uncle spoke of, they were nothing but absurdity. Feng Yisheng's grandmother had once gifted a bracelet to his mother. Upon learning this, Liu Xianwen had caused quite a stir, insisting that family inheritance should be passed to the son, not the daughter, frequently confronting Feng Yisheng's mother with scornful remarks. At that time, his parents were simple folk, choosing silence over argument. After his parents disappeared, this uncle had rummaged through their belongings several times without success, eventually coercing the 16-year-old Feng Yisheng into signing an IOU for 100 yuan. Feng Yisheng poured a glass of wine and placed it before him. "Uncle, I toast to you." "Toast to what?" "Spare me your nonsense." Liu Xianwen replied. "I visited your home the other day and inquired about your situation in town. I know you've made quite a bit from speculation. Have you found the item? If not, then convert it into cash for me. Times are tough for me as well. The factory is unable to pay wages, and your cousins need to attend school. Hurry up, I have matters to attend to." Liu Xianwen was solely focused on extracting money, devoid of any familial affection. Feng Yisheng smiled faintly. "I am sorry, uncle, but I will not acknowledge this unfounded debt. Firstly, I do not even know if that bracelet exists. Even if it does, it was a gift from my grandmother, and you have no right to reclaim it. Now, please leave." Bang! Liu Xianwen, infuriated, slammed the table and pointed a finger at Feng Yisheng's nose. "I knew you would try to evade responsibility, just like your father. Mind your language." Feng Yisheng raised his gaze, fixing a penetrating stare on Liu Xiangwen. Beside them, Zhang Kaihong and Li Jiangguo felt a twinge of awkwardness, as this was a family matter and they hesitated to intervene. Sensing the rising tension, Li Jiangguo quickly interjected. "Uncle, let us speak civilly. There is no need for anger. Brother Sheng has made some money, but consider our newly established company. Expenses are everywhere. Please show some understanding." "Established a company? With your means?" Liu Xiangwen scoffed, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, the place was quite shabby. The house was dilapidated, with 2 rooms, one for cooking and the other serving as Feng Yisheng and Zhang Saihong's dormitory. The contrast with those grandiose companies was stark. Feng Yisheng spoke up. "What is wrong with us?" Li Xiangwen let out a cold laugh. "If your company manages to generate profit, I shall immediately escort your grandfather to your home to make amends. How fortunate your Feng Xinli is to have a son who has ventured into business. Regardless of your status as a company owner, you must return the money to me today." Feng Yisheng retorted, "What if I refuse? I shall administer a beating to your insolent self. How dare you speak so audaciously in front of your elders?" Li Xiangwen raised his hand to strike Feng Yisheng, but Feng Yisheng swiftly seized his arm, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. "Are you truly intent on forcing my hand? You little wretch. Have you earned a few coins and now believe you are something special? Just like your father, you are nothing more than a despicable, ungrateful creature." Boom. As Li Xiangwen's words hung in the air, Feng Yisheng, unable to contain his fury, shoved him to the ground. He then approached and grasped L's throat. "You, a good-for-nothing sloth. What right do you have to look down upon my father? My father has toiled with his own hands to support our family. And what have you done? Without your family's patriarch, what are you worth? I warn you one last time. I, Feng Yisheng, am not a man to be trifled with. You tell your L family that if anyone dares to meddle in matters concerning my sister and me, I shall no longer regard any familial ties. Now, get out of my sight." Chapter 19. Relatives who are not like relatives. Liu Xiangwen stared at the obsessive demeanor of Feng Yisheng, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this truly the same nephew who once remained silent in the face of insult? A chill unexpectedly coursed through him. As Feng Yisheng ceased speaking, he released his grip. I do not repeat myself. Go back and inform your father that I, Feng Yisheng, owe your family nothing. Do not always rely on your age and experience to take advantage. Even a dog, when cornered, will leap over a wall, let alone a human. Lu Xiangwen glanced back at Zheng Kaihong, who had inexplicably wielded a large wrench. Should he dare to strike Feng Yisheng, he would undoubtedly come at him with that wrench. Humiliated, Lu Xiangwen rose awkwardly, clutching his bag, and fixed his gaze on Feng Yisheng. Remember what you did to me today. If I weren't in a hurry, I would have educated you properly on your parents' behalf. With that, he hurried toward the door, almost breaking into a run, fearful that this madman might strike again. Once he departed, Feng Yisheng returned silently to the table. Li Jiangguo and Zheng Kaihong stood there, caught between sitting and standing. Particularly, Li Jiangguo felt that his brother had changed drastically over this period. He carried an unmistakable air of hostility. Anyone who had wronged him before would find themselves facing his wrath without hesitation, even his own uncle, as if he had become a ruthless killer devoid of familial ties. Yet, paradoxically, he treated his close friends with exceptional kindness. As if nothing had transpired, Feng Yisheng spoke up. All right, you two, come over for a drink. Zhang Kaihong tossed the wrench aside. Brother Jiangguo, let us drink up. All right, let us go. Li Jiangguo snapped back to reality and took a seat. Brother Shang, there is something I need to tell you. Sister Xiaojin said she must come on your opening day. Oh, you needn't worry about Qianqian. I will make the arrangements. But why is she coming? Isn't she on leave? You still don't realize Sister Xiaojin's feelings for you. She is genuinely concerned about your business. Zheng Kaihong, intrigued, leaned in. Brother Jiangguo, is this Sister Xiaojin our sister-in-law? Not quite. Li Jiangguo chuckled, and Feng Yisheng shot him a disapproving glance. Stop talking nonsense. Zheng Kaihong was eager. Is she very beautiful? What do you think? Let me put it this way. Do you know Wang Zuxian? The Nie Xiaoqian from a Chinese ghost story? Yes, beautiful? Well, that is an obvious statement. In my heart, no one is more beautiful than our sister-in-law. Li Jiangguo sipped from his cup. If we must compare, our sister Xiaojin is even more beautiful. Cut the bragging. As they continued to drink, Feng Yisheng did not interrupt them. He simply smiled quietly, savoring the beauty of this era. What he was unaware of was that Lu Xiangwen, whom he had pinned to the ground, had already turned and called home. He conveyed the matter to his father, El Chuanshan. Upon hearing that his grandson had struck his uncle, El was enraged and unleashed a torrent of fury over the phone. However, despite his anger, he recognized the importance of the task at hand. Once he regained his composure, he advised, set aside this little rascal's antics for now. Focus on addressing the issues at Baoxing Shopping Mall first. Lu Minshan has finally come to his senses, and the entire county is abuzz with chatter. I suspect that on the day of the grand opening, their threshold will be trampled. Our factory's goods must be included. I am issuing you a solemn decree. Can you fulfill this task? El Xiangwen responded with unwavering confidence. Father, did I not tell you this is a minor issue? What is my relationship with Lu Minshan? I reached out to him the moment I arrived, and we can finalize the contract tomorrow. El Chuanshan exhaled a sigh of relief. Then I entrust this matter to you. By the way, what was it you mentioned earlier about that little scoundrel from the Feng family starting a company? At the mere mention of it, El Xiangwen could not suppress a laugh. Is that truly a company? Just a sign at the entrance with a few words. And he dares to claim he has established a business? Ridiculous. Who does he think he is? This fellow is uneducated and a mere farmer, likely lacking proper documentation. If he persists in this venture, I shall report him for closure. The thought of it infuriated him further. How outrageous to raise a hand against one's own uncle. Though El Xiangwen recognized that, as an elder, he should respect family ties, he himself was only in his 30s. The youngest in the family, he had an older sister, who happened to be Feng Yisheng's aunt. Unable to endure El Chuanshan's favoritism towards sons, she had long ago moved south and had never returned. Coming from a privileged background with doting parents, she naturally possessed a somewhat reckless temperament. El Chuanshan reflected, enough of this. Let it not be said that we elders bully others. My daughter has been a disappointment, a financial burden. She once had the audacity to scold me for a farmer. The mere recollection ignited his fury. As for that bracelet, it should have been returned. It was a family heirloom passed down from your mother. How did it end up with the daughter? Sigh. The father and son engaged in a spirited exchange of curses over the phone. The following day, El Xiangwen arrived early at the Wayman Footwear and Apparel Wholesale Market. However, he found himself late, as the venue was already teeming with representatives from various state-owned enterprises. With May upon them, The fans from the supply and marketing cooperative remained unturned, and the heat became stifling as the crowd swelled. Everyone gathered outside Lu Minchen's office. And finally, someone could no longer contain their frustration. What is going on with you, Director Lu? Are we here to sign a contract today or not? What do you call leaving us waiting like this? Another voice chimed in. Previously, the doors of your supply and marketing cooperative were difficult to enter. We thought things would improve post-reform, yet you remain in the same predicament. Such grievances had been voiced more than once. At first, the sales clerks had donned smiles reminiscent of flight attendants, trained by their former manager for over half a month to greet every customer as if they were angels. This, they believed, would significantly increase the likelihood of closing deals. Yet, the irate men were growing increasingly agitated. Finally, one sales clerk snapped, "What are you all shouting about? I already explained this to you. The matter of signing the contract is not determined by our director. We must await the arrival of the decision-maker. If any of you cannot wait, you may leave now. It's truly exasperating to endure your complaints only to have them escalated." Indeed, as soon as the salesperson spoke, the myriad of grievances from the crowd swiftly dissipated. No one dared to utter a word, fearful of being expelled. Xianwen scanned the crowd and was just about to step forward when he turned and unexpectedly spotted Feng Yisheng. Pausing for a moment, he frowned and remarked, "Is it possible that your trivial company dares to dream of collaborating with the supply and marketing cooperative?" Feng Yisheng was equally surprised to encounter Xianwen here. Furrowing his brow, he replied, "What brings you here? This has nothing to do with you." Chapter 20. Good day, Manager Zhang. Should I report to you here? The tone was ungracious, lacking the deference that a junior ought to show. Xianwen felt a surge of indignation. Zhang Kaihong, standing nearby, could not restrain himself and retorted, "We are under no obligation to report to you, are we? Shouldn't you exhibit a semblance of being an elder? Hey, you dare to try me?" Zhang Kaihong stepped forward unceremoniously. Xianwen glanced around, his mind instantly cooling in the face of the gathering crowd. "Just wait until I finish my business. Then you'll see how I deal with you." He shuffled his bag, adjusted his polished shoes, and strode confidently towards the sales clerk. Upon reaching her, he altered his demeanor, flashing a disingenuous smile. "Greetings, comrade. I am a friend of your Director Lu. Could you kindly let me through? Are you attempting to use the back door?" The sales clerk furrowed her brow, questioning, "What kind of friend are you? Please elaborate." "Oh, here is my letter of introduction. Please take a look." Xianwen produced a letter from his bag, which bore the insignia of their factory. After a brief inspection, the sales clerk recalled that the director had indeed mentioned something. She prepared to grant him access. However, the voice of Zhang Kaihong interrupted, "Wait. What are you doing? Do you presume that Manager Zheng is non-existent? Are you attempting to use the back door?" At the mere appearance of Zhang Kaihong, one of the sales clerks suddenly shouted out loudly, "Attention!" The sales clerks reacted swiftly, rushing to Zhang Kaihong, all in unison exclaiming, "Good day, Manager Zheng." Their voices echoed throughout the hall, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. The synchronized smiles of the young women resembled those of flight attendants, astonishing all present. Is this truly the same cadre of sales clerks from the supply and marketing cooperative? Feng Yisheng mused, watching Zhang Kaihong as if he were inspecting a battalion. With a resigned sigh, he quietly retreated into the director's office, unnoticed by anyone. In the past, Zhang Kaihong had envied these female cadre members at the cooperative. Now, he found himself at the helm, a fact that reeked of pretentiousness. With the air of a high-ranking official, he proclaimed, "Xiao Hong, what were you about to do? Use the back door? Report to you, Manager Zhang. That individual possesses a letter of introduction. He is a friend of the director. That is irrelevant. Raise your voice and tell him to scram." "Yes." The sales clerk named Xiao Hong stepped out from the line and declared emphatically, "Hello, Section Chief L. Our Manager Zheng instructs you to leave." Her voice rang out loudly, akin to a slap that struck Xianwen's face. All heads turned in confusion to scrutinize him. Xianwen's mind buzzed. How had this fellow become the manager here? If he was the manager, then what of Feng Yisheng? Xiao Hong, assuming he had not heard her clearly, was a well-trained and disciplined sales clerk under Zhang Kaihong. She knew the importance of a strong voice, especially when haggling with various customers. Drawing in a deep breath, she lifted her chest and tightened her abdomen, channeling her energy from her core to her throat. "Manager Zheng says, you must leave." With a sudden burst, laughter erupted around them. The girl had quite a coarse voice. Surely, she must have practiced. "Hey, brother, why are you still dawdling? Get lost, will you?" The cacophony of mockery pierced through Xianwen's heart like a myriad of steel needles. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Infuriated, He trembled and pointed at Zheng Kaihong, declaring, "Just wait. I'm going to call Director Liu right now." With that, he stormed out in a huff. Zheng Kaihong then commenced his speech as the manager. Inside, Feng Yisheng and Lu Minshan swiftly compiled a list. They marked 8 clothing brands and 5 shoe brands, confirming their positions. However, Lu Minshan broke protocol, stating that a relative had contacted him and insisted on securing a spot for their goods. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to accommodate his relative. Although Feng Yisheng and he had a contract, ultimately, the market was under Lu's purview, and it would be impolite to refuse. After finalizing everything, Feng Yisheng exited the supply and marketing cooperative. Soon after, Lu Minshan emerged with a paper in hand, ready to announce the results at the entrance, which sent the crowd into an uproar. Initially, there was silence, but soon, the brands not selected began to vociferously protest. "There's an inside deal. This is rigged. You're openly disregarding the law. I will report this." At first, Lu Minshan attempted to suppress his temper, but eventually, he could no longer contain his anger. "This market is personally contracted by me, Lu Minshan. I decide who comes in. What do you have to say about it? If you want to report me, feel free." The crowd fell silent. Feng Yisheng paid no heed to their uproar and proceeded to his designated counter. The sign for Baoxing leather shoes was already hung up, prominently facing the entrance of the cooperative, an optimal position. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Brother, we are finally ready to make a grand effort." Zhang Kaihong was filled with determination. "Let us make it a grand affair." In the following days, advertisements for the Weiman shoe and clothing wholesale market exploded in intensity, even reaching the neighboring county and rural areas. The people in the market became increasingly busy. According to the rules designed by Feng Yisheng for Lu Minshan, the goods for the stalls were to be supplied by the manufacturers themselves, while the sales would be conducted by trained salespersons. The market procured goods from manufacturers, yet the selling price could not be dictated by them. Reminiscent of a consignment model from a bygone era, only Baoxing shoes were self-produced and self-sold, establishing a landlord-tenant relationship with the market. In these few days, the market buzzed with activity. However, it was somewhat peculiar that this previously unheard-of Baoxing brand was only showcasing 5 styles of shoes across a space of over 100 square meters. Was there truly a market for such limited offerings? Would the sales be successful? The representatives from numerous manufacturers within the market observed them with amusement. Feng Yisheng remained unfazed, focusing on his own endeavors. At last, the long-awaited date of May 15th has arrived, the date designated for the grand opening. Even at just past 6 in the morning, hundreds of eager individuals have gathered at the entrance of the shopping mall, with more arriving continuously. Inside, everything is meticulously prepared, though only sales staff are present, as representatives from the manufacturers have yet to arrive. Zhang Kaihong took a deep breath and addressed all the sales personnel, stating, "Our boss Feng has announced that for every pair of shoes sold to the customers you bring, you will earn a commission of 20 cents. This way, you can earn commissions not only from selling clothing but also from selling our shoes. Do you have the confidence to boost the sales of the Baoxing brand leather shoes?" A resounding yes echoed in response. "Excellent. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the sisters here." Zhang Kaihong bowed deeply to everyone present. The sales staff responded with enthusiastic applause. After this invigorating rally, Zhang Kaihong returned to his designated booth. "Xingge, Jingguogu, are we all set?" Chapter 21. A girl more beautiful than Ye Shaoqian. Feng Yisheng and Li Jiangguo both took a deep breath and exchanged glances. After nearly a month of effort, today was the day. Feng Yisheng nodded towards Zhang Kaihong. "It's time to open." Zhang Kaihong shouted towards the entrance, "Let the floodgates open." Wishing us a prosperous opening, 2 male staff members at the entrance pulled up the roll-up door with a clatter. The impatient crowd outside surged in all at once, shouting, "Where are the Baoxing brand leather shoes? The ones that are 40 off, even claiming to be a steal." Feng Yisheng bellowed, "Over here, madam. The Baoxing brand leather shoes are this way. Not only are we offering 40 off today, but we will also have a gift drawing. Did you see the red flower tied to the 28-bar table? We are giving that away today. Enough with the chatter, we know about the shoes and the raffle. Just tell me how much this pair costs." A lady held up a pair of women's shoes, genuine leather, originally priced at 15 yuan, now only 9 yuan a pair, plus a raffle ticket. "All right, wrap it up for me quickly. I still want to check out some clothes." "Of course, madam, please hold on." Thus, the Baoxing leather shoe booth was surrounded by eager customers. Feng Yisheng, Li Jiangguo, Zheng Kaihong, and several young women from the supply and marketing cooperative were shouting to sell amidst the crowd. Of course, other booths also had their share of customers. but none matched the fervor at theirs. After several days of relentless advertising, the Baoxing brand leather shoes had captured the public's heart. Lu Minxian overslept again. Upon waking up, he slapped his forehead. Today is the mall's grand opening. Drinking has truly cost me. He quickly rode his bicycle to the mall. Upon entering, the bustling scene left his mind blank, goosebumps rising on his bald head. Spotting Feng Yisheng busy at work, he approached with his bag in hand. Xiaosheng, how many pairs have you sold? Feng Yisheng smiled. Just received a few wholesale orders. We've already sold 2,000 pairs. 2,000? Yes, we'll talk later. Director Lu, I'm quite busy. Oh, right, you carry on. Lu Minxian then moved to another booth. Xiaoman. Hello, Director. How many pieces have you sold at your booth? The young woman blinked excitedly. 50 pieces. Director, remember we signed a contract. I get 2 mao commission per piece, not a penny less. Lu Minxian nodded, of course. Thus, Lu Minxian continued his inquiries. After a series of questions, he returned to his office, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He took out an abacus to calculate the data he had just gathered. With the rhythmic clicking of the beads, he traced his fingers along them. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Suddenly, Lu Minxian felt dizzy, as if disaster loomed, and he sank into his chair, feeling utterly defeated. Within mere hours of opening, I earned a remarkable sum of 1,300 yuan. It is overwhelming. The magnitude of this speculative venture raises concerns about how long I might be ensnared in this predicament. Director Lu, being a figure entrenched within the system, finds it challenging to adapt to such a sudden shift in mindset. If I had earned merely 50 yuan today, he would not have thought much of it. However, should this become a daily occurrence, by month's end, the earnings would equate to his previous salary after settling wages and other obligations. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that I have amassed an unimaginable sum in just a few hours. How much must I earn in a month? Will those in authority not scrutinize my activities? This reflects a common trait in many during these times, earning money yet harboring fears, concealing it at home and hesitant to bring it forth. Feng Yisheng, on the other hand, remains entirely unperturbed. In the span of a single morning, they sold over 1,000 pairs of shoes at their stall. Among these, more than 1,000 pairs were sourced from other brands, marked up slightly to account for the malls and their own profits. There is no concern regarding quality. Anything that passes Feng Yisheng's approval is assuredly of commendable standard. By afternoon, many of the display items in the mall had sold out, resulting in a significant decrease in foot traffic. Zheng Kaihong entered with a meal, exhibiting visible anxiety. As he distributed lunch boxes at the counter, he inquired, Brother Jiangwo, did you not recently claim that our little Jean is more beautiful than Ye Xiaoqian? Indeed. What of it? Li Jiangwo replied, opening the lunchbox with curiosity. Feng Yisheng was preoccupied with inventory and paid little heed to their conversation. Zheng Kaihong pressed on. You also mentioned that our little Jean is the most beautiful girl in Jianghe County. I cannot guarantee that, but I can confidently assert that in all my time in Jianghe County, I have yet to encounter anyone more beautiful than our little Jean. Li Jiangwo rummaged through his meal with chopsticks and grumbled, didn't I pay an extra 20 cents? Where's the meat in this spicy stir-fried pork? This does not reflect the generosity of my payment. How can the owner conduct business in such a manner? Zheng Kaihong interjected, enough of that, Jiangwo. Tomorrow, let us dine elsewhere and discuss serious matters. I must tell you, I just passed by the station and saw an extraordinarily beautiful girl. I swear, in all my time as a hustler in the county, I have never encountered anyone so stunning. With her peach blossom eyes, oval face, and especially that dress paired with her little white shoes, she resembled a celestial goddess descended to earth. Forget about any Hong Kong or Taiwanese star. They wouldn't even be worthy to carry her shoes. Furthermore, I believe this girl surpasses little Jean in beauty. Little white shoes? Aren't those the very shoes our little Jean loves to wear? Li Jiangguo muttered, could it possibly be? Suddenly, Zheng Kaihong, filled with excitement, pulled him aside. Brother, look, that's the goddess I saw. It's her. Li Jiangguo cast a puzzled glance in her direction. It was but a fleeting look before he sighed in resignation. I see not who you refer to. I am eating. Brother Jiangguo, dare you claim she is not beautiful? Certainly beautiful, the most stunning maiden in our county. Please do not disturb me while I dine. Can you believe that miserly boss? I have even added an extra 20 cents. Li Jiangguo felt a pang of heartache and chose to ignore Zheng Kaihong. At the entrance, the girl he mentioned walked in. She was exactly as Zheng Kaihong had described. Long hair cascading down, adorned with a headband, and carrying a thermal container. Strangely, the moment the girl stepped into the mall, an unexpected hush fell over the crowd, all eyes transfixed on her in sheer astonishment. One person can indeed possess such breathtaking beauty. Undoubtedly. The girl at the entrance was Wang Xiaojin. Wang Xiaojin had not anticipated that her arrival would attract so much attention. After all, she was merely 20 years old. And her face flushed a deep crimson. Hastily, she quickened her pace, feeling quite embarrassed as she approached the Baoxing shoe counter. Looking at Zheng Kaihong, she inquired, "Uncle, is Feng Yisheng here?" Chapter 22. Sudden wealth at the sound of uncle. All the salespeople nearby burst into hearty laughter, clutching their stomachs. Wang Xiaojin, with her delicate, pale oval face and slightly rosy, peach blossom eyes, looked bewildered and perplexed, unable to comprehend the source of their amusement. Zheng Kaihong sighed in exasperation. But then his mind suddenly tightened, and he turned to glance at Feng Yisheng, who was busy organizing the merchandise nearby. "You are Sister Xiaojin?" Wang Xiaojin smiled playfully, her dimpled smile enchanting, evoking a sense of a subtle, yet captivating charm. "Yes, I am Wang Xiaojin, uncle. You are the one whom Xiaoxing invited." "Oh my goodness, Brother Jiangwo, Sister Xiaojin is indeed more beautiful than Nye Xiaoqian. Hello, Sister Xiaojin. Brother Sheng is busy over there. Brother Sheng, Sister Xiaojin has come to see you." At this moment, everyone at the counter became aware that this was the girlfriend rumored about by Feng Yisheng. Li Jiangguo had boasted about Wang Xiaojin numerous times in front of these salespeople, and now they all turned their attention to her, scrutinizing her every feature. How beautiful was Wang Xiaojin? She was a vision of beauty, captivating even without makeup. Even a woman couldn't help but feel a stir of emotions upon seeing her. There was not a single flaw to be found in her features. It was not merely this small town of Jianghe County. She possessed the allure to outshine the entire nation. Wang Xiaojin felt a wave of goosebumps as she was observed. Spotting Feng Yisheng nearby, she hurried over and squatted beside him. "Hee, I brought you your favorite pork rib and radish soup. Do you have a taste?" A sudden warmth enveloped Feng Yisheng's heart. He set aside his tasks and accepted the thermos without hesitation. "Isn't the factory busy?" "Well, it's manageable. There are no other orders. So I thought I'd come and reconcile the accounts with you." "Oh, Qian is being taken care of by the big sister at the factory. So you need not worry. Thank you." Wang Xiaojin felt slightly discontent at the repeated gratitude. Feng Yisheng chuckled. "If you don't say thank you, should I scold you?" Like a devoted little wife, Wang Xiaojin served him soup and handed him chopsticks, busily attending to him. However, she turned her gaze back to Zheng Kaihong, who was skillfully persuading a lady to buy shoes, and curiously inquired, "Xiaoxing, that uncle selling shoes seems quite impressive. I've seen him sell 2 pairs in just a few minutes. Where did you find him?" It must be said that Wang Xiaojin was not only stunning but also an exceptional cook. Feng Yisheng savored the taste he hadn't experienced in a long time. Gulping down a large mouthful of soup before responding, picked him up off the street. "He is actually only 19. Don't call him uncle anymore." It's quite a blow to his ego. "What?" Wang Xiaojin's beautiful face was utterly taken aback. "Impossible. How could he look so? Some people are just born old. There's nothing to be done about it." Feng Yisheng then handed Wang Xiaojin the ledger. "Here are the shoes sold today. Quickly calculate the payment and let the factory procurement rush to gather the materials. The more one sells, the better. I find myself lacking in stock. Today, I procured a considerable amount from other stalls, yet this is not a sustainable solution. How peculiar it is that some individuals appear aged before their time." Wang Xiaojin could not resist casting several more glances at Zheng Kaihong. Utterly unable to identify any trait that could convincingly suggest that the manager was but 19 years of age, her gaze gradually shifted to the ledger. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. "Xiaoxing, you haven't made an error, have you?" Wang Xiaojin's expression was once again jolted into disarray. The tally revealed that a total of 422 pairs of shoes had been sold. The revenue amounted to over 30,000 yuan. The factory had supplied Feng Yisheng with the price of 4 yuan per pair. The stall offered 2 pricing structures. One was a retail price of 15 yuan, sold at a discount of 60%, equating to 9 yuan. The other was a wholesale price, also marked at 15 yuan, but available at a cost of 35% off, with a minimum purchase of 100 pairs. The 422 pairs of shoes had been transferred from other stalls, thus unrelated to the factory. This meant that Wang Xiaojin could settle for 16,000 yuan. The remainder constituted the gross profit from Feng Yisheng's stall for the day, totaling 20,000 yuan. In other words, Xiaoxing and his team had earned 20,000 in a single day. Could Wang Xiaojin help but be astonished? The pace was frenetic. Feng Yisheng, balancing a bowl of soup, attended to customers while sipping. He remarked, "Xiaojin, Please verify the figures. We shall settle the account shortly. If you have a moment, could you also help organize that money and clarify the project details? We aren't particularly versed in financial matters. Oh, the money is over there. Feng Yisheng indicated a cabinet below. Wan Xiaojin, her chest rising and falling with anticipation, crouched down to open the cabinet, and a pile of cash spilled forth. Fortunately, she was accustomed to dealing with money. Otherwise, she might have been overwhelmed by the sight. Observing that Feng Yisheng and his associates were all quite busy, the young lady refrained from interrupting. Like the proprietor of the stall, she procured a small stool, tucking her hair behind her delicate ears, and began meticulously organizing the banknotes. By the time afternoon rolled around, all the shoes had been sold, leaving only a few hundred pairs in the warehouse, which Xing Kaihong had intended to bring over. However, Feng Yisheng had intervened, as the factory's goods would not arrive in the county until the following afternoon. If they sold out today, there would be no stock available for the stall in the morning. This was undesirable. Thus, they concluded their early shift. Feng Yisheng was equally efficient, having promised to settle the commissions for the salespeople in cash. The sales champion for the day was Yang Jinhua, who had secured several wholesale orders. Although the profit margins for wholesale were thinner, the agreed commission was 5 cents per pair. Nonetheless, Yang Jinhua's total commission for the day amounted to 67 yuan, a sum equivalent to her wages from the previous 2 months. She stood there, clutching the money in disbelief, speechless for quite some time. On this day, even those who earned the least in commissions received over 10 yuan. They were thoroughly invigorated, despite the weariness. The moment they truly received their earnings, all fatigue seemed utterly inconsequential. Feng Yisheng gathered them together, standing at the forefront, rallying their spirits. This modest sum is nothing. Believe me, if you persevere alongside me, I will ensure that within a year, you can purchase a home in the county town. Furthermore, acquiring color televisions, refrigerators, and automobiles will no longer be mere fantasies. Baosheng, everything is possible. What stirs the human heart most? Forget about ethereal dreams. Those who toil daily are the most pragmatic. A boss who can deliver tangible rewards is a commendable leader. A boss capable of enhancing my life is worth following for eternity. Thus, with just a few casual words, Feng Yisheng ignited their fervor to its zenith. In their excitement, they collectively exclaimed, Baosheng, everything is possible. The fervent chant resonated loudly, drawing the attention of many within. At a nearby clothing stall, a youth clad in sports shoes and donning sunglasses curiously glanced over. Suddenly, taken aback, his face lit up with surprise as he hurriedly approached. Xiaojin, when did you arrive in the city? Why didn't you call me? I could have come to pick you up on my motorcycle. Chapter 23. Where is the face? During a meeting, a sudden voice emerged, capturing the attention of everyone present. A chorus of gazes turned towards the source. Upon seeing the young man, Wang Xiaojin's expression soured slightly. The young man, Xin Wengang, was her betrothed from childhood and also a comrade from her time in the countryside. Feng Yisheng had little previous interaction with him, merely casting a cursory glance before allowing Li Jiangguo to address the group while he retreated to the back, preparing to tidy up for his return home. Xin Wengang approached Wang Xiaojin with a facade of warmth. It seems you want to be able to return to Heshan Town today. Why not come to my house? Your aunt has been constantly mentioning you. We can catch a movie tonight as well. Hurry and finish up. I'll be waiting for you. Wang Xiaojin felt a twinge of embarrassment as she organized the documents and placed them in her bag. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Thank you, Wengang. But I must decline your invitation. I already have other arrangements. Arrangements? Where will you stay? Xin Wengang removed his sunglasses, insisting, Don't be stubborn. Come to my home. It would be a good opportunity to have a proper chat with your aunt. I intended to visit you in Heshan County, but our unit has been quite busy, and I couldn't make it. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. You should focus on your work, she responded coolly. Xin Wengang paused, sensing her indifference, and assumed it was due to his prolonged absence from her life, which might have left her feeling slighted. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, What is this? Have you missed me during this time? I truly apologize for being so busy. It was not merely Xin Wenggang's overthinking. Their families were old acquaintances, both belonging to respectable positions. Their compatibility was remarkable, with matching heights and appearances, creating a seemingly perfect union. In his eyes, Wang Xiaojin was destined to be his wife, a fact he could not escape. Their relationship was on the brink of formalization, hence his tone often reflected that of a suitor. Little did he know, every interaction left Wang Xiaojin feeling profoundly repulsed, though she refrained from severing ties due to the connection between their families. At that moment, her discomfort was palpable. With her clear, Peach blossom-like eyes, she regarded him politely, yet with an undeniable sense of distance. I truly appreciate your kind offer, but I have already made my own arrangements. Please send my regards to your aunt. Xiaoxing, are you ready over there? Wang Xiaojin called out, hoping to dispel any misconceptions Feng Yisheng might harbor about her and shun Wang Ang's conversation. It was important for Feng Yisheng to hear her words. Feng Yisheng emerged from the back, carrying a burlap sack. All set. What would you like for dinner tonight? Wang Xiaojin pondered for a moment before responding. As long as there's meat, I'm happy. That's not an issue, he replied. All right, Zhang Wo, let us wrap it up. Our friend here still needs to go home to cook and tend to the children. This has gone on long enough. Where did Zai-Hong run off to? Right here. Shengu just stepped out for a moment, came the response. Oh, time to close up and head home. Feng Yisheng was busily arranging matters here and there. Wang Xiaojin stood to the side, her gaze fixed intently upon him. There was an unmistakable affection in her eyes, despite Feng Yisheng's apparent roughness, which lacked the nobility of Shen Wengang. Those perceptive enough could discern the girl's love. Shen Wengang, completely disregarded, furrowed his brow and fixed his stare on Feng Yisheng, asking, You were the farmer from Xiaohe village, the one who delivered crayfish to Xiaojin last month? In this phase of his past life, Feng Yisheng was impoverished. A farmer without the means to take Wang Xiaojin to the cinema or buy her clothes. Nevertheless, he would often save some fish and shrimp from his fields to gift to her. Indeed, he had delivered some at the beginning of last month. But he had seen Shen Wengang with Wang Xiaojin at the time and had merely handed her the produce before leaving. The term farmer left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. Yang Jinhua, the most hot-tempered among them, retorted, Hey, how can you speak like that? What's wrong with being a farmer? They toil to cultivate food. Without them, what would you eat? What are you insinuating? Shen Wengang, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Please don't misunderstand. I mean no disrespect. After a moment's thought, he added, Xiaojin, is this your friend? Please introduce us properly. Oh, brother, Xiaojin can be a bit capricious at times. Haven't you left farming to work at this counter? That's commendable. Farmers toil all year just to make ends meet. Please take good care of Xiaojin at work. I appreciate it. Li Jianguo felt a surge of anger at the condescending tone. What do you mean by your Xiaojin? Did she ever owe you anything? How presumptuous. Meanwhile, Chen Kaihong and others were equally bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to be the future boss lady? Why did that sound so strange? They hesitated to interject. Before Feng Yisheng could respond, Wang Xiaojin, growing impatient, interjected, All right, Wengang, could you please mind your own business? I have many things to attend to, so you should focus on your own matters. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Wengang hastily remarked, See, she's being capricious again. All right, I understand you've been upset with me for not reaching out lately. How about you invite your friends, and we all go out for dinner? My treat. After saying this, he placed a hand on Feng Yisheng's shoulder. Brother, bear with her. She has this temperament. Unexpectedly, Feng Yisheng shrugged off his hand, replying, What's wrong with her temperament? Why should I bear anything? She clearly said you should mind your own business. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Do we need your meal? Can't you show a bit of dignity as a man? Shen Wengang was momentarily taken aback. Feng Yisheng continued, What do you mean by that? Shen Wangang's expression darkened as he instinctively sensed something amiss and glanced at Wang Xiaojin, expecting her to side with him. To his surprise, she leaned closer to Feng Yisheng, her posture resembling that of a couple. She then said, I'm sorry, Wengang, but I'll be having dinner with them tonight. We've finished work. So you should go about your own business. With that, she tugged at Feng Yisheng's sleeve. Feng Yisheng, not wishing to embarrass Wang Xiaojin, hoisted the burlap sack onto his shoulder and declared, Let us go. No one bothered to engage with Shen Wengang, who gradually found himself alone as others departed through the door. Shen Wangang's spirits plummeted to an abyss. When his gaze fell upon the thermos that Feng Yisheng was carrying in his other hand, a surge of realization struck him like a thunderclap. He recognized that thermos. It was the very one Wang Xiaojin used to attach to the front of her bicycle each time she commuted to work. It served as her personal lunch container. The notion that such an intimate item was now in the possession of a man ignited the assumption of an inappropriate relationship between them. This farmer. Could it be that he was pursuing Xiaojin? What right did he have to court her, a mere tiller of the land? A sudden wave of insecurity engulfed him. Yet, given Wang Xiaojin's recent frosty demeanor towards him, he hesitated to confront her directly. Instead, he hurried home, intending to call her parents to seek clarity on the unfolding situation. Chapter 24. The fury of the vigilante upon their return to the warehouse. Feng Yisheng and his companions were greeted by Li Jianguo, who had procured an abundance of vegetables. The meal was prepared by Wang Xiaojin. While the men engaged in discussions outside, the women busied themselves with cooking within the somewhat chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere. As Wang Xiaojin observed the scene of Feng Yisheng and the others in earnest conversation, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown fond of this ambience. That day, Feng Yisheng made a substantial profit, earning over 10,000 yuan. Lu Minchon also prospered when the market closed. He had his accounts tallied and found himself with an additional 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. However, Director Lu, being somewhat timid, was anxious about the large sum, fearing it might contravene regulations. Thus, he reported the situation to his superiors and voluntarily accepted organizational punishment. Upon hearing his report, the higher-ups erupted in laughter. Lu Baldi, have you gained a fortune only to come here and play the innocent? Take your money and get lost. No one wants your filthy lucre. Baffled, Director Lu returned, his mind still unsettled, and sought out Feng Yisheng. As the meal was served, Lu Minchon devoured the food voraciously. Zheng Kaihong, unable to tolerate his gluttony, interjected, Director Lu, did you come here just to mooch off our food? Must you devour everything? We barely touched the dishes, and you've polished them off single-handedly. You've even hogged all the meat. I've not had a single bite. As Lu Minchon feasted, he gave a thumbs up to Wang Xiaojin, remarking, this girl is not only beautiful, but also an exceptional cook. Whose is she? Li Jiangguo responded, she belongs to my brother Sheng. Oh, the girlfriend of Xiao Sheng? Lu Minchon looked up. Wang Xiaojin's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly grabbed some dishes, stammering, I am going to eat elsewhere, and quickly left the room. Feng Yisheng sighed. Let us discuss serious matters. What is the county stance now? Just as I mentioned earlier, they drove me away, Lu Minchon replied, wiping his mouth and lighting a cigarette. At this rate, am I destined to become the first capitalist of Jianghe County? Who would have thought that in my youth? I was the foremost executioner of capitalistic excesses in Jianghe County. I was ruthless, to say the least. And now, I find myself a capitalist. Feng Yisheng chuckled. So? The taste of earning money is quite exhilarating. Isn't it? Indeed, it is. Lu Minchon laughed heartily. Zheng Kaihong rolled his eyes in response, muttering, what a load of hypocrisy. The group then resumed their discussion on market operations. Lu Minchon suggested, let us invest in more advertisements. Tomorrow, let us rent a few trucks to drive through the neighboring county, broadcasting our message. Feng Yisheng was in complete agreement. We must engage in local retail while also pursuing wholesale opportunities from afar. It may be daunting, but with time, one can grow accustomed to the challenge. Their conversation continued late into the evening. Eventually, Zheng Kaihong, Li Jiangguo, and Lu Minchon began to drink, while Feng Yisheng took his leave with Wang Xiaojin. As the night drew in, there were no available vehicles for them to return home. Feng Yisheng needed to escort her to a nearby inn for some rest. Along the way, Wang Xiaojin experienced a whirlwind of emotions, her demeanor a complex tapestry of joy and agitation. Silently, she trailed behind Feng Yisheng, her fingers entwined around her two braided pigtails, lost in thought. After walking a considerable distance, Feng Yisheng turned back to glance at her. I apologize. They spoke too freely today. Please don't take it to heart. What do you mean? Wang Xiaojin replied, a hint of dissatisfaction evident as she took a few steps forward. Feng Yisheng feigned ignorance. It's nothing. How do you plan to address the situation with Xinhui Gang? Wang Xiaojin puffed out her cheeks in exasperation, letting out a resigned sigh. Xiao Sheng, you know, I truly despise that person. I've loathed him since childhood. Back when we were sent to the countryside for work, I wanted nothing more than to escape my home, but he followed me, proclaiming to everyone that I was his partner. It led the entire village to believe we were. Ugh, never mind. Just thinking about him makes me uneasy. Feng Yisheng nodded, quietly observing the streetlights casting a gentle glow upon Wang Xiaojin's face. Reminiscent of a clear spring, an inexplicable calm enveloped him. The early summer night was warm, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and gently pressed it against her brow. Wang Xiaojin, who had been brimming with complaints just moments ago, found herself touched by this sudden display of affection. She stood there, somewhat dazed, her clear, peach blossom eyes flickering as they met Feng Yisheng's gaze. He was meticulous, savoring the unique warmth of her youthful essence, tenderly wiping around her delicate, fair face. Make sure to rest well later, and remember to lock the door, all right? Wang Xiaojin felt a flutter of panic, her heart racing. They had harbored mutual feelings for many years, yet they had never been this close. Biting her soft, rosy lips, she murmured, She then looked up at Feng Yisheng's angular face, not conventionally handsome but inexplicably exuding a sense of security, her words faltering. Xiaoxing, we. Before she could finish, Feng Yisheng's lips swiftly found hers. Wang Xiaojin froze, her eyes wide in surprise, her mind swirling as she temporarily lost her ability to think. Suddenly, a loud crash disrupted their kiss, drawing their attention. They turned to see a modestly dressed, slender middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, his bicycle tire deflated. After retrieving his glasses and putting them back on, he shouted from across the street, "You too. Engaging in such public displays of affection. Who are your parents? Do you even know the propriety of male and female interactions? Have you no sense of shame or decency? This is outrageous. If I hadn't been distracted by you, I wouldn't have crashed into that utility pole. You're endangering lives." Wang Xiaojin felt a wave of fear wash over her. Feng Yisheng retorted, "Do you have children, sir?" "I have a son and a daughter, and my family is harmonious." "Then why don't you show affection to your wife? How do you think your children came into being? Were they struck down from the heavens, or were they born of someone else? How outrageous. You have insulted my dignity. Is there no law anymore?" Smoke of indignation rose from the crown of the middle-aged man's head. He was determined to impart a lesson to the young couple brazenly kissing in public. A smile graced Feng Yisheng's face as he seized Wang Xiaojin's hand and began to dash away, leaving the self-righteous guardian of morality to curse vehemently behind them. Upon reaching the guest house, their spirits were entirely liberated. Wang Xiaojin doubled over in laughter, exclaiming, "Xiaoxing, how could that person behave like that? His collision with the telephone pole has nothing to do with us. How annoying." Feng Yisheng took a deep breath and gently pinched Wang Xiaojin's delicate nose, saying, "There are plenty of such stubborn old fools. Let's move on. Just be cautious on your way back to the factory tomorrow." Wang Xiaojin composed herself, her face blooming with a smile as radiant as a flower. "All right, then you should return and rest early." She was not disheartened by the fact that her first kiss had been taken away by Feng Yisheng. "Well, I'm heading upstairs now. Rest assured about Qianqian. I will take good care of her." "Good, off you go. Good night." "Good night." The young lady walked with her back straight, hands clasped behind her, her little white shoes tapping in a rhythmic gait, resembling a beautiful melody wandering through the world. Chapter 25, Order Mode. Wang Xiaojin was unaware that Feng Yisheng had not returned home that night, having incurred too many debts in his past life. In this new existence, Wang Xiaojin was his Achilles heel. He feared that if he held her too tightly, she might dissolve, and if he kept her in his palms, she might fall. How could he possibly rest easy knowing she was alone in a humble guest house overnight? Thus, he reserved a room in the adjacent unit and spent the night at her door. Whenever anyone approached Wang Xiaojin's room, Feng Yisheng would instantly awaken, alert to her safety. It was not until dawn that he departed. The previous day marked the grand opening, and the Minmin Footwear Wholesale Mall was bustling with activity. Although today saw a reduction in attendance by a third, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Conversely, the nearby Thieves Street had grown desolate, left barren and devoid of wanderers since the mall's opening. Upon arriving that morning, Feng Yisheng noticed a van parked at one side of the plaza in front of the mall, adorned with promotional banners. Lumin Shan, with his prominent belly and shining bald head illuminated by the morning sun, was delivering a speech. Feng Yisheng greeted him before heading to the counter. The Baoxing shoe counter was still thriving. However, as soon as Feng Yisheng appeared, Zhengkai Hong hurried over. "Brother Sheng, we must quickly source goods from other counters. We cannot sustain this for long. Sales are that brisk?" Feng Yisheng inquired, perplexed. "Yes. A wholesaler from out of town came in this morning and took over 100 pairs of shoes in one go. We're in trouble now. Jian Guo went back early this morning, and we only have a little over 200 pairs left in our new batch. We need a solution," Zhengkai Hong explained. This was an unforeseen predicament for Feng Yisheng. He had initially assumed that selling 500 to 600 pairs in a day was the maximum limit. Who could have anticipated that they would sell over 3,000 pairs in just one day? Even more surprising was that the mall attracted numerous wholesalers eager to stock up. Yet, the state-owned shoe factory in Heishan Town employed barely over 50 individuals, which meant production could not keep pace with the market's demands. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to address this issue. After pondering for a while, he finally spoke. "From this moment forward, aside from retail sales, do not release any additional stock. Inform the wholesalers that full payment is required, with delivery in 1 month. We must allow the factory time to respond, or else production will become chaotic. Is that feasible? Who does that offer 1 month for delivery after payment?" Zhengkai Hong questioned, somewhat baffled. "Just follow my lead. This is our only option if we wish to maintain our business. Otherwise, what will we do when we run out of stock?" Close the counter? Feng Yisheng replied with determination. After some contemplation, Zhang Kaihong realized there was no alternative. He promptly relayed the message to the sales staff. Sure enough, within moments, several wholesalers from out of town turned and left. The counter's business grew quiet, and the sales staff felt disheartened, casting confused glances at Feng Yisheng. Feng Yisheng smiled gently. You must comprehend what constitutes a seller's market. The seller has the final say. We need to cultivate market habits. Only by extending payment terms can we allow for better market response time and potentially expand our business, ultimately leading to fuller wallets for you all. Think long-term. He explained gradually. He profoundly understands that their shoes, akin to those worn by Leslie Chung, are currently selling quite well. However, the awareness of intellectual property rights is rather feeble at present. Firstly, imitation is not a sustainable strategy. It can only serve as a means of primitive accumulation during the entrepreneurial phase. Secondly, footwear and apparel do not belong to high-tech industries and lack core technologies. If someone observes your success, they can merely measure your products and replicate them within a few days. At that point, you must swiftly clear out inventory and introduce new designs. A month's lead time for orders allows the factory to gauge market responses. If a particular shoe model fails to sell, they will be cautious in their material sourcing to avoid unnecessary surplus. Gradually, the sales staff began to comprehend this model. In the morning, when the wholesalers at their counter heard about the one-month delivery time frame, they promptly turned and sought business elsewhere. Yet, since they were the sole purveyors of Leslie Chung's shoe model, they had no alternative. Thus, by afternoon, those lost customers returned in droves. Freed from the burden of insufficient stock, the salespeople felt liberated. Remarkably, they managed to sell an amount equivalent to that of the previous day within just one afternoon. Feng Yisheng remained steadfast in settling commissions on the same day. For the sales staff, it was yet another fruitful day. Once everyone had departed, Lu Minshan, with a grave expression, approached the Baoxing shoes counter and summoned him to the office. After a round of discourse, Feng Yisheng furrowed his brow. Director Lu, we have only been open for 2 days, and you are already contemplating undermining our foundation? That seems rather unseemly. Lu Minshan paused momentarily and quickly replied. Though I may be somewhat muddled, I am certainly not foolish. What do you mean by undermining our foundation? I am merely here to seek your counsel. Feng Yisheng scoffed lightly. Very well, if you seek my counsel, I must express my disapproval of their entry. I am indifferent to their background. We shall adhere to the terms of our contract. If I, Feng Yisheng, say they cannot enter, then no one shall set foot in this marketplace. With that, he exited the office in a huff. Lu Minshan, flustered, hurried after him, calling out several times without receiving a response. Just as he was about to chase after Feng Yisheng to explain, the telephone rang beside him, compelling him to answer hastily. The voice on the line was somewhat impatient. Hello, Boss Wang? Speak. What is it? Enough of the chatter. I have no authority here. If you have an issue, go consult Feng Yisheng from Baoxing Shoes. He just vented his frustrations in my office. Yes, I am the contractor of this marketplace. But it is this young man who has orchestrated its operations. Without him, there would be no marketplace, and that is the truth. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone and rushed out. Only Zhang Kaihong remained at the Baoxing Shoes counter, promptly inquiring, Where is Xiaoxing? Has he gone back? Zhang Kaihong seemed to be aware of the recent events and, being quite obstinate, responded curtly. Director Lu, are you not being a bit too presumptuous? Just yesterday, I treated you to a haircut at the salon, and today you wish to stab us in the back? Leave. It is not as you perceive. Lu Mingshan was seething with indignation. Go back and tell Xiaoxing that I am adhering to the contract. If he refuses to let me in, even the King of Heaven himself would not be able to sway me. This should suffice. You are all still brimming with youthful exuberance, each with tempers that rival one another. With hands clasped behind his back, Lu Mingshan returned to his office to tidy up for the day. Zhang Kaihong interjected with a remark. Character. Why was Feng Yisheng so irate? It was because someone had approached Lu Mingshan today. A wealthy individual willing to pay 50,000 in entrance fees to acquire Feng Yisheng's counter. If that counter could not be secured, it would suffice to clear out the counter adjacent to Baoxing Shoes. This was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that this brand hailed from Wuching. The individual in question was named Wang Liaogang. Chapter 26. Underestimating Yuan Qing is the cradle of the market economy in China. In the 1970s, the region, characterized by its abundant population and unique geographical environment of 7 mountains, 2 rivers, and a fraction of farmland, compelled the inhabitants of Wuching to venture out for their livelihoods. Thus, the market economy began to take root, initially flourishing through the footwear and apparel sector. ultimately evolving into the foremost manufacturing hub for shoes and clothing in all of China. The people of Yisheng are fiercely competitive in the marketplace, renowned for their ruthless pricing strategies. Should Yisheng shoes penetrate the market, the ramifications for Feng Yisheng would undoubtedly be significant, especially as they are now targeting his stall. This reality instilled a sense of urgency in Feng Yisheng. However, there was little he could do to prevent their arrival. Upon his return and sharing the news, Zheng Saihong's demeanor turned grave. As a shoe seller, he was well aware that all the footwear on Deji originated from Yisheng. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the warehouse. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. So, Brother Sheng, what shall we do now? I have heard of Awakens. They are known for their fierce price wars and possess formidable imitation skills. I suspect they have already replicated our Zhongguorong leather shoes. Feng Yisheng maintained a composed demeanor. Recognizing that competition was inevitable, he simply did not anticipate it arriving so swiftly. After a brief pause, he remarked, "It is improbable for them to enter the shopping mall. I believe if they cannot secure a spot there, they will undoubtedly open a store across from us. In that case, they will require at least 1 to 2 months to establish a storefront. We still have time to react. Let us not panic. We are not lacking in resources." Zheng Qiang nodded, returning to his tasks. Wang Lianggang, on the other hand, did not manufacture shoes but specialized in trading. He held several general agency contracts with shoe factories in Yisheng, allowing him access to their products. Unbeknownst to Feng Yisheng, the former traders on Deji had sourced their goods exclusively from him. Wang Lianggang dominated approximately 70 to 80% of the leather shoe market in Jianghe County. Life had been quite comfortable for him until he returned from Yisheng only to discover that his warehouse stock remained stagnant. A glance down the street revealed an abundance of Baoxing shoe advertisements, and all the previous traders had been driven out of Jianghe County. After inquiring with his employees, he learned the reason behind this upheaval. He embodied the relentless spirit and fierce market predation characteristic of the people of Yisheng. Acting decisively, he promptly presented 50,000 to Director Lu's office, leading to the scene witnessed yesterday afternoon. He could not simply stand by as his business faced ruin. After a night's contemplation, he returned with 100,000 in cash, asserting his dominance. Upon arrival, he stacked the cash in front of Feng Yisheng's counter. Feng Yisheng merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him before continuing his work, feigning ignorance. This audacious act sent ripples throughout the entire shopping mall. A sum of 100,000 cash lay on the counter, a sight that, if it had occurred a few years prior, would have undoubtedly invited scrutiny regarding its source. Fortunately, the market has become more enlightened. This amount is equivalent to 10 properties, a stark contrast to an era when salaries were measured in mere tens. The visual impact was overwhelming, drawing a crowd that quickly gathered to gossip and speculate. With an impassive demeanor, Feng Yisheng remained composed, while Wang Lianggang casually showcased his Rolex watch, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. "Mr. Feng, shall we converse?" Feng noticed the throng around him growing, rendering business impossible. His brow furrowed, he inquired, "What does your display of money signify?" Wang's laughter rang hollow as he replied, "As long as Mr. Feng nods in agreement. You may take this money." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, igniting a flurry of envious chatter. Some bolder souls even contemplated nefarious intentions, yet they hesitated, daunted by the imposing figures accompanying Wang. The sales clerks at the counter were equally stirred, having anticipated Feng's excitement, only to witness him disdainfully glance at the cash on the counter. "Please take it away. I have no interest in your money," he declared. A stunned silence enveloped the area as onlookers gaped at Feng in disbelief. Wang, seemingly unfazed, appeared to have anticipated this reaction. He withdrew a stack of bills from his bag and slapped it onto the counter. "Here is 110,000. I just returned from a business trip. And this is all the cash we have. If you, Mr. Feng, vacate this stall, I am willing to increase the offer to 150,000. And the remaining sum can be settled tonight." Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Offer me 500,000 or even 1,000,000, and I still will not relinquish this counter. You are not welcome in this marketplace. Please take your money away. With so many witnesses here, should anything go awry, Feng Yisheng, will not assume responsibility." Wang's feigned smile faltered, darkening into a scowl. "Do you truly believe this counter can yield you profits exceeding 1,000,000? Feng replied with a smile, "I have never contemplated how much I might earn. I have merely heard whispers of your ruthless dealings in the market. We are not of the same ilk. I bid you farewell." With that, Feng turned away, returning to his own affairs. Amidst the crowd, a few individuals could no longer contain themselves. Has this young man lost his senses? 150,000. We could never amass such wealth in a lifetime. Can a mere counter generate such income? Others chimed in, incredulous that anyone would spurn such an opportunity in these times. Yang Jinhua and others, having discerned their employer's stance, hurried over to diffuse the tension. Wang Lianggang, gazing at Feng's indifferent retreating figure, felt a surge of unbridled anger. He signaled to his subordinates, who promptly began to gather the money. With a disdainful huff, he remarked, I, Wang Lianggang, have been in Jianghe County for 5 or 6 years, outpacing many competitors. Do not think that your counter will continue to bring you profits indefinitely. Oh, Feng Yisheng turned around and said, Are you threatening me, Boss Wang? It cannot be deemed a threat. Rather, it seems you are somewhat ungrateful for the kindness extended to you, replied a colleague of Wang Lianggang. This statement instantly ignited the sales clerks at the counter, as several girls who had profited alongside Feng Yisheng naturally rallied behind him. They all abandoned their tasks, especially Zheng Kaihong, who, holding a pair of high-heeled shoes, pointed sternly at the subordinate. Repeat what you just said. Let me show you the quality of Baosheng's high heels. The subordinate frowned and stepped forward, exuding an intimidating presence. However, as he leaned in closer, Feng Yisheng coolly interjected, Boss Wang, do you truly allow your hound to run rampant and bite others? Are you not concerned that I might shut the door and deal with the dog myself? Chapter 27. Striving for mutual benefit. As soon as the words were spoken, the 10 or so individuals at the counter took a step forward in unison. Not only they, but upon hearing that there was a disturbance at the Baosheng shoe counter, others nearby also abandoned their tasks and approached. Who among them was unaware that this marketplace was orchestrated by Feng Yisheng, who had not received a commission from the Baosheng shoe counter? How dare these petty individuals cause a ruckus here? They would be skinned alive. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of people, Wang Lianggang realized he could no longer remain in this place. He seized his subordinate's hand and declared, Well, General Feng, let us wait and see. I have trampled countless competitors in Jianghe County. I do not require your presence. Feng Yisheng, exuding an unwavering confidence, smiled and replied, If I still see Boss Wang's shoes for sale in Hexian County within a month, I shall write my name backward. Ha ha. A bold young calf knows no fear of tigers. Wang Lianggang's emotions were on the verge of exploding. Ultimately, he departed with his 2 subordinates. The brief uproar in the marketplace quickly subsided, returning to tranquility. Unbeknownst to them, Director Liu had been observing from behind the scenes. Witnessing Wang Lianggang being rebuffed by Feng Yisheng, he muttered, I told you, this marketplace is not under my control. Everyone within it is his. Yet they insist on coming to bother me. Shaking his head, he retreated to his office. As before, Director Liu continued his daily routine of sleeping. Previously, it was due to the supply and marketing cooperative being unable to disperse wages, and the thought of such troubles gave him a headache. Sleeping was preferable. Now, with thousands of yuan flowing in each day, he felt utterly satisfied and had no further aspirations. Sleeping was still his choice. Director Liu was adept at concocting justifications for his slumber. Zhang Kaihong and the others were still somewhat perplexed by Feng Yisheng's behavior. 150,000, a staggering sum, yet Brother Sheng had not even cast a glance at it. Thus, in the afternoon, they could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired. Feng Yisheng sighed and began, Tell me, how much does our counter earn in a day? Upon realization, Zhang Kaihong's mind cleared in an instant. Indeed, the counter generates several thousand yuan daily. That 150,000 was trivial in comparison. Feng Yisheng continued, In essence, Baosheng Shoes is merely a shell company. We could easily take that sum and walk away, relocating to a new place and continuing the same old tricks. However, if I sell the counter, what will happen to these employees? What will become of the factory? The other sales staff overheard this and felt a surge of emotion. For the first time, they realized that Boss Feng was not merely a man of greed. He possessed humanity. Yang Jinhua, concerned, remarked, I am familiar with Wang Lianggang. He spent years nearly monopolizing the Jianghe market. Now, we suddenly emerge and refuse to align with him. Boss Feng, he is not an easy adversary. You must be cautious. Feng Yisheng smiled and replied, No penny is earned easily. All right, ladies, come over to collect your wages. Before the close of each day's work. The melodious sound that resonated throughout the marketplace was the most delightful for Boss Feng. A jubilant group of individuals hurried over to collect their earnings. As for the incident involving Wang Lianggang, it had faded from everyone's memory. The day's revenue had significantly declined as the initial fervor of the grand opening had dissipated. Nevertheless, a net profit of 3,000 to 5,000 yuan was still recorded, with over 80% derived from contract sales. Feng Yisheng urgently needed to discuss production capacity with Li Jiangguo. Hence, after depositing the funds into the bank, he hastened back to the factory. Upon entering the factory, he rushed to the office of the management, only to find it empty. He then made his way to Wang Xiaojin's area, but neither she nor her sister was present. Puzzled, he ventured towards the workshop, where he was immediately enveloped by the fervent atmosphere. Due to a sudden surge in orders, the workforce in the factory was insufficient. Li Jiangguo waved his hand, calling even the cafeteria staff to operate the sewing machines. Feng Qian was playing in the workshop, finding the environment to be quite entertaining, occasionally helping others with small tasks. Upon spotting her brother, she dashed over excitedly. Feng Yisheng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he scooped up little Feng Qian. Though they were siblings, he had raised her for several months, and she felt more like a cherished daughter to him. After some playful moments, he set her down, saying, "Brother has some matters to attend to. Why don't you go play with Sister Xiaojin for a while?" "Okay." Little Feng Qian replied, gazing at Feng Yisheng with innocent eyes. "Brother, I have one last question for you." "What is it?" he asked. Little Feng Qian frowned playfully. Are you bullying Sister Xiaojin? Every time I mention you, her face turns crimson, and she quickly tells me to stop. "Brother, you mustn't do that. You should love Sister Xiaojin as you love me, so that you might have a chance to marry her." Feng Yisheng felt a headache coming on. He knew his sister all too well, fragile, insecure, and easily brought to tears. Yet, at times, the things she said seemed far beyond her years. He patted her head and glanced at Wang Xiaojin, who was sewing industriously. Wang Xiaojin had certainly noticed Feng Yisheng's return, but pretended not to see him. However, the frantic expression on her face inadvertently revealed her complicated emotions. The memory of being kissed by Feng Yisheng kept her awake through the night. When she caught his gaze, she quickly looked down, allowing her long hair to veil her blushing, delicate features. Unintentionally, the dimples at the corners of her mouth appeared, and her bright, peach blossom-like eyes sparkled with uncertainty. Feng Yisheng gently ruffled little Feng Qian's hair. "All right, brother is off to work now." He then proceeded towards Li Jiangguo, who appeared exhausted. Dark circles under his eyes as he fixated on the sewing machine, thoroughly entranced by his task. Feng Yisheng grasped him and, after much effort, managed to pull him out of the workshop. Upon exiting, Li Jiangguo continued to grumble. "If there is something to be said, say it quickly. Time is money. During the time you are wasting, I could have already stitched a shoe upper." Feng Yisheng sighed. "Have you been working overtime every day these past few days? What other choice do we have? You are too relentless. You sell thousands of pairs of shoes each day." "We must keep up," Li Jiangguo replied, his emotions running high. For the first time, he felt troubled by the factory's booming business. Feng Yisheng tossed him a cigarette, saying, "Smoke one and calm your mind." He lit one for himself as well. Continuing like this is not a solution. You, a factory manager, are stitching shoe uppers yourself. The factory will surely descend into chaos. Even if you all work the sewing machines to the point of smoking, we still wouldn't fulfill our orders. We need to change our approach swiftly. Li Jiangguo's mind began to settle. It dawned on him that his former sales manager had only secured his position by courting the factory manager's daughter. Previously, he had spent his days in the office polishing his shoes to a gleaming shine. Managing a factory was beyond his capabilities. Overwhelmed, he finally spoke. "Brother Sheng, please offer me some guidance. I am on the brink of madness. Do you have any idea how long it has been since I last shared a kiss with Hiyeya? It has already surpassed 18 hours. I am stuck here at the sewing machine every day." Chapter 28. Specialization in duties. Li Jiangguo began to voice his various grievances. This fellow was insatiably restless, feeling the need to seek out Hiyeya daily for a sense of satisfaction. Feng Yisheng tolerated his complaints. Eventually, noticing that Li Jiangguo showed no signs of ceasing, he interjected, "Shall we simply close the factory and cease operations?" Li Jiangguo's hair bristled at the suggestion. "That is out of the question. After my father-in-law retired, he has been practicing his iron palm technique in the park every day, honing it to the level of Qian. If I quit, he might very well end up giving me a taste of it. Let us discuss serious matters, Brother Sheng. Let us chart a course for our next steps." Feng Yisheng shot him a glance of exasperation. "Must you ramble on before you feel at ease? My situation is not particularly favorable either. I've drawn the attention of the folks from Wencheng in Jianghe County. We need to alter our strategy. Take a look at these first," Feng Yisheng continued, emptying a collection of torn paper scraps from his bag. These snippets were all cut from magazines during his leisure time. Li Jiangguo's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Sheng, have you become addicted to this? Are we continuing with the shoes people wear?" Feng Yisheng meticulously spread the photographs of shoes across the table. No, we shall not replicate others' designs. I've mentioned before, that was merely our initial foray. Once we struck gold, we must withdraw and not linger. Then shall we consider sports shoes? Li Jiangguo queried, observing the images and noting they were not the leather shoes of previous iterations. Feng Yisheng nodded and elaborated. Firstly, most individuals invest considerable effort in maintaining their leather shoes. Our leather shoes are of such high quality that even an old dog's teeth could not damage them. They are remarkably durable. This leads to a consumer mindset. If my Baosheng leather shoes remain intact, why would I purchase more? It would be sheer folly. Consequently, as long as the shoes endure, they will not return for Baosheng products. Consumers are perpetually fickle, eager to try something new. Secondly, those who wear leather shoes are typically older. This demographic tends to be frugal. Once a pair of leather shoes deteriorates, they will mend them repeatedly until they are practically worn to shreds, gleaming from wear. The only way to avoid this issue is to pivot to sports shoes. We will target the fashion-forward youth, encouraging them to wear these shoes vigorously, thereby increasing wear and tear, which in turn enhances the rate of replacement. Moreover, it is crucial to note that currently, people from Jianghe County and those within 100 kilometers of Wenqing are all fixated on leather shoes, embroiled in fierce competition within the leather market. Jianghe County is still grappling with the slow pace of state-owned enterprise reforms. However, it won't be long before the inventory price wars that I previously feared will erupt, necessitating a forward-thinking approach and rapid transformation. Most importantly, just today, Wang Liang has offended me. I intend to bring him down hard in this arena. Feng Yisheng concluded, guiding Li Jiangguo through the specifics of the plan. Li Jiangguo listened with half-comprehension, and after a moment, responded, Wait, your reasoning is quite sound. We indeed need to pivot. But what about our production capacity? The sewing machine was on the verge of smoking, leaving us with little energy to pursue other matters. Feng Yisheng rolled his eyes and remarked, I must address you. What business do you, as a factory director, have operating a sewing machine? Can't you manage your own responsibilities? First, recruit more personnel promptly. Second, there are several state-owned factories in our county facing closure. You should approach each one and negotiate. We can provide the materials, and they will assist us in processing to produce a pair of compliant shoes for a processing fee of 50 cents. This fee will be shared between our factories. Meanwhile, your factory should commence the production of sports shoes, and in 2 months, I expect at least 20 distinct series of shoes to emerge. Where will the designs come from? We will derive them from these photographs. Is that merely copying? Li Jiangguo inquired. No, that is called drawing inspiration. Feng Yisheng's mind was occupied with numerous matters. A conversation with Li Jiangguo in the office consumed yet another afternoon. It was only when Wang Xiaojin arrived to summon them for dinner that they finally emerged. They returned to the same dormitory. Li Jiangguo had gone to his father-in-law's house and did not join them for dinner. Only Wang Xiaojin and the 2 others remained. The evening breeze carried the fragrance of summer flowers, gently caressing their faces. The trio dined in silence, and after a prolonged awkwardness, Wang Xiaojin mustered the courage to speak. Xiaosheng, do you have time in a few days? Feng Yisheng, still preoccupied with thoughts of sports shoes, absent-mindedly replied, I'm quite busy, but if you need me, I'm not. Wang Xiaojin felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Noticing the absence of others, she grew bolder, inching her stool closer to Feng Yisheng. Under the moonlight, her delicate face appeared playful as she said, Hee, let us go watch a movie the day after tomorrow. A movie? Feng Yisheng took a bite of his meal, observing that Feng Qian had not chewed her food and was staring at them with a dazed expression. He lightly tapped her head with his chopsticks, saying, Focus on your meal. Oh, brother, you continue chatting, she replied. Wang Xiaojin, wearing a sweet smile, added, I want to see a Chinese ghost story. People at the factory say I resemble Nia Xiaoqian, and I want to see if it's true. Feng Yisheng chuckled, shaking his head. Nia Xiaoqian is not as beautiful as you. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Now eat your meal, and later I'll escort you home. Okay. Wang Xiaojin's heart brimmed with anticipation. By the time he returned Wang Xiaojin home, it was already past 8 in the evening. In 1987, people were unfamiliar with nightlife, so the town was deserted. Sitting behind on the bicycle, Wang Xiaojin grew bolder, her slender fingers wrapping around Feng Yisheng's waist. Her exquisitely beautiful face gently rested against his back. The little white shoes beneath her skirt, exuding innocence, swayed as they rode. It must be said that only in this era could such pure love exist. After a night passed, Feng Yisheng departed from Heshan town, but not before. He arranged for a factory worker to take care of his sister, Feng Qian, offering a monthly stipend of 50 yuan, with meals accounted for separately. Previously, when the factory was less busy, Wang Xiaojin had the time to attend to Feng Qian. However, the circumstances have changed. She no longer possesses the energy to look after Feng Qian and requires someone dedicated to the task. Although Feng Qian is petite under Wang Xiaojin's care, she has transformed remarkably, appearing somewhat naive, akin to a porcelain doll, with an exceptionally sweet disposition, which endears her to the factory staff. With Feng Qian at the factory, Feng Yisheng feels reassured. Upon returning to the county seat, he swiftly leveraged his connection with Lu Minshan to install a telephone at the Baoxing sales company. An investment of several thousand yuan. It was impractical to travel back and forth for communication. A telephone would significantly reduce the cost of time spent on correspondence. Once these arrangements were in place, Feng Yisheng's foresight was confirmed. The row of 5 former state-owned shops across from the supply and marketing cooperative had been leased. After learning of this development, Zheng Kaihong hurried back with the news. Brother Sheng, I found out who it is. It's Wang Lianggang. Is he really trying to compete with us? Chapter 29. The misfortunes of Brother Gang. On that day, after Wang Liang visited, Zheng Kaihong remained fixated on the opposite side. Feng Yisheng responded with a calm demeanor. Acknowledging that calamity is inescapable, the market is free, and we cannot obstruct others from opening their establishments. It is imperative to focus on our own affairs. With a newspaper in hand, he retreated to the counter. Zheng Kaihong pondered at the entrance, reflecting on the wisdom in Sheng Ji's words. Dismissing his concerns, he stepped inside. Upon entering, Feng Yisheng first organized the accounts from the past few days. It was evident that there had been a significant decline in sales, which was to be expected, given that not every day saw business activity. Currently, based on the counter's revenue, after deducting various expenses, there remained an income exceeding 3,000. Since the opening days, he had already amassed over 10,000 in hand. Yet, it still felt insufficient. Feng Yisheng remained unperturbed. Casting the ledger aside, he began to read the newspaper. In the year of 1987, information was scarce, and those who could decipher the policies laid out in the newspaper, coupled with a daring spirit, essentially held the key to the era's wealth. The next 30 years unfurled within Feng Yisheng's mind, yet he harbored concerns that his rebirth might alter the course of events. As he perused a particular news piece, his mood lightened somewhat. The headline spoke of a proposal for the trading of national bonds in different locations. If all went as anticipated, discussions would continue this year, with the policy set to be enacted in September of the following year. Once implemented, the stagnant market for unsold national bonds would awaken. Additionally, stocks remained in a rudimentary state of street vending, with few comprehending their value and transaction volumes being low. However, upon the establishment of the Shanghai Stock Exchange in 1990, the soaring of the old 8 stocks would astound the nation. Feng Yisheng charted a course for himself. Next year, he would sell national bonds, and as the market reached a certain threshold, he would fervently acquire undervalued, unlisted old 8 stocks. Then, in 1990, the market would erupt in a spectacular fashion. Nevertheless, for the moment, he needed to ensure the success of Baoxing leather shoes. On May 20th, in an era where expressions of affection were less ostentatious, young lovers were devoid of excessive sentimentality. Following a torrential downpour that morning, the old Zhanghe County appeared rejuvenated. The air infused with the fragrance of blooming trees, tinged with a hint of sweetness. Early on, Wang Xiaojin arrived in the county via bus. This marked her first solitary day with Feng Yisheng. To prepare for this occasion, she had basked in happiness the previous night, unable to find sleep. As pure and enchanting as ever, she stood at the cinema entrance, her dress fluttering in the breeze, capturing the attention of many passers-by. Upon spotting Feng Yisheng's silhouette, she dashed toward him. Here. What? Feng Yisheng inquired, puzzled, as he accepted the item from Wang Xiaojin's hands. Higi, fava beans, my mother sawed them for me yesterday. I remember you love these. Feng Yisheng chuckled lightly. They are available in the city. There was no need to bring them from down below. Come on. The show is about to start. After Feng Yisheng spoke, his other hand naturally took hold of Wang Xiaojin's delicate fingers. This was not part of the scenario Wang Xiaojin had envisioned the previous night. It was her first experience being held by a man, and she felt quite unaccustomed to it, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand. Feng Yisheng turned back with a teasing remark. What are you afraid of? You've already kissed. So what's wrong with holding hands? Wang Xiaojin's face flushed crimson as she gently swatted his arm, exclaiming, You are so annoying. Hurry up. So many people are staring at us. With that, she hurriedly pulled Feng Yisheng inside. Once the two had disappeared, a commotion erupted outside. Many began to speculate about who this girl was, as she had never been seen before. Unbeknownst to them, not long after they entered the cinema, Shen Wengang made his appearance. Today, he was treating a few colleagues from various departments to a movie. Upon arriving, he overheard people discussing a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Nie Xiaoqian entering the cinema. Intrigued, a colleague asked, "Brother Gang, could that possibly be sister-in-law? After all, in their county, only sister-in-law could resemble Nie Xiaoqian, a consensus among their unit." However, as soon as he finished speaking, another colleague nudged him. "Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you hear? That Nie Xiaoqian was with her partner. If sister-in-law came to the county, how could she not inform Brother Gang?" The colleague who had first spoken quickly clarified, "Apologies for my loose tongue." Shen Wengang, exuding confidence, laughed. "My childhood friend knows me well. She has never shown interest in places like this cinema. Come on, let's not waste time. The show is about to start." The group promptly entered the cinema. By the time they made their way inside, the film had already begun. Feng Yisheng and Wan Xiaojin sat in the far corner. Initially, everything was fine. But once the Black Mountain Old Demon appeared, Wang Xiaojin's petite face visibly tightened with anxiety. The screen's glow flickered across her fair complexion. Feng Yisheng was too absorbed in her expression to pay attention to the film, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Setting aside the notion of love's bias, the Nie Xiaoqian in the movie paled in comparison to Wang Xiaojin's ethereal charm. Naturally, he placed his arm behind Wang Xiaojin, who, having been frightened out of her wits by the Black Mountain Old Demon, instinctively leaned closer to him. "Xiaosheng, why is that tree monster so powerful? Even Yin Qixia seems unable to defeat it. And why is Ning Kaichen so weak? It's terrifying." Wan Xiaojin nestled in Feng Yisheng's embrace. Trembling like a little rabbit in a winter cave, listening to the roars of tigers in the forest outside, Feng Yisheng chuckled, "Aren't you here to see Nie Xiaoqian? Why do you keep staring at the Black Mountain Old Demon?" I had no idea there would be such a terrifying Black Mountain Old Demon. They all say I resemble Nie Xiaoqian, so I was just curious." "Ah, Yin Qixia, you must not perish. If you do, what shall become of the malevolent Black Mountain Demon? It would devour Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen, and they are far too pitiful." Feng Yisheng sighed helplessly, pondering whether this was the phenomenon of becoming too engrossed in a role. In all his reincarnations, this was the first time he had witnessed this facet of Wang Xiaojin, and he inexplicably found her amusingly charming. The two sat in quietude, unaware of a man emerging from the restroom, who was intently observing them. His curiosity piqued. He crept closer, and upon catching a glimpse of Wang Xiaojin nestled in Feng Yisheng's embrace, his mouth fell agape. "Goodness, is this truly my sister-in-law? Has a lush green pasture sprouted atop my brother's head?" Just as he was struck with astonishment, Feng Yisheng turned around, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Chapter 30. Utterly shameless. Feng Yisheng's sudden interjection startled the man, who quickly adopted a serious demeanor. It was impossible to inquire, "Brother, why are you embracing my sister-in-law?" Wang Xiaojin remained engrossed in the performance and did not turn to face him. The man hastily apologized. "My apologies, my friend. I mistook you for someone else. Please, continue enjoying the film." With that, he scurried back to his original seat. As soon as he returned, Shen Wengang began to tease him. "Xiao Bian, you ought to get your kidneys checked. After all these years, I've never seen you finish a single trip to the restroom without delay. You always dawdle for ages." The young man called Xiao Bian quickly took his seat, hesitating to respond. Someone nearby jested, "What's the matter? Has the truth about your love life been revealed? You look positively terrified." The humor exchanged among men often lacks subtlety. Shen Wenggang's laughter rang the loudest. "You know what? Tomorrow I'll ask my dear Xiaojin if she has any friends to introduce to you. Your kidneys could certainly benefit from a woman's nurturing touch." Laughter erupted among the group. Xiao Bian felt a wave of indignation and involuntarily glanced at Shen Wenggang's head, as if a green light illuminated the dark cinema. Swallowing hard, he whispered, "Brother Gang, have you considered that the girl everyone was discussing at the entrance is our sister-in-law?" "You mean Xiaojin?" Shen Wenggang's eyes remained fixed on the movie screen as he chuckled. "How could my sister-in-law possibly come to the county? She is still upset with me. Don't you think women can be quite petty? I've been busy for a few days without contacting her, and now she struts around as if she is above me. Does she truly believe I have no temper? Sooner or later, I'll kick her out and leave her sobbing in the restroom." Someone nearby gave him a thumbs up. "You're impressive, Brother Gang. No wonder those young ladies at our workplace are utterly smitten with you." Laughter ensued. It turned out that after seeing Feng Yisheng with Wang Xiaojin at the supply and marketing cooperative, Shen Wengang had contemplated calling her parents. Yet, he reconsidered, thinking, as a grown man, wouldn't he that be rather undignified? He was confident to the point of arrogance, having grown up alongside Wang Xiaojin. He believed she was the proverbial meat laid before him. Whether to partake depended solely on his mood. Thus, he resolved to allow Wang Xiaojin a few days of introspection, hoping to compel her to seek him out, weeping and pleading for him not to leave. Wang Xiaojin, who would have preferred him to create a scene, chose to ignore the situation altogether. After being kissed by Feng Yisheng, she spent the past few days contemplating how to discuss with her parents the dissolution of her engagement to Shen Wengang. Unbeknownst to them, the gravity of the situation loomed. Xiaobian could no longer contain himself. He hastily spoke up, "Brother Gang, I need to tell you something, but please don't overreact. If my eyes aren't deceiving me and I'm not a fool, I can say with 100% certainty that I saw our sister-in-law nestled in a man's embrace from behind. You." Once the words escaped your lips, silence fell in the western direction. The jest that had just been uttered vanished in an instant. Shen Wangang's facial muscles twitched momentarily, after a brief cloud of gloom. He turned and delivered a sharp slap to his own head. "Are you insulting me? What is your mindset?" Xiaobian, startled, quickly clarified. "I swear I did not deceive you. It's in the last row, near the restroom. Just go take a look and you'll see. I believe I've seen that man before." "Yes, he asked the one who sells leather shoes at Wayman Mall." Upon hearing this, Shen Wengang sprang to his feet. He could dismiss others' words, but when it came to the farmer selling shoes, he had no choice but to believe. Panic surged through him. Where is he? Take me there. The gravity of the situation dawned on the others, prompting them to rise hastily. Xiaobian led the way, while Feng Yisheng noticed a popcorn vendor and diverted to purchase some, leaving only Wang Xiaojin, whose gaze remained fixed on the movie screen. When Shen Wengang approached, he found Wang Xiaojin alone. He kicked Xiaobian, saying, "You little rascal, were you trying to scare me on purpose?" "No, brother Gang, I was just..." "Enough. You have the heart to buy me soda. You all go ahead. I'll chat with your sister-in-law. We have had some misunderstandings lately." Upon hearing this, the others promptly departed, returning to their original seats. Once all had left, Shen Wengang assumed his most intellectual demeanor and plopped down beside Wang Xiaojin. Thinking it was Feng Yisheng returning, she instinctively leaned in, but sensing something amiss, she quickly straightened up. Upon seeing Shen Wengang's face, she immediately felt a wave of nausea. Coldly, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Instinctively, she scanned the surroundings for Feng Yisheng. Shen Wengang sighed deeply. "Didn't you say you didn't like watching movies? Why are you sneaking in alone now? It's been a few days, and I think we need to have a serious talk. Xiaojin, you know, I truly dislike your capricious nature. You really must change. If you don't, how will we manage our lives after marriage?" Wang Xiaojin, disinterested in the conversation, rose to leave, but Shen Wengang grasped her arm firmly. "Look at you. You always do this, never managing to speak more than 3 sentences with me before walking away. Who else can tolerate your temper aside from me? Last time at the mall, you were flirting with that farmer, and though you offered no explanation, you've given me the cold shoulder for days. I just want to ask you, Wang Xiaojin, what do you truly want?" His voice rose considerably, drawing the attention of several onlookers, some of whom complained, "We're trying to watch a movie. Why are you making such a ruckus?" Wang Xiaojin's gaze drifted westward until she finally spotted Feng Yisheng. Her expression turned icy. Realizing that the conversation had reached a critical juncture, she opened her mouth and said, "Jiangge, can you listen to me calmly?" "Of course," Shen Wengang replied. "Have I ever been anything but calm in your presence?" "Fine," Wang Xiaojin asserted resolutely. "I have told you many times. Regardless of how our parents perceive it, I possess my own thoughts, and I cannot foresee a future with you. We should put an end to this. I have someone I love." "Look here," Shen Wengang interjected. "Every time you get angry, you say this, Xiaojin. Can you please choose a different phrase? My ears are growing calloused from hearing it. Be obedient now." As he spoke, Shen Wengang moved to embrace her. However, Wang Xiaojin swiftly evaded him, feeling trapped by his audacity and self-deception. In a fit of anger, tears welled up in her exquisite peach blossom eyes, and she cried out, "Shen Wengang, are you out of your mind? What must I say for you to comprehend that I truly dislike you? I genuinely find you repulsive." Chapter 31. Indomitable as Shen Wengang found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of so many, his composure crumbled, and a surge of anger erupted within him. "Wang Xiaojin, I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. My patience has its limits." Wang Xiaojin's tears suddenly ceased, and she wiped her eyes, her demeanor turning icy. Very well. Since we have reached this point in our conversation, let us speak plainly. From the very beginning, it has been you who has been deluding yourself, right from our youth. Even during my time as a sent-down youth. Shinwen Gang, I implore you to maintain your composure and possess a modicum of self-awareness. You are in your 20s now. Can you not comprehend the language of humanity? Or do you feign ignorance? You know, whenever I see you, I feel utterly repulsed. Please, do not. Smack. Before Wan Xiaojin could finish her sentence, the provoked Shinwen Gang raised his hand and struck her across the face. Following the blow, he seized Wang Xiaojin, declaring, "You will inevitably be my wife, and tonight, you must come with me. You wretched woman, we are bound by a marriage contract. Yet you dare to rendezvous with another man behind my back? I shall not rest until I have you. Wang Xiaojin, please calm down. Our parents are acquainted. How will they face one another after this?" Wang Xiaojin's fear escalated. Shen Wangang's temperament was notoriously extreme and unpredictable. If he were to take her away, she would undoubtedly face ruin. She resisted with all her might, casting desperate glances at those nearby, pleading, "I beg you, help me. I truly loathe him." A few individuals stood to intervene but were silenced by Shen Wangang's furious outburst. "This is my fiancée. Who dares meddle in our affairs?" They promptly resumed their seats, reluctant to become embroiled in personal matters. Meanwhile, Feng Yisheng entered cheerfully, carrying 2 buckets of popcorn. Upon witnessing the scene of Shinwen Gang manhandling Wang Xiaojin, he discarded the popcorn he held. Spotting a mop nearby, he approached it, positioning it at an angle and swiftly kicking off the mop head. With the upper half of the wooden stick in hand, he advanced towards Shinwen Gang. In her alarm, Wang Xiaojin caught sight of Feng Yisheng approaching. Before she could utter a word, Feng Yisheng swung the stick, striking Shin Wangang's head with a resounding thud. Ouch! Shinwen Gang cried out in pain, releasing Wang Xiaojin as he crouched on the ground, cradling his head. Wang Xiaojin quickly took refuge behind Feng Yisheng. "Xiaosheng, let us leave." Feng Yisheng glanced back at her, asking, "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." "We must go now," she replied, urgency in her voice. "Do not rush," Feng Yisheng reassured her, positioning himself protectively in front of her. He then approached the still crouching Shinwen Gang, who was groaning in agony. One of Shin's colleagues attempted to intervene, but as he took a step forward, Feng Yisheng pointed the wooden stick threateningly at his nose. "Do you intend to involve yourself in this matter?" Colleagues were frightened by Feng Yisheng's blood-red eyes, trembling as they stammered, "And no, it's not what you think. Listen carefully, Wang Xiaojin is my girlfriend. Whoever touches her has crossed my line. I will beat you to a pulp. Get lost." The 2 colleagues fled in terror, scrambling away. Meanwhile, Shinwen Gang, who had been crouching on the ground, had somehow managed to grab a stool from the side. "You dare pursue my fiancé, you dog of a farmer? I'll kill you." Feng Yisheng was quicker, rushing over and kicking him several meters away. He showed no intention of letting him off easily, swinging the stick and mercilessly striking him. Shinwen Gang attempted to rise several times, only to be knocked back down by Feng Yisheng's relentless blows. Eventually, he could no longer resist and began to flee. Feng Yisheng, like a vengeful spirit, relentlessly pursued him through the cinema, continuing to strike him from behind. Shin Wangang's cries echoed like that of a butchered pig. On the screen, Nia Xiaoqian was engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Mountain Demon, while Feng Yisheng relentlessly chased and beat Shen Wen Gang below. The audience was in a state of chaos, desperately trying to avoid the commotion. Only Wang Xiaojin stood in the background, watching the scene unfold, tears streaming down her face. For years, she had harbored unspoken love for Feng Yisheng. Yes, he had once been a farmer, but he knew how to treat her well, and she understood him better than anyone else. Yet, this dense fellow never voiced his feelings. Surely, it shouldn't be left to a woman to initiate. If you hadn't shown a bit of initiative these past few days, you lumbering blockhead, I might have nearly married someone else. And in this moment, you finally confessed in front of everyone. Those were tears of happiness, incomprehensible to anyone else. Ultimately, after a cacophony of anguished cries, Shinwen Gang fled the hall in desperation. Feng Yisheng, still feeling unsatisfied, contemplated continuing the beating, but fearing for Wang Xiaojin's safety, he refrained from pursuing further. With a thud, he tossed the stick into a corner, took a deep breath, and attempted to calm his emotions. He walked over to Wang Xiaojin's side and said, "Let South leave this place." At that moment, unable to restrain herself, the tall and graceful Wang Xiaojin embraced Feng Yisheng. She then stood on her tiptoes, her cherry-like lips gently pressed against his, her eyes softly closing. Her long eyelashes rested delicately on her eyelids, an exquisite sight. A single tear traced down her fair face, sliding down her delicate chin and landing on her pristine white shoes. Feng Yisheng was momentarily stunned. The audience watching the movie fell into a profound silence. The only sound was Nia Xiaoqian's name being called in anguish on screen. After more than 10 seconds, Wang Xiaojin released her lips, gazing at Feng Yisheng in a daze. Why did you suddenly kiss me? Are you avenging my previous kiss? You annoying fool. Wang Xiaojin playfully hit Feng Yisheng. He cupped her familiar face, lost to time, yet rediscovered after decades. A refreshing smile gracing his lips as he gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. In her heart, she vowed that in this lifetime, she would indulge you in all the splendor the world has to offer. She playfully traced her delicate nose and said, "Let us depart. Too many eyes are upon us." Upon glancing around, Wang Xiaojin's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently to vanish into the crevices of the earth. At that moment, a girl openly kissed a man, an act that would surely invite whispers of scandal behind her back. She promptly seized Feng Yisheng's hand, and they dashed outside. Once they emerged, Wang Xiaojin felt as though a new realm had opened within her. Holding Feng Yisheng's hand tightly, she resembled a mischievous sprite of the mortal realm. "I demand that you treat me to something to eat." "Certainly, what shall it be?" "Stinky tofu." "Really? That is entirely at odds with your ethereal essence. It would tarnish your celestial aura. Will you treat me or not?" "All right, whatever you say goes, for I have just been at your mercy. You are truly insufferable." "Humph. I forbid you from mentioning what just transpired." Meanwhile, at a distant corner of the cinema, beneath a wall, Shinwen Gang, having concealed himself for an extended period, was finally located by his colleague. Once assured that Feng Yisheng had not pursued him, he was seething with rage. "Damn it. Pursuing my fiancée and then chasing after me to fight. Have you ever encountered such an audacious third party?" Chapter 32. The White Shoes. Several colleagues exchanged glances, shaking their heads in mutual disbelief. However, the most shocking revelation was yet to come. Suddenly, another colleague dashed in, exclaiming breathlessly, "Breaking news. Your sister-in-law just kissed that farmer in front of a crowd at the cinema." Felt as though a bolt of floral lightning had struck his head, leaving him momentarily unsteady. Fortunately, a few nearby colleagues reacted swiftly, steadying him with words of concern. "Brother Gang, take care of yourself." "Brother Gang, my condolences." Could no longer contain his frustration. "I had been childhood friends with Wang Xiaojin for many years, our relationship recognized by both families, who interacted as in-laws. Yet, I had never even held her hand. And now, a mere farmer had the audacity to be kissed by her." Fuming, I rushed home and dialed Wang Xiaojin's family number. The moment the call connected, I blurted out, "Uncle, what does your Wang Xiaojin mean by this? She's engaged to me while being with another man, and they were kissing at the cinema. Are you aware of this?" Wang Xiaojin and Feng Yisheng understood that their actions in the cinema would undoubtedly cause a significant upheaval in the Wang household. In the evening, as Feng Yisheng helped Wang Xiaojin into her car, he spoke with a hint of concern. "If anything happens, just give me a call." Of course, Wang Xiaojin replied, cherishing the shift in their relationship, her delicate face blooming with a radiant smile. "It's nothing. I can always leave that family. I'm not a mere pawn in my parents' exchanges." Wang Xiaojin's father was a man driven by utilitarian motives, viewing his children's marriages as transactions. Given that Shinwen Gang's father held a prominent position in the county government, she strongly resented her father's perspective. With resolute determination, she assured him, "Don't worry. I'm getting in the car now." With that, she rose onto her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Feng Yisheng's cheek, bidding him farewell with a smile. Feng Yisheng remained on the roadside, watching her car drive away before he finally turned to leave. Upon returning to Baosheng Company, his mind was flooded with images of Wang Xiaojin's kiss. Her long legs, slender calves, and uniquely pure and captivating ankles inspired him. He envisioned designing a pair of shoes around that theme. Though he had never designed anything before, love compelled him to become an impromptu designer. He spent an entire sleepless night immersed in his creative thoughts. The next morning, Li Jianguo entered Baosheng Company, briefcase in hand, only to find scattered sketches drawn by Feng Yisheng. After reviewing them, he inhaled sharply. "Zhang Kaihong, did you create this? How can a man of your age possess such youthful ideas? These shoes are stunning." Meanwhile, Zhang Kaihong was busy tallying inventory, letting out a resigned sigh. "Brother Sheng worked on this all night. Brother Jiangwo, please don't discourage me early in the morning. I've already shown you my ID 15 times. Brother Sheng did this." Li Jianguo scratched his head in bewilderment. As doubts lingered, Feng Yisheng entered, carrying a bag of steamed buns. "You're just in time. I would like to discuss this pair of shoes with you. What do you think? Do you believe there is a market for them?" "Of course there is. Li Jiangguo quickly replied. Wang Xiaojin was wearing a pair of white shoes that were particularly popular in the 1980s, those without laces. Feng Yisheng's design was rather simple, reminiscent of those once ubiquitous on the streets. The shoe had a slightly thickened upper, included laces, and was purely white, while such a style would be commonplace decades later. In the context of the 1980s, it was a remarkable innovation. Once launched into the market, it would undoubtedly be fervently embraced by young girls. Moreover, the materials were straightforward, devoid of the complexities associated with leather shoes, allowing for a significantly swifter production speed. The two sat down to deliberate and unanimously decided to commence production immediately. As for leather shoes, they had already prepared for comprehensive outsourcing. Li Jiangguo had come today to report that he had successfully negotiated with 5 shoe factories and signed a processing agreement. They were ready to proceed without delay. In the following days, Feng Yisheng and Li Jiangguo tirelessly traversed the raw materials market. They eventually finalized all the necessary materials. And the state-owned factory in Heshan Town began full-scale production of the white shoes. With the leather shoes entirely outsourced, the 5 factories operated at full capacity, ensuring that productivity kept pace. What came as a surprise was Feng Yisheng's audacious decision to implement a significant price reduction. The cost of a single pair of shoes was 5 yuan, previously retailed at 9 yuan, but now he slashed the price to just 2 yuan and 90 cents. The wholesale price only added a single yuan in profit. The drastic price cut resulted in other shoe retailers in the county being unable to hold their heads high, while he rapidly accumulated a substantial amount of cash. On July 25th, just 1 to 2 months later, Feng Yisheng emerged from the bank, clutching a savings book that revealed a total capital of 570,000 yuan. Upon returning to the supply and marketing cooperative, he first glanced at the entrance. Noticing the storefront across the street had also been renovated. A sign hung outside that read, Wenqing Shu Wholesale City. This was initiated by Wang Liang Gang. Set to open the following day directly opposite the Minmin shopping mall, as if to provoke. Upon entering Lu Minchen's office, Lu Minchan anxiously pulled him aside. This Wenqing fellow is going against us. Xiaosheng, do you have any strategies? Strategies? Feng Yisheng chuckled and shook his head. What strategies do you need? Rest assured, tomorrow I will make them suffer greatly. Do you have a countermeasure? Lu Minchan inquired, raising his head. Let's set that aside for now, Director Lu. There is something I need your assistance with. Feng Yisheng took a seat without preamble. Director Lu remarked, You really do come with a purpose every time, don't you? Go ahead. Feng Yisheng pulled some documents from his bag. I looked into the relevant policies, and it seems that in Kyoto, the regulations for private enterprises have been relaxed. Therefore, I wish to register the first private company. Just a few days ago, I visited the relevant departments, and it seems their actions are rather sluggish. After they collected my application, they merely remarked that I would have to wait for a response from the leadership, and since then, I have heard nothing. You. Having emerged from within the system, I require your assistance in facilitating this matter. Lu Mingshan gazed at him solemnly. You certainly possess a remarkable audacity. The relevant department is essentially the Bureau of Speculation and Profiteering, and you boldly entered, declaring your intent to register a private company? Were you not apprehended by the officials there? Feng Yisheng retorted, If I had been captured, would I still be standing here in your office? Director Lu. With all due respect, it is not my intention to criticize you. But perhaps you ought to refrain from dozing in your office all day and venture out to comprehend the world beyond. The winds of change have shifted significantly outside. Can you assist with this matter? Chapter 33. Sounding the alarm on price wars help. Why not help? Tomorrow I will seek out Director Xia. However, isn't it quite advantageous for you to be affiliated with our supply and marketing cooperative? Why go through the trouble of registering on your own? Isn't it rather cumbersome? This is a prevalent phenomenon at present. Initially, individuals were unable to register private enterprises, leading the first batch of private entrepreneurs to affiliate with state-owned units. While this arrangement has its benefits, after several years, such a model with unclear property rights can lead to numerous complications. In a nutshell, legally, your company is a subsidiary of the unit you are affiliated with. And with a mere word, they could seize your company. Feng Yisheng is well aware of this. He does not wish to encounter such risks in the future. Last year, the registration for private enterprises was opened, but the threshold is exceedingly high. One must possess a cash capital of 500,000 to register, which explains Feng Yisheng's relentless pursuit of profit, even resorting to price reductions to quickly amass funds. The production of the white sneakers has already reached 1,000 or 2,000 pairs in inventory. He aims to brand them under his own name before they hit the market, along with the subsequent line of sports shoes. Therefore, it is imperative to expedite the registration of this company. In his further explanations, he also urged Lu Minshan to clarify the property rights of the Wayman shopping mall as soon as possible. He cautioned that if someone new were to take over from above, a single statement could sever the connection to the mall. After all, your contracting agreement only lasts 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Minshan became quite agitated. Are you suggesting I establish my own domain and claim sovereignty? I want to partake in such matters. Feng Yisheng sighed. Suit yourself. He then exited the office. Although the opposite establishment had yet to officially open, it had already entered a trial operation phase, significantly impacting the business of Baoxing leather shoes, drawing away at least half of the foot traffic. After leaving Lu Minshan's office, Feng Yisheng lit a cigarette, gazing silently at the bustling crowds in the Wenqing shoe wholesale city across the street. Shortly thereafter, a Santana pulled up at the entrance of the mall. Wang Liang, holding a brick-like mobile phone, emerged from within. The moment he stepped out, he spotted Feng Yisheng standing across the street. With a hearty smile, he crossed the road. Hello, Boss Feng. It's rare to see you here. Indeed. Feng Yisheng had been infrequent in this area, and he forced a smile while replying. Quite busy, Boss Wang. Your business seems to be thriving. Ha, it's manageable. It hasn't disappointed me. The atmosphere in Jiang County has exceeded our expectations. It has gathered so many wholesale shoe clients. It's practically a mini Wenqing. Boss Feng, do come by tomorrow to offer some guidance on our work, Wang Liang added, peering over Feng Yisheng's shoulder. Oh my, your business has taken quite a hit. Hasn't it? The last time I visited your counter, it was bustling with customers, and now it appears to be in dire straits. Feng Yisheng replied, Indeed, Boss Wang. In the shoe and apparel market, no one can claim to be evergreen, can they? That's right. Wang Lianggang wore a smirk laced with sarcasm as he remarked, Nevertheless, let us be frank. When it comes to selling shoes, no one in the entire nation can surpass the people of Wenqing. He added, My dear brother, the market is far more ruthless than you can imagine. Oh, and if you wish to sell at this counter, do remember, you can always consult me. As for the price, he suggested, 5,000? Feng Yisheng shook his head, replying, Boss Wang, your confidence is commendable, but be wary of arrogance. Hubris can lead to one's own downfall. With that, he dismissed Wang and entered the mall. Wang Lianggong's facial muscles twitched as he glared at Feng Yisheng's retreating figure, his expression darkening. I will witness your downfall firsthand. Across the street, Feng Yisheng returned to the counter and summoned everyone for a meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the situation is rather grim. It appears the opposition has already made up their minds about us. Yang Jinhua, known for her short temper, interjected. They are utterly shameless. Whatever price we set, they always undercut us by 20 cents. Moreover, they produced an identical version of our Zhang Guorong shoes. Boss Feng, our Zhang Guorong shoes are no longer selling. Indeed, it's infuriating how they lack principles. The women chimed in with their grievances. Feng Yisheng had previously garnered over 500,000 from the Zhang Guorong shoes, a seemingly substantial sum. However, in reality, the market was flooded with imitations, particularly from Wang Lianggang and his cohort of Wensheng folk who were thriving in the provincial capital. To Feng Yisheng, those 500,000 seemed insignificant in comparison. With an optimistic demeanor, he smiled and remarked, It's only natural. We are imitating others as well. He then instructed manager Zhang to assess the stock, revealing an alarming surplus of over 50,000 pairs of Zhang Guorong shoes in the warehouse. Clearly, the competition had already underpriced us, and any reduction on our part would merely bring us to break even. Thus, I need to discuss commission adjustments with a few of the ladies. The others quickly grasped his intention. Yang Jinhua promptly declared, Boss Feng, that is easily arranged. We will stand by you through thick and thin. Over these past months, we have all earned thousands, sums we once dared not dream of. Exactly. Starting today, let us forego commissions until we topple the opposing mall. The group fervently supported the idea. Feng Yisheng felt a surge of gratitude as he observed the resolute expressions of these women, reminiscent of his former comrades who had stood by him through countless battles. Time and again, they had fallen into the traps of foreign capital. Yet they never failed to assure him, Boss, we are with you, even if it leads to our demise. Many times they had rallied back, only to witness his loyal subordinates cast aside one by one when they finally reached the summit. A heavy heart weighed upon him. Rising, he bowed to the women and expressed, Thank you, sisters, for your unwavering support. Rest assured, this is but a temporary setback. Once our white shoes hit the market, everything will return to normal. Several young women laughed and assured that everything was fine. After a moment, Yang Jinhua spoke up, inquiring, "So, Boss Feng, what price do you intend to set? I believe it should be at least 50 cents cheaper than our competitor, otherwise, it lacks any assertiveness." The sales clerks readily agreed. Feng Yisheng chuckled lightly, remarking, 50 cents still lacks the required force. Aren't they promoting the shoes of Leslie Chung as well? Very well. Let us use this particular model to leave them reeling. Wang Liang had just committed a significant faux pas by behaving provocatively in front of his rivals, especially in the presence of the somewhat irritable Feng Yisheng. As he uttered these words, an overwhelming chill emanated from Feng Yisheng, causing the sales clerks to shiver despite the summer heat. Yang Jinhua then asked, "So, what price do you wish to set?" Feng Yisheng smiled and replied, "Retail at 2.9 yuan, wholesale price at 2 yuan. Chapter 34, not selling at 9.9, only at 2.9. Isn't this a reckless loss?" Yang Jinhua exclaimed, the first to voice her astonishment. Others shared her bewilderment. Feng Yisheng replied, "Indeed, it is a loss. Aren't they competing against us on price? Fine. I shall engage them to the bitter end. You need not concern yourselves. Starting tomorrow, we will launch a grand celebration of Baoxing leather shoes, slashing prices across the board." The notion of a 100-day celebration elicited laughter from the sales girls at the counter. Later, Zhang Kaiong returned with a van full of promotional materials, beginning the preparations that evening as the opposing team wrapped up their workday. Why would Feng Yisheng resort to selling at a loss? Firstly, there was an overwhelming inventory. With new white shoes and sports shoes set to hit the market, he needed to clear out existing stock. Secondly, with a cunning strategy, he aimed to lure back the distributors from their stall, intending to gradually introduce their line of sports shoes thereafter. Thirdly, he was not truly at a loss, as these inventories had already been settled with the manufacturer. Fundamentally, selling them was profit, even if at a minimal margin. As the night passed, the bustling Wenxing shoe wholesale market officially opened, heralded by the sound of gongs and drums. One must commend the business acumen of the people from Wenxing. On opening day, Wang Liang summoned nearly all the clients he had accumulated over the years, intent on overshadowing Baoxing leather shoes with sheer momentum. Adorned with a large red flower on his chest, he navigated through the crowd with ease, intermittently erupting in hearty laughter, exuding confidence and triumph. The opening commenced at 8 o'clock, and by 9 o'clock, their total orders had surpassed 10,000, predominantly concentrated among two southern distributors who collectively procured over 9,000 pairs. Just as Wang Liang relished his success, an enchanting broadcast echoed from across the street. "Baoxing leather shoes, Baoxing leather shoes. To celebrate our company's 100 days. The owner is offering unbelievable prices, European quality leather shoes at African prices. The same cowhide shoes as those worn by Leslie Chung are not priced at 9.9, but merely at 2.9. For the price of a month's reduction of 3 gene of pork, one pair of genuine leather shoes can restore your dignity." The resonating voice from a truck equipped with loudspeakers boldly traversed the Wenxing shoe wholesale market. Two trucks gradually made their way into the distance, while two others entered the entrance of the Wayman shopping mall. The speakers, positioned directly opposite the market, repeatedly broadcasted the announcement, resembling two stone lions stationed at the entrance. The once vibrant scene across the street fell into an abrupt silence. "Genuine leather for 2.9? My purchase price from Boss Wang is already 5. One murmured, incredulous. "What exactly is this Baoxing leather shoes?" whispered a few, curiosity piqued. Notably, the two southern men, brought in by Wang Liang from Guang province, were particularly scrutinized. One was corpulent, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and tie, named Huang Jiafu, while the other, a lean, dark-skinned figure, epitomized the southern persona, called Su Lindong. After exchanging a glance, Huang Jiafu rubbed his belly and exclaimed, "What's the deal with selling chickens at such a low price? How are we supposed to compete? This is utterly ridiculous." He then inquired about the mysterious Baoxing shoes, expressing his confusion over their unfamiliarity. Su Lindong pondered for a moment, suggesting, "Boss Wang, perhaps we should investigate this matter further? But how can we explain this to Boss Wang?" Wang retorted, "Explain what? I've ordered 5,000 pairs of shoes from him, and he hasn't deducted a single penny from my account. His prices are the same as those selling a mere 100 pairs. If he doesn't respect me, why should I extend him any courtesy?" Indeed, it seemed to be the case, and they decided to take a look. If the shoes were suitable, they could return the ones they ordered, especially since they hadn't made any payments yet. As they conversed, they made their way across the street. Everyone present recognized the two as significant clients. given that many businesses in the area had transitioned from Baoxing shoes. The departure of these two major clients prompted an exodus to Baoxing. The sales staff at Baoxing were taken aback, as this was just the beginning. They hurriedly informed Wang Lianggang. Rising swiftly, he exclaimed, "How can this be happening? They're selling it too. 9, and that's retail. We don't even know the wholesale price. We can't continue like this. That's nonsense. Their costs don't even reach $1. How can they sell so cheaply?" Wang Lianggang rushed out of his office. Upon stepping outside, he saw 2 loudspeakers blaring directly at their store. "Hurry over here." Just as they crossed the street, Lu Mishan, clutching a bag and hurrying along, noticed them and called out, "Boss Wang, why are you and your employees rushing over here?" Wang Lianggang pointed at the loudspeakers, demanding, "You need to have the Baoxing staff remove those speakers immediately. This is a blatant provocation." Lu Mishan, formerly the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, frowned and replied, "What's the issue? Where are the regulations being violated? If you're unhappy, you could just set up speakers at your own store. Get your people out of here, or I'll report you and have your store shut down." Wang Lianggang retorted, infuriated. "How dare you give me orders? You've gone too far, Lu Mishan. You think you're some big shot just because you have a little money? Don't bring trouble my way. I have more people in my market, and the police chief is my uncle." With that, he stormed into the shopping center. The salespeople beside Wang Lianggang wanted to confront Lu Mishan, but he stopped them. "What are you doing? You can't just confront them. They're not easy to deal with. Lu has many connections. It feels like everyone except the county chief is related to him. It's not worth the trouble. Let us retreat." Frustrated, he turned away, needing to calm down and formulate a strategy. Upon entering, Lu Mishan sought out Feng Yisheng, his expression betraying his concern over a matter he wished to discuss. However, observing Feng Yisheng preoccupied with his tasks, I merely greeted him and departed for his office after he was finished. Feng Yisheng acknowledged my presence with a nod, but just as he turned, 2 distributors from the south approached him, beaming with smiles. Huang Jiafu, holding a brick machine, exuded an air of affluence and cheerfully inquired, "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" Feng Yisheng replied with a smile, "Yes, indeed. You may call me Xiao Feng." "Greetings, Mr. Feng," they responded in unison, shaking his hand warmly. Upon releasing the handshake, Huang Jiafu revealed a gleaming gold tooth, embodying a sense of wealth as he remarked, "Mr. Feng, I couldn't help but notice your shoes. They are truly made of fine leather, no doubt about it. What's the situation here? My partner, Mr. Su, and I have significant sales volume in Guangdong and would like to inquire about your stock. If feasible, we are interested in acquiring all of it." Chapter 35. I intend to launch at the National Games. As these words were uttered, Feng Yisheng's spirits were considerably lifted. He tentatively inquired, "That's quite a lot. How many do you intend to purchase?" Su Lindong, a seasoned veteran of the business realm, could easily discern from Feng Yisheng's demeanor that they were clearing out stock. He chuckled and replied, "Even if you possess 100,000 pairs, we would gladly take them all. Besides our domestic operations, Mr. Huang and I also run a trading company in Hong Kong that specializes in the Southeast Asian market, yielding a substantial annual shipment volume. So we have no issues with digestion." What left them perplexed was Feng Yisheng's smile as he responded, "I'm afraid I cannot sell." "Why not?" Huang Jiafu, bewildered, questioned. "This is such a golden opportunity. Why not seize it fully?" Reflecting for a moment, Feng Yisheng queried, "Are you both from Guangdong province?" "Indeed, we are," they replied in unison. Feng Yisheng surveyed the bustling surroundings, seemingly arriving at a decision. "How about you visit our company? I have some other merchandise that might pique your interest. If we can establish a partnership, I believe our future prospects are boundless." The 2 men grew increasingly curious about this young man, barely in his 20s. Their extensive travels had endowed them with a unique ability to read people, and the calm demeanor of the youth before them ignited their desire to learn more. Thus, they accompanied Feng Yisheng to the large warehouse of Baoxing Sales Company. In recent months, he had invested considerable effort into the athletic shoe line. Additionally, he had set up some simple display cases in the warehouse, intended for prospective business partners to view. After drawing back a curtain, he revealed a stunning sight. Both men's eyes widened as they beheld an entire display case filled with at least 30 different styles of athletic shoes, meticulously categorized into running shoes, basketball shoes, tennis shoes, and more, each tailored to the specific characteristics of its sport. As prominent distributors in the footwear industry, they felt as though they had uncovered a treasure in the unassuming Jianghe County. Enraptured, they began to examine the various pairs of shoes. Feng Yisheng, choosing not to interrupt their exploration, stepped out to procure a pack of fine cigarettes. patiently awaiting their return. After a considerable time spent in quiet discussion, Huang Jiafu and Su Lindong emerged. Huang Jiafu, beaming with delight, exclaimed, "I truly did not anticipate that such a modest warehouse could house so many trendy athletic shoes. If these styles were introduced to the market, they would undoubtedly sell remarkably well. Mr. Feng, what are your prices for these shoes, and have they yet hit the market?" Though Feng Yisheng bore a youthful appearance, his presence exuded confidence and wisdom. He rose to offer them a cigarette, warmly inviting them to sit. After pouring them glasses of water, he elaborated, "This is precisely the reason for my inventory clearance. I am preparing for a transformation. You both are accomplished figures in this industry with unique insights. If you were to take these shoes to Guangdong, could you expand their sales?" "Certainly. Mr. Huang and I have just discussed it, and we are indeed interested in your shoes. How do you envision our collaboration?" Su Lindong inquired. "I am only seeking a provincial agent, and it comes with certain conditions." Feng Yisheng spoke as he pulled over a newspaper, pointing to a report. He said, "If you two can manage to get my shoes featured here, I can grant you the provincial agency for life." The mention of the provincial games caught both of their attention. They truly sensed the remarkable potential of this young man. Feng Yisheng outlined his requirements. In November 1987, the province would host the National Games, an event of immense significance for China. At that time, the majority of mainstream television media across the nation and even Asia would focus their cameras on the competition. Yet, few were aware of the marketing opportunities available. Only beverage companies seemed inclined to advertise. Feng Yisheng had recognized this opportunity early on. A man who once managed trillions of yen would hardly be content with trivialities in a small city. To gain national prominence swiftly, one must identify the right advertising model. The National Games were undoubtedly the optimal choice. He initially intended to travel to the province himself. But these two individuals possessed remarkable poise and were undoubtedly well-connected in the region. They surely had avenues to introduce his products. As they listened, a silence enveloped them. The National Games indeed presented a splendid promotional opportunity. However, you are merely a nascent brand, and given your scale, it likely lacks substantial reach. Why should I believe you possess the capabilities to keep pace with my ambitions? Besides, are you not leveraging my efforts to pave your own way?" The atmosphere grew tense. And Huang Jiafu, ever the diplomat, chuckled, "Boss Feng has grand aspirations. He seeks to penetrate the National Games right from the start. Do you realize how much it costs to enter?" Feng Yisheng gazed at him, urging him to elaborate. Su Lindong chimed in, setting aside the factory qualification issues. "From what we have gathered, the lowest advertising slot starts at a minimum of 100,000. With your scale." He glanced sideways, unable to believe that such a company could muster that amount. Feng Yisheng exhaled, smiling. "And what about the most expensive? How much would that require?" Huang Jiafu laughed heartily. "Young man, don't go overboard. Even a moderately decent slot starts at 300,000. Do you think these advertisers are insane? Once the ads are aired, will they even yield results? I suspect you wouldn't even recoup the costs. Moreover, even if the effects are realized, can your production capacity keep up?" The two shook their heads, already contemplating their departure. Initially, they had been quite impressed by the styles they had observed, but Feng Yisheng's demands seemed excessive. They were reluctant to take risks, primarily fearing that if they introduced his brand and the factory couldn't keep pace, or if he lacked the funds for advertising, it would tarnish their hard-earned reputation in the province. Feng Yisheng sensed their resolve and knew that further insistence would only breed aversion. Thus he said, "Well, perhaps you two shouldn't be in such a hurry to leave Jianghe County. Take some time to familiarize yourself with our Baoxing company and observe the subsequent actions we undertake. You might find your perception of us altered." Huang Jiafu was the first to rise, exclaiming, "Certainly. Boss Wang is an exceptionally enthusiastic individual. He insists that we stay here a few more days. We have no other commitments, and for a considerable time ahead, we will remain in Jianghe County. However, Boss Feng, you must have at least tens of thousands of pairs of shoes in stock. Are you truly not considering allowing us to take them all at once?" Feng Yisheng simply shook his head, replying, "No, thank you. I shall give them to you." Seeing his refusal, the two did not press the matter further and subsequently departed from the Baoxing sales company. After walking a considerable distance, Su Lindong remarked, "Brother Fu, should we discuss this young man's stock and the athletic shoes he intends to produce with Boss Wang?" Huang Jiafu shot him a serious glance, cautioning, "Absolutely do not engage in such discussions. The merchants of Wenqing are fiercely competitive. A shoe released today can be replicated identically by tomorrow. It is not easy for young entrepreneurs, and under the astute gaze of someone like Boss Wang, we shall not interfere in their affairs. Nonetheless, this young man leaves me with an unsettling impression. Chapter 36. The cruelty of the tiger, is it unbearable? How shall I express it? Su Lindong inquired, curiosity piqued. The weather was stifling, and Huang Jiafu wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, "Do you not find this young man rather eerie?" There was an indescribable sensation. Conversing with him felt akin to engaging with cotton. His true emotional fluctuations were utterly inscrutable. He seemed like an observer in this world, appearing enthusiastic yet profoundly indifferent. Upon hearing Huang Jiafu's words, Su Lindong shuddered involuntarily. He glanced around, feeling as though he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, goosebumps erupting across his skin. In the following days, Huang Jiafu and Su Lindong diligently observed Feng Yisheng's counter in Jianghe County. The more they watched, the more they sensed an undercurrent of horror emanating from Feng Yisheng. His marketing strategies were astoundingly effective. The sales clerks at his counter, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, were each formidable salespersons in their own right. Additionally, various promotional activities occurred with great frequency. Both men, having risen from humble beginnings to their current status, found themselves increasingly awed by Feng Yisheng's uncanny acumen. It was astonishing that such a young individual could possess such profound market insight in a small county. Employing marketing tactics that even seasoned veterans had never encountered, was it not shocking? Another revelation struck them. Feng Yisheng's warehouse housed tens of thousands of pairs of leather shoes. Despite having an ample supply, he deliberately released only 2,000 pairs each day. This tactic was particularly ruthless. Why? Because Feng Yisheng's clearance strategies deterred many out-of-town clients from sourcing their goods elsewhere. They flocked daily to seize the limited 2,000 pairs. Where else could one find genuine leather shoes at merely 2 yuan per pair? If one failed to secure a pair today, they would return to queue tomorrow. Was it not simple? In this manner, Baoxing's shoes cultivated a vast clientele. The two men fell into silence. On this day, Lu Minshan summoned Feng Yisheng to his office, his expression tinged with concern. He retrieved a stack of complaint letters from his drawer. These are the reports that the regulatory agency forwarded to me today. They are all complaints about Baoxing's counter disrupting the market. When will your promotion conclude? I cannot endure daily reprimands. Feng Yisheng's audacity had resulted in other stores experiencing a downturn in business, and they could hardly be expected to tolerate such an intrusion. Particularly, Wang Lianggang, who prided himself as the elder brother of the shoe industry in Jianghe County, had rallied numerous merchants to submit daily complaints to the regulatory agency. In truth, this phenomenon had been present from the very first day. Fortunately, Director Liu had been resilient, consistently shielding Feng Yisheng from the onslaught of criticism. Feng Yisheng chuckled sheepishly. No need to rush, just hold out for a little longer. However, the regulatory agency has no objections against me at present, right? What do you think? Were it not for the fact that the leadership over there is my uncle, do you believe I could withstand such pressure? Lu Minshan seethed with frustration, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that Feng Yisheng's actions had indeed attracted considerable foot traffic to the market. Rolling his eyes, he replied, I fear not the others. However, if someone escalates the complaint to the county magistrate, I am at a loss. You are aware that the county magistrate has been transferred from another locality. I have meticulously examined my family lineage for 30 generations, and there is no connection whatsoever. Whom have you offended that they are now suggesting to the county magistrate to have you sentenced to death? As he spoke, he produced a letter of accusation and handed it to him. Feng Yisheng furrowed his brow slightly and began to read. The letter was imbued with a malevolent tone, portraying Feng Yisheng as a nefarious villain. What was even more ludicrous was the insinuation that Feng Yisheng might be a spy sent by imperialist forces, intending to disrupt the economy of Jianghe County and undermine the achievements of China's reform and opening up. The final mention of the death penalty was particularly jarring. However, upon seeing the name at the bottom, Feng Yisheng could no longer contain himself. He slammed the letter onto the table, exclaiming, A tiger does not consume its cubs. After all, I am your own grandson. Do you wish for my demise? I have truly seen it all. Seen it all? Who is that? Lu Minshan could not comprehend the phrase that Feng Yisheng had uttered. Wait, what did you just say? The person who reported you, do you know them? Indeed. It is LV Chuanshan, the director of the state-owned shoe factory in Daohua Town, my maternal grandfather. Feng Yisheng was genuinely incensed. Your grandfather? This old scoundrel is quite treacherous, even targeting his own grandson. Surely, you must be mistaken. Lu Minshan's worldview was ruthlessly shattered. There can be no mistake. The name is right there. And he even pressed his seal. Can you not see? Feng Yisheng's mood darkened as he considered the county magistrate's stance. You are quite fortunate. If this were the neighboring county, inundated with daily accusations against you, you would have likely been summoned to write explanatory materials by now. Our county magistrate has been appointed from the provincial capital and is quite enlightened. He suggested that I first converse with you. What could we possibly discuss? You have reduced me to a mere scapegoat. Lu Minchon complained as he stood and approached the mirror in the office to adjust his hair. After a long silence, Feng Yisheng finally spoke up. Director Lu, would you do me a favor? No, I shall not entertain your request. It will surely bring trouble. Please seek assistance elsewhere. Lu Minchon firmly rejected. Feng Yisheng, observing him as he meticulously combed his hair, replied, This is a serious matter. I must insist on your assistance. Enough of fiddling with your hair. One day I might just pull it out, Lu Minchon retorted. You dare, you little rascal? Speak your mind, and be quick about it. I did not sleep well last night, Lu Minchon said, dismissing the conversation. Feng Yisheng rolled his eyes in response. Why the temper? Please arrange a meeting with the county magistrate. I wish to have a word with him. What? Lu Minchon turned back in disbelief. Do you think the county magistrate is at my beck and call, easily summoned? No, I merely need you to make an introduction. If you wish to avoid being summoned for reprimands, we must address the issue at its source. If the county magistrate acknowledges me, do you believe anyone in Jianghe County would dare to conspire behind my back? You can consult your uncle. It should not be too difficult. Lu Minchon pondered for a moment and realized the logic in that statement. Contemplating, he nodded. All right, I will think of a solution. Once you have made the arrangements, please inform me promptly. I still need to visit the photography studio, so I must take my leave for now. Feng Yisheng glanced at the time and hurriedly rose to his feet. Off you go, and do not linger here as you please. Lu Minchon remarked with a hint of impatience. As Feng Yisheng was about to exit, he turned back and asked, How did you know I have a little uncle in the county chief's office? Feng Yisheng replied, Just a guess. After all, your little uncle is ubiquitous in Jianghe County. With that, he dashed out of the shopping mall. Lu Minchon chuckled and muttered, You little rascal. A little over 10 minutes later, Feng Yisheng appeared at the entrance of Wang's photography studio, clutching a pair of small white shoes. Wang Xiaojin stood at the door and, upon seeing Feng Yisheng approach, eagerly inquired, Xiaosheng, what are we doing at the photography studio? Feng Yisheng, beaming with a radiant smile, took her hand and led her inside, saying, You will find out once you step in. Chapter 37. The era of innocence. Wang Xiaojin was oblivious to Feng Yisheng's intentions, obediently trailing behind him. The photographer had long since prepared everything. Upon entering, Feng Yisheng directed Wang Xiaojin to take a seat on a stool, then crouched down to help her don a pair of new white sneakers from his factory. As she stood up, her unique grace instantly shone through, particularly accentuated by her delicate ankles, exquisite as if sculpted from jade. Feng Yisheng requested her to turn around, resting his chin in contemplation, before crouching down once more to tie her shoelaces into a butterfly knot. After a meticulous arrangement, he finally expressed his satisfaction and called out, Master, we're ready for the shoot. All right, just a moment, came the photographer's response from outside. Wang Xiaojin's heart brimmed with suspicion. Xiaosheng, why the sudden urge to take photos? Feng Yisheng chuckled, I need your assistance. Our white sneakers are the first product from the factory's transformation, crucial for the upcoming sales of our athletic shoes. They must make a striking debut, and you will be our model. Oh, is that all? You could have told me earlier. You nearly gave me a fright. Wang Xiaojin felt a tinge of disappointment. Having thought Feng Yisheng had brought her to the county for a sentimental photo together, only to find it was a work-related matter. Though their relationship was still in its infancy, they possessed an innate understanding of each other's feelings. Noticing her subtle discontent, Feng Yisheng gently pinched her delicate nose. After we finish with the shoes, we'll take a photo together. Now that sounds much better. Wang Xiaojin's face lit up with a playful smile. The angles for the photographs were entirely dictated by Feng Yisheng's specifications. Once the images were developed, the studio would promptly send them to the printing house to create promotional banners. The athletic series could no longer bear the name Baoxing. Feng Yisheng had aptly named this line of shoes Fifan sports shoes. Of course, Feng Yisheng, like any man, harbored a touch of possessiveness. Who wouldn't want to keep their girlfriend somewhat hidden? Thus, Wang Xiaojin's face was not featured in the photographs, set against a backdrop of golden rice fields. They captured images of her legs below the skirt, focusing on the shoes. One of her fair legs was slightly raised, exuding an air of dreamy allure. This photograph would later become a timeless and renowned advertisement for Fifan, gracing the nation with its charm. It would be accompanied by a phrase, soaring with the wind amidst the dreamlike rice fields. We all deserve a Fifan life. The font would be rendered in a bold, flowing script, simple yet elegant, with no additional advertising elements, preserving the image's pristine authenticity. After the promotional photo shoot, the two took a couple's photo. The 1987 couple's portrait was strikingly traditional and conservative, with the man either draping a suit over his shoulder or leaning against a lamppost, his meticulously styled hair framing his face. The woman merely leaned beside him, maintaining a respectful distance, especially in a small city where customs were far more restrained than in the South. However, Wang Xiaojin, emboldened, entwined her arm with Feng Yisheng's, resting her exquisite visage upon his shoulder, adorned with a sweet smile. Their expressions harmonized perfectly. Perhaps Feng Yisheng was not exceedingly handsome, yet the aura they exuded together possessed an undeniable sense of destiny. Upon exiting the photography studio, Feng Yisheng pedaled his bicycle, carrying Wang Xiaojin towards the warehouse. He inquired about the current situation with her parents, asking if they were still pressuring her. Following their last outing to the cinema, Wang Xiaojin returned home to find her household in turmoil. Her parents had scolded her for an extended period, vehemently opposing her relationship with Feng Yisheng, dismissing him as a mere lowlife merchant. Though she often appeared delicate and indecisive, when it truly mattered, she stood her ground resolutely. In a fit of anger, her father had expelled her from their home. For the past few months, Wang Xiaojin had been residing at the factory with Feng Qian and had not returned home. She sighed. What can I do? Now they come to the factory every day looking for me. It's quite bothersome. Xiaoxing, if my father comes to find you, will you falter? Feng Yisheng, pedaling steadily, replied, why would I retreat? A wife as beautiful as you is a rare gem indeed. Why would I let go? Annoying. I'm not your wife. Wang Xiaojin retorted, her happiness shining through. Feng Yisheng reassured her, rest assured, as long as I'm here, you shall never go hungry. You will live better than anyone else. She began, but was interrupted by a sob. Just then, as they rode along, a motorcycle zoomed past them, only to return swiftly. A young man, wearing sunglasses, lifted a lens and exclaimed, ah, it's really you, Feng Yisheng. Word around Jiangga County is that you've won over Wang Xiaojin. I see it's true. Feng Yisheng halted his bicycle, staring at him, struggling to recognize the familiar face. Who are you? He asked. Stop pretending. You've always been one to put on airs. Do you know why I've always found you insufferable? It's because you're such a show-off. The young man pointed at him. Wang Xiaojin, equally perplexed, looked at Feng Yisheng, wondering how he could not recognize Shui Gui, someone from their village, who had bullied him since childhood. Clearly, Wang Xiaojin had little affection for him as well, her brows knitting together. Shui Gui, my relationship with Xiaosheng is none of your concern. Please leave us be and stop stirring up trouble. Upon hearing the name, Feng Yisheng suddenly recalled who he was. They were from the same Zayaki village. Though Shui Gui had since moved to town, despite his family's favorable circumstances, he had chosen a path of delinquency, establishing himself as a local bully and leader of the 13 Eagles gang. However, during the severe crackdowns of the 1990s, the 13 Eagles had been dismantled, with many incarcerated for over 20 years. Feng Yisheng had not heard of Shui Gui since then, which is why it took him a moment to recognize him. Seeing Wang Xiaojin engage with him, Shui Gui was undeniably excited. Xiaojin, even if you disdain that pretentious scholar, you should still grant us an opportunity. For so many eyes in Shihe town are upon you. His expression was laced with playful mockery as he patted the rear seat of his motorcycle. I just picked up this brand new bike in the county town today. The seat is cushioned with foam. Where do you wish to go? Come ride with me. Before Wang Xiaojin could respond, Feng Yisheng frowned and retorted, get lost. What business is it of yours? What can you become with a mere broken motorcycle? Don't create trouble for me. Damn it. Shui Gui felt insulted. A broken motorcycle? Feng Yisheng, have you become so arrogant? Mocking me for riding a motorcycle? Do you have any idea how much this bike cost me? Almost 10,000. Do you look down on me? Get lost, get lost. I have no interest in listening to your pretentious nonsense. Feng Yisheng, feeling a headache coming on, pedaled his bicycle away. Naturally, Shui Gui would not let this insult slide easily. With a rev of the throttle, he pursued Feng Yisheng, leering at Wang Xiaojin's figure. Xiaojin, is your seat uncomfortable? It pains me to see you like this. Come sit with me. Mingling with this dog of a man will lead you nowhere. Chapter 38. I want to register a private enterprise. Shui Gui, feeling quite smug, circled his motorcycle in front of Feng Yisheng, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed almost unbecoming. Feng Yisheng, incensed, grasped the handlebars of his bicycle and charged at Shui Gui. Having recently acquired the motorcycle, Shui Gui lacked the necessary riding skills. As he noticed Feng Yisheng rushing towards him, fear compelled him to swerve aside, inadvertently causing him to lose grip of the throttle, which resulted in it being fully accelerated. With a deafening roar, the brand-new motorcycle careened into a nearby ditch. Feng Yisheng halted and glanced into the ditch. Watching as Shui Gui managed to stand up, nonchalantly riding his bicycle away as if nothing had happened. It took a moment for Shui Gui's bewildered mind to register the sight of his pristine motorcycle precariously inverted before him, one while spinning helplessly. The pain of loss struck him profoundly. Feng Yisheng, you better wait for me. I will remember this. Why is my fuel tank half empty? My motorcycle. Behind him, Shui Gui's lament echoed with a forlorn despair. Wang Xiaojin, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, could not contain her amusement at the scene unfolding in the ditch, bursting into a melodious laughter. You're such a rascal, Xiaoxing. Look at the new bike you just bought. Feng Yisheng replied calmly, this is only because you're here. If you weren't, I would have already flattened his tires for being so boastful. What is so great about a motorcycle? Once this phase passes, I'll get a Santana and let you look down upon the masses from inside it. Disgusting. I don't want that, Wang Xiaojin retorted. Wrapping her arms tightly around Feng Yisheng's waist, her fair face pressed closely against him. The simplicity of happiness in 1987 was so uncomplicated, devoid of material concerns. Lu Minshan's other brother-in-law was quite efficient in his endeavors, successfully arranging a meeting for Feng Yisheng with the county magistrate. However, the meeting was limited to just 10 minutes due to the magistrate's busy schedule. On that day, he entered the county government compound alongside Lu Minshan. The environment was exceedingly modest, and the personnel within were bustling with activity. After passing through the lobby, they ascended to the second floor and entered the magistrate's office. The magistrate, named Yin Changjiang, appeared to be in his 40s, donned glasses, and dressed plainly. At that moment, the office was rather crowded and noisy. Once Feng Yisheng was ushered in, he was instructed to sit at the periphery of the office. After listening for a while, he discerned that the individuals present were representatives from state-owned enterprises seeking financial subsidies from the county. Lu Minshan observed the scene with a sense of nostalgia, remarking, Xiao Feng, I used to be just like them, arguing daily in the county. Fortunately, I broke free and became self-reliant. Feng Yisheng nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent. Scrutinizing Yin Changjiang carefully, the magistrate exuded a sense of integrity, yet he appeared fatigued, clearly overwhelmed by the demands of his role. As the chatter continued incessantly, Yin Changjiang's patience began to wane. How many more times must I reiterate? The county is currently devoid of funds, and the state is advocating for enterprise reform. The conditions have been clearly outlined to you. You neither wish to leave nor to engage in contracting, yet you still cling to the notion of a secure job. Is that feasible? I solemnly warn you, we are no longer in an era of shared resources. Disabuse yourselves of such notions. One person, wearing a furrowed brow, remarked. Director Yin, we understand that we are pursuing reform and an open market economy, but how simple do you believe it is to navigate a market economy? Difficult, you say? Look over there at Director Lu, surely you recognize him. Hasn't the supply and marketing cooperative thrived under his guidance? Last month alone, they contributed over 6,000 in taxes. And what of you? As individuals within the same system, do you not feel a twinge of shame? Director Yin was indeed reaching the limits of his patience as he gestured towards Lu Mingshan seated nearby. 7 or 8 gazes swiftly converged upon him. Lu Mingshan hurriedly waved his hand. It's merely luck. The people's market has flourished by chance. Currently, Lu Mingshan is enjoying considerable acclaim in the county, and everyone is aware of it. Silence enveloped the room. Observing the lack of response, Yin Jiang issued an ultimatum. Do not treat the directives from above lightly. Here is the bottom line. Either embrace the responsibility system or step aside. Those who possess the means to contribute, do so. Those who do not, the state shall no longer support. Return and thoroughly comprehend the directives from above. Now, please leave. Ultimately, these individuals departed the county chief's office, dejected, once they had all vacated. Lu Mingshan quickly stood up. Director Yin, this is what I was telling you. Ah, Director Lu, please hold on a moment. Yin Jiang, clearly pressed for time, rose and called out towards the door, Secretary Wang, when does the meeting with Director Chen commence? A young man outside promptly replied. We are scheduled to depart at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock? Yin Jiang glanced at his watch, which indicated 1:52. He responded, very well, please make the arrangements. I will come down shortly. Do not permit anyone else to enter my office. Understood, Director Yin. After closing the door, Yin Jiang wearily adjusted his glasses, sank into the sofa, and took a sip of water. I apologize for the wait. Please convey your matters swiftly as I have a meeting to attend. Feng Yisheng nodded. 8 minutes was insufficient time. Feng Yisheng would hardly be able to articulate what he intended. Therefore, he retrieved a set of application materials from his briefcase. Director Yin, this matter may require your voice. I consulted the relevant departments, and no one dares to sign this document. Oh, what is it? Yin Jiang, with a cup in one hand and the materials in the other, began to examine them. The more he read, the graver his expression became. After several decades, he set down the cup and asked, "Are you aware of the cash requirements for registering a company?" Feng Yisheng produced a bank-issued deposit certificate. "I am aware. 500,000. That is the minimum threshold. Our Baosheng company has already met this requirement." Baosheng? That name sounds quite familiar. Yin Jiang instinctively glanced at his own leather shoes. Suddenly enlightened, a smile graced his face. "You are the company that recently sold genuine leather shoes for 290 yuan? Indeed, Director Yin." Yin Jiang adjusted his shoes and remarked, "Your footwear appears quite comfortable. My secretary, seeing their affordability, also procured 2 pairs for me. I did not anticipate such exceptional quality. Regarding the matter of registering a company, the state has issued documentation permitting individuals to establish businesses. However, our county is still navigating this uncharted territory, as there are no precedents. Please enlighten me on your vision for this personal enterprise. Additionally, I have heard that your company has emerged from the state-run factory in Hashan Town. I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on your journey." Lu Minshan, standing nearby, anxiously monitored the clock on the wall. Aware that 5 or 6 minutes had already elapsed, he feared that the county head might say, "Leave your materials here. We will discuss them further in the meeting," and then hastily depart. Fortunately, Feng Yisheng had successfully engaged the county head, preventing his swift exit. Chapter 39. Human Endeavor to be Precise. This was the second time Lu Mingshan witnessed the ghostly side of Feng Yisheng. For over an hour, Feng Yisheng spoke eloquently, presenting his thoughts with reasoned arguments and clarity. His discourse primarily revolved around the Feifen brand. Currently, they were entering the market with footwear. But he envisioned creating a comprehensive sports brand that would encompass apparel and sporting goods, thereby establishing a vast industrial chain. Yin Jiang listened intently, demonstrating himself to be a leader adept at listening, rarely interrupting Feng Yisheng. As the hour passed, genuine interest sparked within him towards Feng Yisheng. He glanced at his watch and called out to the door, "Secretary Wang, please come in." The young man outside opened the door. "County Head Yin, Director Chen is wanting to discuss this matter with you. Please inform Director Chen that I have an urgent matter and will be unable to attend. Also, postpone all my appointments this afternoon. I wish to converse further with young Feng." "Is that a problem?" "Oh no, not at all. I will attend to it immediately," Secretary Wang replied, hastily lowering his head as he exited, casting a puzzled glance at Feng Yisheng. Despite his unremarkable appearance and being in his early 20s, there was nothing overtly distinctive about him, having been reassigned from the provincial capital alongside Yin Jiang. Secretary Wang found it peculiar that the county head would engage with a young man for such an extended period, even postponing a meeting with Director Chen. Upon stepping out, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of individuals awaiting their turn. "Secretary Wang, what is the situation with County Head Yin? Has he finished? Can we go in?" It seemed that several others had arrived to conduct business during this brief interval, all holding slips of paper, evidently having connections that allowed their entry. They had been waiting outside for at least half an hour. With a smile, Secretary Wang responded, "Originally, County Head Yin had a meeting scheduled for today, but he has encountered an urgent matter and cannot attend. Unfortunately, it appears that all of you shall be disappointed. This afternoon, County Head Yin will not meet with anyone. I apologize, but I must make a call to Director Chen." As he spoke, he pushed through the crowd, and the anxious individuals called after him. Secretary Wang's, "Could you please speak a good word for me to County Head Yin? Just 5 minutes would suffice." "And I, as Secretary Wang." Inside, Feng Yisheng overheard the commotion outside and inquired, "Leader, is it always this busy here?" Yin Jiang sighed, feeling quite troubled. The area outside his office had transformed into a bustling marketplace, and he too was racing against time, meeting at least a dozen individuals daily. All were concerned with the restructuring of enterprises, as workers from over 20 state-owned factories in Jianghe County were desperate to retain their jobs. Shaking his head, he said, "Young Feng, let us set aside discussions about your enterprise. You are young and perceptive. Why don't you share your thoughts on how we should advance the reforms of state-owned factories in Jianghe County?" Lu Mingshan was taken aback. It was remarkable that a county head would intentionally set aside all matters to seek the opinion of a youth in his 20s. He seldom communicated with the county magistrate. Yet in his heart, he held a thumb up for Yin Changjiang. It was no wonder that others referred to him as a man of action. Noticing Feng Yisheng's momentary hesitation, Yin Changjiang spoke. "Feel free to express your thoughts. Do not perceive me as being difficult to approach." Feng Yisheng nodded. "Then allow me to share my humble opinion." "Please, go on," replied Yin Changjiang. Feng Yisheng's spirits lifted slightly. The communal dining approach must be dismantled. Without such a change, Jianghe County has no future. However, this dismantling should not come at the expense of the livelihoods of the workers in state-owned enterprises. Why are the directors of these state-owned factories reluctant to take on contracts? Naturally, it is due to the comprehensive losses they incur. This is a hot potato. Yin Changjiang interjected. Feng Yisheng continued, "It was akin to our director Lu's initial reluctance to take over the supply and marketing cooperative. It was more distressing than a death sentence. Yet, look at how well Director Lu is faring now. He earns several thousand in pure profit daily." "No." Director Lu protested, "It's not that much, truly." "Enough, Director Lu. Do not interrupt. The times have changed. Whatever you earn is yours alone. And no one will trouble you about it. Let Xiaofeng speak." Indeed, I shall remain silent." Director Lu cast a desperate glance at Feng Yisheng, timidly hoping he would refrain from exposing his vulnerabilities before the magistrate. Feng Yisheng chuckled. "Ultimately, it boils down to the question of profitability. Personally, I believe the county needs a benchmark to demonstrate to the directors of state-owned enterprises that contracting can indeed be lucrative. For instance, those outside seeking assistance. Knowing that our director Lu earns several thousand a day, would they dare to cause a fuss? They would likely turn around and sign the contracting agreement immediately." "Xiaosheng, you are selling me out." Lu Mingshan could no longer maintain his composure. Yin Changjiang interrupted, "Director Lu, can you genuinely earn several thousand in a day?" "Listen to him bluster. His counter does not yield less than mine," Yin Changjiang retorted. "All right, we shall revisit this matter later. Xiaofeng, please continue sharing your insights." Feng Yisheng's notion of establishing a benchmark truly illuminated Yin Changjiang's understanding, compelling him to listen intently. Feng Yisheng elaborated. "Establishing a benchmark and promoting the reformation of contracting is the first step. The second step is to ensure these factories can indeed turn a profit, requiring the county to possess an awareness of cultivating core industries and a broader perspective. For example, due to Jianghe County's proximity to Wensheng, numerous shoe and clothing processing factories have emerged. This core industry can be developed effectively. Advertisements in television and newspapers, coupled with training sessions on market branding for these shoe and clothing manufacturers, could yield significant results. Once the core industry is established, there will be no shortage of distributors and clients placing orders in Jianghe County. If orders are placed, would these factories still need to shut down? The factories would not close. Employees would merely transition from state-owned to private enterprises, retaining their jobs. Would there still be protests in the county? All issues would be resolved effortlessly. Remarkably, what was initially an 8-minute discussion saw Feng Yisheng remaining in the county magistrate's office for a full 5 hours. Even dinner was consumed in the cafeteria of the county government, where the deputy county head and various department leaders regarded Feng Yisheng with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment, pondering the identity of this unfamiliar young man. Moved by Feng's words, County Head Yin announced on the spot that he would conduct a thorough inspection of the People's Market the following day, accompanied by the county leadership team. As for Feng Yisheng's application form, Yin Changjiang retained it. Feng Yisheng understood that the approval hinged upon their performance the next day. Thus, upon returning, he promptly summoned Zheng Kaihong to prepare the personnel at the counter. Lu Mingshan similarly called back the market employees to disseminate the directives. Meanwhile, El Chuanshan felt somewhat unnerved. Having submitted 5 letters of complaint to Yin Changjiang during this period, all of which had seemingly vanished without a trace. Therefore, he arrived early in the county town that morning, eager to ascertain whether Feng Yisheng was still alive. Chapter 40. I will confront you. Lu Chuanshan arrived at Weiman Market filled with anticipation. However, upon his arrival, he was infuriated. The counter of Feng Yisheng was not only open as he had imagined, but it was also thriving with business. Observing the shoes, he noted the wholesale price was merely 2 yuan, with retail set at 2 yuan and 90 cents. His anger escalated. No wonder the shoemakers in Jianghe County were lamenting their plight. This scoundrel was disrupting the market. Was Yin Changjiang blind to such misconduct? This behavior warranted imprisonment. Entering the counter, he picked up a pair of shoes for inspection. As an experienced professional, he could easily discern that the materials alone would cost at least 2 yuan, not to mention labor and other expenses. Grabbing a stool from the side, he seated himself in the middle of the counter. Slamming the shoes onto the ground, "Bring your boss Feng over here." His booming voice silenced the previously raucous crowd instantly. Yang Jinhua hurriedly instructed the sales clerks to calm the customers she was attending to and approached him with utmost politeness, saying, "Sir, what style are you interested in? I can assist you." Lu Chuanshan's face darkened. "I said to summon that scoundrel Feng Yisheng." "Are you deaf?" Yang Jinhua, her temper flaring, retorted, "Hey, how can you? An old man, come here in the morning to berate our boss. If you're not here to make a purchase, could you please leave?" "Humph, boss." Lu Chuanshan's expression was as grim as a thundercloud, mocking, "No matter how significant your boss Feng is, he is still of my bloodline. You will fetch him immediately." Yang Jinhua's mind quickly processed the situation. She had heard from Zheng Kaihong that the relationship between Boss Feng and his maternal grandfather was rather strained. Thus, she cautiously inquired, "Are you Boss Feng's maternal grandfather? Now you know who I am?" Lu Chuanshan's voice rose in pitch. "Now that you recognize me, you will summon him at once. I, Lu Chuanshan, have pressing matters to discuss with him." The other sales clerks were somewhat irked. Is there truly a grandfather who would create such a disturbance in his grandson's establishment? Yet, since he was indeed the boss's maternal grandfather, they refrained from commenting further. A call was placed to the warehouse. Upon learning that Lu Chuanshan was causing trouble, Feng Yisheng's expression soured considerably. Why? Because the county head was scheduled to inspect the premises today, and he feared that Lu Chuanshan's ruckus would derail all his plans. He hurriedly rode his bicycle to the counter. Even before entering, he caught sight of Lu Chuanshan's foul countenance, reminiscent of a repugnant vision from a past life. This was the first time he had encountered Lu Chuanshan since his rebirth. This grandfather had previously insulted his father repeatedly, derogatorily referring to their 3 children as bastards, refusing to acknowledge their grandfather-grandson bond. Later, when Feng Yisheng made a name for himself in the south, the Lu family came seeking him, invoking the ties of blood, including the very Lu Chuanshan before him. If memory served him right, after his sister was abducted, Feng Yisheng had mustered the courage to seek Lu Chuanshan, hoping to borrow 10 yuan to aid in the search for her. On that day, a torrential rain fell outside, and Feng Yisheng knelt at the entrance of their home for an entire night. The iron-heartedness and indifference of the L family had long been experienced in a previous life. At this moment, L Chuanshan brazenly approached my counter, asserting his dominance and reprimanding this and that. What audacity! It was not that Feng Yisheng harbored excessive resentment, but he simply could not forget certain events from his past existence. With a cold demeanor, he approached and asked, "Are you looking for me?" L Chuanshan shot him a sidelong glare, exuding an intimidating aura, his expression infuriatingly disdainful. Feng Yisheng glanced at the many dealers observing the merchandise at the counter, striving to suppress the fire raging within him. He spoke, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, kindly leave. I still have business to attend to." "Do you even have the right to utter the words 'do business'? With your measly setup?" L Chuanshan finally spoke, fixing his gaze on Feng Yisheng. Feng Yisheng continued to endure. "What issue do I have? I conduct my business openly and honestly. How does that concern you?" L Chuanshan, in a fit of rage, sneered, "Ah, what a proud boss, Feng. It seems you look down upon others. Let me tell you, have you considered the feelings of your peers by selling your shoes at such a low price? Withdraw your shoes immediately and accompany me to turn yourself in." With that abrupt demand to remove his goods, all the other merchants turned their attention to him. They were in the shoe business. They didn't care what L had to sell. As long as the quality was good and the price was reasonable, that sufficed. What does this old man mean? Coming here to disrupt our supply? They all gazed at this unreasonable elder in disbelief. Feng Yisheng took a deep breath. "I initially thought there might still be a few words we could exchange, but it appears I was mistaken. Please leave at once. Do not cause a scene at my counter." Bang! L Chuanshan's pride was wounded by Feng Yisheng's words, and the items in his hands crashed to the ground. "Do you have no respect for your elders? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Feng Yisheng's face turned icy, his gaze sharp as he addressed L Chuanshan. "Do you have the audacity to mention respect in my presence? Have I, Feng Yisheng, ever eaten a single grain of rice from the L family? Have I not always been regarded as a wild seed in your eyes? Did you not proclaim that one day you would set fire to my home, leaving my family without a grave?" All who heard this were stunned. How could there be such a venomous grandfather? L Chuanshan truly spoke such words publicly, initially expecting L to feel ashamed. He instead retorted with indignation, Your mother's life was given by me. Without me, there would be no you. If I wished to take your lives, I could do so. How dare you, Feng Yisheng, grow up and seek to resist me. Feng Yisheng could no longer contain his fury and interjected. Have some decency. What do I need to resist you for? Must I resort to foul language for your satisfaction? Chuanshan, do not engage in those shameless tricks behind my back. And I warn you to tell your useless son to cease his provocations. I can strike him once, and I shall undoubtedly strike him a second time. Depart from my stall immediately. You. Chuanshan's fury threatened to erupt, yet he momentarily found himself bewildered as his gaze met Feng Yisheng's. There was an utter lack of emotion. It was entirely possible that this rascal might indeed take action against me. Just as he hesitated, a nearby dealer, unable to endure the scene, remarked, "You, old man, are truly perplexing. Is there anyone more ungracious than you, who cannot bear to see his own grandson succeed? The fact that their shoes are sold at a lower price is none of your concern. You should leave at once. Indeed, we are in a market economy. If you have the capability, then sell your shoes at such low prices too. Depart, depart, depart." In an instant, a dozen dealers at the counter voiced their support for Feng Yisheng. Many others from nearby stalls gathered to witness the spectacle. Chuanshan realized that remaining here would only invite further attacks. Fixing his gaze upon Feng Yisheng, he declared, "Ah, so you've grown bold. Capable of flight and even of biting back, I see. Very well. I refuse to believe that in the vast expanse of Jiang County, no one can subdue you. You yellow-eyed beast. Wait for me." With that, Chuanshan strode towards the exit. Chapter 41 Seeking Assistance. Zheng Kaihong had just wandered off to tease the sales clerk when he overheard Chuanshan berating Sheng Gu as a brute. Seizing a broom from the side, he was about to charge over, exclaiming, "Old fool, don't you dare leave." However, he was abruptly restrained by Feng Yisheng. "Hold off on causing trouble for now. The county chief is on his way, so you all need to prepare immediately." Zheng Kaihong then suppressed his anger, pondering who this old man was to bully others so brazenly. Feng Yisheng replied, "I mentioned Chuanshan to you before." Then, Feng Yisheng shifted his demeanor and addressed the distributors at the counter. "I apologize, everyone, for the family matters that have unfolded. Thank you for your understanding." One distributor promptly responded, "What is there to laugh about? Boss Feng, you are a man of integrity, and we all understand. We fully support you." Feng Yisheng expressed his gratitude with a fist salute to the crowd. He then turned to Zheng Kaihong. "We are still unaware of what Chuanshan might do next. Kaihong, keep an eye at the door. If Chuanshan approaches, make sure to drive him away. Even if it comes to blows, do not let him enter. Today is crucial. And we cannot afford any mistakes, understood?" "Understood, Sheng Gu. I will handle it. You go arrange other matters. I will visit Director Lu's office." Feng Yisheng promptly made his way to Lu Mingshan's side. By 10 in the morning, barely 20 minutes after Chuanshan had left, Yin Chanzhong arrived with the key members of the Jianghe County team. Feng Yisheng and Lu Mingshan warmly welcomed them at the entrance. Subsequently, the group began their inspection of the marketplace. Feng Yisheng took the lead, meticulously addressing the various inquiries posed by the county leaders. His articulation was clear. His body language exuded confidence, and he occasionally lightened the atmosphere with a humorous quip, fostering a harmonious environment. Lu Mingshan, observing from behind, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Could this truly be a youth in his early 20s? He seemed more akin to a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox. Even I, Director Lu, cannot maintain control over such a grand occasion. Yet, this young man, Sheng, navigated it effortlessly. Originally the director of this marketplace, he had been relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. After being rebuffed by Feng Yisheng and the others, Chuanshan was seething with rage. First, he went to the county courtyard, hoping to inquire whether the county chief had received his report letter. However, he was informed that the county chief was unavailable. The county staff had already been warned by Secretary Wang not to disclose the chief's whereabouts, as he was inundated with visitors daily. Consequently, he was unable to ascertain the chief's location. Sitting at the entrance, he chain-smoked several cigarettes, unable to swallow his indignation, and the more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Thus, he decided to pay a visit to the county speculation and profiteering office, seeking out his former colleague, Yu Yaolong. Yu Yaolong was a captain at the speculation and profiteering office, having previously worked alongside Chuanshan at the shoe factory. Lacking any skills, he was merely a seasoned slacker. After being dismissed from the factory, he leveraged family connections to secure a position at the office, now in his 60s, merely coasting through life. Upon seeing El Chuanshan enter with a pack of cigarettes, he greeted him warmly, learning that his old colleague had been bullied by his own grandson. The fire pit blazes. Yet is it appropriate to address one's elders in such a manner? I have also heard whispers of their disruption in the marketplace. With a thud of the table, I declare, my friend, I shall take it upon myself to manage this situation. We are now in an era of market economy. It pains me to witness the chaos that a few unscrupulous individuals have wrought upon Jiangke County. This corrupt atmosphere must be rectified. Take, for example, the nefarious character next door, who is perpetually engaged in petty thievery and has frequented the police station on several occasions. Now, he is taken to setting up a stall, astonishingly earning 5 or 6 yuan a day, occasionally reaching 10, which surpasses my own salary by several multiples. What merit does he possess to justify such a lofty income? El Chuanshan sighed. I simply cannot abide these individuals. What shall we do now? We shall resolve this. For even Sun Wukong with his somersault cloud cannot escape the grasp of the Buddha. With that, Yu Yaolong donned his hat and rose to his feet, El Chuanshan promptly following in his wake. They, along with a few others, marched with great fervor towards the People's Mall. Zheng Kaihong was squatting at the entrance. Upon seeing El Chuanshan approach, he hurried over. Brother Sheng, your predictions are indeed accurate. You have come to stir up trouble. You must vacate this place immediately. At your age, do yourself a favor and preserve some dignity. Just because Brother Sheng refrains from violence does not imply that I possess a similar temperament. El Chuanshan, incensed, glared at Zheng Kaihong. You are nearly 50 years old. How can your words be as foul as if you were chewing on dog excrement? What is happening in my household is of no concern to you. Zheng Kaihong, infuriated, instinctively pulled out his identification card. Old man, take a good look. I am 19 years old this year. Get lost, do not cause a ruckus here. He then advanced, intending to shove El Chuanshan aside. However, Yu Yaolong swiftly intervened. Pushing him back with a firm hand on his chest, his voice elongated. Do not resort to violence, for the moment you lay a finger on him, I shall have you thrown into the station. With that, Yu Yaolong pompously retrieved a red armband from his pocket and leisurely affixed it to his arm. Zheng Kaihong, once a smug profiteer, felt a surge of fear upon seeing the armband. Instinctively, he considered fleeing, but clarity struck him. Wait, I am now a legitimate entrepreneur, recognized by the county magistrate at our stall. Who do you think you are? He furrowed his brow, staring at Yu Yaolong. Leader, your duty lies in apprehending individuals on the streets. Why have you come to the mall? Yu Yaolong patted the armband on his arm. You must be misunderstanding our unit. Any speculative behavior falls within our jurisdiction. We have received reports of market disruption within this mall. I am here to assess the situation. Step aside. With that, he forcefully pushed Zheng Kaihong aside. Had El Chuanshan arrived alone, Zheng Kaihong would have surely driven him away. However, with Yu Yaolong present, a natural fear of authority gripped him, rendering him powerless. El Chuanshan, observing his reluctance to intervene, cast a disdainful glance. What a nonsensical individual. After speaking, he quickly followed behind Yu Yaolong, while Zheng Kaihong hurried into the mall to find Feng Yisheng and the others. Yu Yaolong, accustomed to being domineering on the streets, was used to instilling fear in those around him. In the past, any petty trader who encountered him would scurry away like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Thus, the high-ranking official strode into the mall with an air of authority. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the promotional flyers advertising shoes for 2.9 yuan a pair at the Baoxing shoe counter. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the bustling crowd of dozens of people inside and outside the counter. He raised his voice and commanded, "You are to immediately pack up and cease operations. I require an investigation into the legality of your business practices. Additionally, have your boss report to me within 3 minutes for questioning." The counter fell into a profound silence, with everyone turning to stare at Yu Yaolong. Chapter 42. Inflated ego. However, these individuals merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to their own affairs, showing little regard for the situation. Yu Yaolong, accustomed to commanding respect among private businessmen, felt a surge of unacknowledged frustration upon realizing that no one was inclined to cater to his authoritative presence. Raising his voice slightly, he demanded, "What is it? Must I forcibly shut down your counters?" Yang Jinhua sighed in exasperation, turning to confront Lu Chuanshan. "I implore you, old man. Could you not at least exhibit some decorum befitting your age? Why the commotion this early in the morning? You first create a ruckus, and then summon those engaged in speculative trading, insisting on closing their counters. Is it so intolerable to witness your grandson thrive? At your age, wouldn't it be wise to accumulate some merit for a better rebirth? You foul-mouthed woman, Lu Chuanshan, momentarily at a loss for words, seethed with indignation. Yu Yalong interjected, positioning himself between them. This is my third warning. Summon your boss to me immediately. With a resigned sigh, Yang Jinhua retorted, come now, spare me these theatrics. We were once part of the supply and marketing cooperatives reliant on the state. Do not stir trouble here, as many leaders are present in the marketplace today. If this escalates, you might jeopardize your pension. At this juncture, Yu Yalong could no longer maintain his composure. Observing the disdainful glances from other salespeople, he recognized that the counter would not comply easily. Pointing at the attendant, he declared, so you choose not to cooperate, do you? I have my ways to deal with you. Old Lu, keep an eye on them. Do not let them escape while I return to the office. With that, he stormed out of the marketplace in a fit of rage. Zhang Kaihong, feeling apprehensive in the presence of these red armbands, approached Yang Jinhua, voicing his concerns. These people are ruthless, Sister Hua. Should we inform Brother Shang? Yang Jinhua pulled him aside, whispering, have you lost your mind? Who is Boss Feng with today? Director Yin. Of course. And who is that old man's superior? The director of the speculative trading office. And who is the director's superior? Zhang Kaihong suddenly realized, oh no. If Director Yin is here, why should we fear anything? I was intentionally provoking that old man. Yang Jinhua said with a sly grin, let them cause a commotion. The greater the uproar, the worse it will be for them. We must play along with their antics. Zhang Kaihong nodded in agreement. I will inform the others right away. More than half an hour later, Yu Yaolong stormed back with a group, displaying an aggressive demeanor akin to that of marauders as they swiftly shut down the counters. They confiscated all merchandise from the stalls and moved it outside. Yu Yaolong, standing imperiously in the center, admonished, you are disrupting the market. Today, not only will I close your counters, but you must also notify your boss to come to my office this afternoon and provide a detailed account of the situation. Furthermore, his assets must be declared accurately and subjected to confiscation. This is the consequence of market disruption. We resolutely refuse to grant any semblance of existence to you lowly individuals. Yang Jinhua and the others cooperated splendidly, merely observing without retorting. However, the employees at other counters and the distributors were incensed, murmuring and spitting in disdain. Yet none dared to confront the situation. Within Lu Minchen's office, Yin Changjiang was in exceptionally high spirits. He envisioned the future of Jiangfe County through this marketplace. He offered substantial encouragement and promptly addressed Feng Yisheng's application. Special considerations will be made. We shall navigate this venture cautiously, initially approving a business license for a private enterprise. Should the response be favorable, we will implement it countywide. Those who possess the capability to manage enterprises shall be given precedence. The archaic notions of stubborn qualifications must be cast aside. Furthermore, Lu's exemplary deeds should be chronicled and published in the newspapers, disseminated to those languishing in state-owned factories. Let them feel a pang of shame. A series of declarations evoked applause from everyone present in the office. Subsequently, with a jovial demeanor, Yin Changjiang turned to Feng Yisheng. Xiaosheng, your shoes are quite a rarity. My secretary queued for over 2 hours to procure just 2 pairs. Since I am here today, please grant me access through the back door. I wish to purchase 2 pairs to take home. A middle-aged man chimed in with laughter, expressing his own desire to buy, urging Feng to facilitate their request. This man, known to Feng Yisheng, was Director Xiao from the Speculation Bureau. Others joined in, all eager to contribute. Feng Yisheng quickly responded with a smile. Esteemed leaders, you are elevating me. I appreciate your support. Thus, each of you may take a pair today as a complimentary experience from Baosheng's shoes. Yin Changjing interjected, that will not do. We have our protocols. Now, anyone wishing to purchase shoes, please consolidate your funds with me. $2.90, and should anyone be short by a cent tomorrow, they shall find themselves in my office writing reports. Laughter ensued as many began to collect their money. Director Xiao joked, having spent my life making others write reports, I certainly do not wish to visit the county chief tomorrow. Xiaofeng, why are you still standing there? Have the shoes brought over for us to try on. There are plenty of common folk outside, and it would reflect poorly if they see us using the back door. We shall try them on here. I want those Leslie Chung shoes. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Feng Yisheng realized he could not decline any longer and hastily instructed Zhang Kaihong, who had appeared by his side without notice. Kaihong, go and bring all our available styles. Zhang Kaihong looked distressed. Observing his expression, Feng inquired, what is the matter? Zhang's voice dropped to a whisper. Brother Sheng, something's gone awry. What? Speak up. This hesitance is uncharacteristic of you. Feng Yisheng's spirits remained high. Yin Changjiang jested, "It seems our esteemed elder is reluctant to open the back door for us." Laughter erupted once more, and Feng Yisheng shot him a glare. Zheng Kaihong, steeling himself, replied, "Esteemed leaders, allow me to clarify one point. I am indeed only 19 years of age, as evidenced by my identification. Furthermore, our shoe cabinet has been raided." Confusion swept through the office as everyone stared at him in bewilderment. Yin Changjiang's expression turned grave. "What do you mean by that? What does it signify to have been raided?" Zhang Kaihong glanced at Director Shao, swallowing hard. "Just now, the leader named you from the speculative trade department came with his men and sealed our premises, confiscating our goods. Moreover, leader, you stated, he also mentioned." Director Shao felt his heart leap into his throat. Summoning his courage, Zhang Kaihong continued, "Leader, you also said that this afternoon, our boss Feng must go to his office to draft some documents. He further claimed that our boss's earnings are illicit gains, and that all previously earned money would be confiscated and turned over to the state." Chapter 43. You have trapped me severely upon the utterance of those words. A profound silence enveloped the office, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. The county magistrate, 2 vice principals, and several bureau directors, who collectively constituted the leadership of Jianghe County, gazed wide-eyed at Zheng Kaihong. Just 1 or 2 hours prior, these leaders had unanimously endorsed the mall model and encouraged Feng Yisheng to continue fostering such a diligent spirit. Yet, in a startling turn of events, a minor staff member emerged, pointing at them and declaring, "I demand that you cease operations and forfeit all your earnings." Furthermore, he insisted that they draft materials, threatening imprisonment should they fail to articulate clearly. Yin Changjiang's gaze swiftly turned towards Director Shao, who felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He hastily reassured, "Rest assured, leaders, I will manage this matter and will diligently mitigate any social repercussions." Turning to Feng, he commanded, "Come with me, regardless of who it is. I must ensure he is dismissed and sent home to gather his belongings." Feng Yisheng nodded and followed closely behind, casting a meaningful glance at Zheng Kaihong, whispering, "You're quite the actor." Zheng Kaihong, now exuding an air of cunning, was no longer the submissive figure he had been moments ago. With a sly glint in his eye, he remarked, "Brother Shang, as you taught me, one must strike firmly when dealing with a dog. If the blow does not sting, the rabid hound will bark at you again upon the next encounter." Feng Yisheng chuckled, "Well done. I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg tonight." "Huh. Brother Xing is formidable," Zhang replied playfully. Outside, upon arriving with a substantial entourage, Yu Yaolong felt emboldened, exuding an air of authority that eclipsed everyone around him, leading onlookers to believe that a provincial governor had graced the scene. Meanwhile, LV Chuanshan's simmering frustration began to dissipate. His thoughts lingered on his wife's ancestral bracelet, growing increasingly uncomfortable with the notion of bequeathing such a valuable item to their daughter. How could she be so foolish? He mused. However, he felt a measure of relief and turned to his younger companion. "Brother, let us have a drink later. I am grateful for your assistance." Yu Yaolong, with unwavering resolve, declared, "The unfilial son shall face retribution. Rest assured, no matter who intercedes today, I, Yu Yaolong, will not yield an inch." His voice resonated through the marketplace, and those unaware of the underlying circumstances were captivated by the righteousness he projected. Yet, scarcely had his words settled when a jarring voice interrupted. "Is that so? Your leadership demeanor is quite impressive. You won't show leniency to anyone? What about old Shao? Shall I return to pin materials for you as well?" All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Some were curious, while others seemed indifferent, as if this exchange were merely part of a scripted play. Upon recognizing the speaker, Yu Yaolong's earlier bravado evaporated. Fearing any delay, he hastened over, inquiring, "Director Shao, what brings you here? Is it wrong for me to come?" Director Shao retorted, No, that is not what I meant. I simply thought such disruptive actions in the marketplace need not require your personal intervention," Yu Yaolong stammered. Attempting to placate him, he simultaneously glanced at Feng Yisheng and Zhang Kaihong beside him. While he was unfamiliar with Feng Yisheng, he recognized Zhang Kaihong. A thunderbolt of realization struck him, as if he had foreseen something, plunging him into a state of restless anxiety. Indeed, when Director Shao approached the counter, his first utterance was, "Within 5 minutes, return everything you moved to its original position, untouched. Anyone who lags will be dismissed today." The staff, bewildered, instinctively turned to Yu Yaolong for guidance. Director Shao coldly reprimanded, "Are my words ineffective? Perhaps you should suggest to your superiors that Yu Yaolong be appointed as the director." The staff stood frozen in disbelief, hastily retrieving the items. Chuanshan, witnessing the turn of events, urgently interjected, "You cannot move them. This cannot be allowed. The evidence of Feng Yisheng's market disruption is irrefutable, and you must not turn a blind eye to him." Yu Yaolong, taken aback, rushed to Chuanshan and pulled him aside. "Chuanshan, please hold your tongue. Why should I remain silent?" Chuanshan pointed accusingly at Feng Yisheng. "This malignant tumor will not allow Jianghe County a moment's peace until dealt with." "And who might you be?" Director Xiao glared at him, as if a volcano were on the verge of erupting. Chuanshan declared, "I am. I care not who you are. I am merely conducting business and owe you no explanation. You owe me nothing, but you. But we what? Get out immediately. If you dare question our authority, I will have you escorted to the police station." Chuanshan anxiously turned to Yu Yaolong. "Yaolong, aren't you going to say something? Just moments ago, you were so assertive, and now you—" "Oh, Chuanshan, can you please refrain from speaking? This is our—" "I am no one of yours." Director Xiao fixed a stern gaze upon him. "Yu Yaolong, I hereby formally notify you to pack your belongings and leave. How audacious of you to attempt to raid Boss Feng's counter. If this goes unpunished, public outrage will not be quelled." "Bravo. Well done." Immediately, applause erupted from the crowd. This clapping quickly incited others to join in. It was immensely gratifying. That man's earlier demeanor had been utterly stifling. Had it not been for the red armband on his arm, someone might have already lost their temper. Yu Yaolong's mind spun in resonance, feeling as though the world was turning upside down. It was as if he had heard an unbelievable truth. Once he regained his composure, he hastily tried to clarify. "Director Xiao, surely there has been some misunderstanding. I have nothing to discuss with you. As you just stated, no matter who comes today, my decision remains unchanged. You are already dismissed." After concluding, Director Xiao turned to Feng Yisheng. "Xiao Feng, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused." Feng Yisheng smiled. "It's quite all right. I am relieved the misunderstanding has been resolved. Then let us return inside." "Certainly, after you." Feng Yisheng followed, but before exiting, he cast a glance back at Chuanshan. There was a hint of derision, a touch of coldness, and an air of ruthlessness. Chuanshan was seething with rage, nearly on the verge of an explosion. Yet he remained undeterred as he gazed at Yu Yaolong. "Yaolong, who was that person just now? Why are you so terrified of him? This matter cannot be halted. We have come this far." Before Yu Yaolong could respond, a staff member, incensed, retorted sharply, "Old man, what are you scheming? At your age? How can your thoughts be so malicious? Is it amusing to trap us? Do you even realize that was our director? Team leader Yu has already lost his job because of you, and now he has no retirement pension. You despicable wretch." Chuanshan was momentarily taken aback. "That was your director?" With a sudden clarity, Yu Yaolong, disregarding his own age, lunged at Chuanshan. Chapter 44. Walking into a trap, the two elderly men soon became entangled in a fierce scuffle. Strangely, the crowd surrounding them appeared utterly oblivious, as though they had chosen to ignore the unfolding chaos. Eventually, when the two men had exhausted themselves, Zhang Kaihong arrived just in time, placing a call to the nearby police station. The officers swiftly apprehended both of them. The ensuing situation was particularly absurd. The staff not only returned the items to their rightful places at the counter, but also took up brooms and cloths to clean the area. Not a single individual dared to leave. Zhang Kaihong, who had once been ruthlessly pursued by these people, now relished a moment of superiority. He was unceremonious, behaving like an inspector, pointing and commenting here and there, causing the staff to scurry about in confusion. What left them in utter disbelief was that, after more than half an hour, Director Xiao finally emerged from his office, accompanied by County Chiefine, the Deputy Chief, and several department heads. A throng of officials appeared, sending shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Feng Yisheng, amidst this assembly, laughed heartily, reveling in his ease. A single thought crossed their minds. Were we truly here to court disaster? Surely, this was not the way to meet one's end. What prowess did the proprietor of Baoxing Shoes possess that allowed him to converse so jovially with the county chief? Director Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance at them before departing. Clearly, the fate awaiting them upon their return to the office remained uncertain. Feng Yisheng and Yin Chanzhong went out to dine before returning to the counter. By the time they arrived back, the opportunists had already departed. The limited stock of 3,000 pairs of shoes had sold out that morning, leaving the counter sparsely populated. Upon their return, even Feng Yisheng could not suppress his excitement. Grasping a license in his hand, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a historic and exhilarating moment. I solemnly announce that Baoxing Company has received official approval from the county. As of today, we are the first private enterprise in Jianghe County." Every individual at the counter erupted in joy, laughter ringing out heartily. Others from nearby counters approached to offer their congratulations. However, just as the cheers subsided, a rumbling sound echoed from outside. At least 3 trucks bearing Wencheng license plates had parked across the way at the Wencheng Shoe and Apparel Market. Wang Liang, who had vanished for several days, emerged from the vehicle, one hand clutching a briefcase and the other holding a mobile phone. He deliberately glanced over at Feng Yisheng and offered him a knowing smile. Feng Yisheng muttered, "I wonder how business is faring over there now?" Yang Jinhua chimed in, "Well, their sales probably can't compare to our cooperative days." The young women at the counter stifled their laughter behind their hands. Feng Yisheng shook his head, cautioning, "Let us not underestimate them. We must focus on our own endeavors." At that moment, Lu Minshan entered from outside. As he passed by Feng Yisheng's group, he leaned in and said, "Xiao Sheng, I must remind you of something. As I passed by earlier, I took a moment to glance at the 3 trucks, all filled with shoes from Leslie Cheng. I shared a cigarette with their driver and exchanged a few words. It appears that 6 out of 10 shoe factories in Wencheng are working tirelessly day and night. I heard that Wang Lianggang reached out to the president of a local association, who, upon learning of Wang's precarious situation, has decided to lend him a helping hand. I suspect this move is directed towards us." Zheng Kaihong inquired, "Are you certain?" To which I replied, "How could I not be?" The words spoken by these individuals carry weight. A delivery person has no reason to deceive me. We need to think of a solution swiftly. Feeling somewhat fatigued, I decided to take a brief rest. Lu Minshan departed, leaving Yang Jinhua and the others in a state of disquiet. The people of Wencheng are renowned for their solidarity. Their capacity to unite and undermine local leaders is a common occurrence for them. The moniker Oriental Jews is not without merit. Feng Yisheng, with unwavering conviction, settled down and asked, "How much stock do we have left?" Zheng Kaiong replied, "Currently, we have over 20,000 pairs." 20,000, you say? Feng Yisheng fell silent. As of now, he has a liquid cash reserve of over 100,000 yuan. Engaging the people of Wencheng with that sum would result in a swift defeat. However, as long as Wang Lianggang remains standing, Feng will find it difficult to breathe easy. Once his sports shoes hit the shelves, it is likely that Wang will be the first to replicate them and sell at a discount. Mutual destruction in this manner would yield no profits, which runs counter to Feng Yisheng's principles. After contemplating for a considerable time, he finally articulated, "Then I want you all to proceed accordingly. Release only 2,000 pairs daily, and decrease the price by 20 cents each day." They seek to engage in a price war? Very well, I shall disrupt their rhythm. Furthermore, the sudden demand from Wencheng for Leslie Cheng's shoes, a model that has long since lost its appeal, leaves no profit margins to exploit. I believe our distributors have grown weary of low profits. Starting today, reach out to your clients and inform them that we will hold a new product launch in 10 days. We will cover all expenses, including meals and accommodation, for anyone who attends. The women's spirits soared at this news. They had eagerly awaited the launch of new shoes, only to feel frustrated as Boss Feng kept them stashed away. Yang Jinhua asked, "Shall we promote this under the name of Baoxing or Fifan Sports Shoes?" Feng Yisheng chuckled. "Of course, it will be under the name of Fifan Sports Shoes. Rest assured, in a few days, advertisements for Fifan Sports Shoes will grace every entrance to the city. Prepare yourselves for prosperity." Many rejoiced at this prospect. Later that evening, Feng Yisheng returned to the warehouse. Upon his return, he retrieved a piece of paper he had cut from a newspaper. It contained the contact number for a shoe company based in Port City, with an office in Shenzhen. After dialing, a female voice answered, "Hello, this is the Shenzhen office of Atai Footwear. How may I assist you?" Feng Yisheng spoke in an exceedingly humble tone. Expressing his regret, "I sincerely apologize. I believe I owe a debt of contrition to Atai Footwear." The recipient, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Excuse me, sir. Could you clarify your location? I find myself somewhat perplexed by your message." Feng Yisheng began to sigh heavily over the phone, his demeanor akin to that of one who has committed a grave transgression, desperately seeking a confessor to unburden his soul. The other party, observing Feng Yisheng's silence, assumed that a prank call from an eccentric individual had been received. "I apologize, sir, but this is a company line. You may have dialed the wrong number. Please verify the number you intended to reach." Just as the call was about to be terminated, Feng Yisheng quickly interjected, "We are Baoxing leather shoes from Jianghe County. I am the proprietor of this establishment, and I feel profound remorse for having imitated your esteemed brand as shoes, akin to those worn by the late Leslie Cheng, in my pursuit of profit." Chapter 45. Price war what? That girl seemed somewhat perplexed. "Sir, do you think I'm easy to tease?" Feng Yisheng replied with utmost seriousness, I did not intend to tease you. I am merely expressing my guilt. I have been unable to sleep, and I wish to discuss a licensing fee with you. Would you be open to negotiation? The girl took a deep breath, her previous politeness evaporating. Handsome, as a customer service representative, do you have any idea how many harassing calls I receive daily? Is this amusing to you? With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. In a building in the Shenzhen market, a girl adorned with silver earrings, possessing a remarkably delicate appearance, felt her chest rise and fall in anger. Observing her emotional instability, a colleague nudged her. Xiao Hong, have you been harassed again? Xiao Hong replied indignantly, why are there always such tiresome individuals? Just as her colleague was about to respond, a young man entered the room. The two quickly stood up. Good day, Boss G. Oh, hello. Addressing him with such formality, Boss G's expression was grave as he held a document, glancing at it while proceeding deeper into the office. Halfway through, he paused, reconsidered, and returned to their reception area. Placing the document on the table, please contact these phone numbers and warn them that we will take legal actions to protect our rights. Understood. Xiao Hong casually scanned the list, and her eyes widened at the first name. Baoxing Shoes? Why does that sound so familiar? Could it be? Almost instinctively, she pressed the office phone's number, and to her astonishment, the display matched the one in the document. The young man gazed at her quizzically. What's the matter? Xiao Hong, in disbelief, responded, Boss, just now, someone from Baoxing called, claiming to feel guilty about imitating our shoes and wishes to discuss a licensing fee. Oh, such an intriguing coincidence. The young man found it particularly strange. It turned out that their shoe model, worn by Leslie Chung during a concert, was intended as a backup for their entry into the mainland market. However, just as they prepared to make a significant impact, they discovered their design had already been extensively counterfeited. Consequently, they decided to delay their launch and instead conducted thorough market research in the mainland for over a month, identifying more than 30 counterfeit manufacturers. They had also engaged lawyers from Hong Kong, preparing to file a lawsuit. Yet, before they could even make their first call, a representative from the company approached them to discuss licensing fees. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Dial that person's number. I would like to speak with him. Certainly. I will call immediately. Thus, the call was made to Feng Yisheng. On the phone, Feng Yisheng maintained a cordial demeanor, and their conversation surprisingly lasted over half an hour. It must be said, in matters of public relations, Feng Yisheng had never faltered, even in his past life. Early in his career, he had misjudged a situation, resulting in a significant financial loss at the hands of a foreign investor, bringing him face to face with irate clients demanding recompense. Furious, he stormed into his office, slamming the door behind him. The company even called the police, fearing that Feng Yisheng might be harmed by those individuals. However, half an hour later, the door swung open, revealing Feng Yisheng, jovially conversing with them, exuding an atmosphere of camaraderie. Strangely, these clients later invited him to dinner. Even more perplexingly, these 8 clients collectively invested an additional 20 million yuan into Feng Yisheng's venture. Thus, in a mere 10 minutes, the head of the office made a cheerful agreement with him, promising to visit Feng Yisheng in Jianghe County in 10 days. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yisheng gazed outside, wearing a relaxed expression, leaving everyone wondering about his motivations. That evening, the county magistrate's visit to the Minmin Shoe and Clothing Mall reached Huang Jiafu's ears. At that moment, he and Su Lindong had just departed from Wang Lianggang's office. Just minutes prior, Wang Lianggang had suggested that Huang Jiafu procure a substantial amount of goods. Yet, both declined the offer. As they strolled, they conversed. Boss Su, I can understand my hesitation to take stock, but why are you also holding back? Huang Jiafu remarked. The terms offered by Boss Xiao are quite generous. Su Lindong chuckled ruefully. I've been influenced by you. I share your perspective. I wish to observe how Boss Feng's sneakers perform upon their release. Boss Feng is quite the character. At such a young age, he has managed to win over the county magistrate. Huang Jiafu laughed heartily. Indeed, it has taken us by surprise. My intention is simple. If their sneakers sell well, I will procure a large quantity. As for his proposal to advertise at the national games, that is trivial. I could arrange that with a single phone call. Su Lindong smiled. Then let us wait and see. If Jianghe County is a pool, then Boss Feng is the dragon within it. A flying dragon is not merely a creature of the pond. When the winds of change arise, it must transform. Let us go, Boss Su. Time for dinner. Huang Jiafu declared, strolling away with his hands clasped behind his back. Both men were renowned distributors in Guangdong province, possessing companies in Port City and extensive connections throughout the region. Currently, they also had a company affiliated with a state-owned enterprise, one of the few with import-export qualifications. Their discerning eyes fixed on Feng Yisheng sneakers, believing that if they gained popularity, it could rival the Reeboks. Yet, they were wary of Feng Yisheng's youth, concerned that he might crumble under Wang Lianggong's pressure, leading to the collapse of his enterprise. Thus, they remained patient, observing the unfolding drama. Firstly, they wished to ascertain whether Feng Yisheng possessed the capability to overcome Wang Lianggong. For any partner we choose to collaborate with must have resilience. Otherwise, with such a significant investment, a downfall would be detrimental for us. Secondly, they sought to gauge the market response during the initial launch of Feng Yisheng sneakers. Should both criteria be met, they would promptly sign a contract with him. By that time, Feng Yisheng's FIFA sports shoes advertisement had reached the national games. And coupled with the qualifications of their export trading company, they were bound to achieve remarkable sales both domestically and internationally. Wang Lianggong and his associates were indeed ruthless. He was well aware that Feng Yisheng was selling in limited quantities each day, and his intention was to exhaust Feng Yisheng's resources. Engaging in a competition with me? You are still inexperienced. Is it merely a matter of burning money? Can you outspend me, Wang Lianggong? Thus, the following morning, as the market opened, they prominently displayed their sign outside. Bulk purchases began at an astonishing price of 2 yuan for 100 pairs. The retail price was set at 2 yuan and 90 cents, with no purchase limits. No purchase limits. No purchase limits. The supply was ample and abundant. This proclamation carried an air of grandiosity reminiscent of significant events recounted with fervor decades later, just as they believed this strategy would soon leave Feng Yisheng in the lurch. The piercing sound of loudspeakers erupted from across the street. Baosheng leather shoes, Baosheng leather shoes, the owner, restless throughout the night, in a foul mood, has lowered prices again. Retailing now at only 2 yuan and 70 cents, with wholesale starting at just 1 yuan and 80 cents for orders of 50 pairs. Chapter 46. The advertising blitz. The marketplace serves as a reflection of collective sentiment. A mere 20 cents may seem insignificant, yet it represents a tangible saving. With just a short stroll across the street, why would I not seize the opportunity to save that amount? Consequently, the throngs of customers congregating at their storefront were swiftly drawn away. Wang Lianggong, having succumbed to a fit of desperation, shouted at the entrance of his shop. Is it a price war then? Very well. Lower the price by another 20 cents. The staff hurriedly scrambled to adjust the pricing materials. However, they were already too late. By the time they realized what was happening, Yang Jinhua stood atop a stool at the counter, proclaiming loudly, "Apologies to everyone. But our limited edition items have sold out completely today. Fear not, we shall return tomorrow." Our boss is a person of great compassion, who, upon witnessing the common folk unable to afford leather shoes, is often plagued by anxiety and despair each night. His dream is to ensure that every citizen of our great nation can don a pair of leather shoes. Therefore, we shall continue to lower prices tomorrow. As for the extent of the reduction, please stay tuned. The crowd buzzed with impatience. One individual grumbled, "Why don't you release all the stock at once? This constant teasing is quite vexing, is it not?" Another echoed, "Yes, let it all out." Yang Jinhua quickly interjected, "Please remain calm, everyone. As you are aware, our factory's production capacity is limited, and the daily quantity we offer is already at its maximum. We appreciate your understanding. And our staff at Baosheng thank you for your support." As she spoke, the other employees stood in unison, bowing respectfully to the distributors. This reverent demeanor, treating the customers as deities, surprisingly silenced the restless crowd. Meanwhile, Wang Lianggong could no longer withstand the pressure. He somehow procured 2 loudspeakers and, emulating Baosheng, began to shout. The Wenxing footwear wholesale market is slashing prices. Only $2.70. Standing at his shop's entrance, he finally observed the distributors from the opposite market emerging. A sigh of relief escaped him, as he initially believed his strategy had succeeded. Yet, the crowd inexplicably shifted in another direction, with motorcyclists, cyclists, and bus passengers all departing. The once vibrant scene was now reduced to the lonely echo of their incessant announcements. Wang Lianggong remained speechless at the doorway. He could not comprehend how he, who once commanded 70% of the shoe market in Jianghe County and had vanquished countless competitors, found himself powerless against the rival Baosheng leather shoes. It felt as if he had mustered all his strength to unleash a devastating blow, only for it to land harmlessly upon a cushion of cotton. Little did he know that not only was he unable to outmaneuver Feng Yisheng, but he would soon find himself ousted from the market entirely. In the days that followed, Feng Yisheng did not visit the counter. Yang Jinhua upheld the entire operation, adhering strictly to the regulations set forth by Feng Yisheng, and managed to render the opposite store desolate. What was he preoccupied with? The matter of white sneakers. He was a madman, having invested 10 to 20,000 in advertising materials. Having spent over 30,000, all the billboards in Jianghe County were dismantled. Furthermore, he personally established numerous advertising spaces, such as on utility poles, the facades of buildings at intersections, and large signs along the national highway entering Jianghe County, as well as on buses and tricycles. On the 7th day following their continuous price reduction campaign, over 300 installation workers arrived at the entrance of Baosheng Company. Feng Yisheng stood at the forefront and declared, "No matter the cost, I demand one result, that tomorrow everyone stepping out in Jianghe County will see our FIFA sports shoe advertisement as soon as they look up. Can we accomplish this today?" "Yes," responded the collective voice of more than 300 workers, resonating throughout the narrow alley. Feng Yisheng, equally spirited, proclaimed, "If we complete the task by 6 o'clock tomorrow, each of you shall receive a pound of pork. I will have someone fetch 3 hefty pigs from the meat processing plant for your return." "Wonderful. Boss Feng is truly generous. We like it." A man laughed heartily. The others joined in the laughter, with one gesturing broadly, "Let us give it our all, brothers. We'll divide the 3 pigs and go home for some soup." A throng of workers hurriedly gathered their materials and departed. Once everyone had left, dusk had settled. Feng Yisheng pulled down the rolling shutter and made his way around to the back of a building. In recent days, Feng Yisheng had been managing the advertising initiatives while also preparing this company, spanning over 100 square meters. It had previously served as the office of a state-owned factory in the county. Although the interior was rather rudimentary in decoration, it was fully equipped. At 7 stories high, it was among the tallest buildings in the county, offering a far-reaching view from its upper floors. Zhang Kaihong had also recruited a few young women from the counter, training them to wear short skirts and stockings. Upon entering, Zhang Kaihong gazed longingly at the images on the advertisement. Feng Yisheng playfully turned his head. "Come into the office." "Ah, all right." After a few steps, Zhang Kaihong, eager to please, smiled with his wrinkled face. "Brother Sheng, may we discuss something?" "Speak your mind," Feng Yisheng replied, immediately sensing trouble in Zhang's demeanor. Zhang Kaihong rubbed his hands together. "Does Xiao Jin have any sisters?" "No, she seems to have no siblings." "Why do you ask?" Zhang Kaihong swallowed hard. "You see, I'm not exactly young anymore. When I go out, people either ask me if my son has taken the college entrance exam or how old my grandson is. They also inquire about my age. So, I was thinking perhaps I should settle my personal affairs sooner rather than later." Feng Yisheng turned back. "But you're only 19. "That is true, but Brother Xing, All right. Xiao Jin has a cousin who happens to be free at home. We need people here, and I spoke to her yesterday about coming to work. If you have aspirations, strive for them through your own abilities." "Well, is she as beautiful as Xiao Jin?" "How would I know? I've never seen her." "Haha. Thank you, Brother Shang, for facilitating this opportunity. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my ancestors for countless generations. Enough of the trivialities, let us address the matter at hand." With that, the 2 individuals settled into the modest office, commencing discussions on the subsequent affairs. The advertisement for FIFA athletic shoes had been launched, signaling that their sales must promptly follow suit. During this period, they categorized their distributors into 2 tiers. The first tier consisted of the most affordable, provincial-level distributors, while the second tier was composed of municipal-level distributors. As for county-level distributors, they had yet to consider opening that avenue. This illustrates Wang Lianggong's failure in understanding market management. Why did Huang Jiafu, after years of collaboration, ultimately decide to sever ties? The answer is simple. I procure tens of thousands of pairs of shoes from you each year, yet receive no preferential treatment, while others who order merely 100 pairs enjoy the same pricing. What, then, is the purpose of our partnership? There is a distinct lack of loyalty and righteousness in this arrangement. Feng Yisheng aims to circumvent the psychological pitfalls associated with such distributors. Chapter 47. The distinguished journalist Sun Yuhai is a reporter for the Kyoto Economic Television Station. Recently, the national television's economic channel has been conducting a series of in-depth reports on the market economy, primarily focusing on local private entrepreneurs. Upon receiving the assignment, his thoughts immediately turned to Wenqing, the cradle of China's market economy. That place is rich with stories, particularly the notorious 8 Kings incident of 1982. They are emblematic of that era, and he has already contacted 3 of the 8 Kings, scheduling a meeting for noon today. After landing in Jiangnan Province's Nanjing City yesterday, they took a brief rest and rose early this morning at around 5 to drive to Wencheng. The journey from the provincial capital takes over 2 hours, and with only 100 miles left to reach Wencheng, Sun Yuhai busied himself refining his interview notes while contemplating the fleeting scenery outside. Meanwhile, the cameraman in the passenger seat began to muse. In the dreamlike rice fields, let us soar with the winds. We all deserve a life of soaring sails. The advertisement for flying sails sports shoes is quite impressive, and this picturesque imagery starkly contrasts with the brands they have been investigating. Other staff members joined in the discussion, and even the driver expressed his surprise. I didn't see any of these billboards on this road yesterday. How come there are suddenly so many? Listening to the chatter in the car, Sun Yuhai's curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire, "Driver, where exactly is this place?" The driver chuckled. "This is Jianghe County. It used to be quite impoverished, but due to its proximity to Wencheng, many speculators have emerged in recent years. Let me tell you. The most distinctive feature of this county is the Speculator Street. That street, about 500 to 600 meters long, is entirely dominated by speculators. Back when the authorities were cracking down on speculation, the moment those red armbands appeared, it was as if the entire street was in a frenzy, a truly spectacular scene." The driver continued to share his anecdotes with glee. Sun Yuhai fell silent, his gaze fixed on the billboards outside as he remarked, "We still have ample time. Why not visit Jianghe County this morning?" As the others were engrossed in conversation, someone chimed in, "I have no objections. Since Sun is leading the way, we will follow your arrangements." Another added, "I too wish to see Speculator Street." With the consensus among his companions, Sun Yuhai instructed, "Driver, please take us to Speculator Street." "Certainly, no problem," came the response. Upon reaching the junction of the National Highway and the County Road, they veered onto the County Road. As they entered the County Road, they were taken aback by the scene before them. A wide avenue led into the county seat, flanked on either side by streetlights adorned with perfectly aligned billboards, all promoting flying sail sports shoes. Yet, this was not the most astonishing sight. Upon entering the county seat, they discovered that every building at the intersections was draped in enormous advertisements. What kind of feeling did this evoke? The enchanting visuals of the FIFA sports shoe advertisement are captivating, even in a bustling metropolis. How much more striking they appear in a dilapidated small county town. Upon reaching an intersection on Defies Street, the cameraman, burdened with his equipment, could not help but express his admiration. The marketing personnel for FIFA sports shoes must be a true virtuoso after years of filming. I have never encountered an advertisement that so profoundly elevates the overall image of a city. Such grandiosity surely cannot be the work of a small manufacturer, mused Sun Yuhai in contemplative silence. However, once they ventured into Defies Street, the driver felt a sense of awkwardness. There was no sign of the bustling crowd. The street was eerily quiet, with barely a soul in sight, let alone any merchants. A passerby inquired, "Excuse me, where can I find the merchants?" The woman, scrutinizing him with her beady eyes, replied, "Are you from out of town?" "Yes, I am." "No wonder, this Defies Street has been deserted for months. All the merchants have fled the county in search of a livelihood. Has Jianghe County cracked down on them?" One of the accompanying team members asked. "What a joke. We have a privately registered company in Jianghe County now. What more would you want? It's not 1982 anymore. So they have all started their own businesses?" "Nonsense. They were driven out of business by the Wayman Supermarket." "Wayman Supermarket? Oh, you out-of-towners talk too much. I have potatoes simmering at home. Don't block my path. If you truly wish to know, just head to the entrance at the end of the street. The Wayman Supermarket is over there." With that, the woman departed in exasperation. The group then proceeded towards the Wayman Supermarket and was suddenly astonished by the throngs of people. 2 loudspeakers at the entrance blared, "Baosheng leather shoes. Baosheng leather shoes." The boss is in a foul mood again. To fulfill the grand dream of making leather shoes affordable for the common folk, prices have been slashed by another 20 cents. The opposite loudspeaker countered with equal fervor, "Wencheng Leather Shoe Wholesale City, heartfelt offers, leather shoes starting at 2.7 yuan, with a plethora of styles." A previously silent Sun Yuhai suddenly smiled and remarked, "Everyone, as we travel down from the north, have you ever witnessed a Wencheng person facing defeat?" A staff member replied, "Indeed, I have not. These Wencheng folks sweep through like a tornado." "Huh, but look here, are not the Wencheng merchants suffering terribly?" Intrigued, he continued, "Xiaochun, call over to Wencheng, let us return tomorrow. I find Jianghe County particularly fascinating and wish to linger a day longer." The staff member named Xiaochun hurriedly interjected, "Reporter Sun, is this really?" No worries, just make the call as I instructed. I am going inside to take a look. With great interest. Sun Yuhai stepped inside. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the bustling scene surrounding Baosheng leather shoes. Approaching a customer, he inquired, "Sir, is the owner of Baosheng present?" The man inhaled deeply, swiftly retrieving his ID from his pocket and slapping it onto the table. He pointed and remarked, "I should be addressing you as brother, yet you dare call me sir." After speaking, the man bent down to arrange his leather shoes. Journalist Sun raised an eyebrow in curiosity as he picked up the identification card. Zhang Kaihong, born in 1968. Suddenly, he looked up in utter astonishment. "Is it true that you are only 19? Zhang Kaihong calmly tucked away the ID. "Do I not seem so? At least, I have not noticed any resemblance. How do you speak? What brings you here to disrupt our morning? If you have nothing to do, perhaps you should find a place to wait. Our boss has gone to the restroom." Sun Yuhai remained unperturbed. Smiling as he produced his credentials, "I am a reporter for the economic channel of China National Television. My name is Sun Yuhai." Zhang Kaihong momentarily lost his focus, setting down a leather shoe. After scrutinizing the credentials for a moment, he glanced back at the group. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he hurriedly called out to the counter, "Sister Yang, has Shang finished his business? Where is he?" Chapter 48. Are you not going to save yourself some face? Yang Jinhua was bustling with energy, retorting, "As the cabinet head, why am I even concerned about the boss's bowel movements?" This remark elicited laughter from everyone at the counter. Feng Yisheng approached with a frown, admonishing, "Could you refrain from discussing such matters at the counter? It's quite distasteful." Upon noticing Feng Yisheng's arrival, Zhang Kaihong quickly pulled him aside, inquiring, "Brother Sheng, do you know what those people are here for?" Feng Yisheng glanced at the group. Sun Yuhai and his companions wore smiles while observing him. "What are they here for?" "They are from the National Television Economic Channel. Brother Sheng, if we appear on TV, wouldn't that be a significant opportunity for us?" Feng Yisheng's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he replied, "I understand now. You may return to your duties." He then approached Sun Yuhai, saying, "My apologies. We at the counter are rather boisterous and often overlook our words." Sun Yuhai, somewhat astonished by Feng Yisheng's youth, asked, "Are you the owner of this counter?" "Indeed. May I inquire as to why you're looking for me?" Sun Yuhai replied earnestly, "Oh, may I speak with you about some matters?" "Of course. Perhaps we could converse in my office? This may not be the most suitable place for discussion." "My office is just in that building over there," Feng Yisheng indicated. Sun Yuhai nodded. "Please, lead the way." Upon entering the office, the group was taken aback upon realizing that this company was none other than Fifan Sports Shoes. Along the way, who had not been astonished by the extensive advertisements for Fifan Sports Shoes. Sun Yuhai initially intended to casually chat with Feng Yisheng before seeking an interview with the owner of Fifan Sports Shoes, only to find the individual standing right before him, which sparked his keen interest. After a brief discussion lasting less than 10 minutes in the office, the group followed Feng Yisheng to their warehouse. Upon seeing the array of trendy sports shoes, Sun Yuhai felt confident that this young man was destined to make a significant impact in the footwear industry in the near future. As time passed, noon arrived. Feng Yisheng took them to the finest restaurant in the county, Yulodong, for a meal. As they sat down, the conversation continued. He was unaware that nearby, Wang Lianggang was also hosting a meal for others. After Feng Yisheng and his guests settled in, he quietly asked a person beside him, "Do you know who that person sitting with Boss Baosheng is?" The individual lowered his head and replied, "Boss Wang, I have not encountered him before." However, someone at the table recognized them, exclaiming in surprise, "Aren't they supposed to go to Wencheng? What brings them here? Do you know Boss Li?" Wang Lianggang raised his gaze towards the person across from him. "How could I not? There are rumors circulating in Wencheng that the national television is set to interview the 8 kings from back in the day. The individual in question is named Sun Yuhai. I have seen him in the newspapers. He is a prominent journalist. It was he who diligently reported on the 8 kings incident back in the day." Mr. Li's words served as a reminder to everyone at the table. They had all come from Wencheng, thus they were familiar with Sun Yuhai. Following the 8 kings incident, Sun Yuhai had written many articles with admirable impartiality, leaving a profound impression on readers. Wang Lianggang's expression darkened slightly. How is it that such a distinguished journalist from Kyoto is associating with this young man? He felt quite uneasy. After some contemplation, he announced, "Everyone, I shall make my way over." With that, he lifted his cup and approached Feng Yisheng's side. From a distance, Feng Yisheng spotted Wang Lianggang and let out a resigned sigh. Truly, enemies are bound to cross paths. Indeed, Wang Lianggang had not yet arrived. but his hearty voice had already reached them. "Mr. Feng, what a coincidence!" he exclaimed. "I thought I recognized someone familiar from over there. And it turns out to be you." Sun Yuhai and his companions were equally intrigued. As they drew closer, Feng Yisheng did not greet him warmly. Instead, he furrowed his brows and asked, "What is it you want?" Wang Lianggong's face flickered with a hint of embarrassment. "There is no particular matter at hand. We are neighbors dining in the same hall. Surely it is no trouble to exchange pleasantries." He continued, "Who are your friends? Perhaps you could introduce them to me?" Feng Yisheng understood Wang Lianggong's intentions but felt constrained by the presence of others, so he chose silence and lifted his teacup. Sun Yuhai and his party were oblivious to the dynamics between the two men. One of them responded, "We are reporters from the national television station." Wang Lianggang feigned surprise. "Ah, is that so? I thought the folks from Wenqing were merely boasting." Sun Yuhai looked up. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lianggang, a Wenqing native and the proprietor of the Wenqing Shoe Wholesale Market in Hexian County. Here is my business card." Without regard for Feng Yisheng's demeanor, he began distributing business cards and introducing himself, exuding an air of flattery. Feng Yisheng remained silent. As Sun Yuhai examined the card, a realization struck him. "Are you the owner of the wholesale market across from Wayman Shopping Mall?" Wang Lianggang quickly affirmed, Yes, just a small business." Others began to catch on. Someone jested, "When we visited earlier, we specifically checked out your store and had quite the discussion about it. Mr. Wang, it seems your shop has suffered greatly at the hands of Baoxing shoe cabinets. I noticed a few sparrows wandering about at your entrance. Is this the infamous store so deserted that one could catch sparrows?" Laughter erupted among the group. Wang Lianggang felt a pang of despair and hurried to clarify, "In truth, we follow a different business model than Baoxing. Mr. Feng also engages in retail, which accounts for the bustling activity at his counters. We focus solely on wholesale. While our storefront may appear lacking in customers, our sales volume remains substantial. Everyone, would you be interested in joining me for a meal at my establishment?" "Oh. By the way, we have heard you are here to follow up on the current situation regarding the 8 kings, correct?" "Hu Jinlin. There is someone among us who shares a commendable rapport with him, as well as an acquaintance with the renowned minor lamp king, Qin Buqing. We are well versed in their circumstances over the years and could provide you with a plethora of insights from a different perspective. What do you think?" This statement piqued the interest of Sun Yuhai and his companions. Why? Their primary objective was to interview Hu Jinlin, yet since 1982, he has ceased all interaction with the media, leaving not a trace of information. Their foremost intention upon arrival was to reach out to Hu Jinlin, but he did not even acknowledge their presence. Sun Yuhai was preparing to inquire about Hu Jinlin's situation when Feng Yisheng, gazing at Wang Lianggang, spoke up first. "Mr. Wang, do you not think this is somewhat excessive? You've unearthed a lead right before me, and do you truly believe that I, Feng Yisheng, am someone without temperament? Must you compel me to articulate my thoughts so harshly for your own comfort?" Chapter 49. Building a business together. As Feng Yisheng spoke, a smile graced his face. Yet the more he smiled, the colder and more indifferent he appeared. Sun Yuhai, observing Feng for a moment, chuckled lightly, "Apologies. But we have no reason to change our seats at Boss Feng's table to dine elsewhere. Please, do return." Wang Lianggong's hypocrisy was ruthlessly exposed by Feng Yisheng, leaving him utterly humiliated and unable to save face. However, with reporters from the national television station present, he refrained from retaliating, instead forcing a laugh. "Boss Feng, you truly ought to temper your temperament. Confronting others indiscriminately might one day provoke a celestial being, and that would spell trouble for you." Feng Yisheng's smile broadened. "At least, your boss Wang is not a celestial being, is he? Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am but a mere mortal. Well then, everyone, should you find the time, do visit my establishment. We, the people of Wenqing, warmly welcome your presence." Wang Lianggang, with a grand gesture, clasped his fist in salute. Sun Yuhai and his companions chuckled lightly. Once Wang Lianggang departed with a sullen expression, Sun Yuhai remarked with a grin, "Boss Feng, it appears the conflict between you two is far more severe than I initially imagined." After a morning of exchanges, Sun Yuhai had gained a comprehensive understanding of Feng Yisheng, and thus did not feel displeased by Feng's earlier rudeness. Feng Yisheng sighed wearily. "Esteemed guests, you are far more knowledgeable than I. You should understand the challenges of surviving in the business world of Wenqing. I truly apologize for any offense I may have caused." The group chuckled, assuring him it was of no consequence, and they proceeded to delve into further discussions. Wang Lianggang, feeling quite disheartened after facing humiliation at Feng Yisheng's table, contributed to a rather oppressive atmosphere. Unable to bear the silence any longer, someone broke it, saying, "Mr. Wang, the current concern is not merely the Baoxing leather shoes, but rather the newly emerged Fifan sneakers. Shouldn't that be our focal point?" "Indeed. Does anyone know who owns this shoe brand?" "This morning, the entire Jianghe County has been abuzz with talk of the sudden appearance of their advertisements. Curiously, after inquiring amongst peers, it seems there is not a single Fifan boutique in all of Jianghe County, nor any factory by that name, despite the grand advertising. There are no products available for purchase, which is quite astonishing." Wang Lianggong's thoughts returned to the matter at hand. "This needs to be investigated. Let us drink." Several individuals raised their glasses. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, Sun Yuhai and his companions were already rising, shaking hands with Feng Yisheng in farewell. After Sun Yuhai released his grip, he pondered for a moment, retrieving the business card Wang Lianggang had just handed him. With a flick of his fingers, he tore it in half and tossed it into the nearby trash bin, smiling as he remarked, "Many manufacturers are eager to associate with us, hoping we might write about their factories and promote their products. However, they were unaware that I, Sun Yuhai, am a person of principles. Boss Feng, the task assigned from above this time is to write about those individuals in Wanqing. I hope that one day I can conduct an exclusive interview with you." Feng Yisheng smiled gently, expressing gratitude for your attention, "and I will see you off." The two laughed as they made their way to the door. Those whom Sun Yuhai had brought with him observed as he tore up his business card. In unison, they produced their own cards, tearing them and discarding them into the trash bin. They then proceeded towards the main entrance. This act, while not physically harmful, was extremely insulting, causing Wang Lianggang to seethe with anger. Yet, there was little that could be done. The sudden appearance of Sun Yuhai and his group had instilled hope in Feng Yisheng. Unfortunately, they were on a specific mission, and Sun Yuhai, being cautious by nature, deemed Fifan a nascent brand. He feared that if he hastily wrote about it and any quality issues arose, it would reflect negatively on their television station. Thus, Feng Yisheng's initial hopes of featuring the brand on the national television station were dashed. Nevertheless, the connections formed here would prove valuable. As long as they executed their tasks well, Sun Yuhai would surely lend a hand behind the scenes. Upon returning to the company, Li Jiangguo arrived, visibly distressed, scratching his head in Feng Yisheng's office. Feng Yisheng entered, his mood buoyant. "What's the matter? Is he Yaya marrying someone else? Get out of here. I'm already in a foul mood." Li Jiangguo, anxious, replied, "Brother Sheng, do you think I should pursue this?" "Pursue what?" "The contracting. There are people in the county who have already approached me about it." Feng Yisheng recalled hearing about this during his recent phone conversations with Wang Xiaojin. The state-owned factory in Jianghe County had revived, and Li Jiangguo, the newly appointed factory director, had played a significant role in this success. Just days ago, he had received a commendation from the county government. Subsequently, discussions had taken place within the county, recognizing him as a capable manager. Thus, they planned to consolidate and contract the 5 state-owned shoe factories in the county, a task that could only be assigned to him. Feng Yisheng understood the situation. "This is a good opportunity. What are you afraid of?" "Afraid of what?" "Though these factories collaborate with us, they involve too many complexities. What if I secure the contract and someone opposes it?" Feng Yisheng took a seat. "If someone disagrees, there is a straightforward and drastic way to handle it." "What method?" "Dismissal." "How can that be?" "These people are all what?" Feng Yisheng responded, "If you contract it, the profits belong to you, and the losses are yours as well. If you are hesitant and fearful, it is certain that you will incur losses. Do not place too much weight on personal relationships. Mercy does not lead armies, nor does righteousness manage wealth. This is the harsh reality of the business world, understood? Moreover, once Fifan sneakers are launched, you will need to adopt this approach. A state-owned shoe factory in Heshan cannot sustain the market alone. If you are afraid, I can provide the funding. You go ahead and contract it." Li Jiangguo paused. "Brother Sheng, you must think this through. The consolidation of these 5 factories means there will be 600 to 700 employees to support." Feng Yisheng, not allowing him to finish his words, retrieved a stack of cash from the safe and slammed it onto the table. "How much is the contracting fee?" "Damn, I'm afraid of you now." "Fine. Let's do it together. The total contracting fee amounts to 100,000. I will contribute 10,000, and you will cover 90,000, Li Jiangguo stated. "Oh, you little Marxist. Impressive. In just a month or two, you've managed to save over 10,000. Feng Yisheng continued to pull out stacks of money. Li Jiangguo retorted, "It's all due to your capitalist poison from Jianghe County. This is the money that Ye and I plan to use to purchase a house in the county. Feng Yisheng chuckled slightly. Is that all you aspire to? 100,000 will secure 5 factories, with a total of 600 or 700 workers. Do you realize how advantageous that is? Within half a year, mark my words, the profits from these factories could well equate to a new house every day. Chapter 50. The launch of FIFA sports shoes. With you by my side, I can accomplish anything. In matters among brothers, clarity is essential. Thus, we shall draft a formal contract. Li Jiangguo suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He instructed his office staff to prepare a contract, and then he took the funds to the county's state-owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission to process the necessary paperwork. In truth, even if Li Jiangguo had not taken this step, he would have sought out County Chief Yin to secure contracts for these factories. Now that Li Jiangguo had initiated the process, Feng Yisheng felt a sense of relief. He rummaged through the safe. Previously, the initial fund of 500,000 had dwindled to 230,000 after purchasing goods, with 80,000 spent on advertising. Another 100,000 had also been utilized, leaving him with a mere sum of over 100,000. Meanwhile, Boss G from Shenzhen had yet to arrive, and it remained uncertain what the outcome of their discussions would be. Feng Yisheng was determined to ensure this payment was made. To eliminate Wang Lianggang was imperative, and the strategy would become clear once Boss G arrived. The heat of August reached its zenith. Across from him, Wang Lianggang's eyes blazed with fury. He had managed to bring over 5 truckloads of goods from Wuching. Feng Yisheng and his team continued to provoke their opponent. However, his countermeasures had already commenced. That day, 50 distributors stood in the warehouse. Feng Yisheng enthusiastically pulled aside the curtain, and the suppliers rushed in like a frenzy to begin inventorying the products. The scene was chaotic. Ladies, this one, and that one, each take 100 pairs. Hey, you there. Take a notebook and jot this down. 500 for this style, 300 for that. Orders flew in like snowflakes, requiring no introductions from the staff. Among the offerings, the most popular was the white sneaker, selling over 10,000 pairs of that single model. By 3 in the afternoon, the warehouse had been completely emptied. Across 30 different styles, more than 50,000 pairs had been sold, resulting in a total revenue of 480,000. In this era, distributors typically brought cash to collect their goods. Wang Xiaojin had taken a part-time role in finance, her hands trembling from counting the money. After calculating the commissions owed, Zhang Kaiong procured a human-powered tricycle. Bags upon bags of cash were loaded into the tricycle and taken to the bank. They later celebrated at the Yulo East Grand Hotel with 3 banquet tables. As night fell and the festivities concluded, Feng Yisheng rode his bicycle to escort Wang Xiaojin back to her grandmother's house. Wang Xiaojin's grandparents had been university professors and had moved to stay with their uncle in Shenzhen after retirement. They had just returned to Jianghe County a few days prior. On that tranquil night, as Wang Jin sat behind Feng Yisheng on the bicycle, her arms wrapped around his waist, she asked, Xiaoxing, what is your next goal? I never anticipated our business would thrive so splendidly. Feng Yisheng chuckled softly, neither did I. He truly had not expected such a turn of events. His initial plan was to earn 100,000 within 3 months and 500,000 within 6 months. Yet, here he was, in just over 3 months, transforming the initial 25 yuan from his first transaction into over 600,000 in liquid assets. As for his next objective, he aspired to expand the FIFA footwear brand nationwide. Furthermore, in the upcoming September of next year, I may bid farewell to Jianghe County. Farewell to Jianghe County. A sudden pang struck Wang Xiaojin's heart, an acute sensation blossoming within her. Why must one leave such a place? Is Jianghe County not admirable? Feng Yisheng lifted his gaze to the desolate streets illuminated by the moonlight, the images of his loyal subordinates swirling in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he mused. There remains much to accomplish. Yet, rest assured, you occupy my thoughts singularly. Jianghe County is indeed pleasant, but it ultimately remains a mere county. A man's destiny lies beyond to the west. Oh. A sense of inexplicable melancholy enveloped Wang Xiaojin, leaving her at a loss for words. Feng Yisheng glanced back at her. What is the matter? Reluctant to part? I'm not. How annoying. Wang Xiaojin pouted her delicate lips, exuding a playful charm. Feng Yisheng burst into laughter. Then I shall follow in Zhang Caihong's footsteps and frequent the hair salon. You dare. Wang Xiaojin pinched the flesh at Feng Yisheng's waist. Ah. All right. I want to go. I want tea. Feng Yisheng winced from the pain. Wang Xiaojin quickly released her grip. Does it hurt much? What do you think? Who told you to mention the hair salon? Just teasing you. Worry not. Wherever I may go, you shall remain in my heart. Once I find stability, I will bring you and Li Jiangguo along. That is more like it. The disappointment on Wang Xiaojin's cherubic face transformed into the innocent delight of a young girl. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke with a hint of concern. Xiaoxing, there is something I'm uncertain whether to share with you. What is it? If you have time the day after tomorrow, would you consider visiting my grandmother's home? It's her 80th birthday, a family gathering. I would like you to meet her. Would your parents disapprove? Phew. Wang Xiaojin furrowed her brow. Gazing at the moonlight above, I'm not sure. It has been 2 months since I last returned home. I haven't even spoken to them on the phone. But it's all right. If it's inconvenient for you, then don't feel obligated to come. In truth, Wang Xiaojin yearned for her family to acknowledge Feng Yisheng's presence, hence her request. Feng Yisheng chuckled. Your grandmother seems like a wonderful person. I should certainly meet her. That sounded rather peculiar, piquing Wang Xiaojin's curiosity. Have you met my grandmother? No, I'm merely guessing, Feng Yisheng replied with a smile. At that moment, the bicycle halted at the entrance of a residential complex. Hurry inside. Your grandmother is likely worried about you. Wang Xiaojin leapt off the back of the bicycle. She took a few steps forward, then turned back, hands behind her back, approaching with a pure and playful smile. Close your eyes. What are you up to? Why ask so many questions? Just hurry. Oh. As soon as Feng Yisheng closed his eyes, he felt a soft, sweet kiss from her delicate lips. Embarrassed, the girl turned and dashed into the complex. Feng Yisheng called out with a chuckle. Take care. Don't trip over any stones. Understood. Good night. He quickly disappeared into the apartment building. Feng Yisheng felt a warm sensation in his heart as he smiled and shook his head, pedaling away on his tricycle. The following day, Wang Xiaojin did not come to Baosheng Company. Instead, she called Feng Yisheng in the morning to inform him that her grandmother had agreed to his attendance at her grandmother's 80th birthday banquet. The young lady sounded more jubilant than anyone else on the phone, for in her heart, this signified her grandmother's acceptance of their relationship. After hanging up, Feng Yisheng, like all the other bosses, polished his leather shoes until they gleamed, clutching his leather bag as he made his way to Wayman Shopping Mall. Upon arrival, he noticed a line of over a dozen salespeople outside Wencheng Mall, standing in perfect formation, resembling an army ready for battle. Just as he was taken aback by the sight, the man at the front, Wang Liang, suddenly bellowed. Tell me, what is our objective? The group of a dozen responded in unison, their voices booming with fervor, to vanquish the opposition. Chapter 51. The mad and Feng Yisheng, his voice resounded loudly, drawing the attention of many nearby. Wang Liang, with his eyes filled with a hint of resentment, cast a glance at Feng Yisheng, who stood at the entrance. He smoothed his meticulously styled pompadour, walking through the door with an air of arrogance. Zhang Kaihong emerged from within, exclaiming, Is this a declaration of war? Your performance has been stagnant for 5 days. What gives you the audacity to challenge us? Feng Yisheng looked at him, playfully nudging his head as he stepped inside. Why take offense? The opponent may look down upon us, yet they are powerless to act against us. That is our greatest triumph. Where is that man from Guang province? Zhang Kaihong spat towards the opposite side. I scoff. Let us see how long you can endure. I've arranged for Boss Huang to be placed in Director Lu's office. What is he doing in his office? Feng Yisheng inquired as he walked in. Zhang Kaihong replied, Well, it would be a waste to leave it empty. Lu, with his bald head, has been summoned by the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission to deal with other factories. Director Lu has now become a reformist figure in the entire Jiangke County. Today, he was invited to give a lecture at a factory, sharing his experiences in reform. Tomorrow, he would visit another. Even more perplexing was the fact that just 2 days prior, a village committee had summoned him to speak to the farmers about reform. It was rumored that the county's women's association would also invite him soon, which delighted Director Lu immensely. He walked with a swagger, his pant legs swirling about him, basking in the glory of his newfound fame. The person from Guang province Feng Yisheng referred to as Huang Jiafu. One must admit, this gentleman possessed an extraordinary level of patience, having observed Feng Yisheng for over a month. However, upon learning yesterday of the soaring sales of Feng Yisheng's FIFA sports shoes, he could no longer remain idle and hurried over. Upon their meeting, he presented a contract. Boss Feng, in Guang province, we value integrity in business. However, integrity must be documented in black and white. I have already made a call to the national games. I secured the most prominent advertising spot in the athletics venue for you. The sponsorship fee has been negotiated at 100,000. This was precisely what Feng Yisheng had long desired. Yet, curiously, as he held the contract, He appeared remarkably nonchalant. After a brief acknowledgement, he set the contract down and smiled. Mr. Huang, do you think I can trust you? Boss Feng, I don't quite comprehend your meaning, Huang Jiafu replied, looking up. Feng Yisheng chuckled softly. I apologize, Mr. Huang, but I wish to amend certain conditions of our cooperation. For instance, I need to include performance targets in this contract. Otherwise, I cannot sign. Huang Jiafu burst into hearty laughter. Boss Feng, you jest. I have signed countless contracts, yet never have I encountered such stringent requirements. I am sorry, Mr. Huang, but we cannot reach an agreement. I must seek alternatives, Feng Yisheng responded. Huang Jiafu hesitated. Prior to coming, he had anticipated that Feng Yisheng would readily sign the contract, believing that Feng Yisheng needed him far more than he realized. To my utter astonishment, Feng Yisheng uttered a terse remark and departed without leaving any room for negotiation. I hastily rose to my feet, exclaiming, Please wait, Mr. Feng, let us converse amicably. Why the impulsiveness? You have demands to make. As long as they are not excessively unreasonable, we can certainly negotiate. Feng Yisheng turned back, inquiring, Excessively unreasonable? Indeed, excessively unreasonable. Oh, Mr. Feng, could you not consider our limited proficiency in Mandarin? I implored. Come now, let's continue our discussion. Let us speak civilly. With a wry smile, Feng Yisheng replied, I have but one demand. You must purchase over 10 million worth of goods from me annually. If Mr. Huang can acquiesce to this, I shall promptly grant you the provincial agency, as we previously discussed, a lifetime agreement. Mr. Huang's jaw dropped in disbelief as he gazed at Feng Yisheng. Last year, his total sales barely reached 10 million. The demand for him to procure 10 million worth of goods annually seemed utterly preposterous. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he signed just a month prior, such stringent conditions would not have been imposed. Before he could respond, Feng Yisheng continued, Yes, 10 million. Mr. Huang, it is not a matter of distrust, but rather your close ties with those from Wenqing. Should you procure my goods and have someone in Wenqing counterfeit them, my fief and brand would be jeopardized. My actions are merely to safeguard my interests. Furthermore, I shall grant you specific rights within the Guangdong province, allowing you to recruit subordinate distributors. If you can penetrate the market and distribute the 10 million obligation, I believe it is not an insurmountable task. Mr. Huang fell silent, acutely aware of the fierce resolve emanating from Feng Yisheng. Yet, he could not deny that this young man was astute, having anticipated all conceivable dangers. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I can accept your terms, but I have one condition. You must also grant me export rights. These goods can yield profits in Nanyang. Feng Yisheng smiled. That is agreeable, but it cannot be a lifetime arrangement. We shall sign a 3-year contract. However, I have further stipulations. Further stipulations? Mr. Huang echoed. Indeed, you will need to prepay 3 million in goods. At this juncture, Mr. Huang felt truly cornered by Feng Yisheng's demands. His brow furrowed as he contemplated leaving. Yet, given that fief and sneakers had sold out their entire stock just yesterday, even a fool could discern the potential of the future market, especially with the impending publicity from the national games. After investing considerable effort over the past few months, he could hardly afford to walk away now. Ultimately, being a businessman, Mr. Huang understood that business is governed by negotiation, devoid of sentimentality or personal rivalry. After weighing the pros and cons, he inquired, aside from these conditions, do you have any other requirements? Feng Yisheng smiled and asked, how many advertising slots are available at the athletics venue for the national games? Mr. Huang responded, I inquired with a friend, and there are a total of 18 advertising slots encircling the athletics field. Mr. Feng, may I ask the purpose of your inquiry? Feng Yisheng rested his chin in contemplation for a moment. How much would it cost to secure 18 advertising slots? Perhaps around 2 million, would you say, Boss Feng? What do you mean by that? With a resolute determination, Feng Yisheng replied, Very well, Boss Huang, I need you to assist me further. Acquire all 18 advertising boards. I want our FIFA athletic shoes to become a striking feature on the athletic field. Huang Jiafu suddenly sprang to his feet. Despite having navigated the complexities of the business world for many years with ease and grace, yet, in this moment, he was genuinely taken aback by the unassuming youth before him. After a long pause, he swallowed hard. Boss Feng, have you lost your mind? Who advertises in such a manner? Chapter 52. Old Lou's flight. I am not insane. I, Feng Yisheng, am but a gambler. Allow me to draw an analogy. How would you assess the advertisements I have placed in Jiangthe County? Feng Yisheng inquired. Boss Huang immediately grasped the essence. It is akin to a solitary blade of grass, overlooked and neglected, but when it flourishes into a verdant patch, it brings joy to the heart. What Feng Yisheng sought was a visual impact. A timid approach to advertising would serve no purpose and merely squander funds. Upon realizing this, the proud southern footwear and apparel magnate raised his thumb in admiration. I, Huang, seldom hold anyone in esteem. You are the most formidable individual I have encountered in the mainland, apart from those from Wenqing, and I am particularly impressed that you gamble with my money. Feng Yisheng chuckled softly. After disseminating so many advertisements, am I not ultimately augmenting the sales for you distributors? The burgeoning retail market ultimately lies in your hands. So, Boss Huang, do you agree to my terms? Huang Jiafu laughed heartily. Of course. No wonder old Su remarked that you were quite cunning. I now perceive it for myself. Feng Yisheng, in a congenial manner, retrieved the contract, appended his additional conditions, inscribed his name, and presented a copy to Huang Jiafu. Here as to a fruitful collaboration. A fruitful collaboration, Huang Jiafu echoed. However, the funds will not be available today. You know how it is with such a substantial amount. The bank must undergo its approval processes. Feng Yisheng replied with a smile. No worries. It now hinges on the news from you, Boss Huang. Upon your return to Guang Province, the two men shared a harmonious handshake. Yet, as they prepared to exit, Huang Jiafu curiously inquired, Boss Feng, is this not your office? No, it belongs to the shopping mall's contractor. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I merely find the mall owner rather narcissistic. With mirrors adorning every corner of the office. Too many mirrors are detrimental. They disrupt the feng shui. Feng Yisheng turned to survey the office, and indeed discovered that Director Lu's office was replete with mirrors. No matter where one stood, one could effortlessly adjust their hairstyle and posture. He muttered, has Lu, the bald one, truly become this vain? Shaking his head, he exited with Huang Jiafu. That day, Huang Jiafu boarded a vehicle back to Guang Province. With only a little over 3 months until the national games commenced, he needed to return swiftly to secure advertising placements. Feng Yisheng understood that acquiring these placements was no simple task, as they were typically monopolized by brands like Jian Libo in previous years. August arrived unexpectedly. The sun blazed fiercely over Jianghe County, and pedestrians felt the searing heat on their skin. At the entrance of Yulo East Restaurant, as Feng Yisheng pedaled into view, the exquisitely graceful Wang Xiaojin rushed towards him. Her fair, oval face appeared refreshingly radiant under the sunlight. Her dress swayed in the breeze, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Hee, you finally arrived. Here, I bought you a soda, chilled to perfection. Standing before Feng Yisheng was her nearly 1.7-meter tall figure. As she extended a bottle of soda towards him, after Feng Yisheng set up the card table, he took a sip. And the refreshing sensation immediately dispelled much of the oppressive heat from the blazing sun. Wasn't it supposed to be a family gathering? How did they suddenly end up in a restaurant? Wang Xiaojin explained, it's because of my grandmother's students. Upon hearing that she had returned, they insisted on coming. There are dozens of them. We simply couldn't accommodate everyone at home, so we decided to book a few tables here instead. Feng Yisheng acknowledged her with a nod. Wang Xiaojin had initially intended to take his arm, but she refrained, knowing her parents were already inside. Instead, she quickened her pace to keep up with him and said, Xiaoxing, you should be mentally prepared. Some may challenge you, and if you find it uncomfortable, it's perfectly fine not to join us. You can eat elsewhere and wait for me. Once the meal starts, I'll just have a few bites before coming to find you. Feng Yisheng turned back to look at her, asking, what are you thinking? We've already reached the entrance. Are you trying to send me away? He added, patting his bag. I brought some gifts for your grandmother. Gifts? Wang Xiaojin inquired with curiosity. What are they? Feng Yisheng replied, they're not particularly valuable. But I believe your grandmother will appreciate them. With that, he urged, let us go inside. Wang Xiaojin felt a surge of curiosity about what Feng Yisheng had brought. The young girl had no idea what was stirring in Feng Yisheng's mind. At this stage in his past life, he had indeed never met Wang Xiaojin's grandmother. However, during his initial struggles after arriving in the city, much like many others, he had found himself sleeping under a bridge. It was there he had occasionally seen an elderly lady with a head full of white hair and a kind demeanor, who would distribute buns every 3 days. As she recognized his youth, she began to converse with him, and to their astonishment, they discovered they hailed from the same place. The elderly lady insisted on taking him home, and upon entering her residence, he was taken aback to find numerous photographs of Wang Xiaojin. The lady spoke with pride about her little granddaughter and encouraged him, saying that youth should not be lost in confusion. Life has its ups and downs, but as long as one perseveres, they will rise again. If one gives in to despair, they might end up forever living under that bridge. During that time, Feng Yisheng was intent on avoiding such sentiments, and after the meal, he left. Later, he sought out the elderly lady in her community, hoping to learn about Wang Xiaojin's recent circumstances, only to find that she had passed away. Nonetheless, he always felt grateful for that meal she provided. This was why Feng Yisheng chose to come today, fully aware that he would likely face criticism from numerous attendees. The elderly lady had reserved an expansive private room, furnished with 3 large tables, and conspicuously absent was a cash gift table, reflecting her strong principles. The atmosphere inside was lively. When the grand door swung open and Feng Yisheng and Wang Xiaojin stepped inside, the previously boisterous gathering fell into an abrupt silence. Seated at the back was the elderly lady, flanked by Wang Xiaojin's father, Wang Zhigua, and mother, Guo Ruyan. As soon as the couple laid eyes on Feng Yisheng, their brows furrowed tightly, clearly indicating their discontent. Feng Yisheng, unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, approached the elderly lady with a natural demeanor, observing her closely. He maintained the same benevolent expression, offering a gentle smile as he greeted her. "Good day, Grandma." The elderly woman looked curiously at Wang Xiaojin, who, undeterred by her parents' disapproval, confidently introduced Feng Yisheng, saying, "Grandma, this is Feng Yisheng, the person I spoke to you about last night." The elderly lady paused momentarily, then scrutinized Feng Yisheng from head to toe. "Are you called Xiaoxing?" she inquired. "Yes, I am Feng Yisheng," he replied. Very well, very well. Please find a place to sit, and I shall come to chat with you once I finish my tasks." Chapter 53. The dominance of grandmother Yang. Feng Yisheng responded politely. "Grandma, you are busy," before moving towards another table. Wang Xiaojin was about to follow, but Wang Zhigua coldly scoffed. "Xiaojin, shouldn't you sit beside your grandmother?" Guo Ruyan cast a disdainful glance at Feng Yisheng, clearly displeased with him. However, they underestimated Wang Xiaojin's determination hidden beneath her delicate exterior. Without uttering a word, she resolutely followed him. "You." Wang Zhigua was about to lash out, but the elderly matriarch suddenly frowned at him. "Could you please be mindful of the occasion? Mother, you don't know how this girl has treated me these past few months. She hardly resembles my daughter. I raised her, and in return, I received this attitude?" Wang Zhigua was still seething with grievances. Yet, the old lady's expression darkened as she retorted, "Then I bore and raised you. What have I gained from you? For years, it has been your brother taking care of me. What have you two done? Have you ever given me even a single coin or taken care of me?" Her words silenced Wang Zhigua instantly. Wang Zhizheng's younger brother, Wang Zhishan, ran a successful toy factory in Shenzhen, and this elder brother had grown dependent on him, neglecting their elderly mother. Seeing the mother-daughter duo on the verge of a quarrel, Guo Ruyan quickly intervened. "Mother, please don't get upset. Today is your birthday. What do I have to be upset about? If I were to get angry, I fear you two would have driven me to my grave long ago. I solemnly warn you both. Today is my 80th birthday celebration, and all the guests here are my students. They are here to celebrate with me, not to hear you. Wang Zhigua, lecture your daughter. Moreover, Yin Changjiang is now the county chief of Jianghe County, isn't? Wang Zhigua was taken aback. "Mother, you still remember Yin Changjiang?" The matriarch replied, "Of course I do. He is also one of my students. He called me last night to say he would come. So, you two had better refrain from embarrassing yourselves in front of him." Wang Zhigua was overjoyed. "Mother, why didn't you mention this earlier? This is a tremendous opportunity. What do you want me to say? So you can flatter him? Do you think he would fall for your tricks? Look at you. You've been idly coasting along at your job for years. Enough of this. I truly don't wish to dwell on your matters." After that, the old lady ceased speaking, and the couple dared not utter another word. Nevertheless, it was evident that they were both quite pleased. Wang Zhigua had long desired a transfer to the county, which was one reason he cared about Wang Xiaojin's marriage, as Xin Wagan's father, Xin Shuqiu, was his direct superior and had the capability to assist. Soon, more guests arrived in the private room, and the atmosphere became lively. Feng Yisheng and Wang Xiaojin sat at another table, engaged in quiet conversation. After a while, Feng Yisheng smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaojin, I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position." "What are you talking about?" Wang Xiaojin replied unhappily, "This is all my own choice. No one can change that. Additionally, I spoke of you to my grandmother. Although she did not express her opinion overtly, I am certain she holds you in high regard." Feng Yisheng smiled. "She is quite an open-minded lady." As they conversed, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from outside. "Aunt Yang, do you remember me? It's Xiaoxun, who used to visit your home frequently. Wishing you abundant blessings like the East Sea and longevity akin to the South Mountain." All three tables turned their gaze towards the entrance. Several individuals quickly rose to their feet. Director Shen, greetings. Ah, you rascals. I was wondering why you all took a leave today. It turns out you were here with Teacher Yang. Had I known, I would have joined you. The group exchanged pleasantries, laughter filling the air. Wang Jigua stood up and called out, Old Shun, over here. The man approached their side. The elderly lady wore a warm smile, yet Feng Yisheng discerned a hint of disdain towards this individual. Noticing Wang Xiaojin's expression also seemed off. He inquired, Do you know this person? It's Shen Wangong's father, Shen Shuqiu. How annoying. Why is he here? Wang Xiaojin's lips curled in distaste. Observing Shen Shuqiu's demeanor from across the room, Feng Yisheng noted that he was attempting to ingratiate himself with the elderly lady, who often responded with awkward smiles. Indeed. Mere moments later, Shen Wengang entered, evidently having prepared for the occasion. On a sweltering summer day, he donned a shirt and ostentatiously sported a wide tie. Upon entering, he spotted Wang Xiaojin and, seeing Feng Yisheng as well, his expression soured, yet he restrained himself from speaking and approached the elderly lady. Hello, Grandma. In her youth, the elderly lady had cradled Shen Wengang, and the childhood betrothal between Wang Xiaojin and him was merely a jest from her. However, as Shen Shuqiu rose in status, Wang Jigua, for his own benefit, began to treat that jest as reality, coaxing his daughter towards a union. After many years apart, the elderly lady was unaware of Shen Wangong's character and replied with a smile, It has been quite a few years since we last met, Xiao Gang. It has been 8 years, Grandma. How is your health? I am well, quite robust, free from ailments. Come, please take a seat. Yes, Grandma. Wang Jigua hastily prepared to call out to Wang Xiaojin, but was silenced by a stern look from the elderly lady, quelling his intention. Shen Wengang cast a disdainful glance at Feng Yisheng, his eyes brimming with arrogance, as if to declare, What significance does your connection with Wang Xiaojin hold? The key approval lies solely with me, while Wang Xiaojin is undeniably mine. The thought of their close relationship ignited his jealousy, causing him to wonder if that wretched woman had been involved with Feng Yisheng. The mere idea stung his heart. Suppressing these negative emotions, he sought to charm the elderly lady. He retrieved a box from his pocket and presented it. Grandma, I wasn't sure what you would like, so I took the liberty of purchasing a bracelet. Please see if it suits your taste. The elderly lady, feeling somewhat displeased, took the bracelet and examined it briefly before raising her gaze to inquire, This bracelet must not be inexpensive, am I correct? Oh, it is of little value, Aunt Yang. It is merely a token of affection from the younger generation, and I sincerely hope you will accept it. Shen Shuqiu, being the astute individual he was, swiftly interjected to divert attention from his son's words. Ah, well then, thank you, Xiao Gang. I truly appreciate this bracelet. I am delighted that you like it, Grandma. Shen Wengang quickly added, Well, Grandma, I shall be heading over to Xiao Jin's place now. The elderly lady glanced at him, but remained silent. Wang Jigua promptly encouraged, Hurry along, you and Xiao Jin haven't been in touch for quite some time, have you? Very well, Uncle, we shall converse further later, Shen Wengang replied, his heart brimming with joy as he made his way towards Feng Yisheng. Chapter 54. No allowance during this period. Shen Wengang had indeed refrained from harassing Wang Xiaojin. Yet it did not imply that he was lacking in audacity. He boldly sat down beside her. Wang Xiaojin, with her fierce demeanor, offered no opportunity for conversation, prompting Shen to rise and declare, Xiaosheng, let us exchange seats. Very well, Feng Yisheng replied, rising to occupy the space next to Shen Wengang. Extending a hand with a peculiar smile, It has been a while, brother. A vivid memory of Feng Yisheng striking him flashed through Shen's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Do not stir trouble. This is Xiao Jin's grandmother's birthday banquet. Feng Yisheng gazed at him and asked, What trouble am I causing? Is it not permissible to greet you? Who is greeting you? Shen Wangong's temper flared. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Jin. What does that concern you? With that, he stood up, intending to return to his original seat beside Wang Xiaojin. Feng Yisheng raised his cup and, with an icy calmness, remarked, I dare you to sit beside Xiao Jin. His voice was soft yet chilling, rendering Shen Wengang momentarily paralyzed, as if his legs were encased in lead. Wang Xiaojin, fearing a confrontation between the two, quickly interjected. Brother Gang, why not sit at that table instead? Xiao Jin, we truly have many misunderstandings that need clarification. Please, hear me out. I have no misunderstandings with you. Perhaps it has always been your misinterpretation. Would you kindly move to the other side? Wang Xiaojin's gaze was unusually cold. Shen Wengang felt his pride wounded. Just as he found himself in a quandary, A disingenuous laughter from behind interrupted. Xiao Jin. It has been quite some time since we last met. Why haven't you visited my home during your stay in the county? Your aunt has been inquiring about you. Upon seeing his father, Shen Wengang felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. Wang Xiaojin, however, felt particularly awkward, for regardless of the situation, Shen Shushan and his wife had cared for her since childhood. Ultimately, she managed to utter a few words. Hello, uncle. Hello, Shen Shushan replied with a smile. Then turned to Feng Yisheng. Young man, please make way. There are vacant seats over there, so kindly sit elsewhere. In Xiaogang, you should sit next to Xiao Jin. Gradually, more people gathered at the table, oblivious to the tension brewing among the four of them. Wang Xiaojin grew anxious, uncertain of how to proceed. The mere sight of Shen Wengang repulsed her, and the thought of dining beside him was unbearable. Shen Wengang, feeling triumphant, hurried to the other side. Believing that with his father present, he had secured his position against Feng Yisheng. However, Feng Yisheng suddenly turned to Shen Shushan and remarked, perhaps you should sit over there. I have already taken my seat, and there is no reason for me to yield. Then, turning his attention to Shen Wengang, he asked, did I grant you permission to sit beside her? Did Xiao Jin agree to your presence? Frightened by Feng Yisheng's piercing gaze, Shen Wengang shivered, instinctively looking towards his father. Shen Shushan, witnessing his son's cowardice, shot him a stern glare, then continued to smile at Feng Yisheng. I kindly ask you to make way. My niece and I have matters to discuss. Not happening, I'm afraid. You. Shen Shushan nearly lost his composure, feeling the flames of anger rise within him. After all, his status demanded respect. When had he ever been treated so rudely by a young man at the dining table? Yet, he quickly suppressed his indignation, forcing a hypocritical smile. Young man, do you know who I am? Feng Yisheng chuckled lightly. This is a birthday celebration, not an official banquet. I have no obligation to know your identity. Oh, very well, Shen Shushan replied, gently patting Feng Yisheng on the shoulder. Good for you. He then turned to Wang Xiaojin, saying, Xiaojin, the security in our county has deteriorated significantly in recent years, especially with some unscrupulous individuals who seem only focused on making a quick fortune. Such people will never achieve anything substantial. You are still young. Keep your eyes open and do not be deceived by a street rogue. Before Wang Xiaojin could respond, Feng Yisheng interjected, she knows her own mind. There is no need for your concern. Perhaps you should focus on your own son, who spends his days in the county acting like a petty bully with his colleagues. Goodbye, he added curtly, raising his cup to sip his tea. His demeanor icy and indifferent. Upon hearing Feng Yisheng's remarks about him in front of his father, Shen Wengang lost control of his emotions. What do you mean by that? Feng Yisheng, can't you discern the occasion? Do you really think I fear you? His voice was loud and jarring, shattering the previously harmonious atmosphere of the private room, prompting everyone to turn their puzzled gazes toward him. Feng Yisheng seemed to have achieved his goal, smiling as he remarked, see? One word and you resort to threats and violence. I spoke no falsehood. This provoked Shen Wengang further, his voice rising even more. You scoundrel. You are deliberately trying to provoke me. With a resounding slap, Shen Wengang struck Feng Yisheng's face. This is your grandmother's 80th birthday celebration. What do you intend to achieve here? The slap jolted him awake. He quickly glanced over at the elderly lady. Indeed, displeasure was etched upon her face. Lowering his head, he muttered, Father, I was wrong. At that moment, Wang Jigang hurried over to smooth things over. Old Shen, why such an outburst? Wengang is still a child. Do not lose your temper with him. Shen Shushan retorted, if you can't manage your son, then perhaps you should leave. He stormed off toward another table, casting a fierce glare at Feng Yisheng. Little did he expect that he would feel a deep-seated aversion toward Feng Yisheng, who had effectively riled him up. He scoffed inwardly. In Jiangga County, I refuse to believe that I cannot handle a mere street thug. He was aware of Wang Xiaojin's association with someone rumored to be a con artist. Though he was unclear about the specifics, he had initially thought that his position as a director would intimidate Feng Yisheng into retreating. To his surprise, this young man was as prickly as a porcupine, unyielding and audacious, easily provoking his son into a frenzy. This affront was difficult to swallow. Wang Jigua wished to avoid escalating tensions with Shen Shushan. After comforting Shen Wengang and guiding him to a seat, he furrowed his brow and turned to Wang Xiaojin. Xiaojin, promptly apologize to your uncle Shen, then join us at our table. Wang Xiaojin's expression was aloof, a stark contrast to her usual delicate demeanor. She fixed her gaze firmly on Feng Yisheng. Xiaosheng, I suddenly crave the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs from Laonyo restaurant. Would you take me there? Feng Yisheng, taken aback by Wang Xiaojin's fierce defiance, hesitated before responding. Is that really a good idea? What could possibly be wrong? Stand up, she urged, pulling him up before continuing. Did you not mention bringing a gift for Grandma? Let us deliver it to her, and then you can take me out for a meal. The food here is too bitter. I simply cannot eat it. Chapter 55. Surprises and shock. Wang Jigua's expression was far from pleasant as he looked up at Feng Yisheng and remarked, Do you dare to take my daughter away from here? Dad, please don't make a scene. This is Grandma's birthday celebration. Wang Xiaojin quickly interjected. Being Wang Xiaojin's father, Feng Yisheng refrained from displaying overt displeasure. Instead of reacting explosively like most young men would, he maintained a smile, saying, Uncle, I shall treat you to a drink another time. What drink do you intend to offer me? Wang Jigua retorted. Spare me your insincere pretenses. I am fully aware of the enchantments you have cast upon our daughter, but let me make myself abundantly clear, should you dare to enter our home, I shall break your legs. His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of several onlookers. Wang Jigua was astute. His words were aimed at conveying a message to Shen Shushan. He had initially thought this would intimidate the two. However, to his surprise, the usually obedient Wang Xiaojin became even more defiant. Before everyone present, she boldly took Feng Yisheng by the hand and approached the elderly matriarch. Grandma, I'm sorry, but we will dine outside. I promise to explain everything when we return home tonight. You. Wang Jigua prepared to erupt with anger. But the matriarch fixed her gaze upon him fiercely. If you continue to cause a ruckus here, you may as well leave. Mom, I have endured your behavior several times already. I shan't repeat myself. The matriarch was resolute, then turned to Wang Xiaojin and Feng Yisheng. If you truly cannot remain here, then go eat elsewhere. She then stood up, addressing the guests, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance. Many offered awkward smiles in return. Teacher Yang, you are too kind. Today is your grand day, so let us keep the mood light. We, your students, sincerely wish for your health and longevity. A few of his closer students began to persuade him, casting furtive glances at Wang Jigua. Wang Jigua, well aware of his mother's formidable nature, dared not speak further. As for Shen Shushan, he glared at Feng Yisheng, his mind already concocting plans for retribution. You dare to strike my son and covet my daughter-in-law? Is there no longer any sense of ethics or law in this world? Seizing the moment, Wang Xiaojin swiftly took Feng Yisheng's hand and exited. Her parents could only watch helplessly, their anger stifled. However, just as all eyes in the private room were focused on the matriarch, a resonant voice echoed from the entrance. Ah, young Feng, what a surprise to find you here. Are you also attending Teacher Yang's 80th birthday celebration? Have you finished your meal so soon? Feng Yisheng's voice followed. Greetings, County Chief Yi. What brings you here? Oh, I am a student of Teacher Yang. The matriarch has been in Shenzhen all these years, and it is rare for me to visit. I took the opportunity to see him. And this young lady, is she your partner? The county chief inquired, noticing Wang Xiaojin's charm. Indeed, this is my partner. Xiaojin, meet our county chief, Yin. Hello, County Chief Yin. Very well. Very well. No need for formality. You may continue with your affairs. I shall head inside, and perhaps I will visit your marketplace one day. Certainly. Feng Yisheng led Wang Xiaojin to the staircase and departed. Yin Changjiang paid it no mind and entered the private room with a smile. However, the scene that unfolded within left him somewhat bewildered. All eyes were fixed upon him, expressions of shock and disbelief etched on their faces. Yin Changjiang was momentarily at a loss. What is happening here? Wang Xiaojin had previously resembled a bird confined within a cage, obediently adhering to her parents' arrangements. Every girl of her ilk encounters a man who unlocks the cage door, and Feng Yisheng was that man in her life. At noon, they ventured to a street food stall. The young girl danced joyfully ahead like a sprite, her lips glistening with oil from the food she indulged in, while Feng Yisheng gazed at her with affection, silently. By 3 o'clock, Wang Xiaojin returned to her grandmother's home, and Feng Yisheng made his way back to the company, eager to prepare some documents for the impending visit of Mr. G from the Shenzhen market the following day. In a single night, the advertisements for Baoxing leather shoes at the entrance of Wayman Shopping Mall were entirely replaced with those for Fifan sports shoes. That morning, Huang Jiafu, who had already returned to Guang province, called the front desk. First, he confirmed that 3 million had been transferred to Baoxing's company account. Second, and of utmost importance to Feng Yisheng, they had successfully established a connection with the national games and signed a contract, securing all 18 billboards. He was urged to promptly travel to the state capital to finalize the agreement with the event organizers, bringing the necessary funds along. Feng Yisheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. At this moment, Fifan sports shoes were poised to embark on the right path. Upon arriving at the front desk, He instructed everyone to immediately commence preparations for the day's documents, as the atmosphere was notably busy. Although Wang Lianggang appeared to revere Feng Yisheng like a saint upon their every encounter, the truth was that Feng Yisheng exerted immense pressure on him. This time, he had invested over 100,000 in cash. The troubling fact was that even unprofitable merchandise was failing to sell, leaving him particularly anxious each morning upon awakening. As Wang Lianggang drove his Santana to the store today, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. The Wenqing leather shoe city was bursting at the seams. He hurriedly parked his car, slapped himself several times to confirm that the spectacle before him was not an illusion. He inquired of a nearby salesgirl, Xiao Jiang, "Why are there suddenly so many customers today?" The salesgirl responded with palpable excitement, "Boss, I have fantastic news. The store across the street has stopped selling Zhang Guorong shoes, so all those looking to wholesale shoes have flocked to us. Just this morning, we've sold hundreds of pairs." Stopped selling shoes? What trick is this little rascal playing now? Wang Lianggang had become a nervous wreck, startled by Feng Yisheng's unending array of strategies. Squinting, he glanced across the street, where the crowd was equally bustling, and curiously asked, "Has Baoxing's shoes been discontinued? How did their ostentatious sign transform into Fifan sports shoes?" "How would I know, boss? I have my own tasks to attend to. At last, it seems fortune is smiling upon us. Congratulations, Boss Wang." "Miss, hurry and attend to the distributor clients." Wang Lianggang had just tucked his briefcase under his arm, intending to head to his office. Yet, after only a few steps, he sensed something amiss. After pondering for a moment, he decided to cross the street and venture to the opposite side. Hesitant to enter, he stood at the bustling entrance of the mall, straining to observe the situation on tiptoe. It's still those folks from Baoxing Shoes. Has Fifan Sports Shoes truly managed to oust that scoundrel Feng Yisheng? Recently, Fifan Sports Shoes have gained immense popularity, which is why Wang Lianggang had initially considered that direction. The crowd was overwhelming, so he moved a stone to elevate his stance and peeked over. Ultimately, upon spotting Feng Yisheng commanding from the center of the counter, Wang Lianggang slipped and fell, crashing to the ground with his teeth clashing against the steps. Chapter 56. The borrowed blade from the south. Is that not Boss Wang? Early in the morning, who is he venerating at the entrance of our shopping mall? Wang Lianggang had just lost his front tooth, having taken a tumble that left him stunned on the ground for quite a while. Upon turning, he spotted Zheng Kaihong. Faced with the importance of face, he quickly got up, covering his mouth, which was bleeding. "Is it forbidden for others to stand at the entrance of your mall?" Zheng Kaihong replied nonchalantly, "Well, look who's being stubborn again. Don't end up knocking your teeth out again. Congratulations on your thriving business, Boss Wang. It seems quite a few people have visited your place today. You must have sold several hundred pairs, right?" Wang Lianggang, with a missing front tooth, was in such pain that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. He contemplated leaving but was not quite ready to give up. "Tell me, was the Fifan sports shoe brand developed by you? What do you think?" Zheng Kaihong retorted. Wang Lianggang understood and gave a thumbs up to Zheng Kaihong, cunningly executed. "You are impressive." After saying this, he walked away. Zheng Kaihong, feeling somewhat smug, remarked behind him, "Thank you for the compliment, Boss Wang. Are you really going to part with that front tooth? It might get snatched away by a dog." Wang Lianggang, with little interest in banter, shot back, "Get lost." Zheng Kaihong watched his departing figure and scoffed before entering the mall. Upon reaching the counter, he was promptly reprimanded by Feng Yisheng. "Why are you so late today?" "I was dragged by Lu to drink last night and perhaps indulged a bit too much," Zheng Kaihong replied. "How's it going, Brother Sheng? Have you signed several hundred pairs?" "Spare me the chatter. Let us get to work. I need to head to the bus station to pick someone up." "Where's the key to the big happiness?" Feng Yisheng demanded. Zheng Kaihong quickly handed over the key. He added, "Brother Sheng, I just saw Wang Lianggang lurking at the entrance. I noticed him this morning. Be cautious. I suspect he might be concocting something devious. Don't let him cause any trouble." With that, Feng Yisheng hurriedly exited. Zheng Kaihong sighed and promptly got to work. At the bus station, after waiting for several minutes, Feng Yisheng finally spotted a bus arriving from the provincial capital. As the vehicle came to a halt, a swarm of tricycle drivers rushed to solicit passengers. Among the crowd, a man and a woman disembarked, looking quite disoriented by the throng of tricycle drivers. Their fashion was remarkably avant-garde, making them stand out in the dilapidated bus station. Feng Yisheng secured his motorcycle and approached them. "Excuse me, are you from Shenzhen?" The man looked at him. "Are you Feng, the owner of Baoxing Shoes?" "Yes, indeed. It is a pleasure to meet you both." They exchanged smiles. The man shook hands with Feng Yisheng. "I am Ji Changming, and this is my secretary." You can call him a Feng. A Feng also extended a handshake to Feng Yisheng. The two soon hopped onto Feng Yisheng's motorcycle. However, after a few minutes on the road, Ji Changming, adjusting his wind-tousled hair, glanced perplexedly at the myriad of billboards lining the streets. I've heard that at this year's National Games, a brand called Fifan Sports Shoes has secured all the advertising in the athletics field. Boss Feng, could it be that this previously unheard of Fifan Sports Shoe is from Jianghe County? Secretary A. Feng, equally curious, gazed perplexedly at the plethora of advertisements lining the street. Feng Yisheng, revving the throttle while laughing heartily, replied, "Once we arrive at our company, it will all become clear. Please hold on tight. This morning's torrential rain has left the roads quite muddy and uneven. This is my first time riding a motorcycle, so my skills are a bit lacking." Hearing that it was Feng Yisheng's inaugural ride, Ji Changming and his companion quickly fell silent, their hands gripping the steel frame of the seat, fearful that Feng would lead them astray. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived safely at the entrance of Baosheng Company. Initially, all seemed well, as the company sign was prominently displayed. However, upon entering the company premises, their minds were engulfed in a whirlwind. They realized that the recently trending Fifan sports shoes, which had stirred such fervor in the Guang province circles, were indeed under the auspices of Baosheng Company. Once seated, Feng Yisheng switched on a fan, apologizing, "I'm sorry. The company is somewhat modest. As a startup, our resources are limited, certainly not comparable to the office buildings in Shenzhen." Ji Changming chuckled wryly. "You spent $2 million on the advertising for the National Games. With that amount, you could have secured a spot on national television. Mr. Feng, this hardly seems like a lack of strength." Feng Yisheng then retrieved a contract, stating, "Boss Ji, you jest. We are merely a small company. Here's a draft of the contract I've prepared, but regarding the compensation amount, I wouldn't dare fill it in without your input." In fact, Ji Changming had already made some decisions during the journey. He glanced at the contract briefly, then set it down with a smile. "How many pairs of counterfeit versions have you sold in total?" Feng Yisheng candidly replied, "I haven't kept an exact count, but I've profited around 600,000. It is this profit that has provided us with the capital for development, leading to the creation of the Fifan leather shoes. As for the $2 million in advertising expenses, we signed on as the general agent for Guang province, and the agent advanced $3 million to us. So that sum did not come from the profits of the counterfeit shoes. If you require receipts, I can provide all of them." Ji Changming looked at him quizzically. "Isn't such a forthright admission akin to confessing? Aren't you worried I might demand compensation for those 600,000? Feng Yisheng felt a jolt of anxiety. After all, his counterpart was the head of a brand's mainland office and not someone easily read. At this juncture, he could only take a gamble. He spoke, on one hand, "We sincerely apologize for the issue with the counterfeit products. We veered off the path. On the other hand, we hope your esteemed company can grant a startup like ours an opportunity. We are the first registered private enterprise in Jianghe County, and the journey to establish ourselves has been arduous. It is precisely because of this line of shoes that we have been able to revive 5 factories, and I represent them in extending our gratitude to you." Ji Changming chuckled softly, "Boss Feng, you must understand that in business, emotions are never a consideration. Those who let emotions dictate their actions inevitably face downfall. Your actions infringe upon our rights, and if everyone were to operate in such a manner, how could our company possibly survive? Therefore, your apology holds no value for us. However, I am willing to extend an opportunity to you to see how you might cooperate with us." Feng Yisheng gazed at him. "Mr. Ji, please proceed." Ji Changming lit a cigarette and continued, "According to the evidence we have gathered, the trend of counterfeit leather shoes was initiated by you. The proximity of Jianghe County to Wenqing is particularly detrimental. Quite simply, we intend to file lawsuits against no fewer than 10 factories for infringement. The only impediment is the lack of evidence. Thus, I hope you will assist us in gathering the necessary proof." Chapter 57. The thunder will annihilate humanity. This was precisely the purpose behind Feng Yisheng's enticement of Ji Changming to Jianghe County. He could not directly eliminate Wang Lianggang, but he could certainly wield the metaphorical knife of another. During this time, he had been diligently investigating the data regarding the counterfeit shoes in Wenqing. However, he found himself somewhat uncertain about Ji Changming's attitude. If he presented the evidence too readily, what if Ji Changming turned against him? Thus, he feigned difficulty, saying, "General Manager Ji, I trust you understand that once I provide you with the evidence, I will immediately be besieged by the people of Wenqing. The consequences of the shoe and apparel market being attacked by them are, I believe, clear to everyone." Ji Changming chuckled and shook his head. After glancing at the contract, he promptly inscribed a statement: no further pursuit of Baoxing Company's liability for all counterfeit products. Then, he wrote a 0 in the monetary section and, with a flourish, pinned his name before sliding the contract across the table to Feng Yisheng. Wasn't this the purpose of your invitation, Boss Feng? Additionally, he expressed his keen interest in the potential of FIFA sports shoes, suggesting, later, please take me to see your products. If they meet my expectations, I would like to bring them to Gangsheng. Feng Yisheng smiled, appreciating the ease of collaborating with someone so forthright. He then retrieved a stack of documents from his desk, materials that he had instructed Li Jianguo to procure from Wensheng, which also included sales data from their competitor's store. Ji Changming began to peruse the documents, but soon found it difficult to maintain his composure. Ultimately, he slammed the table, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Do they truly believe we do not exist?" The magnitude of the data far exceeded Ji Changming's expectations. The people of Wensheng were thriving in the shoe industry, scattered across the nation, with the same style of leather shoes selling like hotcakes. Did they not plan to distribute these shoes elsewhere? For instance, one factory alone had managed to produce and sell over 800,000 pairs within a mere 3 months. This was only one factory. Meanwhile, Wang Lianggang had sold over 200,000 pairs during this period, albeit at a loss of 1 yuan per pair, leading to substantial financial losses. He had initially thought this strategy would undermine Feng Yisheng, yet Feng had already slipped away like a cunning fox. Moreover, he had summoned a thunderous strike from the Shenzhen market to obliterate him. Once Ji Changming regained his composure, Feng Yisheng spoke. The current market order is chaotic, and I can empathize with your sentiments. Should you require my cooperation, I will certainly oblige, but I hope General Manager Ji will refrain from exposing us. As I have mentioned, Baoxing is still quite small and not yet capable of brandishing a sword before giants. Ji Changming, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I, Ji Changming, am not one to act without principles. Well then, Boss Feng, let us conclude our meeting here. We need to carefully plan our subsequent actions. Feng Yisheng nodded in return, handing him a business card. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am at your service. Thank you. Ji Changming replied, and the two men exited the office. However, upon stepping out, he encountered Zheng Kaihong, who had just entered. Ever since being taken to several salons by Director Liu, this fellow had become exceedingly flamboyant. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Ah Feng, his eyes practically bulging. Ah Feng, hailing from a bustling metropolis, donned fashionable attire and exhibited an adeptness for makeup that rendered her irresistibly captivating in this quaint, underdeveloped county. As soon as Ah Feng and her companions descended the staircase, he hastily dashed into Feng Yisheng's office, exclaiming, "Brother Sheng, I have an extraordinary feeling. I think I've fallen in love. Did you happen to get the number of that beautiful lady in stockings who just walked in?" Feng Yisheng gazed at him in bewilderment. "Weren't you just saying you were waiting for your cousin Xiaojin to start working? How could you so swiftly shift your affections? Has your ardent vow from the other day been devoured by a dog?" Zheng Kaihong quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, what a pity. Now, enough of this frivolity. Let us discuss the situation at the counter this morning." The two then delved into serious matters. Wang Lianggang proved to be remarkably ruthless. On that very day, under the vigilant watch of the sales staff at Baoxing Shoe Cabinet, he successfully acquired their sample shoes. The moment he laid eyes on them, he was astounded. The shoes were exceedingly trendy and categorized according to various sports. Having navigated through this industry for many years, he possessed a certain market acuity. Thus, that evening, he placed several calls to the Wensheng area. That night, a few business owners arrived, equally captivated by FIFA sports shoes. In total, there were over 30 styles. These factory owners shamelessly divided the styles by drawing lots. You will produce these styles, and I will handle those. Furthermore, they reached an agreement with Wang Lianggang. The shoes would be exclusively supplied to him for 3 months following production. After the contract was signed, Wang Lianggang's spirits soared. He took the factory owners to karaoke. Once these owners transported the shoes to Wensheng, Feng Yisheng's subsequent market arrangements would likely be thrown into disarray. Could he have not foreseen this? Thus, the following day, he rushed to the relevant departments in Jianghe County to obtain a stamp, thereby certifying these designs as their own original creations. At noon, Ji Changming called to say their legal team had already arrived. The next step was to apply for a court order to seize these enterprises. Unbeknownst to Wang Lianggang, a monumental disaster loomed overhead. He continued to hum a cheerful tune as he arrived at work, idly glancing across the street. His demeanor seemed to convey to Feng Yisheng, "Once my sports shoes are launched, Let us see how long you can revel in your arrogance. In truth, Feng Yisheng had not paid much attention to the sports shoe business in the days that followed. His thoughts were entirely consumed by various news concerning the stock market. In the previous year, 1986, after Elder Times had distributed a small amount of stock for Ziophile, the stock had begun to flourish wildly in this untamed land. Feng Yisheng's strategy was straightforward. After launching FIFA sports shoes at the national games, he would cease all activities and focus on frantically accumulating initial capital. After the Spring Festival, he plans to plunge into the China Sea market, using one hand to resell government bonds while the other aggressively acquires shares of the old 8 stocks, intending to turn the China Sea stock market upside down. Little do they know, in the small county of Jianghe, a fierce eastern dragon lies in wait beneath the surface. On this day, after perusing several newspapers, Feng Yisheng gazed at the bustling traffic outside, his mind drifting to the figures of his loyal subordinates. Zhou Cheng, Alunk, wait for me a few days. I will come find you soon. Taking a deep breath, he slipped on his bag and stepped outside. Zheng Kaihong had been waiting for him. Brother Sheng, are we leaving now? Yes, we're departing now. Has Li Jiangguo arrived in Daohua village? Yes, he should be there. All right then, brace yourselves. Something is likely to happen today. Chapter 58. A group of people awaiting their fate in the Daohua village state-owned shoe factory, which boasts a history of over 20 years. The glory of the planned economy era has long since faded. As the tides of time have swept forward, this factory, too, has succumbed to decline under the dual-track economic system. With a workforce of more than 200, all eyes are fixed on the anticipated subsidies from above for their sustenance. Recently, however, a notice from the County State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission shattered the factory's routine. The factory has been contracted out to private ownership. This news struck like a thunderbolt, instantly disrupting the rhythm of the factory. Ordinary workers, pragmatic in their outlook, simply hoped for their wages. Yet, the cadres within the factory were less sanguine. Having previously been state officials, the shift to private ownership felt like a demotion to them, particularly for Lu Chuanshan, who had tirelessly run back and forth to the county office. The county's stance was clear: prepare for the transition, as the contract was signed and non-negotiable. Father and son ultimately resigned themselves to the situation, but they feared that the new owner would cut off their benefits. In a desperate bid, Lu Chuanshan pilfered over 2,000 pairs of shoes from the warehouse. On this day, while racking his brain for justifications to abscond with the last 3,000 pairs of shoes, both finished and semi-finished products, along with machinery that had already found new buyers, he was consumed by greed, threatening to drain the factory entirely. As he struggled to devise a rationale, his son, Lu Xiangwen, burst into the office, exclaiming, "Dad, I've figured out who the contractor is." Lu Chuanshan, momentarily startled, looked up. "Is it Duan Laoshi from the Yangwang shoe factory? That scoundrel has always been at odds with me. It must be him pulling the strings." No, Lu Xiangwen hurriedly corrected him. Duan Laoshi's factory was taken over today as well. This kid is ruthless. He immediately ousted all the cadres from that factory, including Duan Laoshi. Then enough with the chatter. Who is it? Lu Chuanshan's anxiety was palpable. Lu Xiangwen quickly replied, "It's Li Jiangguo, the new factory director from Heshan Town. He is the one who contracted all 5 factories in our county." That kid? How could he possibly have the ability to do this? Lu Chuanshan's expression turned sardonic upon hearing Li Jiangguo's name. His appointment as the director of the state-owned factory had been a topic of much discussion in the county, with many deeming it madness. At just over 20 years old and lacking any qualifications, what merit did he possess? "Father, don't underestimate him," Lu Xiangwen cautioned. "This fellow is not to be trifled with. You know Duan Laoshi well. He has been a formidable opponent throughout his life. If he says he'll do something, he will. Additionally, I suspect that the shoes at Feng Yisheng's counter are all branded under them. This has become somewhat of an open secret in Jianghe County, and it is one of the reasons why Li Jiangguo faces derision. A director of a state-owned factory, willing to produce for a speculator, has drawn significant criticism." Lu Chuanshan's expression turned grave. "Rally the factory. Since negotiation with the upper echelons is out of the question, we shall resist these capitalist malignancies in our own way. This factory was established by my own hands, and no one shall take it away. Furthermore, you should promptly inform Xiao Zhang to remove the items from the warehouse immediately, just to be on the safe side." "Fine, I shall attend to it right away." As L. Xiangwen departed, a slender old man in cloth shoes and spectacles entered. He immediately confronted L. Chuanshan. "Old L, what is happening at the warehouse? Why were over 2,000 pairs of leather shoes taken away the day before yesterday, without any money coming in. This man, named Zheng Fagua, was the head of the finance department of the factory. It was evident that the two had never quite seen eye to eye in their years of working together. El Chuan Shan, visibly irritated, replied curtly, "The goods have already been sold. The money will arrive in a few days." "Sold? Very well. Then provide me with the buyer's contact information and present your receipts as well. I need them for accounting," Zheng Fagua asserted without hesitation. El Chuan Shan, suppressing his anger, feigned a smile and said, "Old Zhang, look at your temper. We've worked together for decades. Do you not trust me even this much?" "Trust?" Zheng Fagua scoffed. "If I considered you trustworthy, I would not be standing in your office today. 2,000 pairs of shoes, worth over 8,000 yuan, and as the head of finance. I cannot bear this responsibility. Spare me your theatrics and give me the buyer's contact information." "You." El Chuan Shan was about to lose his temper. "Can't you speak properly? Must you always be so contentious? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to fire you?" Thus, a tremendous argument erupted in the factory director's office. Many outside heard the commotion, yet no one paid it any mind, for they had grown accustomed to the quarrels between the two over the years. Feng Yisheng arrived around 10 o'clock, accompanied by Zheng Kaihong. They were delayed because Li Jiangguo and his team had just taken over another factory that morning and were on their way here. At this moment, the state-owned factory in Daohua town had become lethargic and unkempt. The security personnel were napping in the dormitories, and the factory gate stood unattended. As for the other workers, some played cards while others engaged in badminton, their demeanor languid, turning what was once a bustling factory into a semblance of a retirement home. So much so that when Feng Yisheng and his companion entered, they were met with indifference. Upon entering the factory, Feng Yisheng was reminded of the day his sister was born. His mother had suddenly gone into labor and needed to be rushed to the hospital, while his father was working at a construction site in a neighboring county. He and his sister Feng Fong had taken their mother to the hospital, where the doctor insisted, "You must pay immediately. The child is about to be born." In that moment, the siblings were thrown into a frenzy. Ultimately, Feng Fong stayed at the hospital while he ran out to borrow money. The first person who came to mind was their grandfather. That day, it rained heavily, drenching him to the bone, and he found himself kneeling in El Chuanshan's office, pleading for 30 yuan to cover the hospital fees, promising to repay it once his father returned. El Chuanshan, cold and unyielding, not only refused to lend him a single penny but also humiliated him thoroughly. "How dare the offspring of the Feng family come to my office to ask for money? Have you no shame?" He went on to insult his father and grandfather without restraint. Unable to endure the humiliation, he retorted sharply. The result was akin to igniting a powder keg. His uncle, El Xianwen, rushed in from the side, delivering a fierce kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, whereupon he was mercilessly beaten. El Chuanshan also wielded a bamboo stick, striking him mercilessly. He narrowly escaped losing consciousness, and later, upon returning to the hospital, his sister, Feng Fong, upon seeing the welts of bamboo stripes covering his body, embraced him and wept sorrowfully for an extended time. At that moment, after decades of absence, Feng Yisheng suddenly realized that the humiliations he had endured in the past had never truly faded from his memory. Suddenly, thoughts of his sister Feng Fong flooded back. He awaited the arrival of a certain individual, convinced that their appearance would bring news of his sister and parents. After shaking off a torrent of distracting thoughts, he entered the warehouse with Zheng Kaihong. Upon entering, they found 3 young men engrossed in a card game, their heads not lifting in acknowledgement. One of them remarked, "What brings you to our finance department again? We've already told you there's no money in the account. If you want your salary, you'll have to go to the county." Chapter 59. Insatiable greed. Feng Yisheng cast a bland glance at them. Each was clad in baggy shorts, idly scratching their feet, with cigarettes dangling from their mouths like second-rate ruffians, hardly the appearance of diligent workers. He gestured subtly to Zheng Kaihong, who promptly produced paper and pen. Feng Yisheng, with an air of indifference, inquired, "What are your names?" The 3 men paused, bewildered, looking up at him. Upon realizing he was not affiliated with their factory, their brows furrowed. One of them queried, "What are you doing here? You're not from our factory. How did you get in? Where's old Chui? This is getting out of hand. Why are all sorts of people being allowed into the factory?" Feng Yisheng reiterated, "What are your names?" One man, perceiving his icy demeanor, grew somewhat irate. "Why do you want to know that?" "Oh, we're from the town, here to make a registration." Zheng Kaihong fabricated a reason. Sensing Feng Yisheng's mood was slightly off, the trio's attitude softened considerably. "Ah, from the town. I'm Li Jigua, he is Huang Haomin, and this is Wang Dashan. Brother, Is the town about to allocate funds for salaries? Why the sudden need for name registration? Feng Yisheng smiled lightly. The allocation is a matter for the county. It has nothing to do with our town. Please provide us with the inventory records. We need to report back to the town. Sure, no problem. The young man named Wang Dashan leaped off his stool, patting his belly. He hurried to fetch a disheveled ledger. Here are the records of the warehouse's incoming and outgoing goods for the past 3 years. Oh, by the way, 2,000 pairs of leather shoes were taken out the day before yesterday, and just now, Director L came to take away 2 trucks of raw materials. None of this has been recorded yet. Why hasn't it been documented? Feng Yisheng frowned. Suddenly, the 3 men exchanged knowing smiles. Wang Dashan, glancing around cautiously and finding no one else in sight, leaned closer to Feng Yisheng and whispered, "Brother, let me give you a tip. If you follow my advice, you can easily score 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes." What tip? Feng Yisheng chuckled. Wang Dashan lowered his voice further. Go to El Chuanchan's office and ask him why these goods haven't been locked. He'll hand you 2 packs of cigarettes right away. That old man is incredibly greedy, always pulling such petty stunts from the factory each year. His son isn't any better. Isn't it rumored that our factory has already been contracted out? This father-son duo is ruthless. They've even found buyers for the factory's equipment. I suspect they will empty the place out tonight. Moreover, there's a cabinet in his office filled with cigarettes. If you think 2 packs aren't enough, you can take advantage of him. He is spineless and might even give you more. With that, he patted Feng Yisheng's chest. Got it? Feng Yisheng smiled. Understood, thank you. No need for thanks. We're all brothers. You all carry on. We'll play some cards ourselves, and won't disturb you. After Wang Dashan said this, he returned to his spot to resume playing cards. Feng Yisheng diligently began to scrutinize the accounts. Indeed, within the annual project list, there invariably exist several discrepancies pertaining to substantial shipments. Reports of donated shoes or those deemed defective and subsequently destroyed surface frequently. The signatures belong either to LV Chuanshan or to the department head, LV Xiangwen. Upon compiling the accounts, it became evident that over the past 3 years, these ambiguous transactions have accumulated to a staggering sum of 90,000. Feng Yisheng inhaled deeply, suddenly comprehending why, in his previous life, the LV family possessed such an abundance of gold bars. It was all pilfered from this very factory. He meticulously extracted these accounts and entrusted them to Zheng Kaihong for safekeeping. After departing from that location, Feng Yisheng proceeded to the production and sales departments, among others. Invariably, the majority of individuals appeared to be idly awaiting their demise. Nonetheless, he observed a number of employees steadfastly dedicated to their posts. Even though the factory had ceased operations, they continued to engage in menial tasks such as cleaning machinery. For those excessively slacking off, Feng Yisheng instructed Zheng Kaihong to note their names, while he similarly recorded the names of those diligently fulfilling their responsibilities. Thus, he remained there for the entire morning. At 11 o'clock, Li Jiangguo finally arrived at the factory. LV Chuanshan held a disdainful view of this young upstart, yet he was astute enough to recognize that many assets remained unclaimed, and it was not yet time to sever ties completely. Therefore, he maintained a semblance of civility. However, Li Jiangguo's indifference towards him irked him considerably. Once inside his office, and upon closing the door, LV Chuanshan smiled and remarked, "Heroes emerge from youth. Who could have anticipated that our factory would be contracted by a lad in his 20s? As he spoke, he sauntered over to his cabinet, retrieved 2 large packs of cigarettes, and placed them before Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo's face turned ashen as he looked up and asked, "What do you mean by this?" LV Chuanshan patted his shoulder and replied, "These were specially prepared for Director Li. Rest assured, I'm paying from my own pocket, not with the factory's funds. Unlike that old curmudgeon Yuan, who has a terrible temper and lacks eloquence, I have already made preparations for your takeover upon hearing that you contracted our factory. Now, please tell me how I should assist you." Li Jiangguo pushed the cigarettes aside and stated, "I do not want the cigarettes. I am here to conduct business, not to exchange pleasantries with you. Right now, I need you to issue a broadcast notification for all factory employees to assemble in the square. We will conduct a roll call on site, and those who fail to appear will face immediate termination." With that, Li Jiangguo stood up and left, his demeanor inciting considerable ire in LV Chuanshan. How dare he adopt such an attitude towards me, despite the years I have on him? He suppressed his frustration and, upon exiting, hastily summoned his son for a discussion. "Have all the materials in the warehouse been removed?" he inquired. "Yes, Dad," came the response. "What about the equipment in the factory? Is there a way to move it?" Indeed, Xiao Mo from the finance department is willing to cooperate with us. He will assist us in reconciling the accounts and will ensure that the dates are recorded in advance, even if we have not previously dealt with this old matter. We are unperturbed. At this moment, Lu Chuanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Li Jiangwo's attitude was quite unpleasant, and I anticipated he would question matters concerning my factory. Remember, as soon as they leave, arrange for the goods to be transported. All is already arranged. The father and son proceeded towards the factory's broadcasting room. Soon, Lu Chuanshan's voice resonated through the speakers. Comrades, please pay attention. The restructuring of the factory is now unavoidable. However, this change signifies a prosperous future for us. Therefore, I urge everyone to set aside their tasks and gather in the square to welcome our factory's contractor. Comrade Li Jiangguo, the director of the Heishan Town State-owned shoe factory. It is crucial to emphasize that those who do not attend will be regarded as voluntarily resigning, and we will record their names accordingly. Chapter 60. You are all laid off upon the announcement of the broadcast. Discontent echoed among the hundreds of workers in the factory. It was mealtime, and the sudden notification was unwelcome. However, the message was clear. Those who failed to report would be dismissed, leaving them with no choice but to comply. The workers, resembling a disorganized mass, sauntered into the factory without a sense of order, many milling about and voicing their grievances loudly. Among the men, only a scant few were dressed appropriately. Feng Yisheng, having heard the broadcast, anticipated that Li Jiangguo would undoubtedly arrive. He remarked, "Have you memorized the names?" "Yes, Brother Sheng," came the reply. "All right, let us head to the square." The two exited the factory building, only to encounter the father-son duo, El Chuanshan and his son. They paused momentarily. "When did you join the factory? Who invited you?" El Xiangwen demanded. Feng Yisheng cast him a cold glance, his profile reminiscent of an icy sculpture that sent shivers down one's spine. Noticing Feng Yisheng's indifference, El Xiangwen's anger flared. "Can you not adopt a proper attitude? Who allowed you into the factory? Get out immediately. You are not welcome here." He advanced to push Feng Yisheng away, but Zheng Kaihong stepped in front of him, stating, "Try it if you dare." "Unreasonable. Fine, I will call security to expel you." El Chuanshan's brows furrowed darkly as he watched Feng Yisheng walk away in silence, sensing something was amiss with the young man today. Without further thought, he made his way to the square. To his surprise, Feng Yisheng had also arrived at the square. Upon seeing him approach, Li Jiangguo promptly handed over the megaphone. Feng Yisheng took the notebook from Zheng Kaihong and ascended the platform. The crowd, bewildered, gazed at him in confusion, the expansive square falling into silence. With a smile, Feng Yisheng began, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's mealtime. Do hurry back to prepare your meals." "Exactly. You should have either come earlier or later. Why this specific moment?" Another voice piped up, "I have chicken simmering at home. I must hurry back." The brief silence erupted into a cacophony of complaints once more. Maintaining his smile, Feng Yisheng spoke with an icy undertone. "Very well, you may all choose to return. But I have but one request. Do not set foot in the factory again." At these words, the complaints abruptly ceased. El Chuanshan, infuriated, shouted, "Who gave you the right to speak up there? What qualifies you to address my factory meeting? If you still have any sense of shame, get down." He prepared to force Feng Yisheng off the platform, but Li Jiangguo blocked his path, asserting, "I permitted him to speak. Is that a problem?" Lu Chuanshan instantly lost his temper and hurriedly said, "Jiangguo, our factory matters are complex. Let us not allow an unrelated individual to hurt the workers' feelings." Feng Yisheng suddenly turned his head and calmly spoke, "Li Jiangguo, could you please ask him to silence himself?" The word struck like a bomb, immediately shocking the hearts of hundreds, leaving them in utter disbelief at Feng Yisheng's reprimand of the long-established factory director. Lu Chuanshan's anger was palpable, his beard bristling as he prepared to respond, but Feng Yisheng pointed at him, saying, "The matters concerning you and your son will be addressed later. Do not hasten your demise." Li Jiangguo stood in front of him, asserting, "You would do well to refrain from further speech." "Jiangguo, what on earth are you up to? Why have you allowed him to speak? Silence yourself and remain still. I shall not repeat my words. Shanggu, please continue with your discourse." After Li Jiangguo made this statement, he sat down heavily, forcing Lu Chuanshan to stifle his fury. Feng Yisheng nodded and continued, "Now I shall read a list. Please listen attentively. Is Zhao Le present?" Immediately, someone in the crowd raised their hand, impatiently responding, "What do you want from me?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, with various jokes being exchanged, entirely disregarding Feng Yisheng's authority. Feng Yisheng chuckled slightly. "No need to rush. Is Lu Tsuewa here?" Yes, yes, stop with the unnecessary chatter. Very well, Hurengo. Present. Thus, Feng Yisheng continued to call out names one by one. The crowd grew increasingly unruly, with some individuals even sitting on the ground, smoking and chatting. They began to treat Feng Yisheng with increasing disrespect. After nearly 10 minutes, Feng Yisheng had read out over 60 names. Upon finishing, he requested Li Jiangguo to bring him a glass of water and took a sip. Then, he picked up the microphone and calmly announced, "The 63 individuals I have mentioned, please proceed to your workstations and gather your belongings. You are hereby dismissed from the factory." A collective gasp of disbelief resonated among the hundreds below, their faces reflecting shock. Finally, someone reacted, almost in tears, imploring Lu Chuanshan, "Director, what is happening? Why have I been dismissed without reason? My father has worked in this factory for over 20 years, and I have just taken over. Why am I being expelled? Who is he to come here and dismiss people? Who granted him this authority?" Chaos erupted once more. Lu Chuanshan's face darkened as he stood and confronted Feng Yisheng, demanding, "Will you not provide me with an explanation?" Feng Yisheng turned back, stating, "I owe you no explanation whatsoever. There are 2 names I neglected to mention. You, Lu Chuanshan, and your son, Lu Xianwen, are also required to leave this factory. If you insist on an explanation, I can clarify. I am the actual investor and contractor of this factory. If I wish for you to depart, you must comply. Let it be known to you all that I am here to inform, not to negotiate." Without awaiting a response from LV Chuanshan, Feng Yisheng pointed out another name in the crowd. "Is Chief Zheng from the finance department present?" "I am here," replied the bewildered old man Zheng as he stepped forward. Feng Yisheng displayed a markedly different demeanor, extending a polite request for Chief Zheng to join him in the meeting room, as he had matters to discuss. After speaking, he handed the megaphone to Zheng Kaihong and left the scene with his hands clasped behind his back. LV Chuanshan trembled slightly as he turned to Li Jiangguo, asking, "Jiangguo, is what he said true?" Li Jiangguo rose and replied, "5 factories have cost us over 100,000. Out of this sum, 90% was covered by Shanko. You have labored in the factory for so many years, and congratulations on your dismissal. Hurry and gather your belongings with your son and leave without a trace of negotiation." He then coldly walked towards the front. "Over 100,000? Where did he acquire such a fortune?" LV Chuanshan felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his mind swirling in confusion. In the meeting room, after listening to Feng Yisheng's lengthy discourse, Zheng Fagua nearly dropped his jaw to the floor, exclaiming, "What did you say? You want me to be the factory director?" Chapter 61. Are you truly my savior? Throughout the morning, Feng Yisheng was not only inspecting the conditions of the factory, but also conducting inquiries into certain individuals. He discovered that the entire factory held a unanimous admiration for Zheng Fagua, recognizing him as principled and exceedingly fair in his dealings. Moreover, he was the sole individual in the factory bold enough to confront the factory manager on behalf of the workers' interests. With a workforce of just over 200, Feng Yisheng swiftly managed to dismiss over 60 employees, including several department heads. Naturally, with such a significant number of dismissals, it was imperative to promote some personnel to ensure the factory could operate smoothly. The meeting room was stifling, the antiquated ceiling fan whirled without providing much relief. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Feng Yisheng addressed Zheng Fagua. "Indeed, you are the factory manager. As for the personnel appointments in other departments, I entrust those to you." Zheng Fagua looked intently at Feng Yisheng. "Are you certain about this?" "Absolutely. However, Uncle Zheng, the factory is likely to experience a period of turmoil, which will require your adept management. For instance, the 60-odd individuals I dismissed will undoubtedly gather to protest. They dare." Zheng Fagua erupted in frustration. These individuals have merely been coasting along, and yet they are the first to leap forward when fortune arrives. When challenges arise, they shrink away in silence. Had it not been for their burdensome presence, the factory would not be in such disarray. Nevertheless, there is one matter I hope you can handle with fairness." Zheng Fagua continued. "What is it?" Feng Yisheng inquired. Zheng Fagua clenched his teeth. "It is not that I am heartless, but rather that the father and son have treated the factory as their private domain and have committed numerous egregious acts. I hope you can assist me in reporting Lu Chuanshan and his son. Just 2 days ago, they unlawfully removed over 2,000 pairs of leather shoes from the factory. Additionally, I learned this morning from the finance department that they intend to pin their debts on me, seeking to imprison me for their misdeeds." Zheng Fagua's indignation grew as he recounted the events, an emotional turmoil he had not anticipated. After receiving this news in the office that morning, he had been nearly overwhelmed with anger. With the factory now under contract, The future remained uncertain for everyone, and the finance department colleagues had little left to conceal. What incensed him further was that over the years, this father and son duo had fabricated evidence against him on multiple occasions. Had it not been for the keen oversight of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, he might have already found himself imprisoned. The malice of these two filled him with both rage and dread, pushing him to his limits. Feng Yisheng smiled, assuring him, "I will not let them escape unscathed. Let us first discuss the factory." "Brother Sheng." Feng Yisheng had just begun to speak when Zheng Kaihong entered the room. "That father and son have summoned the deputy mayor of Daohua Town. They are currently demanding an explanation in the square." Zheng Fagua's anxiety spiked. "Is it Wang Jinglong?" "That seems to be the case," Zheng Kaihong replied. "Curse it!" Zheng Fagua exclaimed. "Wang Jinglong is in cahoots with them. Xiaofeng, you must be cautious of this individual." "Cautious of what? Is there an issue with you?" Section Chief Zheng? Zheng Fagua had yet to finish his words. A voice, imbued with a chill, echoed in from outside. Shortly thereafter, a portly middle-aged man clad in shorts and perforated sandals strode into the room, followed by the father-son duo of LV Chuanshan and the workers who had been summarily dismissed by Feng Yisheng. Each face bore an expression of indignation, as if the man who had just entered was their savior, and they were convinced that Feng Yisheng would inevitably yield today. Inside the room, Zheng Fagua appeared to have suffered considerably in the presence of this newcomer. He remained silent, akin to a mute enduring bitter anguish. Yet Feng Yisheng remained unfazed by the imposing figures before him, maintaining a calm demeanor without rising from his seat. Upon entering, the middle-aged man spoke. "Xiangwen, please shut the door." LV Xiangwen, with a smirk of triumph, cast a derisive glance at Feng Yisheng before closing the door. Once seated, the father and son remained silent, glaring at Feng Yisheng with palpable fury. Feng Yisheng scanned the trio and inquired, "What do you mean by this?" The middle-aged man's visage darkened. "I am Wang Jinglong, the deputy mayor of Daohua Town. Let me ask you a question. Are you Lao LV's grandson?" This revelation caused Zheng Fagua's pupils to constrict in shock. What was this? So they were related? My previous remarks. Zheng Fagua's mind became clouded and perplexed. However, Feng Yisheng's demeanor suggested that the situation was not as he had presumed. The others, hesitant to interject, listened intently. Feng Yisheng's confidence did not wane as he replied, "By blood, yes. Otherwise, it is irrelevant." "What is your issue? And why does a deputy mayor come to my factory?" Wang Jinglong raised a thumb in approval. "When Lao LV mentioned you yesterday, I was incredulous. How could there be such a heartless descendant? Now, I believe it. I am here to convey a few matters. First, immediately revoke the dismissal notices you issued this morning. Second, Lao LV has contributed immensely to the economy of Daohua Town. At his age, he cannot be cast out. His position as factory manager is untouchable. Third," before he could finish, Feng Yisheng interjected, "Do not rush to issue commands to me. Allow me to ask you, do you understand the nature of this factory? I know you have contracted it, but you cannot act recklessly." Wang Jinglong retorted with anger. "You dismissed over 60 individuals in one breath. Is that how you operate? Even if the factory is under your contract, you must still adhere to our oversight." Feng Yisheng's gaze turned towards him. "What if I say no?" At that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Zheng Fagua was stunned. The father and son, too, believed they had misheard. Even those peering in through the windows outside looked on in disbelief at Feng Yisheng's audacity. This young man, challenging a town official? How brazen. Ultimately, LV Chuanshan could no longer contain himself. "You must apologize to Deputy Mayor Wang at once." Feng Yisheng furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at him before turning to the visibly enraged Wang Jinglong. "I strongly advise you to refrain from meddling in this murky affair. The matters concerning this father and son duo are beyond your jurisdiction." Raising his voice significantly, he reiterated, "I shall once again emphasize, employees who have been dismissed, please vacate the premises immediately. Otherwise, I have ample reason to suspect that your reluctance to leave is motivated by ulterior motives." Bang! Wang Jinglong could no longer contain his temper and slammed the table. "I came here only to be threatened by you? Do you not recognize the significance of our Daoshang town?" Feng Yisheng, unflinchingly, pointed at him and remarked, "Do not be hasty in your anger. Be cautious not to find yourself unable to retract your words later." As he spoke, he approached the telephone. "Director Zhang, is this phone capable of making calls?" "Indeed." "Thank you." Feng Yisheng, undeterred, retrieved a small phone book and dialed. Within mere seconds, the call was connected. Feng Yisheng opened the conversation, addressing the other end. "Director Yin, I would like to inquire about a matter. Since the factory has entrusted us with management, are we still required to accept appointments and guidance from the town-level authorities? Chapter 62. A sigh of relief. A casual mention of County Chief by Feng Yisheng over the phone brought amusement to Wang Jinglong at the scene. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Old Lu, your nephew is quite capable, managing to directly connect with the county chief. I have served in Daohua Town for over a decade and would never dare to make such a call myself." Old Lu, why are you sweating so profusely?" "It's nothing, nothing," Lu Chuanshan replied, though he was feeling a twinge of fear. He recalled the last incident at the mall when he heard that Yin Changjiang and the county leadership were all gathered in the back office. Fortunately, it was the opportunistic office director who had emerged. Had Yin Changjiang stepped out instead, the situation could have been far more dire. However, he never expected that Feng Yisheng's relationship with the county chief was so cordial that he could make such a direct call. On the other end, after listening for a moment, Feng Yisheng turned back with a cold expression and said, "Don't rush to mock. Come over and take this call." "All right. I must see who this is on the other end." Wang Jinglong stood and approached the phone, placing it to his ear. "Speak. Which unit are you from?" Seeing Wang's demeanor, Feng Yisheng shook his head in helplessness, thinking to himself how reckless he was being. He returned to the conference table, his sharp gaze fixed on the sweating Lu Chuanshan. This was the first time Lu Chuanshan dared not meet Feng Yisheng's eyes, clearly having lost his resolve. "The Jianghe County government," Yin Changjiang responded, frowning at the other end. "Which unit are you from?" Wang Jinglong, undeterred, continued his reckless pursuit. "I am Wang Jinglong, the deputy mayor of Daohua Town, regarding the restructuring of our state-owned factory. What does it have to do with you?" Without waiting for him to finish, Yin Changjiang retorted, "The factory has already been contracted out, thus transitioning from state-owned to private. What right do you have to meddle in their affairs? Is it Daohua Town? Isn't Shuebaog also present? Have him come and explain this to me." Hearing this reprimand, Wang Jinglong shuddered, for the name mentioned was that of their town's chief. He cautiously asked, "Are you truly County Chief Yin? Do you need me to bring people to your Daohua Town to meet you, Deputy Mayor Wang, before you believe it?" No, County Chief Yin, this is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain." Wang Jinglong's tone underwent a dramatic shift. Yet on the other end, Yin Changjiang was in no mood for explanations. He snapped, "Have your town chief come to my office tomorrow to clarify the situation. I am eager to see just how much authority you, the deputy mayor, truly wield." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. The disconnection sent a chill through Wang Jinglong, who stood frozen for a moment before hurriedly jogging back to Feng Yisheng. "Boss Feng, you really do know County Chief Yin. It's all a misunderstanding." Feng Yisheng pointed at the father and son but fixed his gaze on Wang Jinglong. "Are you still intent on protecting them?" "Misunderstandings, indeed, are merely misunderstandings. I simply wish to inquire about the situation." "Old Lu, you are truly deceiving me. Everyone, there is a meeting in the town, so I shall take my leave. Boss Feng, pursue your reforms with audacity. We, the people of Daohua Town, will undoubtedly support you." With that, Wang Jinglong hastily departed from the scene. At that moment, the father and son were genuinely intimidated. What is there left to play at? With the county magistrate standing behind in Jianghe County, how could I possibly contend with him? After Wang Jinglong's departure, Feng Yisheng gazed coldly at the father and son. "May I ask you both, is there anyone else you can summon? If so, bring them forth swiftly. I do not have the time to waste with you." The duo remained silent, their frustration palpable. Feng Yisheng continued, "No one else?" Still silent, he straightened his posture. "If there is no one, then leave my factory immediately. Furthermore, let me make this clear. Do not assume this matter is concluded. You two have spent many years in this factory, engaging in countless underhanded deeds. Do not think I am oblivious. Prepare yourselves for an investigation." With that, Feng Yisheng seized his bag and strode toward the door. He turned to address the onlookers, stating, "Let me clarify this for you all. The individual dispersing wages in this factory is none other than me, Feng Yisheng, not the state. Since it is I who determines the payroll, I hold the reins of this factory. I will not harbor idlers or parasites among us. If you wish to continue your tenure here, you must reapply for your positions. Those who cannot rectify their attitudes, regardless of your connections, will find that my resolve is unyielding. Bring forth anyone you wish to challenge me." After delivering this proclamation, Feng Yisheng exited the scene, leaving all present in a state of shock, realizing their attempts to evade accountability were futile. In the conference room, a sudden chill swept past Lu Xiangwen's neck, prompting an immediate response. Trembling, he uttered, "Father, what did that little wretch just say? Is he planning to report us? What should we do?" The ever-proud Lu Chuanshan felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness swell within him, robbing him of his usual commanding presence. He chuckled. "Ah, well done, Feng Yisheng. I had not perceived your ruthless methods before. Father, you must devise a plan. What good is it to speak in such a manner now?" Slap. Before Lu Xiangwen could finish his sentence, Lu Chuanshan struck him across the face, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. Had you not sought that bracelet, would this little wretch have been so cruel?" As he emerged, Feng Yisheng felt an unexplainable lightness envelop him. He wandered through the factory, steeped in memories of the past. He recalled the times he had been assaulted by the father and son within these walls, as well as the numerous occasions they had stood at Lu Chuanshan's doorstep. Subjected to his scorn, the pent-up frustration in his heart had finally found release. By evening, the affairs of the factory had been concluded. At this moment, Feng Yisheng has successfully consolidated 5 factories, with a total workforce exceeding 800, and plans for further recruitment are underway. The issue of production capacity has been resolved, allowing for a full commitment to the advertising campaign for the national games. Feng Yisheng is confident that it will yield explosive results. The sweltering heat of August lingers on. The date for the trip to the state capital has been set for August 17th. Wang Jiafu has prepared everything, awaiting Feng Yisheng to finalize the contract. The day before, Wang Xiaojin visited him, her demeanor reminiscent of a spirited young girl, as she excitedly took him to her grandmother's home. Her grandmother had extended an invitation, expressing that the meal on the previous occasion had not been satisfactory and insisted that he come for dinner. In the presence of the elderly lady, Feng Yisheng felt somewhat reserved, as she had never explicitly approved of her granddaughter's relationship with him. Chapter 63, An Era of Wind and Fire, Who Lacks a Story. A simple family banquet, with dishes lovingly prepared by the elderly matriarch. At the dining table, Grandma Yang inquired about various mundane matters. After all, Feng Yisheng had returned to life anew. His responses flowed effortlessly, addressing every aspect with grace. As the conversation progressed, Grandma Yang spoke more and more. After setting down her utensils, she gazed kindly at Feng Yisheng and remarked, "The bracelet that Xiao Gang sent me, I consulted someone knowledgeable, and it's worth at least 3,000 yuan. Xiaoxing, how much did the set of stamps you had Xiaojin send me cost?" The question was straightforward, leaving Wang Xiaojin feeling rather awkward. Feng Yisheng had previously mentioned that the stamp set had only cost 10 yuan. The stark contrast between 10 and 3,000 yuan was glaring. Wasn't Grandma's inquiry intended to put Xiaoxing in a difficult position? Grandma Yang noticed her granddaughter's discomfort and playfully pinched her little nose, saying, "Look at you, my dear. Why do you seem unhappy with my question? Have you turned against your own family so quickly?" Wang Xiaojin, feeling somewhat disgruntled, replied, "Not at all." With a confident smile, Feng Yisheng interjected, "It was a total of 8 yuan, but I actually acquired the stamps from someone else." He then turned to Grandma. "Do you still like them?" Grandma Yang burst into laughter. "Like? Of course I do. It's not about the money. I shall accept them gladly. As for the bracelet, once I learned it was 3,000 yuan, I had someone return it for me. At my age, what use is there for such an expensive item? It only invites misfortune. Simplicity is the key to a long life." She then inquired, "Now, tell me about those fiefin sneakers of yours. It seems your advertisements are everywhere in the county. I am eager to hear your story." Feng Yisheng politely wiped his mouth and poured a glass of water for the elderly lady. This subtle gesture brought her immense comfort. In her heart, she had already formed a judgment. The child from the Shen family, with that mindset, could hardly compare to this young Feng. Elderly eyes possess a discerning quality. They see clearly. As Feng Yisheng settled down, he began to recount how he had navigated his way from the factory with nothing but sheer cunning. Initially, Wang Xiaojin felt a twinge of fear, worried that her grandmother might share the antiquated views of the past, believing Feng Yisheng was merely engaging in opportunism. However, she had not lived with Grandma Yang for a long time, and thus remained unaware of the breadth of her experiences in the vibrant city of Shenzhen. What kind of city was it? It was the first pilot city for reform and opening up in China. While much of the inland regions were still hesitantly taking steps forward, Shenzhen had long since surged ahead with bold strides. Therefore, rather than feeling repulsed by Feng Yisheng's tales, Wang Xiaojin found herself increasingly in agreement. Her beautiful granddaughter deserved to marry a hero who dared to venture into the world, rather than a docile homebody. As Feng Yisheng spoke of his parents, a flicker of compassion sparkled in Grandma Yang's eyes. "Ah, raising a child is no easy task. Your sister was just a few months old when you took on that responsibility. How did you manage?" Upon reflection, Feng Yisheng finds that period of his life quite poignant. With a bittersweet smile, he recounts, I would tie my sister to my back with a cloth and then toil in the fields. Fortunately, they later acquired land for themselves, and the harvest of millet along with the potatoes they cultivated barely sustained them for a year. By working diligently, raising chickens, and growing vegetables, they managed to survive. Was it difficult? The elderly lady felt a pang of compassion upon hearing this. Feng Yisheng, however, remained resolute, asserting, to say it wasn't hard would be a falsehood. Yet, I do not perceive it as hardship. Many times while planting rice, I felt on the verge of collapse, but a glance at my sister's bright, sparkling eyes would fill me with renewed determination. I firmly believe that as long as one keeps moving forward, things will invariably improve. Indeed, beautifully said. Yang Lao, I felt a stirring within her, her gaze drifting to a portrait on the wall. Her eyes misted. We too have endured bitter days. Xiaojin and I once faced great hardship. Back then, we lived in a thatched hut, uncertain of what the future held. Xiaojin's grandfather often spoke of how the dark days would eventually pass. Unfortunately, he fell ill during those years, and shortly after, he left us. After speaking, the elderly woman retrieved a tissue to dab at her eyes. Wan Xiaojin gently took her arm. Grandma, are you thinking of Grandpa again? It's all right. It's just how I am, the grandmother replied, patting her granddaughter's hand. She continued, I heard from Xiaojin that you plan to go to Guang province? Yes. I need to attend to some matters regarding the national games, Feng Yisheng replied politely. Oh, I see. Yang Lao, I pondered for a moment. When you arrive in Guang province, why not give Xiaojin's uncle a call? He seems to be in the state capital at this time. Wan Xiaojin instantly grew anxious. Grandma, I don't want my uncle interfering in our affairs. He always wears a stern expression and never smiles. All right. You will meet him eventually. You have no idea how much he cares for you. He often talks about how he wants to take you to Shenzhen. He's more reliable than your father. At the mention of Wang Zhigua, the elderly lady seemed filled with discontent and began to voice various grievances, leaving Feng Yisheng feeling particularly awkward. Subsequently, he spent another hour conversing with the elderly lady, during which he diligently washed the dishes. By the time he emerged, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He was quite curious about Wang Xiaojin's uncle, having heard that he was doing quite well in his endeavors, though he had never delved into specifics. Therefore, when Wang Xiaojin accompanied him out, he couldn't help but inquire, what exactly does your uncle do in the south? Is he in business? Wang Xiaojin chuckled, want to know? What do you think? With a smile of approval from her grandmother, Wang Xiaojin felt a surge of joy and boldly linked her arm with Feng Yisheng's. I am rather uncertain about my uncle's exact pursuits. It seems he is engaged in business, though he seldom returns. Last year, he arrived driving a Mercedes-Benz, which he mentioned is quite expensive. Feng Yisheng was momentarily taken aback. The Mercedes only made its way to the port city last year, and acquiring one from the mainland necessitates importing it from there. The price is beyond imagination for a humble county such as this. In this day and age, who but the extraordinary would drive a Mercedes? Unable to restrain a chuckle, he remarked, it appears your uncle's dealings are quite substantial. With a playful grin, he added, you are a little entrepreneur yourself. Wang Xiaojin, with her enchanting visage, leaned affectionately against Feng Yisheng's arm. He smiled, gently pinching her delicate nose, yet remained silent as they exited the courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, Mrs. Yang, from the apartment above, observed them with a warm smile. 3 days later, Feng Yisheng had prepared himself for a journey to Guang province. That day, Li Jianguo brought Feng Qian to him. Feng Yisheng cradled Feng Qian in his arms as they strolled through the shopping mall. Just yesterday, he had acquired a residence in a nearby community and hired a housekeeper, a sister from the state-run factory in Heshan town. From now on, Feng Qian would reside in the county. Later that afternoon, they would collect the keys and purchase various essentials. This marked the young girl's inaugural visit to the county town. Having grown up in modest means and often overshadowed by their neighborly Fengxia, she felt particularly timid. Her small head nestled against Feng Yisheng's neck as she cast a shy, fearful glance at the older siblings who smiled at her. After wandering the mall for a while, she could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered into her brother's ear, Brother, why do they all call you boss? What does boss mean? Is it like the door panel at Qian's home? Chapter 64. A dark and windy night. Feng Yisheng was amused by his sister's innocent chatter. Just like the years they relied on each other in their previous lives, no matter how exhausting the day had been. Returning home to embrace his sister always uplifted his spirits. The young girl, curious about the words of adults, often attempted to decipher their meanings with her naive and innocent thoughts. Little did she know that her brother was the most prominent businessman in the marketplace and would soon possess wealth rivaling nations. With a smile, Feng Yisheng playfully pinched his sister's cheek, saying, "You will understand when you grow up." Feng Qian obediently nestled against her brother. After being lovingly dressed by him, the little girl appeared exceptionally adorable, not overly mischievous, but rather gentle and timid, endearing herself to the sales clerks in the marketplace, who couldn't resist giving her hugs and playful pinches. After a morning of such affection, they finally returned home. In 1987, Jianghe County lacked commercial housing, so they purchased an old unit from a work unit. Assisting in caring for Feng Qian was Zhang Erhua, an employee from the former state-owned factory in Heshan Town, who was currently tidying up at Feng Yisheng's home. The house spanned over 100 square meters, decorated in an outdated style yet bright and clean, with excellent lighting. Particularly, the balcony was spacious, offering a view of the supply and marketing cooperative, with a road behind the community leading 2 or 3 kilometers to Wang Xiaojin's grandmother's house. Wang Xiaojin had not returned to Heshan Town since the factory's restructuring. She had become an employee of Baosheng Footwear and was now working in the company located in Baosheng County. During Feng Yisheng's business trip to the state capital, Wang Xiaojin was able to help look after Feng Qian. On this day, Feng Yisheng remained at home, enjoying the rare opportunity to spend time with his sister after his rebirth. At dinner, Feng Qian gazed longingly at her brother, a mouthful of rice forgotten as she stared. Feng Yisheng asked, "What is the matter?" Holding her chopsticks in a way that obscured her little face, she managed to say, "Brother, will we ever find our sister and parents again? An uncle at the factory said he once saw our sister and that she was particularly beautiful, just like Sister Xiaojin. Is that true?" The mention of their sister Feng Fong weighed heavily on Feng Yisheng's heart. She was gentle and beautiful, always speaking softly, and was especially kind to him, often bringing home jujubes to share with her little brother. The bond Feng Fong had with him was akin to the one he shared with Feng Qian, a connection he would sacrifice anything for. In his past life, he had exhausted every effort to find even a trace of them, but to no avail. When their parents and sister vanished, there were no clues. One moment they were there, and the next they had disappeared, leaving the villagers completely unaware of their fate. At that time, the younger sister was still in her infancy, naturally devoid of any impression of the rumored beautiful and gentle elder sister, yet she was filled with fantasies. A pang of sorrow pierced Feng Yisheng's heart. It was the same. The brother would surely bring back the sister and parents. "Okay, brother, please find them quickly," Feng Qian urged, taking a few more bites of her meal. She had never doubted anything her brother had said. Feng Yisheng smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Don't worry, I will." He then set down his chopsticks and said, "Aunt Zhang, I need to step out for a bit. I'll help Qian tidy her room later." Aunt Zhang emerged from the house. "Out so late? What is the matter?" "There's a bit of business at the company," he replied. "All right. Be careful on your way back tonight." Feng Yisheng acknowledged her concerns and, after giving Feng Qian a few more instructions, left. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the provincial road. As he approached, Zheng Kaihong, Li Jiangguo, and others hurried to meet him. "How is it? Has he not arrived yet?" Feng Yisheng lit a cigarette and tossed the pack to them, his keen gaze fixed on the end of the road. Each of them lit a cigarette as well. Li Jiangguo remarked, "Not yet." "Zheng Kaihong, are you sure you didn't miscalculate the time? It's already 7 or 8 o'clock, and there's not even a shadow in sight." Zheng Kaihong, feeling anxious, insisted, "I heard him on the phone while I was in the restroom. It can't be wrong. Be patient." Feng Yisheng nodded. "We must resolve this matter before heading to the state city." He then inquired, "Have you contacted Director Xiao regarding the speculating and profiteering?" "Yes, rest assured. Those leaders are on their way here. Once they arrive, we'll catch them off guard," Zheng Kaihong replied, spitting out the words. Feng Yisheng remained silent, sitting on a nearby stone. Suddenly, Li Jiangguo kicked Zheng Kaihong. "There's a watermelon patch over there. Don't just stand around. Go buy a watermelon." Zheng Kaihong protested. "Why should it be me? Can't you go?" Li Jiangguo retorted, "Aren't you the oldest among us? If so, just go." "Damn, Jiangguo. Did we drink in vain earlier? Didn't we agree not to bring that up again? Why is it coming up now?" Zheng Kaihong argued. "What does being older have to do with buying a watermelon?" The two often engaged in this playful banter, a unique way of interacting. Li Jiangguo kicked him again. "Are you going or not? If not, I'll tell Sister Xiaojin tomorrow. Don't even think about her." "Fine. Jiangguo, you always know how to hit my sore spot. I admire your cunning." Zheng Kaihong grumbled as he trudged off to the patch. Li Jiangguo plopped down beside Feng Yisheng. Feng Yisheng shot him a glance. "Stop bullying him so much." "Oh, come on. He's just like that. He only listens when I'm tough on him." After a moment of thought, Feng Yisheng called out to the departing Zhang Kaihong, by a few more, before lapsing into silence once more. After Zhang Kaihong, drenched in sweat, returned from the fields with 5 large watermelons, it wasn't long before Director Xiao, who thrived on speculation and opportunism, arrived with his team of 28 members, all adorned with red armbands, over a dozen in total. Upon arrival, they inquired, "Has he not yet come?" "Not yet," Feng Yisheng replied with a wry smile. Kaihong sliced the watermelons. Zheng Kaihong and Li Jiangguo busied themselves, presenting slices of watermelon to the members with red armbands. Initially hesitant, they instinctively glanced at Director Xiao for approval. He encouraged them, saying, "What are you staring at? There's no issue with us proletarians enjoying a few pieces of capitalist watermelon." Laughter erupted among the group as they accepted the watermelon and began to eat. Director Xiao, not one to stand on ceremony, also took a piece, munching while gazing into the distance, wondering when those individuals would finally arrive. "This is maddening. They haven't transported any goods during the day. And now we're out here so late." Feng Yisheng offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for making you suffer alongside us." Director Xiao waved dismissively. "Let us not speak like that. Combating counterfeit products is our duty." Today, County Heading slammed the table at the meeting, insisting that Jianghe County must not become a second Wenqing. "We must establish an industrial system with our own intellectual property rights." Chapter 65. Capturing the scene. Feng Yisheng spoke with remarkable gentleness, expressing his gratitude to County Chiefing. A few individuals began to engage in conversation. Once the watermelon was consumed, Director Xiao, who had spent a lifetime outsmarting the smugglers, relied on his battle-hardened experience to conclude that they needed to conceal themselves. Should the opponent's associates catch sight of their staff engaged in dubious dealings, it was likely that their vehicle would be barred from entering the county, opting instead to accelerate down the provincial road. Upon reflection, the group recognized the validity of this concern. They hastily tidied up, stowing away their playing cards, and crouched by the roadside. The scene resembled that of an elite task force awaiting the arrival of a target. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the anticipated stir finally materialized. A Santana, enveloped in dust, came to a halt several dozen meters away from their position. Zhang Kaihong nearly dashed out but was restrained by Director Zhao's firm grip on his shoulder. "Wait." The vehicle appeared alert, and after assessing that the exterior posed no threat, the door swung open. To their astonishment, Wang Lianggang emerged, grumbling incessantly, "What nonsense! Always indulging in superficial theatrics. After spending so many years in Jianghe County, this place is becoming increasingly repugnant." A sycophant followed suit, stepping out of the car and offering him a cigarette, albeit with evident trepidation. "Boss Wang, perhaps we should inform them not to deliver today. I genuinely fear something may go awry. Did you see how that Director Xiao is behaving in our shop? If he catches wind of us, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Wang Lianggang, infuriated, retorted sharply, "Are you referring to Xiao Minghua? That insignificant director is of no consequence. I'll grant him a modicum of courtesy, but he has truly overstepped his bounds." It turned out that in recent days, Feng Yisheng had visited Yin Changjiang's office at the latter's behest. During a prior encounter at a market, Yin had expressed considerable interest in Feng's insights. Their discussion culminated in Feng asserting that for the county's core industries to thrive, they must evolve into original hubs rather than mere imitations. With the nation's intellectual property laws still in their infancy, should they devolve into a copycat territory, local enterprises could face ruin once legal framework solidified. Yin Changjiang found this reasoning compelling. Seizing the opportunity, Feng reported Wang Lianggang's intentions to replicate FIFA sports shoes. This revelation incensed Yin Changjiang. The potential of FIFA sports shoes was undeniable, and the county intended to support it as a representative of private enterprise. What would happen if the people of Wenqing counterfeit it and destroy their prospects with their fakes? He promptly placed a call to Director Xiao, who had also visited Wang Lianggang that day, and their conversation was unlikely to have been cordial. Thus, Wang Lianggang harbored a simmering frustration within him. Today marked the agreed-upon delivery date with the Wenqing associates, yet Wang Lianggang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, dismissing Director Zhao's earlier warnings. At that moment, he was vociferously cursing in the middle of the street, and in a fit of rage, he vented his frustration upon seeing a field mouse scurry past him. The man charged forward, crushing a field mouse beneath his heavy-soled shoe, yet still feeling unsatisfied. He continued to stomp and curse. "I have long harbored a disdain for that fellow surnamed Xiao. What a nuisance. If he were in Wenqing, I would crush him without a second thought. I'll stomp and stomp. It is utterly infuriating. The sycophant stood paralyzed. For the target of his ire was none other than the director of the Speculation and Profiteering Bureau. However, he dared not utter a word. He failed to notice that all the staff of the bureau lay concealed merely 10 meters away. Director Xiao stood dumbfounded, gazing at the imposing figure of Wang Lianggang, who was mercilessly trampling the mouse's lifeless body under the moonlight, muttering, "Xiao Feng, does this guy truly regard me as a mere mouse to be crushed?" Zheng Kaihong replied, "It is quite apparent. Spare us the nonsense." Feng Yisheng remarked, "Wang Lianggang is somewhat deranged. The county must find a way to rein him in, otherwise. With his connections to the small workshops in Wenqing, he will undoubtedly replicate any new designs that emerge from Heshan Town, which would be detrimental to its private sector development." Director Xiao felt a surge of irritation rising within him. "I have been lamenting the lack of a suitable target to apprehend. This is a gift delivered right to my doorstep." His words silenced all present, particularly his subordinates, who understood all too well the severity of their director's retribution when provoked. After a brief interval, 2 large trucks indeed appeared on the provincial road, their headlights illuminating the path brightly. Wang Lianggang finally released the mouse. Spitting disdainfully, he grabbed a brick and made his way to the intersection, waving at the trucks. Once the trucks came to a halt, a driver leapt out. "Boss Wang, we've brought over 10,000 pairs this time. But some officials from Guang province have arrived in Wenqing, summoned by a leader from the provincial capital to investigate us. The atmosphere is tense. So Boss Yang insists we must collect the payment before entering your county." "Understood. Enough with the chatter," Wang Lianggang replied impatiently, retrieving a bag from the trunk. 50,000. Not a penny less. Hurry and get the truck to the warehouse. I have business to attend to tomorrow." The driver took the money and walked towards the back of the convoy, whereas Santana was following closely behind. As the car window rolled down, Wang Lianggang squinted to get a better look. Pausing for a moment, he exclaimed, "Boss Yang, I see you accompanied the shipment. Why didn't you step out? Come. Let us head to Heshan Town together. I'll treat you to some fresh produce tonight." This Boss Yang was the owner of the factory, one of the original Wenqing proprietors who had drawn lots to produce Fifan brand leather shoes. Their friendship spanned over a decade, quite amicable. However, upon seeing Wang Lianggang approach, the Boss Yang in the car appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his armpit hair standing on end. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the car sped off, disappearing in an instant, leaving Wang Lianggang in a state of confusion. What just transpired? The driver sighed. "Our boss has fled." Fled? Has the government intensified its crackdown again? Only a few years have passed since the events of '82, yet the private entrepreneurs in Wenqing still carry the shadows of that time. The driver shook his head, stating, "This has nothing to do with national policy. It was that Qi Changming from the Shenzhen market who instigated this. That Guang businessman is exceedingly ruthless. He not only brought provincial officials to seal our factory, but also reported our boss. He is demanding 5 million in compensation. Our boss was summoned by the Wenqing city government for discussions today. Now, he is gathering funds, preparing to abandon the factory and flee." At this point, the driver turned to Wang Lianggang, saying, "Mr. Wang, you must expedite the disposal of those Zhang Guorong shoes. Do not sell them any longer. That Guang businessman is serious. It is quite possible he may come your way. If I recall correctly, you have sold several tens of thousands of pairs at your stall, haven't you?" Chapter 66, Erasing That Mouse Dropping. Is it really that serious? Wang Lianggang had not realized that the other party was genuinely serious. Yet, he felt a pang of unwillingness. In fact, Wensheng had been staging such dramas every year, always harboring a glimmer of hope that this time would be no different, that once the storm passed, everything would return to normal. Primarily, he had no viable escape route. Feng Yisheng had led him into a pit far too deep. In his relentless pursuit to bring down Feng Yisheng, he had incurred losses amounting to hundreds of thousands by selling goods at a loss. After finally discovering a new avenue for recovery, would he willingly abandon it? However, he was unaware of who lay in ambush within the bushes nearby. Just as they prepared to reboard their vehicle to head into the county town, Director Xiao donned his liberation cap, patted the red armband on his arm, and emerged. "Caught you red-handed. It has been ages since our unit has confiscated goods. And what a catch this is. How exhilarating." With a wave of his hand, a swarm rushed out. They swiftly blocked their path with a 2x8 barrier. Wang Lianggang's mind was in a muddle. How could there be so many opportunistic individuals lying in wait here? Upon seeing the red armbands on their arms, the drivers exclaimed in shock and hurriedly fled into the fields, quickly disappearing from sight. Once Wang Lianggang regained his composure, he too prepared to flee. However, Director Xiao called out from behind. Wang Lianggang, the owner of Wencheng Wholesale Market. You are quite the prominent figure in Jianghe County. Your entire business is here. Where do you think you can run? A chill ran down Wang Lianggang's spine as he realized he truly had nowhere to escape. Turning back, he saw Feng Yisheng grinning at him, and suddenly it dawned on him what had transpired. Fiery anger surged within him as he glared at Feng Yisheng. Are you scheming against me? Feng Yisheng replied. You have been peddling counterfeit versions of my FIFA sneakers, planning to sell them right across from me. Do you genuinely believe I, Feng Yisheng, am without temper? Who is truly scheming against whom? I. What do you mean by that? Feng Yisheng's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he retorted. Let me make this clear. This matter with Baoxing Company is far from over. Wang Lianggang understood that the pivotal figure in this situation was still Director Xiao. He quickly plastered a smile on his face. Director Xiao, it's all a misunderstanding. Just 2 months ago, we were sharing late-night snacks together. Given today's events, how about this? I'll head back first, and tomorrow I will clarify everything at your unit. Director Xiao silently cast a glance at the field mouse that had just been crushed underfoot by Wang Lianggang. Is this how you take a life? Did the field mouse provoke you as it crossed the road? You've killed it, and now you would further desecrate its remains. Are you not afraid it might haunt you as a ghost? Spare me your theatrics. Confiscate all these goods for the unit. No one is to leave. We will report this to the county tomorrow and see how they handle it. Furthermore, Wang Lianggang, let me inform you that many in Jianghe County have grown quite audacious, specifically dealing in counterfeit goods. The county is in dire need of a typical case to set the record straight. You are finished. After expressing his anger, Director Xiao furiously seized his 28-barrel bike, spun around, and with a forceful push on the pedal, sped away, his legs swinging as he departed. His subordinates, disregarding everything else, began detaining vehicles and individuals. Wang Lianggang cast a glance at the dead field mouse he had just crushed, his mind swirling in chaos. As I continued to pedal while cursing Director Xiao, he lay in ambush merely 10 meters away. Wasn't he that? Wang Lianggang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, realizing his impending doom. Pointing at Feng Yisheng, he shouted, You scoundrel, you are truly insidious and ruthless. Don't think that this will be your means to eliminate me. Just wait until I get out. I will deal with you. Who are you planning to eliminate? When you return to our unit, write down the names for us. One of Director Zhao's subordinates emerged, swiftly extinguishing his bravado and pushing him away to be apprehended. Soon, all these items were confiscated by those engaged in speculative activities. After Feng Yisheng smiled and bid them farewell, Zhang Kaihong crouched down beside the deceased rodent, squinting at it. Who claimed that Wang Lianggang dealt in counterfeit goods? This fellow's shoes were of decent quality. He had bloodied the mouse beneath his foot. Li Jiangguo recalled Director Zhao's words as he departed, shivering. Wang Lianggang crushed that mouse today, and tomorrow, Director Xiao would crush him. Brothers, we can finally enjoy some peace and quiet for a while. The trio felt rather pleased, although they did not regard Wang Lianggang as a serious threat. However, there always lingered a sense of discomfort, akin to a mouse dropping at the shop's entrance that needed to be cleaned away. Feng Yisheng's primary concern remained Wang Lianggang's counterfeiting. Now Jianghe County was intensifying its crackdown on counterfeit and inferior products. Meanwhile, over in Wencheng, due to Ji Changming's efforts, a similar campaign was underway. Thus, an environment had been established, allowing for a worry-free trip to the state city. In high spirits, he thought to return to the warehouse, purchase a few bottles of wine, prepare some wild delicacies, and enjoy a few cups that evening. Indeed, let's raise our glasses under the moonlight. The group returned home, treading under the moon's glow. In Changjiang was indeed ruthless in his pursuit of exemplary cases. The following morning, as the residents of Jianghe County ventured into the streets, they were astonished to find the usually bustling Wencheng shoe and apparel wholesale market had been sealed off. Moreover, In Changjiang had called Feng Yisheng, assuring him that he would provide an explanation. He also reassured him that Jianghe County would offer the best environment for those dedicated to building private enterprises. Subsequently, Ji Changming also called, evidently aware of Wang Lianggang's arrest. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, I was hoping to deal with a few manufacturers here before addressing Boss Wang. Your actions were too swift. Feng Yisheng chuckled, There's no choice. I'm in a hurry to the state city. Besides, even if he gets arrested, it won't hinder you from adding stones to his grave, will it? Ji Changming laughed heartily. Indeed, I must be sure to pile on more stones. Returning to the matter at hand, he inquired, When will you head to the state city, and how long will you stay? Feng Yisheng replied, I truly cannot say. I will return once the matters are concluded. It could be done in a day, or I might linger a few more days depending on the situation. Ji Changming pondered for a moment and said, "All right, we shall discuss it then. If I return to the Shenzhen market, you can come over and we can talk about your flying fan sports shoes." Sure, it depends on the circumstances. In truth, Feng Yisheng would not be returning so soon. He would certainly visit Shenzhen, primarily to assess the market conditions. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaojin entered his office carrying a lunchbox. Once the door was closed, she cheerfully said, "I made this for you this morning. Enjoy it thoroughly before you head out." Feng Yisheng opened the lunchbox, and a delightful aroma wafted towards him. One must admit, Wang Xiaojin's cooking was exceptional. Whenever Feng Yisheng was at the company, this young lady would always bring him meals in her lunchbox. Simple yet filled with warmth, this delicate affection between couples was something Feng Yisheng had never experienced during his previous life in a position of high status. The meal was truly delectable. Due to time constraints, he ate hastily. As he finished and began to tidy up, he inquired, "What gift would you like me to bring back for you?" Chapter 67. The state city of 1987. Wang Xiaojin reveled in the sweet moments shared with Feng Yisheng. Resting her delicate, porcelain-like face upon her hand, her clear peach blossom eyes sparkled like a gentle spring, playfully gazing at him. "Hee, I want the moon from the sky. Can you help me pluck it down?" Feng Yisheng chuckled. "Sure, one day I'll send a couple of satellites up there to expedite your request." Wang Xiaojin playfully nudged Feng Yisheng. "You're so annoying, always teasing me. Don't worry about Qianqian. I'll bring her to the office to play." Feng Yisheng replied between bites, "All right." Little did she know, the man she adored was not merely jesting. Years later, the esteemed boss Feng would indeed send several satellites into the heavens. As the two basked in their blissful world, an old face suddenly peeked through the door. "Not kissing yet, Brother Sheng? May I come in?" Feng Yisheng, mouth full, tossed a folder his way. "Can you speak normally?" "Haha. I thought your doors were tightly shut. I assumed you two were smooching," Zhang Kaiong said, unceremoniously pushing the door open and entering. Gazing at Wang Xiaojin's captivating beauty, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Xiaojin, why are you even more beautiful than Ye Xiaoqian?" Wang Xiaojin giggled. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I graciously accept your flattery. Come on. Sister Xiaojin, don't call me uncle every time we disagree." He chuckled. "Actually, I came to see you for another matter." What is it?" Zhang Kaiong perked up, quickly pulling over a stool to sit beside her. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, "When will your cousin start working?" Another inquiry about this matter made Wang Xiaojin's head throb. Sighing, she replied, "Why do you keep asking about my cousin?" Zhang Kaiong, adjusting his middle part with a slightly bashful demeanor reminiscent of weathered bark, explained, "I just turned 20 and in the countryside, those my age are already fathers. My family is pressuring me about this, so I see. You wish to pursue my cousin?" "Exactly. You know me well, Sister Xiaojin. Is your cousin married?" "Not yet." "Wow. Brother Sheng, I knew I was destined for her. Indeed, neither of us is married. What a coincidence. Is this fate orchestrated by the matchmaker god?" All right. Stop with the thunderous declarations in my ear." Feng Yisheng shot him an irritated glance, continuing to eat. Wang Xiaojin frowned at him. "So your incessant inquiries about my cousin were for this reason? You should have said so earlier. Are you certain you wouldn't find my cousin undesirable?" "I would never." Zhang Kaiong began to fervently swear his intentions, even wagering the honor of his ancestors in the process. Fortunately, Baoxing Company was located far from his ancestral graves. Otherwise, those 18 tombs would have already been shrouded in smoke. Ultimately, a consensus was reached with Wang Xiaojin to arrange their blind date upon his return. At this juncture, Feng Yisheng had finished his meal and noticed that this fellow was still chattering incessantly. Thus, he firmly grasped the man's ear and led him away, exclaiming, "Do not waste my time. We must catch a train to the provincial capital. Xiaojin, we are leaving now." "Oh, all right." Wang Xiaojin felt a deep reluctance towards Feng Yisheng. Yet she was understanding, aware that the man's path lay to the west. After being pulled out the door, Zhang Kaiong could not help but shout loudly, "Sister Xiaojin, remember to convey my love to my cousin. Tell her I will bring her a gift from the state capital. We are all single, and this is a tremendous fate." The journey was rather uncomfortable. The old green train was chaotic, rattling along for a full 12 hours. At last, it arrived in the state capital in the early hours of August 20th, the first city of the southern lands, basking under the scorching sun. As Feng Yisheng and Zhang Kaihong exited the east station, they were immediately greeted by the sweltering heat. A sea of people filled their view. Intellectuals, migrant workers, students, and others, creating a unique scene of this era. On the far side of the square, a massive painting bore the words "Seek Truth from Facts" in bold letters. Feng Yisheng stepped aside to call Huang Jiafu. This was Zheng Caihong's first visit to the state capital. The southern world was evidently far more liberated than Jiangnan, most notably reflected in the length of women's skirts. Zheng Caihong felt as though his worldview had been dramatically expanded, staring in astonishment at the fashionable women passing by, internally exclaiming, "So, skirts can be this short?" Before long, he was approached by a woman holding a sign that advertised accommodations. While Feng Yisheng was on the phone, he furrowed his brow and glanced at him, feeling a sense of helplessness. After ending the call, he approached the woman and said, "I'm sorry. Someone will be coming for us shortly. We do not require lodging, massages, or haircuts. Please leave." The woman, having tried to engage Zheng Caihong for some time, was clearly looking to make a sale. Upon hearing there was no business to be had, she muttered in annoyance, "What a waste of time, handsome. If you don't want a massage, why waste my time?" Zheng Caihong, realizing the woman was about to depart, became anxious. "Shengge, it's only 5 yuan. For just 5 yuan, we can get a haircut." In Jianghe County, a haircut was merely 50 cents. The price alone suggested what services the 5 yuan barber would provide. Feng Yisheng looked at him with irritation. "Or perhaps I should buy you a ticket to go back to Jiangnan right now, before coming. You swore loyalty to your cousin for generations. Has that vow been consumed by a dog? No. Shengge, you simply cannot understand the hunger of the starving." "Don't get upset," Zhang Caihong quickly reassured him. Feng Yisheng was truly at a loss regarding this fellow's frivolity. There was still over an hour until Huang Jiafu would arrive, so Feng Yisheng led Zhang Caihong into a nearby alley. The alley was a world of its own, reminiscent of a past life he had experienced. Due to the closure of the stock exchange, all companies that have undergone stock reform during this period are resorting to street trading for the sale of their shares. Feng Yisheng, who first encountered stocks in the South in 1990, finds that FIFA and sports shoes have significantly exceeded his expectations. After the upcoming Lunar New Year, he intends to immerse himself in this venture. Thus, he wishes to observe the prevailing stock fervor of 1987. He recalls hearing about this alley in the Shenzhen market, where, prior to the stock exchange's opening, numerous individuals engaged in trading. Many stocks from various companies in the state capital circulated here. The scene is chaotic and disorderly. And as Feng Yisheng strolls through, he shakes his head, feeling that the current stock market enthusiasm still lacks the necessary fervor. He resolves to first venture to the Zhonghai area to engage in the resale of government bonds next year. Sighing, just as he prepares to leave, he notices 2 shirtless street ruffians dragging a girl, slapping her twice, and cursing vehemently. "What are you pretending to be pure for? You came all the way from Jiangnan just to make money, didn't you? Is there anything more comfortable than making money while lying down? Let me tell you. If there's essay next time, I'll make you regret it." Chapter 68. Is she the one I'm looking for? In a chaotic environment teeming with various characters, the scene seemed all too familiar to everyone present, evoking little curiosity. Feng Yisheng merely cast a fleeting glance at the girl, her face heavily made up, shoulders padded in her shirt, and her hair curled. She lowered her head, a picture of distress and fear, obscuring her features, save for a remarkably unique birthmark on her neck. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a rogue seized her by the hair and forcibly shoved her into a nearby vehicle, driving away. Feng Yisheng's mind was consumed by the image of that birthmark. He muttered to himself as he turned to head towards the exit. Zheng Caihong, unaware of what was preoccupying Feng, trailed behind, distractedly observing the myriad of stocks around them. "Brother Sheng, what exactly are stocks? Can they really be used as money?" Feng Yisheng, still absorbed by the memory of the birthmark, replied casually. "You'll understand when you join me at Zhonghai next year. Soon, this will create a wave of wealth in Huaxia." "How wealthy are we talking?" Zheng Caihong asked, puzzled. "Millionaires. Multimillionaires, perhaps even billionaires," Feng Yisheng stated. "Come on, Brother Sheng, you're exaggerating again. It's not that easy to become a millionaire. Look at us, working ourselves to the bone and still not hitting that mark," Zheng Caihong retorted, skeptical of the stock market's promises. As they reached the street corner, a sudden realization struck Feng Yisheng, his expression shifting dramatically. "It's her," he exclaimed, turning swiftly to retrace his steps. However, by the time he arrived, the van had vanished without a trace. In a state of agitation, Feng Yisheng approached a stock vendor nearby. "Do you recognize the van that was parked here a moment ago?" The vendor shook his head. "No, I don't. Brother, care for some stocks? New Shen Company's offerings are guaranteed to profit, more than keeping money in the bank." Ignoring the vendor, Feng Yisheng anxiously inquired with several others, only to be met with blank stares. None recognized the vehicle. Damn it! Why didn't I think of this earlier? He lamented, pacing in frustration. Zheng Kaihong, startled by Feng Yisheng's sudden shift in demeanor, hurried over, breathless. Brother Sheng, what is going on? Why the sudden tension? Feng Yisheng struggled to maintain his composure. Though he hadn't clearly seen the girl's face, the birthmark was etched in his memory. He recalled a girl from Daohua town named Guoting, who bore an identical mark on her neck. This was not merely a coincidence. This girl shared a close bond with his sister, Feng Fang. Moreover, a colleague from their hometown had once recognized Feng Yisheng during an interview at his company, recounting having seen Feng Fang and Guoting dining together in a restaurant back in 1990, even exchanging greetings. Upon learning this, Feng Yisheng immediately set out to investigate Guoting's family, only to discover that her parents lamented how she had left in 1982 for work and had never returned or written home, leaving them in the dark about her whereabouts. In 1989, he returned, but after just a day, he departed and never returned again, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. This remains one of the most peculiar aspects of his previous life. He understood his sister's temperament, had she still been alive and not under anyone's control. It would have been inconceivable for her not to seek him out. Yet, why was Feng Fang comfortably dining in a restaurant without choosing to go home? And what of their parents? This, too, was something Feng Yisheng could not comprehend, even after being hurled from the rooftop. He had refrained from hastily searching for his parents and sister, primarily intending to wait at Guoting's parents' house for her return in 1989. He never anticipated that fate would lead him to encounter her here. What was even more infuriating was that Feng Yisheng failed to recognize her at once. Of course, there was a possibility he mistook her for someone else. He remained squatted in silence for a long while, calming himself after smoking several cigarettes. Finally, glancing at his watch, he remarked, "Let us go. Boss Wang and the others are nearly here." Zhang Kaihong was left in a state of confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Brother Sheng, may I offer a suggestion? In the future, could you refrain from being so startling? You might give me a heart attack. Enough chatter, these past few days. You've also been rather lackadaisical, failing to discern the gravity of matters. We are here primarily for work, having already invested 2 million. Do not jeopardize our efforts. Oh. Rest assured, Huang Jiafu was exceedingly courteous, arriving in a Santana. Throughout the journey, he spoke in his Cantonese-accented Mandarin, offering a thorough introduction to the state capital. Brimming with pride about its skyscrapers, he boasted of the tallest building in the nation and mentioned plans to construct a structure even loftier than those in the United States. Zheng Kaihong listened with great interest. However, Feng Yisheng, having been reborn, gazed out the window, indifferent to these so-called skyscrapers. Instead, reminiscing about his past experiences in this city, it was all remarkably similar. The streets showcased two extremes. One side bore the mark of Western modernity, while the other retained the most traditional elements of Chinese culture. Both civilizations were in a fierce clash within this city. The contract was to be signed the following day, so Huang Jiafu took them to the company to have a look. The scale was impressive, with an office of over 1,000 square meters, bustling with activity from men and women alike. Once seated in the office, Huang Jiafu couldn't help but boast. "Boss Feng, tell me, what is the annual production capacity you anticipate?" As he spoke, he offered a cigarette to Feng Yisheng and Zheng Kaihong. Feng Yisheng accepted it and lit it with practiced ease. "So, the first batch sold quite well?" Huang Jiafu laughed heartily. "It exceeded my expectations. I presented your goods to clients in the port city, and they were immediately captivated. They placed an order of 500,000 on the spot. And now I have great confidence in selling. I estimate that within 10 months, I can fulfill your annual demand." In truth, Feng Yisheng had already anticipated this outcome and felt no surprise. With a smile, he remarked, "The integration of our 5 factories has been completed. In the future, we will further consolidate, and by the end of the year, our workforce may reach 1,200 individuals. However, as of now, we have not launched any advertising campaigns, and our sales are insufficient to sustain a factory of that size. Therefore, I shall refrain from expanding our recruitment for the time being." "I understand your position," he replied. Huang Jiafu flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, "However, Boss Feng, I am a person of principle and integrity. Given the extent of our collaboration, we are akin to family, would you not agree?" "Indeed." Feng Yisheng smiled in affirmation. Huang Jiafu pressed on, "Then, Boss Feng, could you elucidate why, despite our partnership, you still seek engagement with Ji Changming? That individual is my competitor, and it is imperative that you adhere to your principles." Chapter 69, The woman's capriciousness. Huang Jiafu holds a significant position within the footwear and apparel industry in Guang province, and as such, he is well informed about market dynamics. Recently, he has been showcasing samples of FIFA sports shoes, and the response from potential clients has been overwhelmingly enthusiastic. However, this success has led him to worry that Feng Yisheng may change his mind. During this meeting, Feng Yisheng sought to clarify their agreement, stating, "Boss Huang, which regions do your overseas clients predominantly occupy?" Huang Jiafu replied, "Naturally, they are concentrated in the Nanyang region, as those overseas Chinese tend to favor our Huaxia shoes." Feng then asserted, "Let us be transparent in our dealings. I cannot allocate the entirety of the international market to you, as it would be too much for one individual to handle. I am willing to grant you the markets in Nanyang, Port City, and Guang province, but beyond that, I cannot extend any further. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Huang Jiafu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon a meticulous review of the contract, he noted that the penalty for breach was set at 1 million. Given the potential of FIFA sports shoes, he realized that even if he were to incur a penalty of 1 million, it would be inconsequential. Therefore, his intention was clear: the Nanyang market, Guang province, and Port City were to be his, while any arrangements Feng made with Ji Changming were of no concern to him. He commended Feng Yisheng, thinking to himself that the man was forthright. Nevertheless, Huang Jiafu remained cautious and requested a revised contract. "Feng boss, it's not that I distrust you, rather, it is prudent business practice to ensure clarity in our transactions." He did not alter much of the original terms, save for 2 additions. First, a guarantee of an annual volume exceeding 15 million units. Second, an increase in the breach penalty to 10 million. "Do you find any issues with these changes?" he inquired. Zheng Kaihong, nearby, looked astonished. "Boss Huang, can you truly handle such a volume?" Huang responded confidently, "My dear child, business is built through effort. I can manage this quantity. You need only focus on collecting the corresponding payment." Feng Yisheng chuckled, reviewed the other stipulations, and, finding no significant alterations, affixed his signature. "Let us hope for a fruitful collaboration. If there are no further matters today, I shall retire to my accommodations for some rest. The journey has fatigued me." "Certainly. Follow me. I have already arranged everything for you," Huang Jiafu replied, his spirits high as he led the way. Perhaps others might not comprehend Huang Jiafu's sudden decision to increase his procurement volume, perceiving it as a self-sabotaging move. However, Feng Yisheng was acutely aware of the underlying reasons. Due to Ji Changming's influence, Wencheng had commenced strict crackdowns on counterfeit goods manufacturers. A substantial portion of Huang Jiafu's inventory was sourced from Wencheng, compelling him to seek a solution through FIFA sports shoes. Furthermore, he was astute enough to ascertain that the true constraint on FIFA's growth would not be sales, but rather production capacity. To secure FIFA sports shoes meant to secure profit. Exhausted, Feng Yisheng entered the guest house, called Wang Xiaojin to assure her of his safety, and then retired to his room for some much-needed rest. Zheng Kaihong, too, was feeling quite weary. As I reclined on the bed, my mind was inundated with visions of the alluring women in stockings I had encountered on the bustling streets earlier that day. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded me. I called out to Feng Yisheng, who occupied the adjacent bed. "Brother Sheng, are you asleep?" His slumber was deep, and he offered no reply. Zheng Kaihong, gazing at the ceiling, felt an overwhelming allure that seemed more potent than that of a 9-tailed fox. Ultimately, he sprang up like a carp, armed with a comb, to tidy his middle part before heading out. First, he approached the receptionist. Upon descending the stairs, he swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of bashfulness as he smiled and inquired, "Excuse me, where are you from?" The receptionist lifted her eyelids, asking, "Is there something you need?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely wanted to know what your impression of me is," he replied. The young woman furrowed her brow, perhaps unaccustomed to such forward men in her role. Her expression soured as she retorted, "What is it that you actually want? Could you please be direct?" Zheng Kaihong, hailing from a small town, was naive to the ways of the big city and appeared quite flustered. "Can I really be direct?" he stammered. "You talk too much," she replied impatiently. "All right then," he said, gathering his courage. "Let us sleep together." The air around them seemed to chill instantaneously. The receptionist stared at him in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. In a swift motion, she discarded her high heels and exclaimed, "You lecherous scoundrel! How shameless!" Zheng Kaihong, feeling the sting of her words, quickly dodged. "Why are you not adhering to common decency?" he protested. "Didn't you tell me to be straightforward?" "You were supposed to be straightforward, not a lecher." She shot back. "Have you no shame at your age, Pestering young girls like this? What would your son think? What would your grandson think? Good heavens, I'm only 19. Zheng Kaihong lamented. He yearned to produce his identification to clarify, but the young woman was relentless, pursuing him with vigor. It wasn't until he had sprinted through several streets that she finally relented. After evading her for a considerable distance, Zhang Kaihong paused in an alley, ensuring the coast was clear before emerging. He vented his frustration. Lu Tuho, you're just a blowhard. You told me southern receptionists could be flirted with my foot. I offered her a genuine invitation to share a bed, and I ended up being chased for 3 streets. Once I return to Jiangta County, I'll see to it that I pluck every last hair from your head. His anger simmered until a sultry voice wafted towards him. Hey there, feeling down? Come and unwind with us. He turned to find a woman at the entrance of a shop adorned with red bulbs, beckoning him with an inviting gaze. Swallowing hard, his fury evaporated as he adjusted his hair, murmuring, hidden gems in plain sight. How peculiar that this shop's bulbs emit red light. I must investigate further. With that, he stepped inside. Meanwhile, Feng Yisheng slept soundly until the late afternoon, awakening around 5 or 6, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Upon awakening, a loud and rude knocking sounded at the door. Feng Yisheng rose to open it, only to find 3 burly men glaring at him with menacing expressions. The leader, with a fierce countenance, inquired, Are you Feng Yisheng? Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? He replied, Come with me. There are matters that require your intervention. Bring your wallet, the leader commanded. Feng Yisheng, taken aback, responded, First, clarify what this is about. I do not know you. As he attempted to shut the door, the leader forcefully blocked it, asking, Do you know Zheng Kaihong? Instinctively, Feng glanced at the other bed, realizing that the man in question was indeed missing. Looking at the time, he wondered when Zheng had left. Yes, he is my friend. What about it? He answered. That makes things easier. Bring 2,000 yuan in cash to come and redeem him, the leader stated before turning toward the hallway. Chapter 70. Zheng Kaihong provokes trouble. The heart of Feng Yisheng raced as he followed the group into a narrow alley, eventually entering a shop illuminated by a red bulb. In the back, 2 individuals were engrossed in a game of cards. One man, though relatively young, was dressed with a certain flair, reminiscent of characters from Hong Kong films depicting organized crime. The other, a middle-aged man, was portly and bore a smile akin to that of the Laughing Buddha, resembling the elderly gentlemen leisurely fanning themselves in the park. The person who had brought Feng Yisheng bowed slightly before the youth. The latter did not lift his gaze but, after discarding a pair of 3s, remarked, Every profession has its own rules. We are no exception. Since Miss Z is out, we ought to proceed with our business. Courtesans are heartless and actors are unprincipled. You wish to engage in heartfelt conversation with her? You think you can take her away from me? Who will settle her debts? Have you watched too many martial arts films? Do you truly believe yourself a hero of the Jianghu, ready to unsheath your little pencil knife at the sight of injustice? Who do you think you can intimidate? Feng Yisheng furrowed his brow, looking at him. Where is my friend? Pay the fee, and you may retrieve him from within. This is a form of retribution. Next time you come out to play, abide by the rules, the youth replied, discarding another card. Fubo, out of moves, I presume? The elderly gentleman across the table chuckled. Indeed, I've run out of options. Age has rendered me less capable. My mind cannot compare to that of you youngsters, he continued, shuffling the cards anew. The youth's subordinate fixed his gaze on Feng Yisheng, demanding payment. Without hesitation, Feng Yisheng retrieved 2,000 yuan and handed it over. After counting the money, the youth nodded towards a scruffy individual guarding the door, who opened it. Feng Yisheng entered calmly. Inside, he found Zheng Kaihong crouched on the floor, hands clasped atop his head, his face somewhat swollen. A woman huddled in the corner, clearly having endured a beating alongside him. Upon seeing Feng Yisheng, Zheng Kaihong quickly rose. Brother Sheng. Feng Yisheng examined his face, his brow furrowed, and spoke in a low tone. Let us go. Yes, I'll explain everything later, Zheng Kaihong replied, following closely behind. However, as they reached the courtyard, Feng Yisheng paused, turning to address the card-playing youth. There is one matter I wish to inquire about. Oh, pray. Go on, the youth replied without looking up. I would like to know who was responsible for assaulting my friend, Feng Yisheng inquired, his words laced with provocation. The others in the courtyard turned their attention toward him. The youth finally lifted his head, casting a fleeting glance at Feng Yisheng before returning to his cards. Why do you ask? Nothing of consequence. When debts arise, they should be settled by the responsible party. I merely wish to make a note for future encounters. To facilitate resolution, Feng Yisheng explained. What do you mean? Do you seek revenge? A menacing thug approached. Feng Yisheng turned to face him. Did you strike him? And if I did? It seems you are unaware of the situation. What brings you here? The thug stepped closer, shoving Feng Yisheng slightly. With considerable force. Feng Yisheng stumbled back against the wall. Zhang Kaihong, alarmed, prepared to intervene, but was unceremoniously kicked aside by the man. Get lost, you have no right to speak here. Just as he was about to retort, Feng Yisheng seized a nearby flower pot and struck him on the head. The man cried out in agony and crouched down, only for Feng Yisheng to kick him over and unleash a furious barrage of kicks against him. The onlookers in the courtyard were taken aback by Feng Yisheng's unexpected ferocity. Momentarily stunned, once they regained their wits, they rushed forward to intervene, but the young man raised his hand to halt them. Uncle Fu rarely comes here to play cards. Don't stir up trouble. As a result, several men glared menacingly at Feng Yisheng but refrained from approaching. The man receiving the kicks howled in despair, pleading for mercy before Feng Yisheng finally ceased his assault. Zhang Kaihong hurried over. Brother Sheng, are you all right? Feng Yisheng coldly regarded the crumpled figure on the ground, extracting 20 yuan from his wallet and contemptuously tossing it onto the man's body. This is your medical fee. He then turned to the young man. Thanks. The young man, brow furrowed, replied, You've hurt him and freed your friend, so make yourself scarce. Feng Yisheng said little more. Aware that any further provocations would lead to a swarm of attackers, the two of them could not hope to fend off such a crowd. Supporting Zhang Kaihong, he departed from the scene. After they left, the young man beckoned to the bruised individual still crouching on the ground. Despite his battered state, the man quickly approached with his hands clasped behind his back, head bowed. Brother Cohen. The young man stood and delivered a sharp slap across his face, causing the man's head to jerk sideways. Trembling, he dared not speak. The young man inquired, Do you know where you went wrong? The man hastily replied, I shouldn't have struck that ticket collector. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. I'm sorry, Brother Cohen. I won't act rashly again. The young man resumed his seat, picking up the cards once more. Go find out this man's background. If he lacks any connections, you will personally retrieve him. He added with a curse. Who do they think they are? Coming here to cause trouble? Yes. The man hastily exited to track down Feng Yisheng and the others. Uncle Fu chuckled from across the table. Ah, Kuan, you finally learned to temper your impulsiveness. The young man smiled in return. Times have changed. If I don't reclaim that man today and they report it, I fear I might be in serious trouble. Uncle Fu laughed softly. You are quite astute. Upon returning, Feng Yisheng inquired about the events leading up to the altercation. It turned out that after Zhang Kaihong was set up with a woman, he discovered she was actually from Jianghe County. Perhaps encountering a fellow townsman prompted her to share her story. She revealed the existence of a vast criminal organization that specialized in abducting girls from the north to bring them to the south. Those who resisted were met with violence, and they were coerced into signing exorbitant IOUs, debts that these girls would never be able to repay in their lifetimes. Zhang Kaihong was overwhelmed with compassion and felt compelled to rescue the girl. However, when they attempted to escape, they were discovered and subsequently dragged in for a brutal beating. Feng Yisheng furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you certain that numerous girls from Jianghe County have been sold to this place? Indeed, was the girl's response. Brother Sheng, I apologize for the trouble and expenses incurred. Please deduct the amount from my salary. I never anticipated encountering such misfortune. I swear. I was merely intrigued by the peculiar light bulbs in the shop and intended to investigate. Feng Yisheng frowned, rising to the window to peer outside. With a sigh, he cautioned, Be more vigilant in the future. This place is rife with all manner of unsavory characters, unlike Jianghe County. If you wander into these back alleys, you could easily find yourself stabbed and unable to identify your assailant. Gather your belongings. We can no longer remain here. We have stirred up a hornet's nest. Chapter 71. The overbearing Huang Jiafu Zheng Honkai hurried to the window and looked down. Indeed, there were several punks squatting below, smoking. What a ridiculous place this is, he thought, feeling as though it was riddled with pitfalls. From now on, I shall avoid these troubles. The two of them tidied up their belongings and departed from the guest house through the back door. After settling down elsewhere, they chose not to venture out again. Inside the guest house, Feng Yisheng felt a profound discomfort in his heart. He had to locate Guiting, but with the vastness of the city, finding one person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Where could he begin? The only lead he had was the information Zheng Honkai had just brought back, to find the girl from Jiangxian County and inquire about others' whereabouts. His head throbbed with the weight of the task. The following day, upon arriving at Huang Jiafu's place, they recounted the events of the previous day. Huang Jiafu looked at the swollen face of Zheng Honkai and exclaimed, Goodness, little brother, if you're looking for a woman, I can arrange that for you. Why venture out on your own? Zheng Hongkai felt quite embarrassed. He had gone out in search of a woman, but had achieved nothing, and instead had been beaten up. He quickly explained, Boss Huang, I've never seen a red light bulb before. I was merely curious. Ah, don't lecture me. We all know how men are. Huang Jiafu replied. By the way, Mr. Feng, what was the name of that little punk from the shop? Feng Yisheng responded, I don't know the exact name. But I overheard two names. One was Fu Bo, an older man in his 50s or 60s, and the other was Kuan Gu. Kuan Gu? What on earth is that? Never heard of him, Huang Jiafu remarked. I can have that little punk brought to you for questioning, but it will take some time. Come. Let us first go to the National Games venue to sign the contract. Feng Yisheng smiled. Thank you, Boss Huang. Enough with the formalities. Let us get this sorted out quickly so we can deal with Kuan Gu, Huang Jiafu declared, grabbing his briefcase as he stood up. Feng Yisheng followed closely behind him. After a short while, they arrived at the National Games Stadium, the largest sports arena in the city, capable of accommodating over 10,000 spectators. The venue was quite impressive. With the National Games set to commence in less than 2 months, preparations were in full swing. 18 billboards encircled the athletic track, ensuring that no matter which direction the cameras pointed at the track during the live broadcast, FIFA sports shoes would prominently feature. This was precisely the effect Feng Yisheng desired. Huang Jiafu had already taken care of all the arrangements, so Feng Yisheng merely needed to review the contract, sign it, and make the payment. Once the contractual matters were settled, it would be time for Feng Yisheng's personal affairs. What he had not anticipated was the extent of Huang Jiafu's influence in the city, which far exceeded his expectations. During lunch at a pig-stomach chicken restaurant, Huang Jiafu made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, over a dozen individuals arrived. After the group of individuals gathered to eat Huang Jiafu's instructions, they forsook their meal and promptly made their way to a peculiar establishment adorned with a red light bulb. Following their repast, Huang Jiafu accompanied Feng Yisheng to a tea house on the second floor to indulge in tea. As the clock struck 3, a remarkably burly bald man seized a young man's hair and dragged him inside. His demeanor exuded a domineering and contemptuous air, reminiscent of someone treating a mere stray animal. The young man, though impeccably dressed, appeared utterly disheveled. Upon bringing the individual closer, the bald man yanked his hair upward and proclaimed, Boss Feng's. Is this the pressure cooker you were searching for? The young man, upon recognizing Feng Yisheng, was momentarily taken aback. His gaze then shifted to Huang Jiafu, and he nearly lost control of his bladder in shock. He could never have anticipated that the man who assaulted him in his shop yesterday was acquainted with Huang Jiafu. Given that Feng Yisheng had sought retribution, it was inconceivable that he could simply suppress his anger. Yet, he opted to endure the humiliation, wishing to avoid escalating matters. The bald man was exceedingly treacherous, concealing his intentions while feigning fear of police intervention, yet plotting his revenge. Thus, he dispatched numerous individuals to locate Feng Yisheng, only to find him seated beside Huang Jiafu, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The sight left him utterly petrified. Feng Yisheng looked at the bald man and said, It is he. Thank you. The bald man replied, No need for thanks. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Huang Jiafu scrutinized the man known as Kuan Gu for a moment before splashing a basin of used hot water directly onto his face. Kuan Gu yelped in pain and immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Boss Huang, I truly had no idea he was your friend. I was mistaken. Huang Jiafu fixed his gaze upon him for a moment longer, exclaiming, Oh, I remember you now. You associate with that old fellow, Fu Bo, don't you? Jizai, go fetch that old man for me. I wish to confront him about why he would dare to deceive my friend. The bald man responded affirmatively, preparing to leave in pursuit of the elder, but Feng Yisheng hastily interjected, No, Boss Huang, I can manage to find someone myself. There is no need to escalate this situation. Are you certain we need not bring that old man here? Feng Yisheng affirmed, No need. Finding someone is of utmost importance. Very well, do as you see fit, Huang Jiafu acquiesced. Jizai, I appreciate your efforts. Feng Yisheng then turned to Zheng Kaihong, instructing, Kaihong, go prepare a few tables. Jizai and the others have yet to dine. Ensure the finest arrangements for cigarettes and liquor. Understood. Zheng Kaihong promptly rose. The bald man then glanced at Huang Jiafu, who waved dismissively, Go on, accept Boss Feng's kind gesture. The bald man nodded in acknowledgement. However, as Zheng Kaihong passed by Kuan Gu, he squatted down to scrutinize him. You know, if it weren't for your numbers yesterday, I might not have had to endure such humiliation. Shall we settle this one-on-one sometime? Please, sir, you exaggerate. I would never dare challenge you. You resemble Ouyang Feng, and I could never hope to defeat you. Bah. After witnessing your haughty demeanor yesterday, I assumed you possessed some courage, but it appears you are merely a coward. Zheng Kaihong exhaled heavily, acknowledging the situation. All right, let's go, Brother Jizai. I appreciate your timely assistance today. With that, the group proceeded onward. Feng Yisheng fixed his gaze on Kuan Ge and inquired, Tell me, have you brought many girls from Jiangnan? Kuan Ge hastily replied, I haven't. Suddenly, Feng Yisheng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Do you want me to take you straight to the police station? No, boss. Kuan Ge stammered. Then speak the truth, for I have no patience to waste with you. I ask you, do you know a girl named Guiting? She has a prominent birthmark on her neck, Feng Yisheng demanded sternly. Kuan Ge understood that evading questions about the girls was futile. He swallowed his apprehension and began to think calmly. After a prolonged silence, he looked up and responded, Yes, is she from Jiangnan, Jianghe County? Chapter 72. Key figures indeed. It pertains to Jianghe County. Whose hands is she in now? Upon hearing this, Feng Yisheng felt an immense sense of relief. Kunzi was fearful of a delayed response leading to a slap. Under the guidance of a Wenzi, she is now in his possession. A Wenzi? The one from Bayun Mountain? Huang Jiafu interjected. Yes, Boss Huang. It is indeed that a Wenzi from Bayun Mountain. I see. Huang Jiafu promptly dialed a number from the brick beside him. Hello. This is Huang Jiafu speaking. Yes, the one selling leather shoes. Do you have a girl named Guiting among your subordinates? Yes, from Jianghe County. You have 2 minutes to send her to Xing GT House. Let me make it clear. 2 minutes. If you exceed this time, there will be consequences. After hanging up, he turned to Kunzi, who was kneeling on the ground. Do not accuse me of being ruthless. I am giving you a chance for redemption. Return the 1,000 yuan belonging to Boss Feng, and settle the bill for the meals below as well. Furthermore, relay a message to that old man. Fu Bo, at his age, he should learn to accumulate virtue. Having relied on women all his life, he ought to be content and refrain from engaging in such businesses. Yes, Boss Huang, I apologize for my offense today. It will not happen again. Boss Huang looked at Feng Yisheng. Is this handling acceptable? Feng Yisheng replied, It matters not to me. After all, it was my friend who was beaten. You should console them. What did Boss Feng say? Huang Jiafu urged him. Hurry and go apologize to Manager Zhang. Yes, thank you, Boss Huang. Thank you. Kunzi, as if emerging from the gates of hell, hurriedly departed. Feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, he thought Zheng Kaihong would be easier to deal with than Boss Huang. Yet little did he know Zheng Kaihong was even more ruthless. An hour later, a scoundrel entered, escorting a girl. Upon seeing her, Feng Yisheng stood up nervously, striving to control his emotions as this concerned news about his sister. The girl appeared to be in a poor state, bruised and battered, her head bowed, devoid of vitality. That Wenzi, the very man Feng Yisheng had seen at the train station yesterday, now presented himself before Huang Jiafu like a docile dog, fawning and submissive. Feng Yisheng had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with a Wenzi. He approached the girl and softly asked, Sister Ting, do you remember me? The girl's face, resembling that of a living corpse, twitched. She raised her eyes to gaze at Feng Yisheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, unable to recognize him. After all, several years had passed, and Feng Yisheng no longer bore the image of a farmer. Confused, she inquired, Who are you? Feng Yisheng struggled to suppress his overwhelming emotions. Xia Village, Feng Fang's younger brother, Feng Yisheng. I heard that my sister left with you. Where is she now? The girl was indeed Guiting. Upon hearing Feng Yisheng's name, she trembled all over. After a thorough examination of Feng Yisheng, she finally recognized him. Akin to grasping a lifeline on the edge of a precipice. Is it truly you, Sheshing? Can you rescue me? I cannot endure this any longer, Guiting lamented. Tears streaming down her face. Feng Yisheng led her into a nearby private room. Once seated, he declared, I will save you today. But you must tell me why my sister abruptly vanished and where she is now. Upon hearing this, Guiting completely broke down. Memories of the past few years flooded her mind, feeling as though she had been living in hell. Her body trembled incessantly as she exclaimed, It was Wang Junkai from Daohua Town. He is the one who harmed us. That day, Guiting began to recount her story piece by piece. The mysteries that had eluded Feng Yisheng for decades in his previous life finally unraveled. Feng Fang was not missing. She had been abducted. Moreover, there was a significant connection to him. When her sister was at home, she frequently spoke of sending him to the state-run factory as an apprentice, thereby securing a more promising future than that of a farmer. However, Without proper connections, the masters at the state-run factory would hardly acknowledge you. Consequently, she ventured out each night to set traps, capturing insignificant creatures like eels and crayfish, exchanging them for vouchers to safe. On that fateful day, having heard that there were abundant crayfish in Daohua village, she set off early with her traps and called Guiting to join her. Under the starlit sky, the two worked the fields, only to be spotted by a gang of ruffians from Daohua town. Noticing the desolate expanse of the fields devoid of witnesses, they wasted no time in binding the two and dragging them before Wang Junkai. After enduring a brutal beating, they were hastily shoved into a pig transport vehicle bound for the south. However, upon entering the jurisdiction of the state city, Feng Fong managed to leap from the vehicle. This group of thugs dared not act recklessly in the state city and refrained from pursuing her. At this juncture, Feng Yisheng could no longer contain his agitation. Where did she jump from the vehicle? Guiting replied, near the train station, Shaosheng. Feng Fong truly longs for you both. Throughout the journey, she kept murmuring that you had yet to enter the factory as an apprentice, and she lamented your sister was merely a few months old. She attempted to escape numerous times, and each time she was recaptured, she faced a fierce beating. She fled in bloodied clothes. You must find her. You must bring her back. I believe she is still alive. A surge of fury erupted within Feng Yisheng, his breath quickening as he slammed his fist onto the table. Wang Junkai, I care not what power you wield in Daohua village. I shall see you dead. His voice boomed, catching the attention of Huang Jiafu outside, who glanced over but remained silent. Only Wenzi was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively asking, Boss Huang, who is this friend of yours? Is that any of your concern? Replied Boss Huang, his demeanor composed as he lifted his teacup. Wenzi, frightened, quickly lowered his head. I apologize, Boss Huang. I spoke out of turn. Just then, Feng Yisheng emerged from the private room, his face ashen, with Guiting trailing behind him. It dawned on her, how could Shaosheng possibly be in the state city? Moreover, how could he have transformed so drastically? He no longer resembled the lean, dark-skinned lad who only toiled in the fields. The more I pondered, the more perplexed I became. Yet I dared not speak further, trailing behind. As Feng Yisheng approached, Huang Jiafu sensed an underlying issue. He inquired, Boss Feng, what brings you here? Feng Yisheng stifled his anger with great effort and glanced at Wenzi. This girl is my sister. I need to take her away. Is there any objection? Wenzi, looking quite distressed, replied, No, it's just that she owes me quite a bit. Before he could finish, Huang Jiafu swiftly struck him across the face, causing him to stagger momentarily before he steadied himself, too intimidated to utter a word. He then hurried back to Huang Jiafu, covering his face and bowing his head. I apologize, Boss Huang. Everything is absolutely fine. Huang Jiafu tapped his forehead with a finger, saying, in front of my friends, you ought to be mindful of your position. Yes, I won't dare again. Feng Yisheng regarded him calmly. Thank you, Boss Huang. I will remember this kindness. Furthermore, I require your assistance with another matter. Speak, Boss Feng. I consider you a friend. I appreciate it. May I inquire how many people you can mobilize in the state city? I need to locate someone urgently. Feng Yisheng stated, regardless of the outcome. I will forever remember your generosity today, Boss Huang. In the future, let us reflect this in our business collaboration. Chapter 73. Great ups and downs. Huang Jiafu paused before inquiring, how many people do you need? What purpose do you have for them? I need to find my sister. At the train station. Whatever number, I require them all. Huang Jiafu fell silent, his expression grave as he grasped the large mobile phone on the table. Dialing an unknown number. Once connected, he simply stated, train station, all personnel, before abruptly hanging up. With a swift motion, he declared, let us go. We shall converse en route. Thank you, Mr. Huang, came the response. Then, Feng Yisheng turned to Guiting, saying, Sister Ting, accompany me. Rest assured, from this day forth, no one will dare to harm you, including him. He gestured towards the nearby Wenzi, who instinctively recoiled, afraid to utter a word. Yet, he was profoundly curious about this young man from afar who commanded such respect from Huang Jiafu. How many individuals in the state capital could evoke such reverence from him? Guiting nodded, increasingly feeling as if she hardly recognized Feng Yisheng. Did Feng Fong realize the transformation her brother had undergone? If she were aware now, what emotions would she experience? The thought of Feng Fong's gentle and submissive nature stirred a pang of sorrow within her. She silently prayed that Feng Fong was still alive. An hour later, Guiting's worldview was irrevocably altered. Over the past 3 years, she had endured the brutal assaults of Wenzi and his gang, who haunted her nightmares. leading her to believe that one day they would indeed bring about her demise. Yet here, at the train station, the leader of Awenzi had arrived. The leader of the leader had come, and the leader of the leader's leader had also made an appearance. Upon arrival, the formidable figure was swiftly brought to his knees against the wall by Huang Jiafu's hand. It turned out that even these seemingly invincible individuals could exhibit such cowardice. Observing Feng Yisheng, her thoughts drifted to Feng Fang. Previously, Feng Fang had been most concerned about her brother's future. Surely, if she beheld her brother in this state, her heart would swell with pride. Huang Jiafu's capabilities expanded Feng Yisheng's understanding. More than 300 individuals had assembled, and still, more were arriving. After the initial 300 checked in with their names, descriptions, and the locations of their disappearances, they set out to find those missing. Feng Yisheng had reserved a private dining room and returned with a sack full of cigarettes. When others extend their assistance, one must reciprocate with consideration. Inside the restaurant, Feng Yisheng gazed anxiously out the window. After 3 years, who could predict if any news would surface? His heart felt lodged in his throat. Huang Jiafu was particularly occupied, making calls from the other side. An hour passed. 2 hours slipped by. As twilight descended, the throngs outside gradually returned. The final report revealed that 7 or 8 individuals who had possibly encountered Feng Fang years ago had been located and were now placed in another private room. Zhang Kaihong approached Feng Yisheng, who had spoken little throughout. Brother Sheng, everyone is back, and they've been seated for dinner. As for those few individuals, they're in the other room. Feng Yisheng's voice emerged hoarse. I understand. He rose and strode to the center of the hall, lifting a glass of wine. Dozens of tables fell silent, all eyes fixed on Feng Yisheng. He poured himself a drink, raised his glass, and proclaimed, I am grateful to each of you for your unwavering support. I, Feng Yisheng, will remember this. Many smiled and raised their glasses in return. Feng Yisheng downed his drink in one gulp, then approached a row of kneeling ruffians. Coldly, he inquired, who drove the car that picked them up back then. These individuals had knelt for an entire afternoon, their legs nearly giving way beneath them. By now, they had understood the situation. It was quite simple. Among the girls they had purchased from Jiangnan province, one was the elder sister of this man. He was here to seek her out. This young man was not particularly fearsome. What truly terrified them was Huang Jiafu, who sat nearby. Naturally, no one dared to admit anything. They all feigned ignorance. Feng Yisheng turned to Guoting. Sister Ting, do you remember? Having endured 3 years of torment at the hands of these men, Guoting was still somewhat intimidated and hesitated to speak. Feng Yisheng frowned. Who was it? Guoting sensed the overwhelming authority radiating from him and pointed to Awenzi. It was him. Furthermore, back then, he attempted to violate Feng Fang in the car, and when she refused, he beat her mercilessly. Scum! You dare betray me? I'll make you pay. Awenzi sprang up, ready to strike Guoting. However, before he could reach her, Feng Yisheng delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing against the wall. Awenzi's mind cleared in an instant, and he quickly pleaded, Brother, let us discuss this calmly. I truly had no idea she was your sister. In our line of work, who investigates a girl's background, right? I'm sincerely sorry. This man began to beg for mercy in various ways, but Feng Yisheng remained silent. He moved to the side, first picking up a mop but then setting it down. He then grabbed a kettle of boiling water, only to relinquish it as well. The longer this continued, the more Awenzi felt the weight of impending doom, as if awaiting judgment from the king of hell. Finally, with a thud, he collapsed to his knees, pleading, Please, I truly understand my mistakes. As for his boss and the higher-ups, they dared not utter a word, secretly glancing at Huang Jiafu. Ultimately, Feng Yisheng, with a stern expression, began to retrieve chairs one by one. He placed 5 down before lifting one high. Without uttering a single word, he brought it crashing down on Awenzi, shattering it into pieces. Awenzi let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. But did anyone believe Feng Yisheng would show mercy? Certainly not. He continued to rain down blows with chair after chair. Awenzi's cries eventually ceased, yet Feng Yisheng was not finished. He rushed forward, braced himself against the wall, and stomped down hard on him. Only when Awenzi had succumbed to unconsciousness did Feng Yisheng relent, casually walking over to a table to wipe his brow with a napkin. He turned to Guoting, asking, Are you still angry? And no, not anymore. Guoting was so startled by Feng Yisheng's earlier display of violence that her voice was barely a whisper. Feng Yisheng nodded. All right. Let us head to the private room to inquire about my sister. As the two departed, a group of seasoned individuals kneeling in the corner trembled slightly, and a pungent odor of urine wafted through the air. They were accustomed to the underworld, yet had never encountered someone who executed such brutal actions without uttering a single word. The sight had instilled considerable fear in them. At the nearby table, Huang Jiafu's group was observing intently. A man adorned with a gold necklace remarked, "Brother Fu, where is this friend of yours from? His approach seems rather fierce." Huang Jiafu burst into hearty laughter. "Boss Feng is my most significant partner. I want all of you to remember, should he ever visit the state city, everyone must grant him respect. To deny him respect is akin to denying me, Huang Jiafu, respect." The table quickly responded in agreement. Then, someone pinched their nose. Glancing at the row of individuals kneeling near a Winzy, "What shall we do with those little brats?" Chapter 74. Utterly disgraceful. Huang Jiafu did not respond initially. He placed several pieces of pig's trotters into a bowl. Then, holding the bowl in one hand, he gnawed on the meat as he approached. However, a few individuals nearby were so frightened that they urinated themselves, and as they had just arrived, a pungent odor assaulted the senses. What the devil? This is a dining establishment, and you dare to relieve yourselves here? Is there not a shred of basic human decency among you? Do you possess no moral compass whatsoever? If scoundrels like you exhibit such a lack of civility, how will you contend with the harsh realities of society? You will be ruthlessly eliminated. Do you not comprehend? With that, he hurled a piece of pig's trotter at one of them, exclaiming, "You must be the leader of the gang, right? Let me inform you of two matters. First, you are to report to the police station and confess to your involvement in human trafficking. This evening, I shall contact Director Zhang. Should you fail to comply, the consequences will be yours to bear. Second, clean up your mess and leave." The man felt as though he had narrowly escaped death and hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. Boss Huang, I'm sorry, don't come near me." Huang Jiafu retreated a few steps. "You reek of urine." Annoyed, he carried his bowl to his own table and exclaimed, "Leave, leave. Such lowly standards. It has been decades since the reform and opening up. And you still dare to defile a restaurant? Damn it." Inside the private room, Feng Yisheng had asked 2 or 3 people in succession, feeling somewhat disheartened. Although these individuals had indeed seen Feng Fong, bloodied and battered, they only caught a glimpse and were unaware of her whereabouts. The few people inside were also anxious. What if this young man did not allow them to leave? As Feng Yisheng remained silent, no one dared to speak, fearing that a single misstep might provoke the ire of this youthful boss. One cigarette after another, Feng Yisheng smoked several before a middle-aged woman seemed to recall something. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, "Young man, what did you say your sister's name was?" Ting, feeling nervous, hastily responded, "Her name is Feng Fong." "Ma'am, have you seen her anywhere?" Feng Yisheng also looked up at her. The woman swallowed hard. "I'm not entirely certain, but during the spring festival 2 years ago, I saw a beggar rummaging through a trash bin for food. Feeling pity, I gave her a few buns and exchanged a few words. This beggar seemed to have that name, and she mentioned she was also from Jiangnan province, but said she couldn't remember much. I think you might find some leads among the beggars. There could be information. Of course, this is merely my suspicion. I might be mistaken." Feng Yisheng's gaze suddenly intensified. "What did she look like? Can you provide a description?" The woman grimaced and shook her head. "How could I see clearly? Beggars are always disheveled and in rags. I truly cannot recall." A wave of disappointment washed over Feng Yisheng. Finally, he sighed, "Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Today, I have troubled you all. Let us dine here before departing." After uttering these words, Feng Yisheng left, feeling utterly drained, as if he had been hollowed out. This sentiment was not unfamiliar to him, having experienced it countless times in his past life. Each time he received even the slightest news about his family, he was filled with hope and would spare no expense to seek them out, yet he was invariably left empty-handed. In his previous existence, he invested over $1 billion in establishing a charity website dedicated to rescuing abducted individuals, aiding countless others in reuniting with their loved ones, while his own family remained elusive. He had grown accustomed to the cycle of hope igniting only to plunge into despair. Ting followed him outside, and Feng Yisheng led her to a table occupied by Huang Jiafu. After inquiring about her thoughts, Ting expressed her reluctance to return home, feeling too ashamed to face her family after being held captive in such a manner. Feng Yisheng empathized with her. She was a girl who had suffered for 3 long years and now struggled to adjust after finally escaping those circumstances. Huang Jiafu was quite supportive, promptly arranging for her to work at his company, where she would handle the orders from Baosheng Company moving forward. As the gathering dispersed, Huang Jiafu mentioned that they would need to visit the General Administration of Sports the following day, as the person in charge wished to discuss some matters. Those specifics were not disclosed. Feng Yisheng agreed to this. Later that evening, Feng Yisheng called home, and hearing his younger sister Feng Qian's innocent voice lifted his spirits considerably. However, the little girl was particularly eager to meet her long-lost sister, bombarding Feng Yisheng with questions during the call, which he deftly sidestepped. He then contacted Wang Xiaojin to recount the day's events. On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaojin was understanding and comforting, assuring him that it was all right. And they would continue searching. At least they now knew that she was likely alive and had not fallen into the hands of malicious individuals. As for her absence, Wang Xiaojin suggested there must be other reasons behind it. Feng Yisheng took a deep breath, accepting this reality. He inquired about the current situation at the factory. Wang Xiaojin quickly informed him that Yin Changzheng was indeed determined to support the Baosheng company. Numerous special arrangements had been made. And Li Jiangguo frequently visited the county headquarters to report. Currently, the 5 factories in the west had been fully integrated and were operational, while business at the counters remained exceptionally brisk. However, the sudden influx of hundreds of workers posed a challenge. Relying solely on the counters would not suffice to sustain them all. Consequently, Li Jiangguo planned to acquire the storefronts belonging to Wang Liangong and also established a sales department within the company to explore new markets. In summary, everything functioned as usual without Feng Yisheng's presence, which was precisely what he hoped for. After all, his focus would shift away from Jianghe County next year. He needed to ensure that Li Jiangguo could manage the factory independently. After discussing these matters, Wang Xiaojin suddenly spoke again from the other end of the line. "Xiaosheng, when will you return?" Feng Yisheng chuckled softly. "I have to visit the organizers again tomorrow. Once I finish my tasks, I will come back." "Why do you ask?" On the other end, Wang Xiaojin responded with an "oh," then playfully remarked, "How about you call my uncle?" "Last night, my uncle called Grandma to inquire about you and expressed a desire to have a meal together. However, as you know, I don't have your number in the state city and can only wait for you to call back." "So, you mean that big shot uncle of yours? How annoying. You are quite the little big shot yourself. Don't speak of my uncle that way. Will you call him?" Feng Yisheng laughed again. "Perhaps after I finish my tasks tomorrow. I'm a bit weary today and prefer to avoid any hassle." Chapter 75, Relentless on the Phone. Wang Xiaojin did not press Feng Yisheng, but instead kindly urged him to rest early. That night, Feng Yisheng dreamt of his sister, the beautiful and gentle girl standing amidst the rapeseed flowers, her pearly smile radiant as spring. In the dead of night, he awoke from a nightmare, sitting by the window of the guest house, smoking one cigarette after another. As dawn broke and the sun peeked over the eastern horizon, illuminating the azure sky, Feng Yisheng finally rose wearily. He took a deep breath, gazing at the scenes of early morning tea across the largest city in the south, silently praying, "In the last life, I could not find you, but in this life, as long as you are alive, I will surely locate you." After washing his face, he stepped outside. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call Uncle Wang Xiaojin from the public telephone. The voice on the other end carried a hint of seriousness. "Who is this?" Feng Yisheng introduced himself. "Hello, Uncle, I am Xiaojin's friend." The voice responded with an unmistakable firmness. "I understand. I have some matters to attend to during the day, but come to Tiana Fuyue building for dinner tonight. Can I reach you at this number? This is a public phone." "Very well. Please call me back at 7 o'clock. I am busy at the moment. Apologies." The line went dead. Feng Yisheng recalled Wang Xiaojin's complaints about her uncle in front of the elderly lady. It appeared that her uncle was not particularly easy to approach. He surmised that the dinner would likely not be very pleasant. Shaking his head, he went to the guest house and called out Zheng Kaihong. After having breakfast nearby, they headed to Tiana Sports Center. Huang Jiafu was not present today as he was bound for the port city. They met with the person in charge of their contract, Yuan Yaowen. After explaining the situation, Yuan Yaowen noticed Feng Yisheng's silence and awkwardly said, "Young man, I know this is not the right approach, but there was little choice. The other party has sought out quite a few people and found their way to me. What do you think? Of course, they also mentioned that if you agree, they can offer you appropriate compensation." Feng Yisheng furrowed his brows slightly. "Director Yuan, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot agree to your request." Yuan Yaowen inquired, "Is it impossible to negotiate?" "First come, first served is an unchanging principle. We value this national games greatly and have wagered everything on it. I hope Director Yuan can understand the struggles of our small private enterprise." Having made his point clear, Feng Yisheng left Yuan Yaowen at a loss for words, visibly troubled. Very well, it indeed lacks justification. I shall adjust their positioning instead. The higher authorities are placing great importance on this sports event. And you are the only private enterprise from the mainland here for advertising. Please proceed to coordinate with our staff. Thank you for your understanding, Director Yuan. No need for that. Afterward, Feng Yisheng went to the sports venue. 18 large billboards, strikingly visible, surrounded the 100-meter track. Standing in the middle of the stadium, Feng Yisheng envisioned the scene of Wang Xiaojin on her tiptoes, her advertisement plastered across this space, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness. Zhang Kaihong expressed his concern, saying, "Brother Sheng, are we being too inconsiderate towards others? I believe dividing the 9 advertising boards among others wouldn't be an issue." Indeed. This was precisely the condition proposed by Yuan Yaowen. A trading company from the Shenzhen market sought those 9 boards, having contacted Yuan Yaowen through the city officials. In 1987, there were only 2 types of enterprises capable of engaging in trade domestically: state-owned enterprises and prominent individuals. Trading qualifications had yet to be extended to private entrepreneurs, requiring substantial connections to find a sponsoring unit. For instance, Huang Jiafu had recently undergone a significant shift in perspective. The other party was certainly not a common individual. Feng Yisheng was not reckless. He had no desire to offend anyone. However, there was no alternative. If half of the boards were relinquished, the impact would diminish significantly, failing to achieve the profound effect he envisioned. Thus, he resolutely declined, regardless of the formidable origins of the other party. Choosing to shoulder the pressure himself for the time being. Shaking his head, he remarked, "It's fine. If they insist on holding a grudge, there's nothing we can do. In business, we fear offending others. Otherwise, what purpose does trade serve?" Hearing this, Sun Kaihong chose to remain silent. As they walked, a considerable group approached them. The leader walked with a commanding posture, exuding the disciplined aura of a soldier, though his expression was rather stern. Following him were several individuals. Upon approaching, he inquired, "Are you Mr. Feng?" Feng Yisheng turned and asked, "And you are?" "I am Wang Zhishan from Shengchang Trading. Can we have a conversation? Is this regarding the advertising boards?" "Yes. Is there room for negotiation?" Wang Zhishan spoke with clarity and decisiveness. Feng Yisheng smiled wryly and shook his head. "I have already conveyed my position clearly to Director Yuan inside. I truly do not wish to repeat myself. I sincerely apologize." With that, Feng Yisheng prepared to leave. Wang Zhishan furrowed his brow. "What if I could offer you 100,000 as compensation?" Zheng Kaihong was momentarily taken aback, glancing nervously at Feng Yisheng. 100,000. A free gift. Why not accept it? It required no effort on their part, merely granting him the 9 advertising boards. Unexpectedly, Feng Yisheng turned back with a smile. "The impact these 18 advertising boards have generated is immeasurable, as I have established a brand. If I were to settle for only 9 boards, the effect would be significantly diminished. Even if you offered me 1 million, I would be unable to negotiate. I genuinely apologize. Moreover, Mr. Wang, we are a small enterprise venturing into the big city for the first time to advertise, responsible for over 800 employees who nearly faced layoffs from state-owned factories. Our survival is at stake, and I hope Mr. Wang can exercise leniency and not impose too harshly on us." Wang Zhishan frowned and fell silent. Noticing his lack of response, Feng Yisheng offered an apologetic smile. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Then he departed with Zheng Kaihong. Wang Zhishan watched their retreating figures, clearly seething with anger, for those advertising boards were equally crucial to them. Having prepared the brick-making machine, he contemplated calling the city government to exert further pressure. However, the words of Feng Yisheng echoed in his mind, causing him to refrain from dialing. He casually inquired of the secretary nearby, "Where are these fiefin sneakers from?" The secretary promptly replied, "They are from Jiangnan Province, Jiangke County, which seems to have recently developed." Jiangke County? The cloud of gloom on Wang Zhishan's face noticeably lifted. Who recommended him to come here? General Huang Jiafu from Guangmao Footwear. Huang Jiafu is involved too. The normally serious Wang Zhishan suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing, how amusing. Let us proceed. The secretary, perplexed by her boss's sudden change in demeanor, quickened her pace to catch up. "Mr. Wang, are we not heading to the organizing committee?" "Forget it. Since he has come this far. If I were to make things difficult for him, it would be akin to opposing 800 workers, which would be criminal. Let us go. I can accept Director Yuan's proposal." With that, Wang Zhishan strode towards the exit, while the secretary followed closely behind, scratching her head in confusion. She knew her boss well. He was notoriously domineering in negotiations, acting decisively and without concession over the years in Guang province. Given his background and resources, he had no need to yield to anyone. Why, then, was he conceding at this moment? After exiting the gymnasium, Feng Yisheng made a trip to the newspaper office, spending over 10,000 yuan to purchase half a year's worth of advertising space in the State City Evening News to publish information about locating Feng Feng. He was uncertain whether this endeavor would bear fruit, yet he refused to overlook even the slightest chance, due to the inconvenience of lacking a phone. He gritted his teeth and spent another 10 to 20,000 to acquire a brick-making machine, along with 5 to 6,000 in internet fees. This was certainly not something an ordinary person could afford. As the evening approached, he called Uncle Wang Xiaojin, who was at the Fuyue building. The two promptly headed to their destination. Chapter 76. The Extraordinary Origins of Wang Zhishan at Fuyue Tower. Guests flocked like clouds, while a fleet of Santanas and several imposing Hufei Benzes graced the exterior. Even passers-by could not resist stealing glances at this opulent establishment. The dining scene within was singularly distinctive, each table adorned with a symbol of status and identity, a grand mobile phone. At first glance, the atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to an underground intelligence hub. Amidst the clamor, Feng Yisheng dialed a number on his mobile phone to reach Uncle Wang Xiaojin. Moments later, a young lady emerged from a private room. Feng Yisheng, stationed at the entrance, was momentarily taken aback. "You have come to see General Manager Wang, haven't you?" Both Feng Yisheng and Zheng Kaihong were rendered speechless, for they recognized this young lady as the secretary of the foreign trade boss who had competed with them for advertising space. They thought, could there be such a dramatic coincidence? It dawned on Feng Yisheng that he and Uncle Wang Xiaojin were, astonishingly, unaware of each other's names. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Feng Yisheng felt a prickling unease. "The General Manager Wang you mentioned, is it the one from Jiangke County?" The secretary then appeared to have an epiphany, and after a moment, she offered a polite smile. "You can discuss specifics with our General Manager Wang inside the room. Please, follow me." Shortly thereafter, Feng Yisheng indeed encountered Wang Zhishan within the private room. It was confirmed he was indeed Wang Xiaojin's uncle. Feng Yisheng felt slightly embarrassed. Yet being someone reborn, he adeptly maneuvered through the awkwardness with the finesse acquired over decades. Once the secretary exited the room, Zheng Kaihong, with his characteristic charm, couldn't he help but admire the secretary's stockings, concocting plans to acquire her contact information. Now, only Feng Yisheng and Wang Zhishan remained. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Zhishan clearly regarded Feng Yisheng as no outsider, shedding the formality he maintained before others. Setting down his glass, Wang Zhishan gazed at Feng Yisheng. "Xiao Feng, if today at the stadium I were to ask you to relinquish your advertising spot, how would you respond? Would you mobilize your resources behind you?" Feng Yisheng inquired. Wang Zhishan chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, you must understand, in Guang province, there is yet to be a matter I cannot resolve." Feng Yisheng returned a smile. "However, I have already signed a contract with the organizing committee, and perhaps you are unaware, but I took the precaution of noting a clause. Should there be a breach, the offending party must pay a penalty of 2 million. The organizing committee would certainly balk at such a sum, and in the end, you too would step back due to this penalty. Originally, the 9 advertising spots required a fee of 1 million. Adding another 2 million for breach penalties would total 3 million, far less advantageous than investing in a national television station." Wang Zhishan erupted in hearty laughter. "You do not intend to seek assistance from the Huang family?" "Certainly not. To seek assistance once incurs a debt of gratitude. If I can resolve it myself, there is no need to owe such favors. You are quite astute. No wonder Xiao Jin's grandmother holds you in high regard." Wang Zhishan chose not to pursue that topic further. "All right then, let us discuss your fief and sports shoes. I am eager to hear more." His demeanor mirrored that of the elderly lady, exuding a similar authoritative air. Wang Xiaojin's uncle harbored concerns regarding his niece's prospects for marriage, prompting him to assess whether Feng Yisheng possessed any potential. Much like the elderly lady, he found himself captivated by what Feng Yisheng had articulated. Within a mere span of 3 months, he commenced his endeavors by selling several old hens from his household, subsequently engaging in a bold venture of acquiring goods from state-owned enterprises without any initial capital. Leveraging the geographical advantage of Heshan Town's proximity to Wencheng, he capitalized on wholesale orders from provinces across the nation. He then consolidated several state-owned factories to establish Baoxing Company. Following this, he utilized a 3 million yuan advance from Huang Jiafu to initiate production, penetrate the market, and boldly invested 2 million in advertising, a gamble of sorts. Is there anyone in this era with such audacity? Most young individuals his age are satisfied with modest monthly salaries, reveling in their contentment. Yet, Feng Yisheng's meticulous and audacious approach is sufficient to outshine the vast majority of the youth in Huaxiao today. Gently cradling a cup of water, he took a sip before setting it down. What are your plans for the future? Will you launch FIFA and sneakers? Or will you heed the call of the Jianghe County government and remain here? Feng Yisheng poured him a glass of wine. Our base will undoubtedly be in Jianghe County, but the market must expand nationwide. However, I might still venture out. I do not intend to remain in Jianghe County. Oh, what are your thoughts? Feng Yisheng refrained from elaborating, fearing that his plans for reselling government bonds might be perceived as gambling in Wang Zhishan's eyes. Instead, he offered a vague remark about utilizing national policies and encouraging young people to explore opportunities beyond their hometowns. Wang Zhishan discerned the underlying meaning and, for the first time, raised his glass. Here's to you, a young man with ideals. Feng Yisheng held his cup with both hands, lowering the rim slightly in a gesture of respect. Thank you, uncle. You are among the first to emerge from Jianghe County. We young people should learn from you. Wang Zhishan did not interpret this as flattery. He was rather humble. Had Changjiang known that such a remarkable individual had emerged from Jianghe County, he might have hastily packed his bag and rushed to Guang province to persuade Wang Zhishan to return and establish a factory, revitalizing the local private economy. This magnate possessed the confidence to be proud. However, at that moment, Feng Yisheng was particularly curious about how Wang Zhishan had attained his current stature. As an ordinary young man emerging from the military, how had he risen to such heights in the Shenzhen market? Surely, he could not be a fellow reincarnate. Perhaps he simply dared to dream and act boldly. The evening unfolded pleasantly over drinks, with Feng Yisheng sharing much about his family background. The more he divulged, the greater Wang Zhishan's sympathy for his origins became. He also inquired extensively about Feng Fang, assuring him that he would do everything within his power to assist in locating her. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Feng Yisheng escorted Wang Zhishan to his vehicle, which indeed resembled the tiger head described by Wang Xiaojin, the emblematic figure gleaming under the lights reflected from the restaurant, exuding an air of grandeur. After the car departed, Zhang Kaiong could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother Sheng, do you know what background Xiaojin's uncle has? How would I know? Heavens, this remarkable individual is indeed impressive. Have you heard of Shiko in the Shenzhen market? His uncle hails from there. I gleaned this information from his secretary. The Shiko system. Even Feng Yisheng felt a twinge of astonishment. Shiko is the first industrial park in China to embrace a market economy, a true special zone among special zones. To put it succinctly, nowadays, a typical individual requires a border permit to enter Shenzhen, and even upon arrival, one needs an additional credential to conduct business in Shiko. This region served as the initial testing ground for China's reform and opening up policy, and decades later, Shiko's entrepreneurs remain the most enigmatic figures within all commercial circles. They seldom engage with ordinary merchants and have a presence worldwide, operating in industries that surpass common imagination. This business network is steeped in national significance, and even Feng Yisheng, with his prior standing, does not possess a comprehensive understanding of this group. Gazing at the receding large vehicle, Feng Yisheng remained silent for a considerable time. Unbeknownst to him, after the car departed from the restaurant, Wang Zhishan made a call to elderly Lady Yang. As soon as the call connected, she greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "Have you seen that young man? What are your impressions?" Chapter 77. Returning to Jianghe County, the individual that Wang Zhigua has taken a liking to pales in comparison to the one before me. On the other end of the line, Wang Zhishan, upon hearing his brother's name, clearly expressed his long-standing dissatisfaction. The elderly lady sighed and remarked, "My child, regardless of the circumstances, he is still your brother. Does he truly deserve to be called a brother?" Wang Zhishan retorted, his frustration palpable. Yet, mindful that he was speaking to his mother, he inhaled deeply and conceded, "Very well, let us not dwell on him. Mother, you must take charge of this matter concerning Xiaojin. That child from the Shin family is not worthy of her." Wang Zhigua, fixated on transferring to the county, felt compelled to prevent Xiaojin from being squandered on someone so unworthy, a sentiment that had persisted since his childhood. "You see, my dear, weren't you just saying we shouldn't mention him? Yet here you are, all worked up again," she chided gently. "Do not be upset. I hold a fondness for Feng Yisheng. Though his background is modest, he has forged his path from the countryside through sheer determination, and such individuals possess the resilience to weather life's storms. Very well. Do as you see fit. When will you return to Shenzhen?" The mother and son continued their conversation over the phone. Feng Yisheng spent several days in Guangdong province. Firstly, he never ceased to search for Feng Fang, yet there remained no news. Secondly, he made a trip to Shenzhen. But lacking the necessary border pass, he was compelled to enlist the help of a fellow villager to scale the barbed wire fence. The stock market was buzzing with activity. Yet the number of vendors selling stocks had proliferated, resulting in a surplus that rendered the market saturated, even when prices did rise. The increments were minimal and devoid of speculative value. He also visited the residence of a former subordinate from his past life, a Lang, but in this incarnation, they were strangers. Thus, their interaction was limited to a mere exchange of pleasantries. Any deeper conversation would risk him being perceived as deranged. After acquiring a Lang's contact number, he departed, leaving a Lang bewildered but unperturbed. On August 27th, Feng Yisheng returned to Jianghe County. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, he spotted Wang Xiaojin waiting at the station with Feng Qian in tow. As soon as she spotted her brother, Feng Qian, sporting her little sprout-like braids, scampered over with glee. Feng Yisheng rushed to embrace her. "Brother, I missed you," exclaimed Feng Qian, planting a kiss on his cheek, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing the weight of her recent thoughts. Feng Yisheng playfully pinched her little nose and replied, "Your brother missed you too." He then naturally extended his hand towards Wang Xiaojin, who, with a bright smile, grasped it. "Are you tired?" she inquired. "Not at all, but seeing you both dispels any fatigue," he responded with warmth. "Well, that's more like it," Wang Xiaojin thought, her spirits soaring sweeter than honey. "My uncle called me," she continued. "He mentioned that you and he are vying for the advertising space, refusing to yield. Is that true?" Feng Yisheng jested. "At this rate, the drinking table will no longer recognize friends. We were so close to forging brotherly bonds in the state city, and now he is turning against me? How vexing." Wang Xiaojin, with her delicate oval face radiating happiness, exclaimed, "Congratulations. You have passed my uncle's test. He said you were quite exceptional." She affectionately leaned her small head against Feng Yisheng's arm, drawing envious glances from many onlookers. However, some were struck with disappointment. For instance, Manager Zhang, burdened with large bags, stood behind them, momentarily dazed by the sight of the trio departing. It felt as if a flock of crows named Loneliness flew past him, cawing incessantly. Nearby, a stray yellow dog, tongue lolling and head cocked in curiosity, observed him. This sight ignited a surge of anger in Zhang Kaihong, who rushed over and kicked the old yellow dog, sending it yelping away. "What do you think you're looking at? Unlike you, I'm about to claim my cousin." He exhaled sharply and swaggered away from the bus station with his luggage. In the days that followed, several events transpired in Jianghe County. First and foremost, Wang Liang had been arrested. Additionally, the father and son, LV Chuanshan and his progeny, were apprehended for embezzlement during their time at the state-owned factory, and their case was currently under review. These revelations came from Li Jiangguo. At this moment, the three were in Feng Yisheng's office. After recounting these developments, Li Jiangguo added, "Brother Sheng, the background of that Wang Junkai you asked me to investigate is rather intricate." Feng Yisheng's demeanor noticeably cooled. After all, this individual had abducted Feng Fang. Would he ever let him go? Yet, as a local thug, Feng Yisheng refrained from recklessly seeking vengeance in Daohua town. Nonetheless, this did not imply he would not pursue retribution. Li Jiangguo gulped nervously. "Do you remember the Wang Jinglong we encountered when we went to collect from the factory? The deputy mayor of Daohua town?" "Yes, that's him. I discovered that Wang Junkai is his son. Moreover, this man has entrenched himself in Daohua town for many years, commanding at least 20 to 30 men. Zhang Kaihong interjected. "What of those 20 to 30 men? We can still eliminate that scoundrel. Engaging in such a moral business, killing him would be no injustice. Stop rambling. We must proceed through legitimate channels. I suggest we report this," Li Jiangguo advised. Strangely, Feng Yisheng made no response, merely stating, "Understood." He then retrieved a piece of paper from his drawer and handed it to Zhang Kaihong. "This is the contact information for your longed-for cousin. You should call her to arrange a date." Zhang Kaihong was taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation. After hesitating, he took the note and said, "Brother Sheng, do you have something to discuss? Just know that you should attend to your matters. I have my own to manage." Feng Yisheng replied, "Oh, then I shall leave you to your work." The two departed from Feng Yisheng's office, both perplexed. Zhang Kaihong first delved into some company project matters. The sudden influx of individuals to support, combined with the reality that Jianghe County was merely a small city, insufficiently recognized nationwide, resulted in significant losses for Baoxing Company. Wang Xiaojin calculated the current financial situation of Baoxing Company, revealing that under their present circumstances, they would incur losses of at least several hundred thousand every month. This figure is astonishing. However, Feng Yisheng remains unperturbed. Firstly, Huang Jiafu has prepaid him 3 million, of which 2 million has been allocated for advertising, leaving a surplus of 1 million, ensuring ample liquidity. Secondly, Feng Yisheng is confident that once the national games commence, distributors from across the nation will rush to procure goods, presenting an opportunity for a significant turnaround. Therefore, rather than curtailing operations amidst company losses, he issued a directive instead. 800 workers commenced full operations, working tirelessly day and night to prepare inventory. After accomplishing this, he retrieved several newspapers he had brought back, meticulously searching for the information he desired, circling and noting each item. The papers contained such content as sales of Hefei municipal bonds are sluggish, Henan bonds are neglected. This encapsulates the wealth codes concealed within the newspapers of this era. Indeed, he is formulating a detailed plan for his venture into trading government bonds. This endeavor extended until late afternoon. Without exchanging pleasantries with anyone, he exited the company and entered a state-owned hardware store. Upon emerging, he was gripping a steel pipe wrapped in newspaper. After retrieving the motorcycle keys from Xing Kaihong at the counter, he embarked alone on his journey to Daohua Town. Chapter 78. Are there times you fear? The Daohua Video Hall serves as a gathering place for the ruffians of Daohua Town. Each evening, it screens films that bewilder the young, prompting a closure at 6 o'clock, barring entry to all. Feng Yisheng parked his motorcycle opposite the hall, lit a cigarette, and quietly awaited with a steel pipe wrapped in newspaper in hand. The old street bustled with pedestrians, the sound of 2/8 bicycles whizzing by, each face adorned with innocent smiles, while Feng Yisheng maintained a tranquil gaze. Who would imagine that in such an innocent era, some individuals could be more sordid than cockroaches? After a brief interval, he observed 3 ruffians approaching from the opposite end of the street, laughing heartily. The leader, tall and slender, sported the trendy hairstyle popular on television. Yet even as dusk fell, he donned sunglasses to flaunt his style. His flared pants swished dramatically, complemented by a pair of canvas shoes. With such a fashionable appearance, it was evident he was a local tough from Daohua Town. Upon reaching the entrance of the video hall, one of them curiously glanced across the street at Feng Yisheng. "Hey, that guy seems to be watching you," remarked one. Wang Jun turned to glance, and indeed, he found Feng Yisheng's eyes fixed upon him. Furrowing his brow, he raised his voice. "What do you want?" Feng Yisheng offered a faint smile, waiting for someone. "Oh," the youth responded, "no business here for you, so scram." "Understood," Feng Yisheng replied, tossing his cigarette but and mounting his motorcycle, revving away. The ruffians paid little heed to his departure, with one of them impatiently urging, "Hurry. It seems they're screening a film inside, a new release from Port City." They hurriedly entered the hall. However, just as they stepped inside, Feng Yisheng's motorcycle returned. Thus, he waited for an entire 5 hours. As night fell, the clock struck 10, and the video hall emptied. The patrons emerged, still savoring the remnants of the film. The group of ruffians exited, one lighting a cigarette, their faces aglow with laughter as they discussed the day's film. They exchanged farewells, leaving the street cloaked in darkness, with the youth in sunglasses walking alone. After a considerable distance, a sudden beam of bright light illuminated him from behind. Instinctively, he turned, but the motorcycle's headlights were blinding, obscuring the rider's identity. Infuriated, he shouted, "Turn off that light immediately, or I swear I'll end you." The rider remained silent, the motorcycle's low engine growling like a beast in the night. The young man with frog-like glasses, accustomed to his arrogance in Daohua Town, was immediately filled with rage as he pointed at the person on the motorcycle. "I told you to turn off the lights. Are you deaf? I want to repeat myself, or I'll make you regret it." With that, the motorcyclist began to rev the engine. Yet, the young man remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, marching forward and accusing, "Who do you think you are, standing in front of me at this hour like some grim reaper? Do you need me to slap your face a few times for you to feel better?" Almost as soon as he finished his words, the other party released the brake. The motorcycle surged forward, crashing into him with a thunderous impact. As he fell to the ground, his previously boiling anger condensed at his forehead. Just as he prepared to rise and retaliate, a steel pipe struck him on the head with a dull thud, sending his frog-like glasses flying. Realization dawned upon him. He had encountered enforcers of the underworld. Over the years in Daohua Town, hadn't the local bosses all been subdued by such thugs? Recognizing his precarious situation, he scrambled to his feet. Disregarding the blood streaming down his face, and attempted to flee. However, his pursuers were relentless, continuing their assault. After enduring a barrage of blows from the steel pipe, he finally collapsed to the ground. One of the assailants, with a sharp clang, discarded the pipe and retrieved a length of rope from the motorcycle to bind his hands. The young man felt a surge of fear as he stared at the shadowy figure before him, his voice trembling. "Damn it! Are you sent by Chiu Lao-san?" The assailant remained silent. Furious, the young man shouted, "Are you a mute? Speak. What do you intend to do with me today? Are you going to kill me? Do you have the guts? Do you know who I am? I am Wang Junkai of Daohua Town. In this territory, who dares to disrespect me?" He continued. "Don't ruin your life over a few cigarettes from Chiu Lao-san. The price of crossing me is not something just anyone can bear." The assailant, without uttering a word, finished binding his hands and then coldly slapped him across the face. "You think you're tough? Smack. You dog. Smack. Smack." The sound of the slaps intertwined with the distant barking of dogs, echoing far into the desolate night. The relentless assault continued until Wang Junkai's face swelled into a grotesque visage resembling that of a pig. Only then did the assailant cease. Gazing down at him like a grim reaper, "Still have the audacity to talk back? Brother, who on earth are you? What have I done to deserve this? Did Chiu Lao-san really send you? Stay out of this. My conflict with him is not something others can meddle in. How many cigarettes did he give you? I'll double it for you." Once again, the assailant fell silent, taking the end of the rope and walking over to the motorcycle, securing it tightly to the frame. He then kicked the motorcycle into motion and walked away. Wang Junkai was left in a daze, utterly ignored by his adversary. Thus, he was dragged across the cement floor of Daohua Town by this individual. He was already on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet this was not the most excruciating part. The true agony began when the motorcycle left Daohua Town and hit the unpaved road. The discomfort was indescribable. Wang Jun, emboldened by his father's position as the deputy town head, had lived a life of unbridled freedom within the town. He had never experienced such despair, nor had he encountered someone so ruthlessly merciless. Without uttering a single word, his assailant unleashed a brutal onslaught. Fear gripped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. When he was dragged into a patch of farmland, he noticed a freshly dug pit, which frightened him so much that he involuntarily lost control. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he knelt and pleaded, "Brother, I am terrified. I apologize. I implore you to spare my life. I will do anything you ask. Please, just say something. Without your words, how can I know your desires?" Chapter 79. Do not speak of being buried alive. Wang Kaijun pleaded on his knees, bowing his head in desperation. A figure emerged from the thicket, wielding a shovel, and pressed down on his shoulder, forcing him into the pit. Finally, the voice broke the silence, raspy and chilling in the pitch-black night, more terrifying than any demon. "Will you stand in the pit yourself? Or shall I use this shovel to bury your head?" Wang Junkai, taken aback, hurriedly complied, stepping obediently into the pit. "My friend, does money hold any value for you? If so, grant me one night. I can offer you 20,000 yuan from my savings. I beg you, spare my life. Rest assured, I shall never seek revenge." As the man began to shovel dirt into the pit, he replied, "You will answer my questions. For every incorrect answer, I will add more dirt to your grave. Should you respond honestly, perhaps you may yet survive this night, depending on your performance." "Very well, I promise to answer truthfully." Wang Junkai trembled in fear. Once the dirt reached his knees, the man tossed the shovel aside, lit a cigarette, and wearily gazed at the shimmering creek under the moonlight, which appeared both beautiful and desolate. After taking a couple of puffs, he introduced himself. "I am Feng Yisheng from Ziahe village." Wang Junsai's mind raced to recall this name, but he could not place it. Feng Yisheng continued, 3 years ago, on a summer night, a girl set a trap in this very creek. Do you remember?" Wang Junkai strained to remember. "A girl? I don't recall such an event." Feng Yisheng sighed, rising with the shovel to continue filling the pit with dirt. Wang Junkai, in a panic, urged, "Please, let me think. Allow me a moment to remember." "Think." Feng Yisheng stood at the edge of the pit. After a prolonged silence, a sudden realization struck Wang Junkai, mingled with disbelief and dread. "That girl, was she named Feng? Have you recalled?" Feng Yisheng pressed. Wang Junkai, now understanding the gravity of the situation, bowed his head in remorse. "I apologize. I know I have wronged you. I haven't engaged in that business for a long time." "You treated her as a business transaction?" Feng Yisheng's laughter was laced with sorrow. He thrust the shovel forward, narrowly missing Wang Junsai's head, which would have been pierced had he not dodged. "This was no trivial matter. It sent Wang Jukai into a state of panic. Brother, please remain calm. You must listen to my story. There is much more to uncover. Feng Yisheng regained his composure. Relate to me the events of that night. If you conceal anything, I shall bury you alive today. Yes, yes. Wang Jukai was gripped by fear. He was acutely aware of his past actions and the motives for Feng Yisheng's vengeance. He recounted the events of that night, mirroring precisely what Guoting had described, though she remained unaware of many details. It was during that evening when Feng Fong had come to set her traps. Upon arriving in Daohua town, he encountered his uncle, LV Xiangwen. Yearning for the ancestral bracelet belonging to his mother, summoned Feng Fong and subjected her to intense questioning, even striking her several times. After enduring this humiliation, the submissive girl remained silent. Once LV Xiangwen departed, she felt a deep sense of grievance as she collected the traps he had overturned, subsequently placing them by the irrigation ditch in the fields. Her mind was consumed by a singular resolve: to save enough money to apprentice her brother, enabling him to become a proud worker. However, LV Xianwen, with his wicked heart, grew increasingly perplexed and sought out Wang Junqi. Feng Fong was exceptionally beautiful, with some grooming. She could rival Wang Xiaojin, if not surpass her in allure. Aware that Wang Junqi was involved in such dealings, he approached him, offering 200 yuan in exchange for selling Feng Fong, informing him that she was currently in the fields setting traps. Thus, while Guoting believed they had fortuitously encountered this group of ruffians, the truth was that Feng Fong had already been sold by her own uncle. This led to subsequent events, and a fierce killing intent surged within Feng Yisheng. After a considerable time, he managed to suppress it and finally inquired, "Are you aware of what happened to Feng Fong's parents?" "Parents?" Wang Junqi replied, his expression filled with bitterness. "I genuinely do not know. However, let me think for a moment. It's been years, and it's difficult to recall immediately. I'll give you time." Feng Yisheng replied coldly. After a few minutes, Wang Junqi appeared to recollect something. "I truly have not come into contact with Feng Fong's parents, but I heard that they went to the factory the following day to find LV Chuanshan. I heard it escalated into a fierce argument, and her parents knelt there for an entire day and night, pleading to have their daughter returned. I was terrified they would continue causing a scene, which kept me away for several days. Strangely enough, the couple seemed to have ceased their uproar. Ordinarily, a parent who has lost their child would not rest until justice is served. I still suspect that LV Chuanshan and his son may have harmed them. Brother, truly. This is the reason I have refrained from getting close to LV Xiangwen over the years. I have never witnessed someone so cruel as to sell their own nephew. Their hearts are devoid of compassion. If you truly wish to investigate the matter of Feng Fong's parents, you must seek out that father and son. However, it seems they have also been apprehended, complicating matters further." Feng Yisheng felt the world spinning around him. His breathing grew increasingly labored. After a long while, he managed to regain his composure and leaped into the pit. Wang Junqi, fearing for his life, quickly pleaded, "I'm sorry. I truly had no idea this matter would become so intricate." Feng Yisheng remained expressionless. "I will not kill you, but allow me to make it abundantly clear. I am Feng Fong's brother, and I shall never release you so easily." After unearthing him, he landed a punch that rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, he dragged him out and secured him to the back of a motorcycle. Under the cover of night, he was dragged back to the county police station, where he was suspended from a large tree at the entrance. A sign hung around his neck proclaiming, "Trafficking in women, intolerable by heaven's law." After executing this act, Feng Yisheng's mind was consumed with thoughts of his sister and parents, returning home like a living corpse. He lingered in the living room for an extended period before entering his sister Feng Qian's room. Not finding her there, he proceeded to his own room. Indeed, the little girl was not accustomed to sleeping alone and had taken refuge on his bed. Sitting by the side of the bed, he gazed tenderly at her face, which was pressed into slumber, and affectionately ruffled her small head. "I will surely bring back Mom, Dad, and my sister for you. Thank you for being here, allowing me to retain a sliver of humanity, preventing me from becoming a murderer." The following day, Zhang Kaihong wept over his beloved motorcycle, which he polished several times a day. He rushed into Feng Yisheng's office, exclaiming, "Brother Sheng, why are the wheels of my bike flat? What did you do last night? Did you go racing in the countryside?" Chapter 80. I will make decisions for you, however. The conversation was far from over. A multitude of uniformed officers entered Feng Yisheng's office, promptly closing the door behind them. The sudden arrival of so many police officers startled the employees of Baoshan Company, inciting a flurry of anxious whispers among them. Zheng Kaihong recalled the bloodstains he had noticed on his beloved car that morning, sending a chill of fear through him. Brother Shang, could it be that someone was murdered? The more he pondered, the more his anxiety grew. No news emerged from the office, and upon learning of the situation, Wang Xiaojin hurried over, her face etched with concern as she stared at the office door. As midday approached, a hearty laugh finally resonated from within the office. Well, Mr. Feng, let us conclude our business here today. Rest assured, we will investigate the matter you reported, and please be assured that the law will take its course against them. Soon, the doors swung open, and several officers emerged, one of whom addressed the onlookers with a reassuring smile. Everyone, please remain calm. Your boss has not committed any crime. Continue with your work. The private economy of Jiangga County relies on Baosheng Company, and the county is closely watching, so do not let this disrupt your duties. Upon hearing this, the tension among the employees dissipated. Wang Xiaojin, overwhelmed with worry, hurried into the office, her gaze fixed anxiously on Feng Yisheng. Xiaosheng, what has happened? Feng Yisheng appeared fatigued, reluctant to discuss matters concerning his sister. It's nothing, he replied, rising to his feet. I must go to meet County Head Ian. There is a meeting where I need to speak. All right, I'll ride my bicycle there. I noticed that Zhang Caihong's motorcycle seems to have a flat tire, she suggested. Good. Feng Yisheng replied gently, offering Wang Xiaojin a warm smile before exiting the office. Outside, Zhang Caihong continued to press Feng Yisheng with questions. But he remained tight-lipped and soon departed from the company. Something felt off. Zhang Caihong sensed that all was not well. He turned to Wang Xiaojin and inquired, Sister Xiaojin, what exactly did Brother Sheng do yesterday? I have no idea, Wang Xiaojin replied, furrowing her brows in confusion. Yet, she understood that if Feng Yisheng chose not to share, he must have his reasons, so she did not dwell on it further. With a subtle upward tilt of her enchanting peach blossom eyes, she turned to Zhang Caihong and asked, Uncle Zhang, what about you? My cousin has visited that restaurant numerous times and has yet to see you. This only deepened Zhang Caihong's frustration. He had arranged to meet his cousin several times, but fate had conspired against them. With a forlorn expression, he lamented. I find it strange as well. I have gone several times and still have not encountered her. Wang Xiaojin puffed out her cheeks in exasperation and said resignedly, Well, my cousin told me last night that she will return to that restaurant for lunch today. This is the last time. Oh, by the way, she mentioned that she would bring a rose with her. When you see a table adorned with a rose at the restaurant, that will be my cousin. Zhang Caihong felt particularly dejected. Xiaojin, wouldn't it be better for your cousin to come directly to the company instead of all this hassle? Wang Xiaojin chuckled lightly. Yes, just shy. Sighing, he replied, All right, I shall head over now. Despite his frustration, Zhang Caihong's spirits lifted at the prospect of finally meeting the cousin he had longed to see. An hour after leaving the office, Zhang Caihong arrived at the state-owned restaurant they had agreed upon, where he encountered an exceptionally plump woman who appeared to be in her 30s. To be precise, this was the same woman he had seen on each of his previous visits in recent days, but this time a rose graced her table. He found himself momentarily stunned as he nervously sat across from her. Are you my cousin? Feng Yisheng delivered a presentation in the county. It was his first time presenting there, and the audience consisted entirely of private entrepreneurs from Jiangga County. Their businesses were quite modest, mainly comprising those who ran restaurants or small family workshops. He spoke with eloquence for a full hour, receiving enthusiastic applause from the audience. His speech provided these entrepreneurs with reassurance, prompting them to confidently expand their businesses. In essence, the message was clear. If Mr. Feng can achieve such success without any governmental hindrances, why should we hold back? Let us boldly pursue our ventures. After the meeting, these small business owners lingered around Feng Yisheng, reluctant to depart, engaging in animated discussions. Feng Yisheng, transformed from the night before, conversed with them, his face beaming with joy. Once he had seen them off, Yin Changjiang summoned him into his office. Upon entering, he stated, Xiaosheng, I need to discuss two matters with you. It will take a bit of your time. Feng Yisheng, still smiling, replied, Please, County Head Ian, go ahead. Yin Changjiang retrieved a document and, after placing it down, amiably prepared tea for him. Feng Yisheng glanced at the document but chose not to delve further, uncertain of Yin Changjiang's stance as he remained seated, motionless. Yin Changjiang approached with a teacup in hand. Do not be anxious. First, tell me why you assaulted someone. Isn't it clearly stated here? Feng Yisheng slid the document towards him. It was a statement provided by the police earlier that morning, specifically from Wang Junkai. Yin Changjiang, preoccupied with meetings earlier, had not examined it closely. After scrutinizing it, he became enraged, slamming his palm on the table. In broad daylight. Do these scoundrels have no respect for the law? Such blatant disregard for justice shall not go unpunished. He then inquired, "Is this girl, Feng, your biological sister?" Feng Yisheng nodded. "Yes, she is my sister. After she was trafficked, my parents also vanished, and I suspect their disappearance is closely linked to my sister's fate. County Head Yin, that is my family matter. Let us proceed to the second issue." Yin Changjiang sighed. Initially, he intended to reprimand Feng Yisheng and instruct him to clarify the situation at the police station. However, he never anticipated such a turn of events. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Very well, find a time to handle this at the police station. Pay a fine, write a self-reflection, and refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Do you understand?" This leads me to the second matter I wish to discuss. The provincial government is organizing a ceremony to award private enterprises for their contributions to reform and opening up, and I have submitted your name for consideration. What would I say to the higher authorities if an incident were to occur at this critical juncture? Feng Yisheng, perplexed, inquired, "An award ceremony for private enterprises?" Yin Changjiang nodded. "A leader from Kyoto has come to oversee the reform and opening up of the economic market. There is a sentiment that our approach has been overly cautious. This award ceremony aims to demonstrate to the citizens of the province that the state now permits ordinary individuals to engage in business, aligning with the purpose of today's meeting in our county." Chapter 81. A difficult predicament. It must be said that Yin Changjiang had indeed invested considerable effort into Feng Yisheng. Moreover, during the county-wide cadre meeting, he repeatedly mentioned Feng Yisheng's Baosheng company. Consequently, when the police department learned of Feng Yisheng's involvement, they hesitated to act rashly and opted to report to Yin Changjiang instead. Feng Yisheng, gazing into Yin Changjiang's earnest eyes, ultimately sighed wearily. "I understand now, thank you, County Head Yin." Yin Changjiang smiled gently, advising, "Do not let impulsiveness ruin your life. Trust in the laws of our nation and have faith in our government. I comprehend the frustration you harbor. Currently, all those individuals are in custody, and we will ascertain the truth. I will inform you as soon as there is news." Feng Yisheng nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Yin Changjiang then broached the subject of the advertising billboards for the national games. He was taken aback by Feng Yisheng's audacity, having secured 3 million from southern merchants through advance payments. He then took 2 million of that sum to invest in advertising. At present, the factory was incurring losses of over 100,000 each month. In such circumstances, had it been anyone else, sleepless nights would have ensued. Yet, rather than curtailing expenses, Feng Yisheng poured every last cent into production and stockpiling. In 1987, the salary of an ordinary worker was merely a few dozen yuan. The astonishing financial maneuvers of this young man before him resembled a dance upon the edge of a blade. How could it be that several million seemed no different to him than spending a mere few dozen yuan? After further inquiries filled with concern, as he departed the county compound, he noticed someone riding a motorcycle, appearing anxious as they approached. It was an old acquaintance, Wang Jinglong, the deputy mayor of Daohua Town. Clearly, Wang Jinglong had received word from the county police department and had come seeking connections. However, clutching his briefcase and taking only a few steps, he spotted Feng Yisheng and rushed over, confronting him. "How could you be so ruthless? You've imprisoned your own grandfather and uncle. Did my son provoke you? Why do you treat him so harshly?" Feng Yisheng, gripping a woman's bicycle belonging to Wang Xiaojin, turned around coldly, addressing him with indifference. "Have you any understanding of what your son has done? What could he have possibly done? Yes, he enjoys brawling in town, but it shouldn't warrant such severity. He was nearly beaten to death." Feng Yisheng struggled to suppress the fury boiling within him. "Since you are unaware, go and find out what has transpired. I'll inform you, Wang Jinglong. If I do not see your son languishing in prison for life, I am not a man. Furthermore, if the police uncover your involvement in your son's affairs, prepare for your own downfall. And let me add, I have just come from County Head Yin's office. If you possess any capability, find a way into this building. If you manage to do so, I'll concede your prowess." With that, Feng Yisheng mounted the bicycle and pedaled away. Wang Jinglong, struck as if by lightning, sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. After pondering at the entrance, he resolved to first visit the police station to clarify the situation. In haste, they rushed to the police station to inquire about the specifics. Upon his return, Feng Yisheng busied himself at the counter. Shortly after, Li Jiangguo arrived on his motorcycle, the rear seat laden with an assortment of rural goods. After a vigorous stir-fry of scallions, ginger, and garlic in the warehouse, accompanied by a few drinks, the three men found themselves sitting at the warehouse entrance, bare-chested, indulging in libations. Initially, they discussed work-related matters. However, It soon became apparent that Zhang Kaihong was burdened with a heavy heart. He sighed and looked at Feng Yisheng, asking, "Brother Sheng, do you still remember Ji Changming's secretary? Xiaohong?" "Yes, the one in black stockings with the curvaceous figure," Feng replied. "Why bring her up all of a sudden? What is the matter?" Tears welled in Zhang Kaihong's eyes as he lamented, "Brother Sheng, why are all secretaries so beautiful? With such exquisite figures, so enchanting?" Feng Yisheng took a sip from his cup. "If you have something to say, then say it plainly. Are you unable to express yourself? Come on, Brother Sheng, how can you be so disgusting? We're enjoying ourselves here. Why bring up such topics?" Li Jiangguo retorted, feeling nauseated. "Kaihong, if you have something to share, just let it out." With a sense of tragic melancholy reminiscent of Meng Jiangnu weeping at the Great Wall, Zhang Kaihong exclaimed, "Brother Sheng, do you have Xiaohong's phone number? I miss her terribly." "Really?" Feng Yisheng looked at him skeptically. "Didn't you see your cousin today? Wasn't she interested in you?" "Bah, am I really that unfortunate? I wouldn't say I'm interested in her. I thought my cousin was unmarried due to our fateful connection, but now I realize it's because no one wants to marry her. She weighs over 200 pounds. My slender frame could be crushed under her weight. If she were to marry, how would we have children? I lack the strength to handle such a hefty burden. That's not even the main issue. She's already in her 30s. Li Jiangguo paused, then quickly interjected, "Wait. Just tell me this. Does your cousin look older than you?" "Well, ugh, Li Jiangguo, are you trying to set me up?" Li Jiangguo burst into laughter. "You should take a good look in the mirror before making such demands. Let us drink." The two began to bicker playfully, and a smile finally broke across Feng Yisheng's face. The events of the previous night and day could finally be set aside, if only momentarily. As the evening breeze wafted gently, the moon hung high in the sky, and the serenade of crickets filled the air. The three men laughed heartily at the entrance of the warehouse, raising their glasses and reminiscing about the innocence of youth and the purity of their era. The revelry continued deep into the night. Thus, August slipped away quietly. In September, Baoxing Company was bustling with activity, as the factory worked tirelessly to meet production demands. 800 workers labored day and night, and the inventory in the warehouse rose from the floor to the ceiling. Meanwhile, the rate of consumption at the counter was severely lagging behind production. By September, the financial situation at Baoxing Company began to grow dire. Yet, Feng Yisheng gritted his teeth and resolutely ordered more materials. Apart from the labor costs, as long as there was income at the counter, he would invest. By October, the accounts had become utterly depleted. Fortunately, Huan Jiafu proved to be quite supportive. Upon learning of Feng Yisheng's factory's financial predicament, he transferred a sum that should have been deducted from the 3 million owed to him. Feng Yisheng expressed his sincere gratitude over the phone. As November commenced, Feng Yisheng undertook an action that left everyone perplexed. On November 15th, after disbursing the salaries of all employees, he proceeded to install a Western-style telephone in the company, incurring an expense of over 20,000. Thankfully, with Yin Changjiang's intervention, the installation, which typically required a 3-month waiting period, was expedited. On that day, he gathered all the employees of Baoxing Company. With a somewhat bittersweet smile, he addressed them, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, to be frank, the most valuable asset in this entire company is this mobile phone in my hand. We are left with merely 5 yuan in our accounts, insufficient even to cover the wages of the cleaning lady. Your boss, Feng, is on the verge of being completely shorn." Chapter 82. Perseverance against all odds. The employees erupted into laughter, yet an undercurrent of sorrow rippled through their hearts. Each individual was acutely aware that should the national games fail to make an impact, the dire consequence they would face could very well be dissolution. The glory of Jianghe County's first private enterprise would become mere fodder for others' lamentations. Feng Yisheng continued, "This is a battle that will determine the very fate of our Baoxing Company. I ask you, with only 5 days remaining, do you possess the confidence to fight this battle with distinction?" "I do." "I can't hear you." "I do." The chorus of affirmation resonated from dozens of voices. Feng Yisheng, pleased, smiled and declared, "Now let us assign tasks. We shall form 5 groups. Remember, each group is to man a telephone, aside from inquiries and orders. Any other calls should be dismissed promptly. Do not squander time. Kaihong, you will oversee the distribution of tasks." "Understood." At that moment, although music did not fill the air, a resounding and spirited melody played in Kaihong's heart. The 5 groups were delineated, with some dedicated to answering calls, others to noting client information, and still others to verifying warehouse inventory. Each person had their designated responsibilities. Afterward, someone procured a large map of Huaxia and affixed it prominently in the company lobby. accompanied by a gong and drum, evoking an atmosphere akin to preparing for a life-and-death struggle. Feng Yisheng was a visionary, wagering everything the company owned on a gamble for the future. Years later, as those present reflected on the events, not a single one was without trepidation. Nor did any fail to admire the audacity of their leader. In the evening, Huang Jiafu called. After listening to the other party, Feng Yisheng felt an immense sigh of relief. Thank you, Boss Huang. I believe all our efforts are worthwhile. Huang Jiafu chuckled wryly. I ventured into this world of speculation at the age of 12 and have encountered many gamblers. Most were barefoot, having nothing to lose. Yet, I have never seen anyone gamble as you do, knowing you could lead a comfortable life, yet choosing to risk it all. Boss Feng, you will undoubtedly have your place in the future of Huaxia. Feng Yisheng laughed heartily. You flatter me, Boss Huang. Now, can we be certain that the athletes will wear those shoes at the opening ceremony? Don't doubt me. Huang Jiafu replied with his characteristic assertiveness. Anyone who dares to wear another brand's shoes at the opening ceremony will find themselves walking back barefoot, utterly bewildered. Feng Yisheng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Then I can rest easy. The two then discussed the coordination of their subsequent endeavors. What Feng Yisheng had undertaken was unprecedented in Huaxia's history. Not only had he secured all the advertising boards at the athletics field, but he had also supplied 8,000 pairs of shoes for the national games. These shoes were generously sponsored for the athletes, who would wear them during both the opening and closing ceremonies. The current national games represent the most grandiose athletic event in the history of China. The number of participating athletes has surpassed 300 teams, totaling over 7,000 individuals. The sight of these 7,000 athletes adorned in their shoes serves as a living advertisement. The fact that only FIFA sports shoes were donned by these athletes is attributable to the influence of a prominent figure like Huang Jiafu. Such an achievement would be unattainable by others. On November 16th, media attention finally turned towards this grand event. Reporters from the national television network visited the Tianhe Sports Center for interviews, and for the first time, the advertisements for FIFA sports shoes graced the television screen. However, not a single phone at Baosheng Company rang. By November 17th, various newspapers began to report gradually, with interviews still centered around the athletics venue. And the advertisements for FIFA sports shoes started to appear in newspapers across the nation. Yet, the public's focus remained fixated on who might win the gold medals, with little regard for the advertisements. On November 18th, the coverage from national television and newspapers became overwhelming. On this day, Baosheng Company finally received a phone call. But the caller merely inquired about the company's address before hanging up. By November 20th, people on the streets of Jianghe County began asking for the address of Baosheng Company. A few individuals arrived at the company for discussions, yet the outcomes were still far from satisfactory, with no significant orders secured. Most remained skeptical of the company's capabilities and harbored concerns over product quality. During these days, Feng Yisheng worked tirelessly. The sporadic inquiries from potential clients led to a considerable decline in morale within Baosheng Company. They began to question whether Feng's extensive advertising efforts were truly effective. Despite the advertisements for FIFA sports shoes appearing on television and in newspapers, there was no substantial uproar. Everyone was engulfed in a state of anxiety. Zheng Kaihong, unable to contain his unease, stormed into Feng Yisheng's office, expressing his apprehension. Brother Sheng, are we truly in dire straits? Is our esteemed Baosheng Company on the verge of collapse? Even Feng Yisheng found himself grappling with self-doubt. What is happening? This shouldn't be the case. Furrowing his brow and noting that it was time to leave work, he stood up and said, let's reassess tomorrow. For today, let us return home and watch the opening ceremony. The rest we shall leave to fate. Zheng Kaihong felt disheartened. Is that it? Shouldn't we be brainstorming solutions? Our warehouse is overflowing with goods, and if the company fails, what will happen to the advance payments owed to Boss Huang in the state capital? We can't simply shut our doors. We also bear the burden of millions in debt. Feng Yisheng felt a wave of dizziness and replied, then enlighten me. What solutions do you propose? Shall we abduct people off the street and force them to buy? Zheng Kaihong fell silent, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon. I am unwilling to accept this. Brother Sheng, we have invested so much. I understand, but business operates this way. Sometimes one triumphs, sometimes one falters. There are no intricate explanations to be had. Let us return home and allow others to do the same. There is no order, no phone calls. Working overtime serves no purpose. It is far better to go home and enjoy the opening ceremony. With that, Feng Yisheng donned his coat and stepped outside. November in Jiangnan had already descended into deep autumn. Outside, yellow leaves danced through the air, while a damp breeze brushed against one's skin. imparting a sense of desolation and chill. Yet, the lingering aroma of smoke from countless households wafted in on the wind, refreshing the spirit. Just as he emerged, Wang Xiaojin approached, pushing her bicycle. Driver Feng, will you give me a ride home? Feng Yisheng smiled broadly, tightening his grip on her collar. Are you cold? With you here, I am not, she replied playfully. Ah, what sweet words you speak. Feng Yisheng chuckled, mounted the bicycle, and patted the back seat. Hop on. Chapter 83. The innocence of late autumn. Wang Xiaojin sat gracefully, resembling a little fairy. Her slender legs gently swayed as they walked a considerable distance. Unable to contain her curiosity, the girl finally inquired, is there still no one placing orders today? Feng Yisheng replied with a wry smile, no. It seems we might truly drown if we dive in head first. Oh, stop saying such nonsense. Wang Xiaojin quickly interjected, sensing the gravity of his words. I am not jesting. But Xiaojin, if the company collapses, will you still choose to stay by my side? Feng Yisheng asked casually. Without hesitation, Wang Xiaojin embraced him from behind, as if fearing the loss of his presence. Her delicate face bore an unprecedented determination. I will weather the storm with you. Oh, think it through. If the company fails, I have calculated that I would bear at least 2 million in debts. That is no trifling sum. 2 million in 1987 was certainly a staggering figure. Yet, Feng Yisheng underestimated Wang Xiaojin's resolve. She said nothing further but held him tighter, her petite lips whispering, if the company collapses, we shall go and obtain a marriage certificate. Then we will start anew. I believe in you. November evenings descend early. By 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the world outside, and the orange streetlights flickered to life. Feng Yisheng felt warmth bloom in his heart at Wang Xiaojin's words, turning to gaze at her enchanting visage. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused, what virtue have I, Feng Yisheng, to deserve a girl like you? Wang Xiaojin looked up. What's wrong? Nothing. I merely meant that as long as one is alive, dreams persist. The path will not be entirely blocked. Fear not. Even if we fall, I, Feng Yisheng, shall rise again and will never allow you to accompany me in begging on the streets. Wang Xiaojin sighed in relief, playfully swatting him. You're so annoying. Always scaring me like that. By now, they had arrived at the entrance of her grandmother's community on the bicycle. Disembarking, Wang Xiaojin wrapped her arms around Feng Yisheng's neck and pecked him on the cheek. We will both have good fortune. Heh. Go on. Feng Yisheng affectionately pinched her little nose. As Wang Xiaojin entered the courtyard and returned home, Feng Yisheng discovered that only Feng Qian was at home. Noticing the table devoid of any food, he picked up Feng Qian, who was watching television, and asked, where is Aunt Zhang? Brother, she went out this morning. I'm hungry. Can you help me cook some noodles? Feng Yisheng's expression darkened. She had been gone since the morning, leaving Feng Qian alone at home. Did that mean Feng Qian had not eaten lunch? Upon further inquiry, his mood soured even more. It turned out that Aunt Zhang had been behaving this way for several days, preparing dinner but leaving Feng Qian to eat cold dishes alone at night, disappearing for the entire day without explanation. Sometimes, she didn't even prepare any food. These past few days, Feng Yisheng had been particularly busy, rising at 6 in the morning and returning home around 11 or 12 at night. During this period, Zhang Erhua remained at home, hence did not ponder much. Only today did he return early, only to discover that his younger sister had been unattended daily. His mood could hardly be pleasant. He ventured into the kitchen to prepare several dishes for her. Subsequently, the siblings sat at the dining table, enjoying their meal while watching television. At 7:30 in the evening, the voice of the host resonated through the screen. Dear viewers, the opening ceremony of the 6th National Games of Huaxia is about to commence. The camera then shifted to the sports field, where teams from various provinces began to assemble on the track. The grandstand, with its 30,000 seats, was filled to capacity, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Feng Yisheng squinted at the television, observing the shoes worn by the athletes, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, they were all their shoes. No matter how challenging their circumstances may be, all they needed to do was follow the steps one by one. Feng Yisheng believed that even if they couldn't rise now, there were still 5 days of the sports event ahead, during which the name FIFA sports shoes would repeatedly flash across major broadcasts. He was confident that no one would miss the opportunity to place an order. After the athletes gathered, several leaders took to the podium to speak, followed by the director of the organizing committee, Yuan. To Feng Yisheng's astonishment, Yuan did something that caught him and the entire nation off guard. Upon taking the stage, he tapped the microphone and spoke with deliberate clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, before I announce the commencement of the opening ceremony, I must first express my gratitude to a private enterprise. This small company hails from Jiangnan province and has just completed its restructuring. Yet, in support of this national games, they donated a total of 8,000 pairs of sports shoes for our athletes to wear free of charge. In this era of reform and opening up, our society needs responsible and accountable private enterprises like this one, so let us applaud them. Furthermore, their shoe quality is indeed comparable to international brands. He continued, now, I officially declare the 6th National Games of Huaxia open. At that moment, the ceremonial music for the sports event began to play. While the scene did not evoke much excitement, with 30,000 spectators merely curiously observing the shoes on the athlete's feet, Yuan's words reverberated through various television networks, capturing the attention of everyone watching. Feng Yisheng's mind had yet to fully grasp the implications when his mobile phone rang. He quickly set his bowl down, saying, Qian, you eat first. There's no need to wait for your brother. The little girl was quite understanding, replying, okay, brother, you go ahead. I won't spill my food everywhere. Good girl. Feng Yisheng affectionately patted her head. He then took the phone into his room, and as soon as he answered, Huang Jiafu's voice came through. How are you? Boss phone? Did you hear what Yuan said? Feng Yisheng cracked a window slightly and replied with a smile. I knew you arranged that. Boss Huang. Please extend my thanks to Director Yuan. It wasn't my intention to slight him in Zhou City. I simply had no choice. The two continued their conversation over the phone. Feng Yisheng was oblivious to the fact that the door of his home had been ajar. A voice, unfamiliar and gruff, resonated through the air. Erhua, has someone prepared a meal? The man continued, I told you we should dine out before returning. With that, a figure strode in from the outside. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with grimy teeth, a nose reddened by drink, bloodshot eyes, and a disheveled appearance reminiscent of a street drunkard. Zhang Erhua, upon entering, looked perplexed, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the food laid out on Feng Qian's table. Qian, did your sister Xiaojin come to assist you with the cooking? He inquired. No, it was. Never mind who it was. I'm starving. Erhua. Whereas that bottle of erguotu we didn't tea drink last night. Bring it to me. I intend to finish it today and not let it go to waste. Before Feng Qian could respond, the filthy man plopped down onto the chair where Feng Yisheng had just been dining. Chapter 84. Sudden turn of events. Zhang Erhua languidly removed her shoes and settled into her chair at the dining table, voicing her annoyance. Wang Xiaojin. What is her daily business here? Does she suspect me of thievery? We've known each other for so long at the factory. She then instructed, Qian, dear, please fetch your aunt a glass of water. I'm feeling a bit weary. From a young age, Feng Qian had always been sensible and obedient. She promptly acknowledged her aunt's request and went to pour a glass of water. Upon her return, Zhang Erhua further requested more rice. Afterward, she continued to issue commands. Arrange Annie's shoes properly. Feng Qian, feeling a tad pitiful, gently touched her stomach. But auntie, I didn't eat lunch. I'm still hungry. Zhang Erhua retorted. Why does a child need to eat so much? Next time, when your sister Xiaojin comes to cook, tell her to prepare more dishes. These 2 dishes hardly suffice for anyone. Now go on. Feng Qian felt a sense of grievance. The little girl, barely over 6 years old, was unaware that Zhang Erhua had been specially invited by her brother to care for her. Consequently, Zhang Erhua often ordered her around at home and coaxed her into silence regarding her behavior with Wang Xiaojin and Feng Yisheng. Recently, Zhang Erhua had grown increasingly outrageous, often disappearing for the entire day and bringing men home at night. She concealed her actions well. Feng Yisheng returned home to find them already asleep, thus failing to notice her indulgence. Little did she know that today, Feng Yisheng had come home early. At the very moment when the two had begun to treat the house as their own and indulge in their whims, Feng Yisheng stood at the door, phone in hand. Feng Qian, feeling slighted, ran over, glancing at the filthy man devouring food at the table, and softly implored, Brother, I didn't eat enough. May I have another bowl of rice? Her words startled the two at the table, who were facing away from Feng Yisheng, nearly causing them to tumble from their seats. Instinctively, they stood, their bodies tense with fear, as Feng Yisheng's call remained ongoing. He glanced at them before stating, All right, Boss Wang, we will be in touch. I have a small matter to attend to. Ah, understood, no problem. He then ended the call and silently retreated to his room, retrieving his wallet. Zhang Erhua and the man with the prominent black teeth dared not breathe. Despite the November chill, beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Feng Yisheng returned to the dining table without uttering a word, observing the 2 dishes, now a chaotic mess due to the man's clumsy handling with chopsticks. The thought of the man's saliva mingling with the food compelled him to discard the dishes into the trash. He then produced 50 yuan from his wallet. "And Zhang, here is your salary for this month. Accept it, and then pack your belongings and leave." Zhang Erhua panicked and quickly interjected, "Boss Feng, please, let me explain." What is there to explain?" Feng Yisheng shot her a piercing glare. "I pay you 50 to 60 yuan a month. And Xiaojin often buys you clothes and other things. What is it that you expect from me? Am I to come to your home and play the role of a mother, presenting one facade while concealing another? Do you truly honor the trust one have placed in you? You had Qian assist you with your shoes and serve your meals. Yet you dare to complain that Xiaojin did not prepare your dishes? Do you comprehend your own position?" Feng Yisheng, in a fit of anger, slammed his hand on the table. The impact made Zhang Erhua shudder, silencing her. However, the filthy man with the crooked teeth was incensed, eager to defend her. Instead of offering an apology, he retorted, "What is the point of you shouting at a woman, boss? Is it amusing? Have I not merely stayed at your home for a few nights? Must you be so petty and temperamental?" Feng Yisheng inhaled deeply. Leave. I have no desire to argue with you." "Hey, I say you slap." Feng Yisheng rose and delivered a sharp blow. The man stumbled and fell. Yet, his anger ignited, and he prepared to retaliate. But Feng Yisheng swiftly struck him again. "You little brat, do you dare to lay a hand on me?" He charged forward once more, only to be met with another slap from Feng Yisheng. After a series of 5 exchanges, the man, realizing that this boss was not to be trifled with, hastily fled from the Feng household. Zhang Erhua understood she had been dismissed with no room for negotiation and regretfully gathered her belongings to depart. After expelling the two, Xiao Fengqian looked at Feng Yisheng in confusion. "Brother, will Aunt Zhang no longer stay with us?" Feng Yisheng discarded all the dishes and utensils that the man had touched into the trash, stating, "It is entirely my fault for being too busy to realize you sometimes go without meals at home. I shall find someone else for you." "Oh, all right." Feng Qian responded softly, displaying her understanding as she picked up a broom to assist her brother. The following morning, Feng Yisheng carried Feng Qian to the company. However, all the employees were anxiously gathered at the office door. Why? First, they could not enter because the key was with Zheng Kaihong. Second, 5 telephone lines inside were ringing incessantly. After 2 or 3 minutes, Zheng Kaihong finally arrived. As soon as he appeared, the employees began to voice their complaints. "Manager Zhang, where were you last night? You were delaying matters." "Manager Zhang, did you go for a massage at the salon again?" "Manager Zhang, please let someone else hold the keys in the future. This is truly disruptive." Zheng Kaihong, overwhelmed by their grievances, could hardly respond. When the door finally opened, the employees rushed to the ringing phones. "Hello, this is... What on earth is going on? Why is no one answering these advertisement calls? I wish to place an order. What is the situation at Nong Baosheng Company? We have been calling you all morning. Why is no one picking up? Do you even want to do business? Baosheng Company, I wish to place an order. What kind of nonsense is this? The phone lines are unreachable. Is your door even open?" 5 telephones rang simultaneously, each caller hailing from diverse regions across the land. From the Central Sea, Sichuan Province, to the eastern shores of the lakes, their singular intent was unmistakable: to place orders. After a prolonged silence spanning 5 or 6 days, Baosheng Company finally experienced the explosive moment they had eagerly awaited. Feng Yisheng's emotions surged with excitement. After setting down little Feng Qian, he said, Qian, play in your brother's office, but do not want her outside. Once I finish my work, we shall go out for a meal." Oh, all right, brother. You go ahead and busy yourself. I will wait patiently for you to finish," replied Qian. Feng Yisheng gently ruffled her hair, so obedient. With that, he hurriedly exited his office. No sooner had he stepped out than Zheng Kaihong approached, brimming with excitement. 10,000. In just 10 minutes, Brother Sheng. Our sales have already surpassed 10,000. Damn it, we've finally turned the tide. I was suffocating these past few days. Commander Feng, it's time for you to sound the drum. Chapter 85. The Joy of Harvest. Commander, what on earth is happening? Feng Yisheng gazed at him in bewilderment. Zheng Kaihong thrust a hammer into his hands, exclaiming, "It's my order. Hurry up. I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, Zheng Kaihong hurriedly departed. The atmosphere at Baosheng Company was frenetic, resembling a brawl. The individuals answering calls were straining their throats, clearly brimming with excitement. In truth, they were even more anxious than Feng Yisheng about the company's stability. Previously, they earned a meager 50 yuan a month at the state-owned factory, often delayed in payment. Yet, upon joining Baosheng, Their average salary surpassed 100 yuan, with timely wage disbursement. Their manager, Zheng, would even occasionally bring back pigs as festive gifts. As they often jested in private, even the county magistrate Wu Ti enjoyed better treatment than us. Furthermore, Feng Yisheng was generous, not the stingy type. In a year plagued by triangular debts that afflicted major state enterprises, who would willingly forfeit such a job? Hence, everyone was exceptionally diligent. Observing this scene, Feng Yisheng was suddenly reminded of his former team. They were never graced with such fervor in the face of honor or disgrace. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and struck the anvil. A brief silence enveloped the room. Then, in an exuberant tone, Feng Yisheng proclaimed, "Congratulations to Team South China for achieving 10,000 orders. Everyone, I'm feeling rather generous today and wish to distribute some rewards. I announce that the team achieving first place today will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, for the next 5 days, the leading team each day will also earn 10,000. One employee couldn't contain himself and remarked, "Boss Feng, don't boast. Just a few days ago, you were telling us how we were impoverished. Where will you find the money for rewards?" Laughter erupted in the room. Feng Yisheng raised his hand to quiet them, placing his large mobile phone prominently before him. "No funds for rewards? Nonsense. It's high time we spent some of that money." Haha. The office was filled with mirth. Then, with a grand gesture, Feng Yisheng called out, "All right, everyone." Everyone straightened up, promptly returning to their bustling activities. Feng Yisheng took 10 push pins and affixed them to the map of the South China market. There were 5 sectors, with each team responsible for one area. Each pin represented 1,000 orders, and by the end of the day, the area with the most pins would be deemed the winner. The atmosphere became electric. Wang Xiaojin arrived late to the meeting, having gone to buy breakfast for Feng Yisheng. Upon entering the office, her petite face was filled with astonishment at the lively scene. She hurried over to Feng Yisheng, asking, "What is going on today? Why is it suddenly so bustling?" With a smile, Feng Yisheng pointed to the pins on the map. "In just 3 hours, we've already received 50,000 orders." "Wow, so many." Wang Xiaojin's expression was adorably animated. "Give me that big phone of yours." "What for?" "I called the bank to check the incoming funds." "How foolish of you. Having orders without money is futile." Feng Yisheng quickly tapped his head. Yes. How could I be so muddled? You should promptly handle the financial matters." "All right, I will." Wang Xiaojin hurriedly took Feng Yisheng's mobile phone and went into the finance department to carry out her duties. Before long, Yang Jinhua rushed in breathlessly. "Boss Feng, how much stock do we have left in the warehouse? Our counter is already overwhelmed. This is strange. What's happening today that so many customers suddenly appeared? All those who went awinching for supplies have come to us." Feng Yisheng sighed with a wry smile. "We've already sold 50,000 in just a few hours. It seems we will soon run out of stock. You all need to take orders immediately, notify the customers, and inform them that it will take 15 days to a month for new stock to arrive. We must collect the payments up front." Yang Jinhua nodded eagerly. "Understood. I'll notify them right away." "Oh dear, the phone in the finance department has been commandeered for order taking. No wonder none of the calls are getting through." Suddenly, an idea struck Feng Yisheng, and he called out, "Guangshan, Gangqing, remember not to accept orders from those 2 regions. If any calls come in, direct them to Huang Jiafu from Guangmao Footwear for their orders." "Did everyone understand?" he asked. "Yes, Boss Feng, we are all aware. Huang is our general agent. We will send them to him. Don't worry," an employee replied. Feng Yisheng smiled. "All right, it's up to you all now." At that moment, Zheng Kaihong stepped forward with a drumstick in hand. "Brother Sheng, let me rally everyone." He then began to beat the drum. The east wind blows, the war drums sound. "I am a farmer, who do I fear?" Watching the exuberance on his weathered face, Feng Yisheng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This old fellow really has a knack for salesmanship. Upon entering the finance department, he found Wang Xiaojin busily occupied. When she saw Feng Yisheng, her face lit up with excitement, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "Xiao Sheng, I verified with the bank, and we received nearly 100,000 today. It seems we have to close down after all." Unbeknownst to Feng Yisheng, after discussing the company's potential closure with Wang Xiaojin the previous morning, she had spent the entire night wide awake, resolute in her decision to stand by the one she loves. Thus, her heart was filled with anxiety. Now, within just a few hours, nearly 100,000 had been deposited. How could she not be thrilled? Baosheng Company has finally seen the light. Feng Yisheng embraced her. "Yes. You won't have to beg on the streets with me anymore. Let me make a call." Wang Xiaojin nodded excitedly, her cheeks dimpled with joy. adding an enchanting touch to her already exquisite features. She too was busy, hurriedly verifying the orders brought in from outside. Feng Yisheng seized the opportunity to dial Li Jiangwo's number. As soon as the call connected, he inquired urgently, "Tell me, have the materials we ordered arrived at the warehouse?" "Yes, Brother Xing, they have arrived. I didn't dare to touch them. They are worth over 2 million. If we can't sell them as finished products, we won't be able to return them when we go under." "Return? Nonsense. Get the production rolling at full throttle. Then have your people ride motorcycles to post recruitment ads. Within 3 days, I want you to bring in 200 more workers." "Are you out of your mind, Brother Xing? Our warehouse is already overflowing to the ceiling." "Out of my mind? Let me tell you, in less than a morning, our sales department has received orders exceeding 50,000 pairs of shoes. I don't even know how many are left at the counters. We haven't even accounted for the orders from Boss Huang in Guangdong yet. I suspect we've already sold out the 100,000 pairs in the warehouse. So don't let me down. Get to work now." "Ah, Brother Sheng, I adore you. This news is absolutely exhilarating. I'll notify everyone right away." Chapter 86. Your Dreams. I will foot the bill. What an exceptionally busy first day it has been. By the end of the day, the voices of the 5 individuals answering calls had grown hoarse. Even at 6 in the evening, the phones continued to ring, yet the warehouse was completely sold out. Outside, a long line of vehicles had formed at the factory. Feng Yisheng instructed someone to disconnect the phone lines and then gathered everyone to tally the results. First on the agenda was a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Feng Yisheng was adept at using money to provide a robust incentive. The first team, consisting of 5 members, was awarded the entirety of the sum, resulting in 2,000 yuan for each individual. This is the allure of Baosheng Company. While others toil for meager wages, meticulously counting every penny, the employees of Baosheng Company have become some of the wealthiest individuals in the county. Yang Jinhua hastened back for the meeting. The sales data for the day was as follows. The sales department secured a total order amount of 1 million yuan, with actual receipts totaling 1 million. The counter managed to process orders worth 680,000 yuan. Due to the convenience of cash payments, several bags of cash were brought back, amounting to 520,000 yuan in actual receipts. Huang Jiafu was particularly ruthless, signing contracts worth 200,000 yuan, while placing orders totaling 500,000 yuan. However, due to a prepayment of 300,000, no actual cash came in. In total, the orders signed today amounted to 28 million yuan, with actual receipts of 52 million yuan. In just one day, Baosheng Company had made a remarkable turnaround. Exhausted, the team members sat in the office, their faces adorned with smiles of achievement. Yet they found themselves reluctant to speak, overwhelmed by a profound sense of fulfillment. Ultimately, it was Zheng Kaihong who cleared his throat and remarked, "As a child, my dream was to count money until my fingers cramped and to transport cash until my legs grew weak. I often pondered how wonderful those days would be. Yet, upon experiencing such a day myself, I realized just how exhausting it truly is. Goodness, what have I done today? Here I am, the esteemed manager of Baosheng Company, running back and forth between the bank and the company merely to transport money? My grand vehicle has stopped for fuel several times at the gas station." Someone chimed in, "Manager Zhang, your capitalist tendencies are quite dangerous, thinking of making money at such a young age." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Feng Yisheng, noticing Wang Xiaojin seated nearby, grasping her hands anxiously, inquired with concern, "What's the matter?" Wang Xiaojin released her grip and leaned closer to Feng Yisheng, her hands still trembling, having counted money to the point of cramping 3 times that day. Yang Jinhua interjected, "Xiaojin, I believe you, as our company's accountant, are enduring the greatest hardship. Why? Because you frequently count money until your hands cramp." Laughter filled the room once more. At that moment, the evening glow painted the sky, and the setting sun streamed through the windows, casting a radiant light upon the faces of those present, resembling an exquisite oil painting. Feng Yisheng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he gently clasped Wang Xiaojin's delicate hand and addressed everyone. "I want to express my gratitude for all your hard work. Indeed, I have not been sleeping well during this period, believing that our advertisements in the city had fallen on deaf ears. We were pleasantly surprised to find that our efforts had finally borne fruit. Henceforth, our daily lives will unfold in this manner, and one must be psychologically prepared for it. Although we may not reap rewards, our commissions are ample enough to secure our fortunes." Indeed, an individual exclaimed with great enthusiasm, and others echoed in agreement. Those who come to work primarily concern themselves with their wages. Even the most sumptuous pie, adorned with delightful scallions, cannot satiate hunger if it remains merely a tantalizing illusion. The money we earn is tangible. Nothing fosters team cohesion and vigor more effectively than financial incentives. Feng Yisheng, well aware of this principle, adeptly employed monetary motivation. Observing their reactions, he felt reassured. However, with the national games spanning 5 days, interest may wane thereafter, yet these 5 days should suffice for them to accumulate ample orders. Thus, Feng Yisheng proclaimed a rallying cry. Should our orders exceed 10 million within these 5 days, I shall treat everyone to the finest meat and wine in Jianghe County. We shall procure a dozen of the finest pigs from the meat processing plant to share. A chorus of enthusiastic responses ensued. Later, everyone departed work with a sense of fulfillment. On their way home, they engaged in conversations about their aspirations. Some hoped to purchase a home in the county before the year's end to embrace urban living. Others dreamed of acquiring a Grand Happiness brand motorcycle, akin to the one once owned by their manager. Some wished to buy a color television for their families. Feng Yisheng attentively listened to their simple dreams, knowing they were all within reach. After work, he rode with Wang Xiaojin to the hospital, specifically to check her hand. It was more serious than he had anticipated. Her hand was swollen. Wang Xiaojin dismissed the severity, but Feng Yisheng's gentle concern as he massaged her hand brought tears to the emotional girl's eyes. Noticing her distress, he quickly adjusted his touch. Does it hurt? Wang Xiaojin nodded but soon shook her head. Was it painful or not? Feng Yisheng, slightly anxious, insisted, no. We must go to another hospital. I'll take you to the municipal hospital. The municipal hospital? No, their medical standards might be lacking. Perhaps we should go to the provincial capital instead. We must not take this lightly. Feng Yisheng's earnestness left the doctor perplexed, as this was merely a minor muscle strain. Rest would suffice. There was no need to rush to a hospital in the provincial capital. Wang Xiaojin quickly interjected, Xiaosheng, I'm fine. It's late. I certainly won't be going to the provincial capital. I have work tomorrow. Then, does your hand not hurt anymore? Feng Yisheng inquired. Wang Xiaojin sighed. Her slender figure standing gracefully before him, emanating a subtle, enchanting fragrance that unsettled his composure. He feared that those delicate hands might suffer lasting repercussions. As he prepared to leave, Wang Xiaojin urged, I'm not in pain anymore. Let us just hear what the doctor has to say. Why are you so anxious? Feng Yisheng cast a nervous glance at the doctor. The doctor cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, All right, young man, it's a trivial issue. I shall prescribe you some topical ointment. However, your concern for your partner is commendable. You possess a sense of responsibility characteristic of a true gentleman. My dear girl, you have indeed chosen well. Wang Xiaojin entwined her arm around Feng Yisheng's, her delicate face radiating pride. Hee, I have known that all along. Yet, Feng Yisheng remained somewhat apprehensive and pressed further. There truly isn't a significant problem, is there? The doctor looked up. Hey, young man, are you questioning my professional competence? If I say there is no issue, then there is none. However, what have you been up to today that has led to such muscle cramps in your hands? Were you engaged in household chores? Feng Yisheng, not intending to be flippant, replied, I was counting money. The doctor paused for a moment, gazing at him, before quickly chuckling and shaking his head. It appears you are not as dull as you seem. You understand how to make such international jokes. He tore off the prescription and slapped it onto the table, declaring, All right, I wish you the best in counting money until your hands cramp. Now, off to the pharmacy to collect your medicine. Chapter 87. The fever continues with an air of certainty. Feng Yisheng felt a slight relief as he consulted the doctor. Upon exiting, a brisk November wind swept through the corridor. He tenderly adjusted Wang Xiaojin's collar, then warmed her delicate hands with his breath. Are you cold? He inquired. With you here, I don't feel cold at all, she replied with a soft chuckle. Wang Xiaojin savored the affection he bestowed upon her with utmost care. Feng Yisheng pinched her cheek gently and said, Let us finish up and head home. She responded. The young girl was blissfully unaware of the decade-long debt Feng Yisheng felt he owed her from his past life. In this lifetime, he had come to repay it. After escorting Wang Xiaojin back to her grandmother's house, Feng Yisheng pedaled through the chilly breeze, contemplating his upcoming tasks. Once home, he promptly called Li Jiangguo, instructing him to assemble a team. Bring every female employee who speaks Mandarin fluently to the county headquarters, he directed. After a brief pause, he added, and send over a few men with calloused hands. On the other end of the line, Li Jiangguo asked, Is there a requirement for them to speak Mandarin? Not necessary. Feng Yisheng replied, Oh, then what is their role? They will be responsible for counting money. Xiaojin strained her hands today and won't be able to do it tomorrow. We must take care of her. Goodness, Brother Sheng, are you really so pretentious? But I must admit, it's quite pleasant to hear. Get lost and go to bed early, Feng Yisheng retorted before ending the call. He glanced at Xiao Fengqian, who had already fallen asleep beneath the covers. He gently pulled the blanket over her before joining her in slumber. The following day, as anticipated, when they plugged in the telephone line, it rang immediately. The outrage on the other end was palpable. A voice bellowed, "It's 6 o'clock. Not even 6 yet. Has your factory become so high and mighty that you refuse to answer calls or take orders? The central government has repeatedly urged us to vigorously promote reform and open market economies. Do you not understand that the customer is king? How can you treat the king this way?" The young woman answering the phone at Baosheng Company had little patience for quarrels. She responded curtly, "Spare me the nonsense. I believe in the Buddha, and to me, the king is nothing more than a speck. Will you place the order or not? If not, I'll hang up. Wait. 2,000 pairs, place the order quickly. Oh, delivery in a month? We're out of stock." And thus, a new day of bustling activity commenced. Manager Zeng wielded a gavel, shouting at the forefront, his enthusiasm reminiscent of a pyramid scheme leader. Fortunately, the personnel Li Jianguo had dispatched finally arrived, restoring order after a brief period of chaos. With the assistance of several robust men, Wang Xiaojin's workload eased considerably. Feng Yisheng contemplated that it would be impractical to not take orders after hours. Thus, he divided the workers into 2 shifts, maximizing their capacity to fulfill orders. In the afternoon, he visited the counter to assess the situation. Unsurprisingly, the threshold had been trampled upon. The newly acquired storefront across the way was still only half finished, yet had no choice but to open its doors to accept orders. This scene has the potential to trigger a seismic shift throughout Jianghe County, especially among those in the same industry, who, after hearing about the explosive success of FIFA shoes due to the National Games advertisement, were compelled by curiosity to come and witness the throngs of dealers from afar. Each one stood in stunned silence. One could not help but exclaim, "Can business truly be conducted in such a manner?" To which another, shaking his head in bitter disbelief, replied, "It's unattainable for us, brother. Just yesterday, a friend from Wenqing mentioned that the town has become deserted because of these FIFA sneakers. While perhaps an exaggeration, one cannot deny the remarkable sales success they have achieved. Not only were industry peers drawn to the spectacle, but numerous individuals from Wenqing, known for their keen eye for opportunity, quickly began their inquiries upon witnessing the fervor surrounding FIFA sneakers. They discovered that apart from Guang Province and Hong Kong, there was no specific regional distributor for FIFA sneakers. These astute individuals, some of whom were modest business owners, promptly shut down their small factories and came to negotiate for regional distribution rights. Meanwhile, Yin Changjiang was also watching with keen interest. As he passed by on his bicycle during his commute yesterday, he observed the bustling scene and nodded with excitement. Good, good. We have finally succeeded. At the end of the day, seeing the crowd still gathered, he remarked, "Excellent. Jianghe County welcomes you, esteemed visitors." Upon his arrival this morning, he reiterated his enthusiasm. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. He immediately organized a meeting and summoned the entire leadership team to the site, where they held an impromptu street meeting. Gazing upon the thriving spectacle of FIFA sneakers, he admonished, "Regardless of the obstacles we face, we must see this reform through to the end. Those clinging to outdated notions from the planned economy must be persuaded, and if they cannot be, they should be relieved of their duties. Do you not see? If Jianghe County had 2 or 3 more companies like this, would our people still worry about having enough to eat?" Thanks to the success of FIFA sneakers, Yin Changjiang is determined to vigorously advance reform within the county. It was yet another bustling day. Feng Yisheng had engaged in lengthy discussions with Yin Changjiang at the marketplace. After a series of back and forths, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, and he returned to his company. Upon entering his office, he was immediately met with the sharp reproach of an elderly woman. "Xiaoxing, what is going on with you? No matter how busy you are, you cannot neglect Chanqian. Is she not frightened in the village? What if someone were to snatch her away?" This concern arose because Zhang Erhua had been dismissed by Feng Yisheng, necessitating that he keep Feng Qian by his side. However, due to his busyness, he occasionally overlooked her. Of course, he had entrusted others with her care, allowing him to attend to his duties with peace of mind. Yet, the elderly woman's arrival caught him off guard. It was none other than Aunt He, the one who had provided him with crucial information. Feng Qian had also formed a close attachment to Aunt He while in the village. Aunt He was the sole person in the village capable of cradling Feng Qian and the only one who could feed her. Feng Yisheng poured her a glass of water and inquired, "What brings you here? Have you just arrived?" And he replied, I have been here for a little while. You mustn't be so careless in the future. Your little sister is so young. If she were to go missing, would you not feel anxious? Thank you for your concern. Aunt, what brings you to my place? And he meticulously wiped Feng Qian's mouth and hesitated slightly before speaking. The first reason for my visit today is to see you two siblings. There is also another matter for which I hope you might assist me. Feng Yisheng, without hesitation, responded, Aunt, please feel free to ask for any help you need. I do not consider you an outsider. If it were not for you that day, I shudder to think where that vile creature would have taken my Qian. You are a benefactor to our family. I have simply been too busy to return and visit you. I hope you do not hold it against me. Chapter 88. The Astonishment of Sun Yuhai Child. Why should I be concerned with what you say? And he began, somewhat hesitantly. You see, your brother Shan has returned from military service and is unwilling to engage in farming at home. He incessantly clamors to accompany his comrades to the deep market. I find myself rather worried for him, hence my inquiry. Do you have any openings at the factory? Feng Yisheng understood her character well. In the countryside, individuals often fall into two extremes. One group is consumed by comparison, disdainful of others, and overly fond of petty gains. Conversely, a segment remains incredibly genuine. And he embodies this latter category. He was familiar with her son. In his previous life, after returning from the army, he indeed ventured into the deep market. While Feng Yisheng had already established his fortune, they had crossed paths at a gathering, where her son held the title of a gang leader, embroiled in a life of crime. Despite Feng Yisheng's attempts to dissuade him from that path, his counsel fell on deaf ears, and he eventually faced legal repercussions. Noticing Feng Yisheng's silence, he quickly added, Oh, it's nothing, Shaoxing, you needn't feel obliged. I merely wish to inquire. As I noticed your Baoxing factory had posted a recruitment notice. However, there seemed to be too many applicants, so I thought, let Shan come to find me tomorrow. He need not work as a laborer at the factory. Instead, he should come to the county and work alongside me. Feng Yisheng interjected with a smile, and he paused, glancing at the well-dressed individuals bustling outside, and insisted, there's no need for such trouble. Just let him work as an ordinary laborer. He possesses no other skills. Feng Yisheng countered, that's enough. The backgrounds of our employees are not lofty. They are merely developed through their roles. Besides, I truly require someone like Shan. He referred to the plans for next year to engage in government bond trading, needing trustworthy individuals to accompany him. And his son was a perfect fit for this endeavor. Observing Feng Qian clinging to he, unwilling to let go, he contemplated further and suggested, perhaps he should also come to the county. She could help look after Feng Qian while her son accompanies me next year. This would be far superior to the two of them toiling in the fields. And he had not anticipated such a proposal from Feng Yisheng. Yet, with numerous obligations at home, she knew she could not simply abandon them without careful consideration, so she refrained from giving an immediate response. In the days that followed, Feng Yisheng remained exceedingly busy. As advertisements for FIFA leather shoes proliferated during the national games, various media outlets began to take notice of the burgeoning brand. Consequently, reporters traveled to Jiangke County for interviews. Observing the thriving business, they hastily sought out Feng Yisheng, who found himself occupied with these media engagements. On a particular day, he rode his motorcycle to fetch someone from the station and brought them to his office. This individual, seemingly impatient, inquired, What volume of business are you currently conducting? Boss Phone, would you be so kind as to provide an overview? Feng Yisheng offered him a cup of water and, with a broad smile, remarked, With a prominent journalist from the national television station inquiring, how could I possibly respond insincerely? Within 3 days, he had sold over 8 million units. Although a significant portion comprised pre-orders with delivery set for a month later. 8 million in just 3 days. The man could not help but give Feng Yisheng a thumbs up. When I visited last time, I knew it wouldn't be long before you made a remarkable breakthrough. I would eventually return to Jiangnan province. But I did not anticipate coming back just a few months later, still assigned an interview task by our station director. Indeed, this individual is none other than Sun Yuhai, the esteemed journalist from the economic channel of the national television station, drawn here by the allure of the billboard. The two shared hearty laughter. However, shortly after they settled down, Zhang Kaihong rushed in from outside. Upon noticing someone was present, he paused momentarily but then quickly approached Feng Yisheng, whispering something in his ear. Feng Yisheng's fist tightened abruptly, his facial muscles twitching with a surge of intense anger. For a brief moment, a palpable tension enveloped him. Yet, with Sun Yuhai present, he made every effort to suppress his emotions, saying, I understand. Please inform them that after this interview concludes, I will join them. After exchanging greetings with Sun Yuhai, Zhang Kaiong departed. Sun Yuhai glanced back and noticed several police officers stationed outside. Feeling somewhat awkward, he remarked, "Boss Feng, I hope this is not interrupting anything important." Feng Yisheng chuckled, "Not at all. It's perfectly fine. Let us continue." "Really? It's all fine?" Sun Yuhai inquired. "Indeed, it is." "Very well. Let us commence the interview. I shall endeavor to shorten the duration." With that, the two delved into the core of their conversation. Sun Yuhai posed numerous inquiries, primarily concerning policy matters. For instance, he asked how reforms should be implemented moving forward, and what challenges Feng Yisheng faced during his company's transition from state-owned to private, as well as how those challenges were addressed. Feng Yisheng spoke with unwavering confidence, addressing these questions with ease, as they were trivial for someone who had once stood at the pinnacle of success. Sun Yuhai listened, captivated. He had previously interviewed many contemporary private entrepreneurs, such as the ambitious Mao Depeo from Sichuan, who sought policies directly from leaders in Beijing, and the low-profile Ru Guanchuan. But he had never encountered someone with such unique insights. Feng Yisheng's visionary perspectives captivated Sun Yuhai's attention. By that point, Sun Yuhai was no longer focused on the specifics of Feng Yisheng's words, but rather on the young man before him. If given 10 years, what heights could this youth reach? After years in the field, he found himself yearning to conduct a decade, perhaps even 2 decades, of follow-up reports on a private entrepreneur, eager to see if he might become a legend. After more than an hour of profound dialogue, Feng Yisheng, feeling the weight of pressing matters, said with urgency, "Well then, Reporter Sun, this concludes our discussion for today. If you wish to inquire further about our company, feel free to ask within our premises. I have a few matters to attend to." Sun Yuhai hurriedly stood up and said, "Oh, it's nothing, Boss Feng. You carry on with your work. I will take some photos here and gather more information." "Very well, make yourself at home," replied Feng Yisheng as he rose and departed. After descending the stairs, a police car arrived and vanished into the street. Sun Yuhai approached Zhang Kaihong and could not resist asking, "Has something significant happened to Boss Feng? Why was he in such a rush to leave?" Zhang Kaihong glanced at him, took a deep breath, and with a somber demeanor replied, "Brother Sheng's parents went missing 3 years ago. Their remains have just been discovered. Anyone who hears about Brother Sheng's background cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow.